Introduction. Rams, my dear brother, by the time you read this letter, oh no, you shall never have the chance to behold it. Time has bestowed upon me greater wisdom, yet it has not granted me additional patience. Thus, I eagerly await to transform you into sustenance. The graceful Lord of Bolton sipped from his goblet filled with crimson liquid, then lifted his quill. But fear not, my beloved brother. I have already sent your servant and lover to keep you company, and soon our father shall join you as well. After all, you have always been more akin to him than I, so do pay your filial respects in the 7 layers of hell, Rams. Chapter 1. The Vampire's Diary. On the 7th day since Ram's departure, I find myself thinking of him. The north grows increasingly frigid, even with a constant supply of firewood and hot water coursing through the castle. The chill is invigorating. My concerns are entirely unfounded. I am the legitimate heir of the Bolton lineage, and Rams is my most cherished brother. How could I ever commit the heinous act of fratricide? The blood is nearly consumed. Closing the diary, the slender fingers gently set down the quill, and Roderick Bolton exhaled slowly. The room was sealed tightly, with not a glimmer of light penetrating the windows, save for a waning candle that struggled to emit a dim glow. Though he did not despise sunlight, Roderick felt that such an environment suited his identity far better. Lifting the candlestick, the flickering flame illuminated his handsome, pale visage. His right hand grasped a silver goblet, already devoid of contents, awaiting its master's replenishment. Rising to his feet, the leather boots echoed crisply against the wooden floor, resonating throughout the modest chamber. He pulled open the cellar door, the wood creaking under the weight of decay, and as the scent of blood wafted from within, a faint smile graced Roderick's lips as he descended. The candlelight danced, casting shadows that flickered in the dim cellar. At last he came to a halt, extending his arm, holding the candlestick aloft. A sturdy wooden crucifix came into view, upon which a human-like figure was bound. It was referred to as a figure because it bore no skin. The muscles and veins were fully exposed to the air. Even the eyelids had been removed, leaving only solitary eyeballs that seemed to fixate intently upon Roderick. Beneath it lay a massive wooden vessel, brimming with scarlet blood. Oh, my dear brother, few beings possess secrets, yet those who are skinned harbor none. Do they? Listening to the exquisite sound of blood dripping, a faint smile crept upon Roderick's lips. Gently rolling up his sleeves, he bent down to fill his goblet, his movements as graceful as if attending a grand banquet. The scent of blood caused Roderick to involuntarily part his lips, revealing 4 sharp fangs. Have you not found him yet? Count Roose Bolton of the terrifying fortress sat in a grand chair, his slightly paler than usual eyes betraying a hint of irritation. Well-groomed and possessing smooth skin, his appearance was unremarkable. He could neither be deemed handsome nor ugly. In a crowd, he would likely be difficult to identify at first glance. We have scoured every corner of the realm, yet Rams remains elusive, my lord. Except for young Master Dominic's chamber. If I may be so bold, Rams is merely a bastard. There is no need to involve young Master Dominic. You need not speak on matters that do not require your input. Count Roose's gaze was profound, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. My apologies, my lord. His trusted aide, Iron Leg Walton, bowed in contrition. Having followed Roose Bolton for most of his life, he was acutely aware of the Count's temperament. He never displayed any emotion, whether in anger or joy. His countenance remained unchanged. Yet Walton knew that the gentler Roose's tone, the more he sought to flay a person alive. Well, that scoundrel and his paramour. Our men found the scoundrel's corpse in a sewer, reportedly being devoured by 3 hounds, leaving less than 2 pounds of flesh. And the woman, named Miranda? We inquired with her father, the steward who tended Ram's dogs. According to him, 7 days prior, his daughter left a letter stating she could no longer suppress her desires and chose to become a prostitute in Winterfell, after which she was never seen again. Huh! Upon hearing Walton's report, a soft chuckle escaped Count Roose's throat, his knuckles rhythmically tapping against the armrest of his chair, as if speaking to himself. When did you become so ruthless, Dominic? Is it merely because Rams is my illegitimate son? His words held no semblance of inquiry, as if he were utterly convinced that Dominic was the root of all these troubles. Walton, understanding the unspoken cue, remained silent, standing respectfully by. Time passed, and the only sound within the study was the crackling of wood in the fireplace. I find this game quite enjoyable, Dominic. After a long pause, Count Roose licked his thin lips, as if he had unearthed something intriguing. In truth, he was not particularly fond of Dominic. The Bolton family was infamous for its moniker, the Skinner family, with a Skinner as their crest. Count Roose felt that his eldest son somewhat strayed from the family's traditions. His demeanor was gentle, and he was remarkably talented, particularly proficient in the harp, well-versed in history, and skilled in equestrian pursuits. As the eldest son of a noble family, Dominic could be considered nearly perfect. However, it was precisely for this reason that Count Roose felt a slight unease within his heart. Dominic was exceedingly kind, so kind that he hardly resembled the son of a skin trader. Although he was proficient in equestrianism, as comfortable in the saddle as one could be, he never engaged in any form of hunting. His swordsmanship was equally remarkable, yet he refrained from quarrels, and it was rare to witness Dominic in action. In his own words, "All life in this world is a blessing bestowed by the gods, and must not be taken lightly." Such a righteous and virtuous knight, had he been born in the Riverlands, would undoubtedly have been the object of admiration from all noble maidens, yet fate had placed him in the household of the Boltons. Dominic's character led Count Roose to question more than once whether his late wife had been unfaithful. Yet, lacking evidence and having never heard rumors of her infidelity, he remained resolute. Thus, despite Dominic's dissimilar appearance and contrasting temperament, Roose Bolton firmly designated him as his sole heir. Half a year ago, Dominic had learned from some source about Count Roose's illegitimate son. With a deep respect for the dignity of all life, Dominic soon sought out Ramsay Snow, bringing him back to the Dreadfort and treating him with the affection of a true brother. This act was exceedingly rare in the annals of Westerosi history. After all, the status of a bastard was scarcely better than that of a thief or a rapist upon discovery. The best fate one could hope for was to be cloaked in black and sent to the wall, never to return. However, Dominic was different. He showered Ramsay with love and acceptance. Until that fateful day, after a moment of contemplation, Count Roose lifted his eyelids slightly, gazing at his most trusted confidant, Warden, and commanded, "Please summon young Master Dominic, and inform him that I have matters to discuss." Once he managed to steady his hurried breath, Warden bowed towards Count Roose, replying, "Yes, my lord." On the 8th day since Ramsay's departure, the blood had run dry. In the dimly lit chamber, Dominic commenced his diary entry as usual. As anticipated, the blood of commoners lacks the efficacy of that of kin. "Alas, my father has but this one illegitimate son. Should I take action against him? No. For now, there is no need. I possess a more advantageous method. I hope my father is vigorous enough to sire more offspring. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore other noble lineages. Make a note of that." With quill in hand, Dominic wrote fervently, even neglecting to light the candle, as he had grown accustomed to the darkness. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, 3 knocks echoed, interrupting Dominic's writing. Outside the door stands Warden, young Master Dominic. That faintly trembling voice emanated through the door, and even without seeing the other's face, Dominic could vividly envision his trepidation and unease. In the past, Dominic would have had no interest in glancing at Warden even once. However, the present was a different story. "Come in," he beckoned, his voice a raspy, chilling laugh that added an eerie atmosphere to the room. In truth, Dominic's voice was quite gentle, imbued with a warmth akin to sunlight gracing one's face. Yet he relished in using this manner to instill fear in Warden. How amusing it was it not? The door creaked open, emitting a sound reminiscent of decaying wood, as though the room had suddenly endured the passage of 1,000 years, resulting in its dilapidated state. Warden, known for his ironclad reputation, now found even his iron-shin-guarded legs trembling, his teeth chattering incessantly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. He swallowed hard before taking a step into the room. How cold it is! Upon stepping inside, a chill that penetrated to the bone enveloped him, causing Warden to involuntarily shudder. At some point, the heating pipes in Master Dominic's chamber had been dismantled, rendering the cold within even more unbearable than that outside. "Ah, Sir Warden," Dominic remarked nonchalantly as he set down his quill, his voice as grating as nails on glass, with a smile on his face reminiscent of a famished beast spotting its prey. "Have you come to bring me sustenance?" Chapter 2. The Filial Piety of a Loving Father. Upon hearing the word sustenance, Warden's heart skipped a beat, an icy chill coursing down his spine and seeping into his very marrow. In a daze, he seemed to witness the walls and floor oozing thick blood, transforming the room into a monstrous maw poised to devour him. The pitiful lamb, whole. Cold sweat dampened his collar as his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, yearning to escape this horrifying place. Sir Warden, The two calls jolted Wharton back to reality. The walls and floor remained as impeccably clean as ever. Where was the blood? He swallowed again, forcing himself to stabilize his fraying composure, and turned to face the handsome, young noble seated behind the desk. A gentle smile graced his face, strikingly similar to that of Count Lusber, seemingly unchanged from the kind and amiable Demiric of yore. Yet, the horrifying tales whispered among the servants lingered in Wharton's mind, rendering him unable to suppress his inner dread. "My master, the Count requests your presence in the study." After mustering the courage to utter this phrase, Wharton suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure in his lower body, as though a few drops of liquid had escaped. If his soldiers were to discover this embarrassing predicament, he would surely become a source of ridicule within the ranks. The prestige will be significantly diminished. "Oh, there is no need for such formality, dear knight." Demiric remained seated, nonchalantly extending his hands in a gesture of invitation, his smile as warm as ever. "You are my father's most trusted captain, who has rendered remarkable services to the Bolton family. My father has often remarked that your loyalty is as unyielding as steel. Please have a seat." At Demiric's gracious invitation, Walton had no choice but to approach the chair indicated by his finger. The steel boots clanked against the floor, yet the sensation was unexpectedly soft and viscous. It felt as if I were treading upon the congealing blood of my enemies. Sir Walton, a seasoned warrior, mused curiously as he glanced down. The crimson blood, darkening to a near-black hue, once again filled his vision, saturating the entire wooden floor, bubbling forth in a grotesque manner, as if the blood were boiling. Unbeknownst to him, his boots had vanished, leaving his bare feet submerged in the blood, occasionally pierced by a stinging sensation of corrosion. "Ah!" Sir Walton shrieked like a startled girl, desperately attempting to extricate his feet from the sanguine pool. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, the blood seemed to possess an inexplicable stickiness, transforming into invisible hands that clutched his feet tightly, rendering him utterly immobile. Devil! Devil! Such a peculiar and horrifying spectacle utterly exceeded Sir Walton's psychological endurance. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. Before succumbing to darkness, he thought he heard a voice tinged with disappointment. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Quite the coward, aren't you?" After an indeterminate period, Sir Walton gradually regained consciousness. He gazed around in bewilderment, only to discover himself lying on the floor, which was impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of blood. Looking down, he found his boots comfortably adorning his feet. Could it be that I had been overworked and hallucinated? Rising from the ground, Sir Walton shook his slightly dazed head, only to feel a sharp sting in his neck. Upon inspection, 2 droplets of crimson blood appeared on his palm, yet there were no wounds to be found on his neck. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the room, but Demiric's presence had long since vanished. On the desk lay an open diary, quietly resting, with what appeared to be still wet ink. Out of curiosity, Sir Walton approached the desk and picked up the diary, but found the characters inscribed within to be incomprehensible. However, after a few moments of staring, the strange square characters seemed to spring to life, writhing and twisting, the colors shifting to a deep crimson. Eventually, they coalesced into a sea of blood, continuously washing over the pages, as if yearning to spill forth from the book. "Oh, ancient gods!" Sir Walton trembled, and the diary fell from his hands onto the desk with a sharp crack. I glanced back at the book. I beheld the square characters lying there, seemingly untouched, devoid of any movement, let alone the so-called ocean of blood and terrifying illusions. Swallowing hard, Walton averted his gaze from the voyeuristic diary and hastened toward the door, as if fleeing. Yet, just as his hand grazed the doorknob, a piercing, agonizing scream echoed from behind him. Though faint, it resonated with an unsettling reality. Sir Walton's entire being trembled as he cautiously turned his head. The spectral wails continued to emanate intermittently from within. A flicker of struggle appeared on Walton's face, but it was short-lived. Resolutely, he twisted the doorknob warm. Radiant sunlight flooded upon him, enveloping him in a comforting sense of security. Bang! As he shut the door, the screams abruptly ceased. Sir Walton exhaled in relief and strode away without looking back. "Good morning, dear father." In the study, Dominic flashed a charming smile at Count Luss, placing his right hand upon his chest, stepping back slightly with his left foot, and bowing in a refined, courtly manner. Such decorum was exceedingly rare in the North, known for its ruggedness and disregard for formality. "There is no need for such formality, my son." Count Luss's expression was gentle, although slightly balding. He appeared as a kind-hearted middle-aged man. Have you recovered your health? He gestured for Dominic to take a seat, inquiring softly about his well-being, seemingly eager to assume the role of a caring father. 6 months prior, after bringing Rams back, Dominic had fallen gravely ill, to the extent that the physician had candidly informed Count Luss that no remedy existed, and only time would reveal if the old gods would grant him life. However, contrary to everyone's expectations that Dominic was on the brink of death, he miraculously persevered. Rest assured, Father, I am in excellent health. And what of you? I recall that in 2 months you shall turn 40. Dominic smiled knowingly, appearing to be a dutiful son. A man of 40 ought to take good care of his health. Relying solely on bloodletting with leeches is hardly a wise approach. I am eagerly awaiting your remarriage, so that you might bless me with some younger siblings. Ha ha ha. Observing his eldest son's earnest gaze, Count Luss chuckled softly, seemingly gratified. Dominic matched his mirth, sharing in the jovial atmosphere of the study, which radiated warmth and filial affection. If only Dominic's eyes had not frequently strayed toward Count Luss's neck. Oh, by the way, Father. After their prolonged laughter, Dominic tilted his head and inquired, You summoned me for a reason, did you not? Chapter 3. Journey to Winterfell. Of course, Lord Roderick Bolton sat up straight and handed a letter to Dominic. This was news from Winterfell. As Dominic perused the contents of the letter, Roose explained, You know Ramsay's character is rather capricious. Yet I never anticipated that the family of that wretched girl would escalate matters to Winterfell. I had intended to personally visit Winterfell next year to facilitate your union with the eldest daughter of House Stark. However, it appears that circumstances have taken an unfortunate turn. While I perceive this situation as not overly consequential, Eddard Stark is a man of integrity and stubbornness, valuing honor above all. Should this matter be mishandled, he will undoubtedly refuse to grant his daughter's hand to you. Once Dominic set the letter down, having seemingly absorbed its contents, Lord Roose fixed his gaze upon him, as if to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. What do you mean, Father? To Roose's surprise, Dominic did not respond immediately with a decision, but instead inquired about his father's perspective. You are the heir of House Bolton, Dominic. Lord Roose pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. I respect all your decisions, my son. However, you must remember that this world is rife with deception and treachery. Even the seemingly simple-minded Umber family is adept at cunning schemes. To survive, one must maintain a sense of fear and vigilance. The only ones in the north who can afford to remain innocent are the Starks, and they alone. Thus, I hope you will father a child of Stark blood. This will be an essential component for the growth and prosperity of House Bolton. I understand, Dominic nodded, feeling an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. Had it been the former Dominic, Lord Roose would never have expended such earnest counsel, knowing it would fall on deaf ears. Perhaps Ramsay's disappearance had altered Roose Bolton's perspective. Even he, a lord, was unable to locate his own kin. His methods were indeed astute and executed with precision. Were they not? House Bolton required a decisive and cunning heir, not a perfect knight lost in a fairy tale. In the tales Roose had heard, noble knights seldom met favorable fates. I will ensure my dear brother's affairs are in order, Father. Dominic rose, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an air of confidence. However, I intend to bring someone along. Who? Your trusted confidant, Sir Wyman. Lord Roose raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his composed demeanor. He had previously mentioned that should Dominic inherit House Bolton, he would ride forth with sword in hand, seeking adventure. Are you certain you wish to include him? Roose reiterated, seeking confirmation. Although Walton's attitude towards Dominic has shifted during this period, he does not believe that Dominic can tame this brutish knight, who is loyal only to himself. Of course, Dominic licked his lips, and the smile upon his face appeared somewhat peculiar. Sir Walton is quite an interesting individual. Very well, I acquiesce. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Earl Roose had no reason to oppose. I shall return to prepare, Father. Dominic rose, gracefully bidding farewell to Earl Roose, as was his custom. Yet, just as he turned to depart, the Earl's voice resonated behind him. If patricide were indeed to be punished, my son. Dominic hesitated momentarily. So, if my son were to slay another son, what should I, as a father, do? Do nothing at all. In the unseen shadows of Lord Roose's gaze, a strange smile crept upon Dominic's lips. Otherwise, I might find myself compelled to consume you prematurely. He refrained from uttering this phrase, merely gesturing behind him before striding away. Throughout their exchange, neither father nor son mentioned Ramsay's name, nor the reason for his disappearance, as if that person had never existed at all, aside from the troubles he had caused them. The road was lush with verdant grass, a rare sight in the perpetually snow-laden cold of the north. The horse beneath him trotted with a light step, heading westward towards Winterfell. "Have you ever been to Winterfell, Sir Walton?" Domeric turned to glance at the tall knight beside him, his relaxed smile evoking a sense of a leisurely outing. One truly ought to venture outside more often. Remaining cooped up in a room daily deprives one of fresh air. He inhaled the fragrant scent of earth and green grass, reflecting on this thought. Since arriving in this world, he had confined himself to his chamber, seldom encountering others. Having traversed through confusion and fear to eventual acceptance and liberation of self, he had fully assimilated into a life reminiscent of medieval Europe. Yet, the influence of his body still compelled him to embrace the shadows. This, in turn, had birthed the terrifying legend of the Bolton heir. Despite the ancient traditions of House Bolton being sufficiently daunting, indeed, I have been there, and not just once, Master Domeric. It became apparent that Earl Loose's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Following the fright he experienced yesterday, Sir Walton now exhibited a demeanor more docile than that of a tamed wild dog in Domeric's presence. In response to Domeric's inquiries, Walton was careful not to be negligent, endeavoring to introduce him to the customs and peculiarities of Winterfell. It is the heart of the North, the ancestral fortress of House Stark. It is said they have ruled the North in the name of the King in the North for 8,000 years. Winterfell was designed by their ancestor, Brandon Stark, and constructed with the aid of giants 8 millennia ago. I have visited Winterfell more than once, and its chambers are indeed warmer than those found elsewhere, with the courtesans possessing a beauty that, while not rivaling that of King's Landing, is undoubtedly of the highest quality in the North. When speaking of Winterfell, Sir Walton becomes somewhat loquacious, seemingly filled with nostalgia. Indeed, Dominic nods in agreement. After all, it is the heart of the North, the seat of all northern lords, the territory of House Stark, and it is hardly surprising that it exhibits a prosperity that surpasses other locales. As for the courtesans mentioned by his companion, he chooses to overlook that aspect. For Dominic, the blood of a maiden is the most delectable, although he is yet to taste it. Casting a sidelong glance at Wharton, he heaved a soft sigh. This fellow's blood reeks terribly, rendering it nearly impossible to swallow. 8,000 years. Shaking his head, Dominic gazed toward Winterfell, a glimmer of hope appearing upon his countenance, his upper jaw tingling, and the faintest hint of his sharp fangs threatening to emerge. An ancient family with such a long lineage, one wonders what their blood might taste like. The noble Miss Stark should still be a maiden. Chapter 4. Prayer. The eastern gate of Winterfell is situated within the city walls. As the entrance leading to the outer walls King's Gate and connecting to King's Road, it appears more magnificent than the other city gates. Exhaling a breath of cold air, the warmth of his breath materializes into a pure white mist, a truly beautiful sight. During the sweltering long summer, such a marvelous spectacle can only be witnessed in the frigid north. Winterfell does not seem particularly grand. Having grown up in a jungle of steel and concrete, Dominic is not initially awed by this medieval European-style city-state. More striking is the emlaying of scents that fills the air as he approaches. Horse manure, charcoal, and the faint aroma of heather flowers. A vampire's senses are keen, yet this can be a double-edged sword, whether one desires it or not. Those peculiar and unpleasant odors invariably intrude. Compared to the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, Winterfell is indeed modest in size. Hearing Dominic's musings, Sir Walton cleverly interjected, "In fact, you have visited Winterfell before, young Master Dominic. Is that so?" "I do not recall," he replied, although he has inherited some memories. The original self holds a vague impression of Winterfell. No, it should be said that the former Dominic was hardly interested in anything pertaining to the North. Perhaps due to the early passing of his mother, the eldest son of House Bolton possesses a rather solitary disposition, although exceptionally talented. He prefers to immerse himself in his own world, rarely engaging in social activities. Yet, he harbors a distinct aversion to communication with others. To a certain extent, this facilitated Domeric's quiet integration into this world after his arrival. "This was when you were quite young, around the tender age of 3. Observing the confusion reflected in his pale gray eyes, Walton smiled and explained, his spirits considerably lifted. Throughout the journey, although Domeric's gaze remained shadowed, he seemed to be in a markedly better mood. indistinguishable from his former self, and no peculiar occurrences transpired thereafter, except for the occasional faint cries emanating from the large chest dragged by the guards behind them, which Walton dismissed as mere figments of his imagination. After all, he had discreetly inquired with his subordinates more than once, and they all claimed to have heard no sounds from the chest. Shaking his head, Sir Walton continued, "At that time, King Robert Baratheon had just concluded the centuries-long rule of House Targaryen and ascended the throne. Duke Eddard Stark was his closest friend and the greatest hero of the war. Although the Duke did not attend the coronation ceremony for reasons unknown, your father, Lord Luther, as a Lord of the North who had greatly contributed to the King's success in battle, brought you to Winterfell to partake in the celebratory feast. I was there as well, young master." As he spoke, Walton couldn't help but add, "You were quite timid back then, frightened by the presence of so many northern lords. And you would burrow into my embrace. Such a long-ago event, who can truly remember?" Casting a sidelong glance at Walton, Domeric lightly teased, causing the smile on Walton's face to turn somewhat awkward. This fellow's subtle thoughts were by no means concealed from Domeric's keen perception, but to think he would attempt to draw closer now seemed rather belated. With delicate fingers stroking the silky mane of his steed, Domeric gently squeezed his legs and urged the horse forward. Beneath the city walls, several individuals clad in fur coats cast their gazes this way, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. "Welcome to Winterfell, esteemed guests from Castle Black." As they approached within 7 or 8 meters, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, stepped forward and vocally welcomed them. As a guest, Domeric deftly dismounted, opting to complete the remaining distance on foot. Sir Walton and the other guards followed suit, dismounting and proceeding on foot as well. The middle-aged man, somewhat taken aback, glanced towards the brawny young nobleman beside him, and their serious expressions softened slightly. "Good morning, esteemed elder." Although unaware of the visitors' identities, Domeric performed a proper courtly gesture. "It is indeed my fault to have subjected you and several lords of Winterfell to the chill of this air." His demeanor was exceptionally humble, causing the brows of the gathered individuals to relax further. The middle-aged man regarded Domeric with a benevolent gaze. Although his complexion was pale, it was not particularly striking, harmoniously accentuating his handsome features. The slight wrinkles in his clothing, a result of his journey, were easily overshadowed by his upright posture and graceful demeanor, which concealed any minor imperfections. The gentle smile upon his face evoked the warmth of spring, exuding an air of humility while maintaining a dignified presence. However, the cruel emblem of a skinned man upon his chest marred the overall aesthetic. As the rumors suggested, he was indeed a well-mannered young nobleman. The man nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "No need for formality, Lord Domeric. I am Vayangpur, the steward of Winterfell. You may call me Vay. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Delighted to meet you, Lord Vayang," Domeric replied, showing courtesy despite the fact that the position of steward did not constitute an official title. "My father frequently spoke of you during our time at Harrenhal. He greatly admires your ability to manage the castle, often mentioning that Lord Stark has a capable assistant who maintains order in the vast expanse of Winterfell." "Huh. Lord Bolton is overly generous in his praise," Vayang chuckled, clearly pleased by Domeric's flattering words, which brought forth a hearty laugh. Unbeknownst to him, it was the first time Domeric had ever heard the name Vayangpur. "This is the eldest son of Lord Stark, Robb Stark." Steward Vayang extended his hand to introduce the young man beside him. "Greetings, Roderick Bolton. My father sent me to welcome you." The robust Robb Stark nodded at Domeric, indicating his purpose. Domeric returned the gesture with a friendly smile, discreetly assessing his counterpart. Robb was a sturdy figure, with auburn hair cascading naturally over his shoulders, exuding the rugged charm characteristic of the North. His blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as they regarded Domeric, perhaps out of respect for his noble status. Robb endeavored to maintain a serious expression. "Quite the impressive stature," Domeric mused, taken aback that this lad was only 13, yet nearly matched his own height. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord." Domeric's gaze intentionally drifted toward the long sword at Robb's waist, and he spoke with a smile. "I have heard that the Stark family is renowned for their swordsmanship, known for its vigor and strength, with the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice, performing exceptionally well on the battlefield. If young Lord Robb has the time, perhaps we could find an opportunity for a friendly sparring session." "Certainly, my lord." A spark ignited in Robb's azure eyes as he readily accepted the proposal. For a lad in his teens, Few pursuits could channel their boundless energy better than combat and companionship. The heir of House Stark was no exception. Look at my memory. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, young Puer suddenly tapped his forehead, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Vian. Demiric nodded and led the group into the city. At that moment, Watton quickened his pace, approaching Vian with hesitation. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he inquired, I have heard that there exists an ancient sacred grove within Winterfell. Might I find someone to guide me there, Master Vian? Lately, my heart races, and I am plagued by visions in my ears and before my eyes. Perhaps haunted by the souls of those slain in past battles. I wish to pray to the old gods first. Chapter 5. The debate of faith. Unlike the 7 gods worshipped in the south, most inhabitants of the frigid north adhere to the old gods. Indeed, the sacred grove lies within the city, just beyond the training grounds. Sir Harris, would you be so kind as to escort Sir Watton? In response to Watton's request, Master Vian did not refuse. Instead, he thoughtfully arranged for a guard to lead him. Although it was unclear why the battle-crazed Iron Leg had suddenly turned to the old gods, the followers of the old gods always found reasons to pray to their deities. Regardless of the circumstances, the faith in the old gods remained vibrant. Observing Watton's departing figure alongside Sir Harris, Robb Stark reflected aloud. Noticing the inquiring gazes of those around him, he elaborated, an increasing number of individuals are embracing the new gods, asserting that the faith in the old gods has become antiquated, even here in the north. Yet, Sir Watton exemplifies that the belief in the old gods continues to form the foundation of northern identity, does it not? Demiric nodded. Though he understood Watton's urgency to seek divine protection, he refrained from revealing the truth and instead smiled at Bear, saying, It seems you are a devout follower of the old gods, young Master Stark. Just call me Robb, he replied naturally. The Stark lineage has endured for millennia in the north, never wavering in faith. The old gods have witnessed our history and have bestowed upon every northerner the courage to uphold honor and the resilience to persevere. When the topic of faith arose, the Stark heir, with the blood of the dire wolf coursing through him, would often inadvertently reveal a certain sharpness. For many in the north, this was indeed the source of the Stark family's allure. And what of you, Demiric? Robb inquired, addressing him informally. I recall Maester Luwin once recounting the history of the north, noting that the Bolton lineage is as ancient as that of the Starks. Do you worship the old gods or the new? Your knowledge is profound, Robb, Demiric responded with a light chuckle of praise. Indeed, the Bolton lineage is steeped in antiquity. Within the dark recesses of the Dreadfort, no fewer than 20 skins of Stark lineage hang. Yet, it is evident that the scholars of Winterfell would not enlighten them regarding such humiliating history. As for faith, my father is quite devout in his reverence for the old gods. I inquired about you, Dominic. In the face of Dominic's contradictory remarks, Robb appeared somewhat confrontational. Although Duke Stark had not yet reached the age of 40, and Robb's ascension to the throne might be many years away, as the firstborn, he had gradually begun to assert his authority. This, however, did not imply that Robb lacked affection for his younger siblings. It was merely an instinctive reaction rooted in their bloodline. I believe in a little of everything. To Robb's somewhat impertinent questioning, Dominic did not blush nor deceive. He maintained his composure and elegantly replied, I believe in whatever serves my interests. How can this be? This response evidently did not satisfy Robb, who immediately furrowed his brow and retorted, Faith is faith. How can it be so easily altered? For the Boltons, does allegiance to one's liege lord change at whim? Merely when it becomes advantageous. Tread carefully, Robb. As his words grew increasingly incendiary, Master Vaon quickly intervened. Although this was merely a private conversation, the significance of both parties' identities was substantial, and should the discussion continue, it might escalate to a political level. While Master Vaon's status was not particularly high, he was nonetheless an elder of Winterfell and had watched Robb grow. Chastened by his admonition, Robb refrained from further inquiry, casting a disgruntled glance at Dominic, unwilling to relent in his desire to hear his response. As a lord, he was not fond of hearing such replies from his vassals. My apologies, Lord Dominic. Robb spoke in jest. Please do not take it to heart, Master Vaon expressed, apologizing to Dominic. As the steward of Winterfell, it was his duty to preserve the relationship between House Stark and all its vassals. As the firstborn of House Stark, such remarks, if relayed by Dominic to Lord Roose, would undoubtedly sow discord between the Dreadfort and Winterfell. Yet, he privately harbored disdain for Dominic's answer. Indeed, true to their nature, The Boltons were thoroughgoing, self-serving individuals, and Master Vaon's opinion of Dominic began to plummet. "It is of no concern, Master Vaon," Dominic replied with a gentle smile, as if Rob's pointed remarks were inconsequential. "I simply wish to pose a question, hoping that young Lord Stark might respond earnestly. What is it? Having resided in Winterfell for so many years, have you seen or heard any evidence of the old god's presence, or indeed of any other divine beings?" This profound inquiry from Dominic rendered Rob momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond, leaving even Master Vaon momentarily at a loss for words. They had, in truth, seen no proof of the divine. Although many speak of their existence, none have ever seen or heard them, even the occasional rumors lack any substantiating evidence. In response to the silence of the two, Dominic did not mock them, but instead gazed sincerely into Rob's eyes, his voice warm and compelling. "Rather than placing my faith in elusive deities, I prefer to delve into history, hone my swordsmanship, and strengthen my physique. Instead of relying on divine intervention, I would rather focus on ensuring that the people of my domain are well-fed and warmly clothed during the harsh winter, allowing them to endure the relentless long nights. For me, I could worship any god, as long as they could improve the lives of my subjects. I would not mind believing in them wholeheartedly. As for your concerns regarding loyalty to the Lord, I assure you, Master Stark, there is no need for apprehension. Since House Tully pledged allegiance to House Stark, we have always led the charge in battle, and not a single traitor has ever emerged. History has shown this, and it shall remain so once I inherit the family legacy." In the stunned silence that followed, Dominic paused, lifting his gaze to the foreboding castle ahead, its granite walls appearing indomitable. With a composed demeanor, he smoothed out his robe, erasing any creases, and once again adorned his face with an elegant smile, reminding them, "We must proceed, Master Stark, Lord Vaon. We must not keep Duke Ed waiting too long." Chapter 6. The Art of Hospitality Within the Main Hall. Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and the North's Guardian, sat in his chair, the quill made from the feather of a gray-backed hawk scratching against the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. At the age of 35, his neatly trimmed beard had begun to show flecks of gray, and the weight of his serious expression, coupled with the furrows of his brow, made the ruler of the North appear older than his years. Setting down the quill, the Duke closed his eyes, leaning back against the broad chair's backrest, the traces of fatigue lingering on his brow. Though over a decade had passed since he inherited his family's title, he still struggled with the myriad of mundane affairs that demanded his attention. The North was vast, and every day brought a mountain of documents from various lords' domains. Without the assistance of Steward Vaon and other aides, he would have likely faltered during the early days of his dukedom. Of course, this was not Ed's fault. As the second son, he had been educated from a young age on the principles of justice and honor, becoming the sword wielded by his elder brother, Brandon, to clear the obstacles in the Stark family's path. Ed was content with this role. He preferred battling formidable foes with sword in hand, embracing the sweat and blood of combat over the tedium of paperwork. However, circumstances were ever-changing, and since the untimely deaths of his father and brother in King's Landing, Ed had been compelled to shoulder the heavy burden of his family's legacy, guiding them forward against the odds. The development of the family, the burdensome affairs of the territory, and the education of 5, or perhaps 6, children have all rendered Ed deeply fatigued by his sense of responsibility. However, after years of arduous experience, he has managed to embody the role of a duke quite commendably. Despite this, he has always believed himself to be an inadequate leader, unable to compare to his brother. "Brandon, knock, knock, knock. Come in," he called, forcing himself to muster the energy. He knew that this was not the time to relax. Fortunately, his eldest son, Rob, was maturing rapidly, and he believed it would not be long before Rob could shoulder some of the responsibilities. "Father," the door swung open, revealing a boy of 8 or 9, who entered with a steaming cup in his hands. Approaching his father, the boy, with a polite demeanor, offered the hot tea, bending slightly at the waist. "Thank you, Bran." Observing his considerate son, a faint softness crossed Ed's stern features, though he remained serious. Years of being a duke had accustomed him to a demeanor devoid of levity, even when in the presence of family. "Have you been outside?" Ed asked, noticing the mud and moss on Bran's shoes. "I saw Rob and the steward. They went to the east gate to greet someone." "Father?" young Bran exclaimed excitedly, his sapphire eyes, reminiscent of his mother's, gleaming with innocence and curiosity. That man is truly handsome, even more so than Robb. I've never seen him before. Is he a Lord of the North? Ed chose not to dwell on Bran's escape from the confines of the house and patiently explained. A boy of your age is naturally mischievous. One cannot expect to keep them confined indoors all day for dull lessons. Bolton, upon hearing that name, Bran's curiosity piqued further. Is that the family known for flaying their enemies and hanging their skins? I once heard Master Lewin speak of them. That was once their tradition, but it has long since passed, Ed replied, ruffling his excited son's hair. He spoke earnestly. We respect traditions, but we must discard those that are malevolent. Some traditions ought to be abandoned. This is how the ancestors of House Stark approached such matters. When the Boltons submitted to the Starks, their ancestor, Roose Bolton, was compelled to renounce the barbaric practice of flaying enemies, and for centuries thereafter, they did not flay a single soul. Bran, adhering to honor and just judgments will earn you the affection of others far more than cruel methods ever could. Ed gazed intently into his son's eyes, his expression grave. He was disconcerted to see Bran exhibit such enthusiasm when discussing such brutal topics. Brandon Stark was the name of Ed's brother, and in his honor, Ed bestowed this name upon his son, Bran, while nurturing great expectations for him. Eddard aspired for Bran to embody the fervent and unrestrained valor of an illustrious knight, rather than that of a merciless executioner. I understand, father, Bran replied, nodding earnestly. He was acutely aware of his father's dual nature of benevolent, yet stern affection towards his children. It was wise not to defy him when he adopted a serious demeanor. It is well that you comprehend. Eddard's expression softened once more as he slightly inclined his head. Where are they now? A knight has accompanied Sir Harris to the sacred woods, while the eldest son of House Bolton remains in the guest chamber, sharing our provisions, father. Indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Eddard rose and grasped the immense sword beside the table. Come with me, Bran. You are approaching 9 years of age. It is time you learn the Stark family's way of handling affairs. In the guest chamber, Domeric idly poked at the steaming food on his plate, appearing somewhat listless. Although he could partake in sustenance like any ordinary man, his palate found little interest in such commonplace fare. This is lamb chop from a 7-month-old lamb, my lord. The steward, Vaon, hastily clarified, perceiving Domeric's apparent dissatisfaction. With the infusion of onions and garlic, its flavor and texture have reached their zenith. This is the finest fare we can offer. Ah, no, my lord Vaon. Noticing the steward's unease, Domeric graciously nodded and smiled. The lamb is incredibly tender and delectable. I am quite satisfied. It is merely the bumpy journey here that has left me with a less than robust appetite. He lifted his goblet, gently swirling the rich crimson liquid within, which lingered on the walls of the glass, a testament to its superior quality. Such fine red wine was a rarity in the harsh north. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled the intoxicating aroma, his eyes narrowing in enjoyment. At this moment, I find myself in greater need of hydration than sustenance. With that, he raised the goblet to his lips and took a generous sip. The wine, akin to the color of blood, cascaded down his throat, the exquisite sweetness of the fermented grapes enveloping his palate. After savoring the taste, he then picked up his fork to enjoy the lamb, moving with grace and composure as if he had returned to his own home. Seeing Domeric's earnest demeanor, Vaon finally felt a sense of relief. As the lords of the North, the Stark family bore the weight of responsibility for the hospitality shown to their vassals, and any lapse on their part would reflect on Vaon as the steward. Meanwhile, Robb appeared somewhat restless, his straightforward nature disliking the veneer of false politeness. His mind occupied with Domeric's earlier remarks during the journey. Observing the elegantly poised Domeric, Robb's curiosity was piqued. The eldest son of House Bolton's perspective on governance was utterly unlike any he had previously encountered concerning the Boltons, a sentiment he had never heard articulated, even from his own esteemed father. Although he yearned to inquire further and engage in a deeper discussion, out of courtesy, Robb refrained from disturbing the guests who were dining and patiently waited. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. Before anyone could react, the door to the guest room was flung open with a loud bang, allowing a rush of cold air to sweep in. Initially, Domeric thought it might be Eddard Stark arriving, but he turned to find a tall young man wielding a long sword striding in, loudly exclaiming, "I'm starving, Gage. Bring me something to eat." Chapter 7. The discussion of eradication. The tall youth paid no mind to the individuals in the guest room as he strode in with his head down. "Be quiet, Theon," Robb admonished with a frown upon witnessing the youth's frivolous demeanor. The young man, now addressed, finally registered the presence of Robb and the others, his eyes reflecting warmth and nostalgia. "Oh, Robb, I've missed you terribly," he remarked, extending his arms and approaching with long strides, incessantly complaining. "Do you have any idea how cold it is up north? It's still a frozen wasteland. It's hard to fathom that anyone could live in such a dreadful place. No wonder only bastards and the most heinous criminals would willingly choose to join the Night's Watch." "Stop right there, Theon." Despite the young man's exuberant embrace, Robb remained seated, sternly admonishing, "You've disturbed my father's guests. Apologize at once." Robb's reaction caught the young man, named Theon, off guard. They had grown up together, and Theon had always regarded Robb as a dear brother. He halted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, but after a moment's hesitation, he felt compelled to show respect for the Duke of Stark's guests. Reluctantly, he bowed slightly to Domeric, saying, "I beg your pardon for my frivolous behavior, my lord. I am Theon Greyjoy, the adopted son of Duke Stark and Robb's closest friend." He emphasized the terms adopted son and friend to highlight his status within House Stark, distinguishing himself from mere knights and servants. Although this might seem somewhat presumptuous, such a title held considerable weight in Winterfell, as it occasionally afforded him certain privileges. Domeric assessed the young man before him, who appeared to be of similar age, around 20. His dark brown hair was somewhat disheveled. His stature tall, yet slightly less imposing than Robb's. He wore leather armor, but notably lacked a family sigil, and his trousers bore the marks of mud and grime, indicating he had just returned from a journey. "I have heard of you, son of Balon Greyjoy, king of the Iron Islands, correct?" Domeric observed Theon, who feigned apology yet displayed a sense of pride in his eyes. Domeric smiled slightly, setting down his fork, seemingly unfazed by the interruption. "Indeed, my lord," Theon replied. The surname Greyjoy resonates with such prominence that it is impossible for Theon to conceal it. He readily acknowledges his lineage. This revelation is hardly surprising. Upon receiving his unequivocal response, Domeric nods in affirmation and resumes savoring his red wine, refraining from further discourse, his posture suggesting no intention of rising. "What do you mean?" Though Theon has encountered such gazes countless times over the past decade, his inner pride remains unable to accept it. "Be clear with your words, my lord." Theon's right hand rests on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor tinged with agitation. "Calm down, Theon." As the situation spirals toward chaos, Robb swiftly rises from his seat, one hand firmly gripping Theon's hand on the sword hilt, the other pressing on his shoulder. "Lord Domeric is the heir of Harrenhal and a guest of my father. Your actions trample upon our sacred laws. Apologize to him." Yet Theon struggles against the restraint, but the 13-year-old Robb possesses a strength that far exceeds his own. "I said, apologize." Raising his gaze, he is met with the serious countenance of his dear friend and companion, whose eyes reflect a fierceness akin to the Stark house sigil, the dire wolf. In that moment, Theon feels an unexpected fear akin to standing before Eddard Stark himself. "I understand, Robb." He takes a deep breath, fully aware that he cannot defy the command of the Stark heir, having just returned from serving the Starks. He feels the sting of humiliation and bitterness as he reluctantly utters, "I apologize, Lord Domeric." Without waiting for Domeric's reaction, he snorts dismissively and strides toward the exit. Theon. Regardless of Robb's calls from behind, Theon does not look back. "Let him go, Robb." Maester Vayan interjects, shaking his head. "I have long asserted that character is derived from blood. No matter how Lord Stark treats him, providing the same education and circumstances as his own children, a Greyjoy will always remain a Greyjoy, forever incapable of matching the Starks." Turning to the still sipping Domeric, he smiles. Moreover, Lord Domeric does not seem to mind at all. Does he? "Of course not, my lord." Domeric raises his cup toward Robb, his expression unchanged, still composed with a smile, as if the preceding events had never transpired. To allow the actions of a Greyjoy to affect one's emotions is hardly worth the trouble. "Please, take a seat, young Lord Robb." He gestures to the space beside him, as if they were in Harrenhal rather than Winterfell. Disregarding the nuances, Robb sits beside Domeric, increasingly curious. "Are you not at all angered by Theon's rudeness? If I were treated in such a manner while visiting another lord's home, I would undoubtedly draw my sword and engage in combat." His tone was sincere, and his gaze displayed a blend of confusion as he quietly awaited Domeric's response. Having swallowed the last sip of red wine, Domeric set down his glass. Would you be incensed by an ant that threatens you, Robb? But Theon is no mere ant. He is a Greyjoy. Observing the astonishment on Robb's face, Dameric's lips curled into a slight smile. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit to Winterfell, which, aside from addressing the mess left by his troublesome brother, was to fulfill Lord Bolton's directive to secure a marriage alliance with House Stark. Although Domeric deemed this task nearly impossible, garnering a favorable impression was always advantageous, especially when reporting back to his astute father. How long had Theon Greyjoy been in Winterfell? It seemed nearly 9 years. I know that under the benevolent arrangement of Lord Stark, you grew up alongside him, forging a deep bond, Robb. Dameric's voice was warm, steadfast, and resonant. Entirely unlike the hoarse tone he had adopted in the Dreadfort, it is essential to understand that Theon did not voluntarily come to serve as a ward of House Stark. Rather, he was sent here following the defeat of the Greyjoys. Although he has lived in the North for 9 years and appears indistinguishable from the Northerners, he remains, at heart, a Greyjoy. The deceased do not perish. They shall rise again with greater force. This is the faith of the Ironborn. Plunder outweighs toil. This is the creed of the Greyjoys. History has repeatedly shown that for the Greyjoys, nothing can alter the inherent flaws coursing through their veins. They are exhilarated only by acts of violence and thievery. In the face of such a lineage, the optimal solution is not to reform them, but rather to strike them down decisively while they are defenseless, eliminating future threats. Domeric's words once again stunned the eldest Stark son, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even the steward, Vaon, could hardly contain his excitement, wishing to applaud Dameric's eloquence. This sentiment resonated deeply within him. However, before Vaon could respond, the sharp sound of applause echoed from outside, followed by a mature female voice proclaiming, "I have always said, Ned, the Northerners will not welcome any Greyjoy." As her words lingered, a man and a woman strode into the guest chamber, accompanied by a small child. Father, mother, Lord Stark, Lady. Robb and Steward Vaon rose to greet the approaching duo. The Duke and his wife merely nodded in acknowledgement, their eyes instinctively drawn to Domeric. "Look at you, Domeric. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years have passed, and you have blossomed into a handsome young man." Dameric's recent remarks evidently resonated deeply with the Duchess, who approached with a fervent stride, her azure eyes brimming with admiration. In contrast, Domeric exhibited no semblance of pride. He rose with poise and executed a proper noble bow. "My esteemed Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, I sincerely apologize for the troubles my ineffectual brother has caused you. My father takes this matter very seriously and has commanded me to hasten to Winterfell in hopes of resolving it appropriately." He articulated his intentions with remarkable clarity, devoid of any circumlocution, which garnered him a modicum of favor from the Duke. For the Duke, burdened with responsibility as the guardian of the North, such forthrightness in a young man was commendable. The Bolton family had always been a trusted ally of House Stark, and the efficiency of Lord Roose Bolton's dealings was widely recognized. Eddard Stark's stern demeanor softened slightly, acknowledging the heir of Bolton before him. Simultaneously, he took the opportunity to impress upon his two sons, "Robb, Bran, you should learn from Domeric. This courage to accept responsibility is a quality every young man of the North should embody." Indeed, father, both Robb and Bran concurred with their father's counsel. Robb, in particular, though having known Domeric for less than a day, found himself captivated by the latter's transcendent demeanor and quick wit. "Enough, Ned. Spare us your stern lectures and allow them some dignity in front of outsiders," Catelyn interjected, her maternal instincts more indulgent than Eddard's strictness. As the eldest daughter of Duke Hoster Tully of Riverrun, her father was not a harsh lord, and he displayed great leniency towards his children, shaping Catelyn and her siblings into spirited individuals. "I found your earlier comments quite intriguing, Domeric," she continued, her mature charm evident in her early 30s, her chestnut hair complementing her vivacious spirit. "Could you elaborate on your thoughts regarding House Greyjoy?" However, Catelyn harbored some reservations about Domeric, stirred by the shadow of another woman. Following Brandon's death in King's Landing, this woman audaciously set her sights on Eddard, evidently aiming to usurp Catelyn's place. Yet, each time, Catelyn had preempted her, leaving the woman, Baelish, to resign herself to a reluctant marriage with Lord Willem Dustin of the Barrowlands. In a further twist of fate, during the war initiated by King Robert to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty over a decade ago, Lord Willem Dustin fell in battle alongside Eddard at the Tower of Joy. Yet Eddard was unable to return his remains to the north. Although Eddard did bring back the Lord's warhorse and returned it to Lady Baelish, it could not quell her lingering resentment towards House Stark. Under numerous adversities, Baeli began to exhibit a rather acerbic demeanor, persistently and subtly casting aspersions on Ed and Catelyn, uttering unpleasant remarks. Catelyn, a woman of great candor, was certainly not one to tolerate such indignities. However, out of a sense of guilt, Ed would intervene each time to prevent her from engaging in disputes with Baeli, which, at times, left Catelyn thoroughly vexed. Furthermore, Domeric, who had served as a squire to Lady Baeli for 4 years, caused Catelyn considerable concern regarding the potential negative influence Baeli might have on his perception of House Stark. Were it not for the consistently favorable impression she held of Lord Roose Bolton, along with his effusive praises of his son in correspondence to her husband, Catelyn would have preferred to avoid meeting Domeric altogether. Nonetheless, at present, this young nobleman appeared both elegant and courteous, showing no signs of having been molded by Baeli's harsh tutelage. Of course, Lady Catelyn, should you be interested, I would be delighted to delve deeper into this subject with you. In response to the Duchess's inquiry, Domeric once again flashed a perfectly timed smile, his gaze briefly shifting to Ed beside her. If it pleases Lord Stark, do not hold back, young man. Winterfell is not a place that stifles the right to speak. Lord Stark exhibited great magnanimity, eager to hear Domeric's perspective on the matter. As one of the most powerful lords in the north, Domeric, to some extent, represented the thoughts of House Bolton and the younger generation of nobility in the north. Then forgive me for being forthright, esteemed guests. What I previously stated about the inherent flaws of House Greyjoy stemming from their bloodline is, in truth, a misrepresentation. It would be more accurate to attribute their malevolence to the geographical isolation of the Iron Islands and the barrenness of their land, which has led to such deplorable behavior among the Ironborn. The harsh conditions of island life have rendered agriculture and livestock development impossible, leaving fishing as their sole means of sustenance. Faced with an inhospitable environment, their only means of survival becomes plunder. Yet the people of the north endure similarly arduous conditions. Domeric. While Domeric's observations seemed cogent, Robb Stark, as the eldest son of House Stark, astutely detected a flaw in the argument and raised a question. The climate in the north is harsher than anywhere else. Yet the noble Northmen do not resort to widespread violence and pillaging. Instead, they strive to stockpile provisions and prepare for the harsh winters. You speak only a fragment of the truth, Robb. Domeric shook his head and continued. Though the north suffers from a severe climate, it boasts vast tracts of land, ample enough for farmers to cultivate, and the bounty produced during the long summer months is indeed considerable. The Iron Islands, however, are a different matter. With that, he fixed his gaze on Robb, his tone growing more intense, as if to challenge him. Have you ever witnessed the plight of sowing seeds with diligent toil only to reap nothing? Have you seen the devastation when, after much anticipation, a storm arrives and strips the crops bare? Do you have any notion of the desperation one feels when, in a barren land, not even a single tree can be found, rendering the desire for tree bark or leaves utterly futile? Trust me, if you have endured such hardships, you would commit acts far more atrocious than those of the Ironborn, not to mention the generations that have thrived in such an environment. The very essence of pillage and slaughter flows through the veins of the Greyjoys. Chapter 9. The blood of Tully. Domeric spoke with conviction. Yet the parlor was enveloped in a profound silence, where even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible, particularly for Robb, who had grown up in the north. He had unwittingly developed into a quintessential northerner, influenced by the character of his people. They are straightforward and resilient, harboring no longing for the ease and comfort of the south, and they scoff at the robberies of the Ironborn. To the northerners, the conquest of the harsh northern expanse by their ancestors and their successful propagation upon this land is an unparalleled honor. Robb shared this sentiment. However, no one had ever mentioned to him that there existed places in the world where life is 1,000 times more arduous than in the north, not even Theon, who grew up alongside him and hailed from the Iron Islands. It suddenly struck Robb that whenever he inquired about Theon's family, he would either gloss over the subject or respond evasively. If Domeric's claims are true, then Theon is indeed a perilous individual. What evidence do you possess, Domeric? Yet, gazing at Domeric, who was only slightly older than himself, Robb found himself perplexed as to how he had acquired such knowledge. Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Have you visited the Iron Islands? Regrettably, I have never been there myself, Domeric replied candidly. He then pointed to his own head. But I can read and I can think. Casting a somewhat bashful smile towards Eddard and Catelyn, Domeric seemed a bit shy as he continued. To be honest, I am quite an introverted person, often chastised by my father for being overly solemn. However, rather than engaging with others, I prefer silent communion with books. I have sequestered myself in my chamber, nearly exhausting the entirety of the castle's library, particularly enjoying the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Believe me, Lord Stark, Lady Catelyn, although the records and books may not be exhaustive, my deductions are firmly grounded in the progression of historical events. Look at how remarkable a young man he is. The eloquence of Domeric endeared him further to Catelyn. In her recollection, only Roose Bolton among the northern lords possessed a clear mind. The heads of other families were often brutish men who knew only to resort to violence. While his methods might be somewhat ruthless, he undeniably proved to be a reliable vassal. Domeric's insights regarding the Greyjoys resonated deeply with Catelyn. Due to the rampant plundering by the Ironborn, the eldest daughter of House Tully, raised in the Riverlands, had long been aware of the nefarious deeds of House Greyjoy. However, the Honorable Eddard Stark remained obstinately oblivious to such warnings. Fueled by his unwavering commitment to honor, he insisted on treating Theon Greyjoy, despite his dubious lineage, as an equal to the Stark children. Catelyn understood that persuading her stubborn husband was a futile endeavor, and thus she concealed her unease, quietly observing Theon's every move. As anticipated, this scion of the Iron Islands, although adept at masking his true nature and presenting himself as a paragon of valor and integrity before the Lord of Winterfell, was, in truth, a vain and self-serving individual. She had received numerous complaints about Theon, primarily from taverns and brothels, alleging that he shamelessly exploited the Stark name for his indulgences. Today, after hearing Domeric's words, Catelyn felt a sense of clarity and finally found a reason to again implore her husband. Listen to the voices of the youth of the North, Ned, she urged. Turning to her husband, I have warned you time and again that the Greyjoys are utterly untrustworthy. Their veins run with the blood of thieves and brigands. You must take action and be wary of our possessions being pilfered. Enough, Kate. Eddard's tone grew somber. As a man of honor, he disliked discussing such matters in front of outsiders. Most importantly, he had realized, in a fleeting moment, that he was somewhat swayed by the words of this young man from House Bolton. This was unacceptable. Theon is my ward and has already lost 2 brothers in this war. He too is a victim of its ravages. I made a promise to Balon Greyjoy that Theon would be treated as an equal among the Stark children here in Winterfell. This is a matter of honor and cannot be altered. When it came to honor, Eddard's resolve was unyielding. He concluded with an almost commanding tone, Maester Vayan, escort Lady Catelyn back to her chambers. The discussion of the Greyjoys ends here. We must now attend to more pressing matters. Yes, my lord, Maester Vayan replied, sensing the change in the Duke's demeanor. He hurried to Catelyn's side, mindful that while Eddard Stark was indeed the Lord of Winterfell, the lady from House Tully was not to be trifled with. You are being unreasonable, Ned, Catelyn exclaimed, her azure eyes reflecting both anger and resignation as she gazed at her obstinate husband. She knew him well, though he often heeded her counsel. Once he made a decision, it was as immovable as the ice upon the wall. Nevertheless, with outsiders present, Catelyn maintained her composure. After we conclude our business here, let us share dinner together, Domeric. I shall introduce you to all 5 of the children. Once again extending her goodwill towards Domeric, Catelyn turned and departed with a rhythmic grace, exuding an air of nonchalance. It is my honor, milady. Bowing slightly towards her retreating figure, Domeric averted his gaze, concealing the sharp fangs that were on the verge of revealing themselves. Earlier, his keen sense of smell had been captivated by the scent of blood emanating from Catelyn. Was it due to her lineage? Domeric pondered, though an answer eluded him for the moment. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to savor the exquisite essence of this duchess's blood and subsequently compare it to that of her daughter, who possessed Stark's bloodline, to draw a conclusion. With such thoughts, he momentarily suppressed his primal desires and straightened up, his expression remaining as composed as ever. Let us get straight to the point, Domeric. After Catelyn's departure, Eddard unsheathed the enormous sword strapped to his back and strode to take his seat at the head of the table. He gazed sternly into Domeric's eyes. Commencing the exercise of his guardianship over the North, Lord Roose should have made it abundantly clear to you that the nature of this matter is exceedingly grave. The Bolton family must present a reasonable resolution. Of course, my lord. In response to the public inquiry, Domeric maintained his smile, Rest assured, I have come with the utmost sincerity to resolve this matter appropriately. The Bolton family shall not condone any guilty party who transgresses the law. Chapter 10. Unwarranted Crimes. Part 1. Domeric possessed a handsome visage, which served as his advantage. His exceptional demeanor readily garnered the favor of others, further complemented by a pair of sincere eyes that did not flinch under the Duke's scrutiny, appearing remarkably earnest. The efficiency of House Bolton was consistently commendable. Duke Stark nodded, once again acknowledging their responsible attitude. It must be said that although the power of the Dreadfort in the north was formidable, Lord Roose Bolton had consistently adopted a humble stance before him, conducting affairs with commendable reliability, albeit with some moral shortcomings. Bring them forward. Yes, my lord. The steward Vaon replied softly, stepping out of the guest chamber. Under normal circumstances, such a serious judgment should not occur in the guest room. However, since the Duke had spoken, the steward could only comply. Meanwhile, Robb cast a curious glance at Domeric. He was only aware that his father had instructed him to accompany Steward Vaon to greet the members of House Bolton. Yet he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, the earlier exchange between the two and the Duke's solemn demeanor suggested that the matter at hand was quite serious. The guest chamber fell into a brief silence, with only Bran, standing beside the Duke, timidly gazing at the cruel sigil of the Flayed Man emblazoned on Domeric's chest. Sensing young Stark's gaze, Domeric offered him a benevolent smile, which startled Bran, causing him to shrink back slightly and inch closer to his father. The Duke's eyes, deep and contemplative, turned toward his son, his heart swelling with gratitude for bringing him along this time. A Stark child must not harbor fear towards their vassals. A wolf cub that has not weathered the storm will not mature into a formidable beast. It was evident that Bran still required considerable time and experience to evolve into a worthy Northman. Your Grace, the steward Vaon announced with efficiency, ensuring they did not linger in anticipation for long. As his words echoed, 2 guards from Winterfell entered the chamber, escorting a man. Domeric regarded the newcomer, noting that he resembled his expectations closely, even appearing rather decent. The man, seemingly in his 20s and dressed in the garb of a common farmer, bore faint lines of age etched by the harsh winds of the north. His eyes cast downward, he dared not meet the gaze of anyone present, seemingly fearful of offending the noble lords, which rendered him somewhat timid. His worn boots, still speckled with mud, cautiously tapped on the floor, while his hands remained impeccably clean, suggesting he had washed them before his arrival. After placing him at the center of the room, the guards turned and departed, leaving the man standing awkwardly, seemingly unsure of where to place his feet. Robb observed him with curiosity, pondering how this seemingly honest northern farmer could be entangled with House Bolton. Beside you stands Domeric Bolton, the eldest son of House Bolton Rod. With everything in order, the Duke aptly interjected, Please articulate your grievances to him in full. It was clear that the Duke had met this man prior to Domeric's arrival. Why yes, my Lord Stark. Upon receiving the Duke's permission, the man named Rod dared to lift his head, timidly casting a glance at Domeric. Yet, due to ingrained fear, he refrained from meeting the noble's eyes directly, instead fixating on his chest. Upon glancing up, he was met with the vivid scarlet of the Flayed Man's sigil. The cruel emblem seemed to stir unsettling memories within him, causing beads of cold sweat to form as his throat tightened, leaving him at a loss for words. His reaction was not particularly unique. Domeric had witnessed similar responses in others throughout his past. It must be said that the Bolton sigil was indeed designed to be quite intimidating, adhering to tradition while effectively instilling fear in adversaries and subjects alike. Your name is Rod, is it not? Compared to the stern Duke Stark, Domeric exuded a far gentler demeanor, smiling as he addressed Rod. There is no need for fear. I have already gathered some understanding of this matter prior to my arrival. Your presence here is merely to recount the details. Rest assured, before the just Duke Stark, we shall undoubtedly render you justice, and the wrongdoers shall receive their due punishment. Dominic's voice was gentle yet magnetic, imbued with a persuasive charm. Following his soothing words, a man named Rod licked his parched lips, his eyes slightly reddened, and with a hoarse voice, he slowly began to speak. My lords, I am Rod, a humble farmer. I am uncertain whether I am a subject of Lord Stark or under the dominion of House Bolton. All I know is that on tax days, the banners of the dire wolf and the flayer appear in our village. It was the village elder who informed me that only Lord Stark could grant me justice. So I made my way to Winterfell. Rod's eloquence was lacking, suggesting he had not received much formal education, yet he endeavored to articulate his thoughts. Such circumstances were not uncommon in the North. After all, the harsh conditions meant that merely surviving through farming was a notable achievement, and in some areas, even the village elder could only manage a scant few words, let alone a man of Rod's impoverished background. "Take your time, Rod," Dominic encouraged him, refraining from rushing him, instead offering further reassurance. "According to your account, your home lies at the intersection of Stark and Bolton territories, which is quite normal. Be brave and speak freely." Bolstered by Dominic's encouragement, Rod raised his gaze, coincidentally meeting the kind eyes of the noble young man. Perhaps this seemingly noble and benevolent lord was not akin to those scoundrels. With this thought, the earnest man felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety and mustered the courage to continue. "About half a month ago, I was tending to the fields. According to the village elders, it has been long since the last winter, and we must gather enough provisions before the next winter arrives. The crops were thriving well, and I estimated that in a little over a month, we would have a bountiful harvest." A hint of satisfaction crossed Rod's face as he spoke of his diligent efforts. However, this was fleeting, as a deep terror and panic soon shadowed his eyes. "But just as I was watering the last patch of wheat, I heard screams coming from my house. It was the voice of my wife, Polly. I am certain of it." Rod's demeanor shifted to one of agitation, his breathing quickening, and a sharp note of despair crept into his voice. "Thinking that robbers had invaded my home, I seized a hoe and hurried back, only to see 3 magnificent horses tethered to the fence as I reached the door. I had never seen such fine horses, my lords. Their manes were beautifully groomed, and their backs towered over me. Even the patterns on the saddles were exquisitely detailed. Perhaps I shall never afford such a splendid saddle in my lifetime." As he described the horse's grandeur, Rod's tone grew increasingly anguished and piercing, akin to nails scraping against a smooth floor. "Yet I am fully aware that such splendid horses and saddles are not possessions of mere brigands." Chapter 11. The Unlicensed, Part 2. Rod's voice was soft and deliberate, yet no one dared to interrupt his narration, for even the young Bran had already surmised the impending horrors. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my courage and stepped through the door. He struggled to modulate his tone, aiming for a semblance of control, though it remained tinged with a palpable tension. Upon entering, my gaze was immediately drawn to a man forcefully pinning Polly against the table, accompanied by another man and a woman, who stood by, applauding the despicable act. Polly was 7 months pregnant, her body pressed against the table, her abdomen distorted and blood seeping between her legs. Through the taut skin of her belly, I could discern a vague outline, and I seemed to hear its anguished cries. Rod trembled, yet the fluctuations in his voice betrayed little of his inner turmoil. Dominic understood that he was suppressing his fury. Before him stood the most powerful nobles of the North, any one of whom held sway over his life and the ultimate judgment of this grotesque affair. But the young man who had been applauding moved too swiftly for me to comprehend, knocking me to the ground with a single kick. He then seized my hair, grasped my throat, and forced me down beside the table, compelling the woman nearby to pry my eyes open. "Open your eyes and look at him," he commanded. The whispered words echoed in my ears like a demon rising from the depths of hell. I struggled desperately, but to no avail. His strength was overwhelming. I was compelled to witness the abominable acts that the vile man inflicted upon Polly, who had grown unresponsive by that point. Rod recounted his ordeal in a flat tone, yet his quivering voice seemed to weep blood. But this is not the end. Once everything concluded, that monster bound me, and I watched as he drew a small knife from his pocket, approaching Polly. At this moment, Rod halted, his eyes betraying a profound terror, as if recalling an unspeakably horrifying scene. What did he do? The youthful Rob could no longer contain himself, his voice rising with indignation. As the eldest son of House Stark, he found it unfathomable that such heinous acts could transpire within the North. The Duke of Stark remained silent at his son's impetuous outburst, yet his expression mirrored the same dark gravity. He was acutely aware of Rod's harrowing experiences. Even the battle-hardened Stark Duke found this tale too egregious to bear. Only then did Rod's tone waver slightly. He plunged the knife into Polly's chest and began to skin her alive. "What?" Rob exclaimed, incredulity flooding his azure eyes, before swiftly turning to the quietly standing Dominic beside him. Though he harbored some suspicions in his heart, when Rob actually heard Rod's account of the skinning, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest, and a fierce anger began to spread within him. Rape and skinning. Only one family in the north possessed such a ghastly tradition. I witnessed with my own eyes as he wielded a small knife to slice through Polly's flesh. The eldest son of Stark's extreme reaction did not interrupt Rod, who continued to describe the gruesome act. His movements were practiced, akin to dissecting livestock. Such proficiency could only be achieved through countless repetitions. As I observed his actions, my mind was flooded with tumultuous thoughts. I began to shout in rage, attempting to break free from the bonds that restrained me, yet my efforts were in vain. And that man's actions did not falter for a moment. I felt utterly powerless. Tears seemed to well in Rod's eyes, but he held back his cries. He dared not weep. I could do nothing but watch helplessly as he peeled Polly's skin from her body, and then cut open her belly. A boy, my lords. Perhaps in another decade, he would have grown into a diligent young man of the north, like me, sowing seeds, reaping wheat, and supporting his family. Yet, he would never have the chance to grow up. His eyes were tightly shut, never to utter a cry to this world. Impaled by that man, and left at the threshold for the wind to dry his blood. Stop it, Rod. The scenes Rod described were too gruesome and horrifying for Rob to bear. His eyes were red as he interrupted, feeling a lump in his throat as if he had swallowed a stone. Especially his brother Bran, who, as Rod continued his tale, inched closer to their father, clinging tightly to his thigh. Do you have evidence, Rod? Yet, Rod's accusations were clearly aimed at House Bolton, and for such allegations against a lord, he needed to provide sufficient proof. To be honest, I do not know who they are, my lords. As he spoke of evidence, Rod became visibly anxious but answered honestly. They bore no emblems, and there were no markings on the horses or daggers. The village elder informed me that only House Bolton possesses a tradition of skinning, so I surmised they must belong to them. Oh, and I believe I heard him refer to that foul-smelling man as the Stink Lord, which indeed sounded like something Bolton would do. The Duke nodded, stroking Bran's head, his gaze shifting to the still upright Dominic. Do you recall anything about this Stink Lord, Dominic? Prior to this, he had harbored doubts about Dominic, but after Rod entered, the Duke had dismissed his suspicions. If it were Dominic, Rod would have recognized him at once. Of course, my Lord Stark. Faced with the Duke's inquiry, Dominic did not evade the question. Rather, he answered with remarkable candor. The scoundrel is named Heck, a servant of House Bolton, sent by my father to be the illegitimate son Ramsay's keeper. Frankly, I hold a strong dislike for that fellow. He never bathes and perpetually exudes a foul odor, coupled with a rather unpleasant demeanor. I have advised my father on more than one occasion to dismiss him, for his presence surely corrupts my kind-hearted brother. And it seems I was correct. According to Rod, it indeed appears that Ramsay and the scoundrel are involved in this matter, and the woman in question must be Ramsay's mistress. Demeric's forthrightness rekindled the Duke's goodwill, causing his countenance to relax slightly, and his tone softened. I believe you should send word back to the Dreadfort, summoning Lord Roose Bolton's illegitimate son and his servant to Winterfell for a confrontation with Rod. The heinous acts of murder, skinning, and even the involvement of an unborn child are of grave nature. Should they be found culpable, I shall ensure they receive their due punishment in the name of the North's guardianship. The Duke's words were clear and consistent with the laws of the North, particularly concerning the last decree. Allowing Ramsay to join the Night's Watch instead of facing the death penalty was, for a Duke known for his unyielding sense of justice, remarkably lenient. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Dominic did not dispatch a messenger back to the Dreadfort. Instead, he slightly bowed towards the Duke, his expression becoming heavy and complex. In truth, Ramsay and the scoundrel have already arrived in Winterfell, my Lord Stark. Chapter 12, Unlawful Crimes. And, I do not comprehend what you mean by having already arrived in Winterfell, Dominic. The Duke, having found favor in Demeric's honesty and straightforwardness, was now perplexed by this sudden, inexplicable statement. As far as I am aware, you brought only 3 knights with you this time, one of whom, upon entering the city, proceeded directly to the Godswood, Ser Wyleswoad. Are you implying that the other 2 knights are Ramsay and the scoundrel? His expression returned to one of severity as he regarded Dominic, seemingly issuing a warning. I must remind you, if Lord Bolton intends to have others take the blame for their misdeeds, such a notion is utterly unfeasible. The laws of the North do not permit this, nor does the honor of House Stark allow for compromise. The Duke's tone was grave, even beginning to refer to Roose Bolton as Lord Bolton, rather than simply Lord Roose, indicating his stance. Certainly not, my Lord Stark. Dominic chose not to immediately clarify, but instead spoke earnestly. First and foremost, I must assert that House Bolton fully supports the Lord's dominion and will spare no effort in aiding you to bring the culprits to justice. However, before surrendering the offenders, I have a query. Speak freely. The Duke nodded in agreement. With permission granted, Dominic stepped forward to stand before Rod, his expression grave as he locked eyes with him. Although I cannot fully empathize with your plight, Rod, your experiences evoke in me profound sympathy. However, I must inquire, if Rams and that scoundrel truly inflicted such heinous acts upon you, how did you manage to survive? Forgive my candor, yet it is a notion that I find difficult to fathom, given the despicable nature of that scoundrel's methods. It seems improbable that only a single witness would remain to tell the tale. Can you illuminate my confusion? The question was undeniably piercing, drawing puzzled glances from both Robb and Duke Stark. While there was a collective sympathy for the Northerners' ordeal, it was clear that silencing Rod would be a mere afterthought, given the gravity of the atrocities committed against him. They certainly did not spare me, my lord. In response to Dominic's inquiry, Rod first managed a grim smile, revealing hints of crimson between his white teeth. He then took 2 steps forward, positioning himself in the center of the hall, facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone present. With unwavering resolve, Rod grasped the front of his garment and forcefully tore it open. A gasp of astonishment reverberated through the chamber as the crowd beheld the grotesque scar that marred his chest. The wound appeared to have received little in the way of proper care, now festering and decaying, pus mingling with blood and oozing forth, having been restrained only by the thickness of his clothing. With his skin now exposed, a foul stench of decay began to permeate the air. They certainly did not spare me, my lords. Rod's voice, though initially steady, began to waver, rising in pitch, yet still resonating with a haunting sorrow. Before they departed, one of them thrust a long sword through my chest. Had it not been for the villagers hearing the commotion and coming to my aid, I suspect they would have flayed my skin as well. They fled, yet they did not anticipate that the sword meant to pierce my heart. Fortuitously missed due to the fact that my heart is naturally positioned on the right side. Perhaps this is the old god's favor, allowing me to retain my life to testify against those wretched fiends and their vile deeds. You require evidence, my lords. This is evidence. In front of all, Rod pointed to the ghastly scar on his chest. His voice, though soft, brimmed with strength, an embodiment of his yearning for justice and his quest for fairness. This man had endured such grievous injuries. The eyes of everyone, including the Duke, began to reflect shock and admiration. The pain and torment he had withstood demanded an extraordinary fortitude to persevere. Especially Duke Stark, a seasoned veteran who has endured countless battles, has faced many injuries throughout his life, yet none as terrifying as this. He understands well that the most excruciating pain is not the moment when the blade rends flesh, but rather the torment of exposed flesh, left untreated and left to decay in the air, watching helplessly as it deteriorates day by day, ultimately becoming a mass of putrefaction that slowly siphons away one's despair. Quickly tend to his wounds, Master Vaon, the Duke commanded, steadying his somewhat rapid breaths. Master Vaon took a few hurried steps forward, but was met with a resolute rejection before he could reach Rod. No, my lord. His gaze unwavering, he bravely declined the Duke's kind offer. Perhaps for Rod, the anguish of physical decay paled in comparison to the heartache of losing his family and the impotence he felt as he watched them suffer. The guilt was a constant assault on his soul. I do not want any treatment, at least not now. This earnest northern man, who typically dared not raise his eyes to the noble lords, boldly cried out. Just now, Lord Demiric said the murderer has arrived in Winterfell. I wish to see them. I want to look into their eyes and question them about why they have treated my Lily and my son in such a manner. We toil tirelessly, pay our taxes on time, and strive to prepare for the harsh winter. I swear to the old gods, my Lord Stark, that the grain my family contributes each season is indeed the most from the entire village. In your eyes, we may seem like insignificant figures, and I would bow my head to lick their boots if it were required of me. I swear I would do that, but they never afforded me that opportunity, my lord. Rod's emotions were clearly escalating, yet as his blood surged, droplets continued to seep from his wound, staining his ample cloak. It was then that others noticed the fabric had already been soaked through with blood. Enough, Rod. Facing the agitated man, the Duke felt a pang of sympathy, though his expression remained solemn. Stay calm. Did not Demiric say he has brought them here? If your wounds worsen, you may not get the chance to confront the murderer. He then turned his gaze to Demiric. Since you assert that the 2 culprits have arrived, Bring them forth immediately, so that they may face Rod and answer for their actions. His condition cannot hold much longer. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Of course, my lord. At the Duke's urging, Dameric nodded, though his expression grew increasingly complex, as if reflecting on the realization that he had underestimated his father's determination and decisiveness. It seems my father was right. I am still too young. Kindness and compassion are not effective methods for governing a territory. However, I must apologize, Rod. With that, Doric inclined his head slightly towards Rod, his tone tinged with regret. Though I have brought the people, you may find it difficult to directly question their thoughts. Chapter 13. The Source of Evil Achew. At Terror Castle, Count Burden sneezed while indulging in a lamb chop, sending bits of the half-chewed meat scattering across the table. Is winter approaching? Lord Rusperton tightened his clothing, only to realize that the temperature seemed unchanged. The last winter had occurred many years ago, and according to the well-informed scholars, the next winter would likely be some time in coming. A winter absent for so long would surely be harsh. As the Count of Terror Castle, Rusperton was acutely aware of this. Yet winter's arrival also signified the emergence of opportunities. Over the years, the harvest within his domain had been bountiful, allowing him to amass a significant stockpile of grain, far exceeding that of other lords. Without a doubt, the stores in Winterfell could not compare to those at Terror Castle. All of this was attributable to Count Burden's exceedingly draconian tax policies. The survival of the common folk was of no concern to him. All he desired was to recruit as many soldiers as possible after enduring the harsh winter. In Westeros, it is customary that winter and often heralds the onset of war. While this is not entirely accurate, Lord Rusperton would always prepare thoroughly, seizing every opportunity to elevate his family's status. Even if war were to be averted, possessing an abundance of grain would still confer certain advantages upon Terror Castle. Forgive me, my lady, you cannot simply intrude. The Lord is dining, and your presence will disturb him. The commotion outside interrupted the serene moment of the Count's meal. Let her in, Ryan. Observing the chaos on the table, Lord Rusperton's expression remained impassive, yet his appetite had vanished, prompting him to raise his voice. At his command, the door swung open, and a woman entered, escorted by the guards. No, my lord. The knight named Ryan apologized cautiously, fearful of inciting the Count's notorious wrath. You may leave, Lord Rusperton said, his eyelids lifting slightly, his thin lips pressing together, his voice soft yet resolute. Ryan, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and exited the room. Once he departed, the Count finally turned his gaze to the woman before him, his tone still flat. What brings you here? Have you spent the 50 gold dragons so soon? In response to the Count's inquiry, the woman appeared somewhat anxious, her previously haughty demeanor fading. She was in her 30s, possessing an attractive figure and above-average looks for the north, though a cloud of somberness lingered in her brow, and a mole at the corner of her mouth lent her a somewhat audacious air. I have come in search of Ramsay, my lord. Before the Count, she dared not be impertinent. Her tone was exceedingly gentle, even quieter than his. Ramsay is not here with me. I had assumed he had returned home. Though she was acutely aware that Ramsay may have met with misfortune, Lord Lu had no intention of divulging this to the woman. Dameric had exhibited a remarkably resolute attitude and methods. The fate of a bastard was of little consequence, even if this illegitimate child bore a striking resemblance to him. He had been missing for several days, neither returning home nor providing even the slightest tidings. In stark contrast to Lord Lu's composure, the woman appeared increasingly distressed. Despite Ramsay being a bastard, he remained her sole son and her only hope for transcending her class. As the wife of a farmer, she felt immensely fortunate to have caught the Earl's eye over a decade ago. Though she had endured a challenging period in the past, with her husband's support, they had resolved to seize this rare opportunity. Might you send someone to search for him? After all, he is your son. The north is vast. If any misfortune has befallen him, it would be prudent to search in the Terror Fortress. I have heard that his last known appearance was on his way to visit Dameric, and the foul man's corpse was discovered in a ditch. Silence. Lord Lu interjected coldly, his tone laced with ice. Stow your filthy thoughts, woman. This matter has nothing to do with Dameric. Ramsay has merely fled in fear of punishment. I do not comprehend your meaning. The Count's words ignited a flicker of panic in the woman's eyes. After all, she was acutely aware of Ramsay's nature. As his mother, she knew all too well the inherent flaws stemming from the Bolton lineage, which were perfectly mirrored in Ramsay. Were it not for her husband's vigilant oversight, she too might have fallen victim to his malevolence. In this regard, Ramsay was indeed his father's son in the most literal sense. Observing the flustered woman, Lord Lew felt a surge of irritation, yet his expression remained unchanged. Your parenting has been a dismal failure, fool. Ramsay stands accused of the heinous crime of raping a farmer's wife and murdering their unborn child. The matter has already reached Winterfell, and Duke Eddard Stark has personally written to me regarding this incident. That fellow is as foolish as you. While it may have been tolerable for him to wreak havoc within the Bolton lands, he has now audaciously meddled in Stark territory. Duke Stark is a fair and honorable lord. Should Ramsay fall into his grasp, his best outcome would be to don a cloak and guard the wall. Each of Lord Lew's words struck the woman like a heavy hammer, leaving her in a state of profound shock. Observing the woman in a state of sheer panic, Count Lusborough slowly rose and issued an eviction order. From this day forth, you shall no longer set foot in the Castle of Terror. Furthermore, should I hear the name Domalik escape your lips again, I shall flay both you and that foolish man of yours, displaying your skins at the highest point of the castle. The Count's demeanor was resolute, leaving the woman, who had intended to voice her thoughts, to swallow her words in silence as she turned and departed, swaying her ample form. Reflecting on his earlier decision to exercise the right of the first night, Lusborough gazed at the woman's graceful silhouette, licking his thin lips. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over desire. Perhaps the product of a violent conception, coupled with the primitive and savage bloodline of the Broughton family, Ram's inherent flaws surpassed those of his father. Nevertheless, it was hoped that Domalik had managed the situation effectively, was it not? In Winterfell, the Duke and others formed a circle, gazing at the decaying remains of a headless body, the stench overwhelming. Struggling against the urge to retch, he shielded his young son Bran's eyes. While he wished for the boy to witness the world's cruelty, this scene was undeniably too harsh. Turning to Domalik, who stood at a distance, seemingly unwilling to behold such brutalities, the Duke voiced the collective question in their hearts. Are you implying that this fellow is the infamous scoundrel? Chapter 14. A good man. Upon hearing the Duke's inquiry, Domalik furrowed his brow and reluctantly approached. Coughing, he produced a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth and nose, though its vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, was rather conspicuous. Taking a few steps closer, he cast a glance at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground, only to quickly divert his gaze, unable to endure the sight of such savagery. Indeed, he was a kind-hearted young man. Observing the nuances of his movements, the Duke felt a renewed sense of admiration for him. Historically, the Broughton family had proven to be reliable allies and vassals, yet their ruthless nature had always been a source of discomfort. However, once the Broughton banner of the Skinning Man entered the south, events began to spiral uncontrollably. As victors, the Broughton forces swept through like locusts, committing unspeakable atrocities. With even Lusborough himself leading the charge in rape and murder, sparing none, not even the lands of many allied families. Consequently, Aidan confronted Lusborough directly, but received the chilling response, "My soldiers require spoils. It is not the northern folk who suffer." Most absurdly, as the war neared its conclusion, this man had the audacity to suggest to Robert Baratheon the execution of the valiant Ser Barristan Selmy upon the battlefield. Who was Barristan Selmy? A living legend, an idol in the hearts of knights across Westeros. Had Robb truly succumbed to a moment of folly and heeded Loras's counsel, one can scarcely imagine the formidable resistance his dear friend and newly anointed king would face. Thus, Loras Bolton left a cruel and deranged impression in the Duke's mind. However, from his brief encounter with Domeric, the sole heir of House Bolton, it became evident that he was a kind-hearted and honorable young nobleman. Although his demeanor towards Greyjoy was less than amiable, this merely reflected the sentiments of the northern aristocracy and held little significance. Perhaps it would be prudent for Robb to engage with him more frequently. Observing his firstborn, who shared a similar aversion to malevolence, the Duke contemplated this notion. At least for the moment, Domeric's character sharply contrasted with that of Loras Bolton, exhibiting decorum in both speech and action, appearing utterly trustworthy, and potentially serving as an indispensable ally to House Stark in the future. Unbeknownst to Domeric, the Duke's mind was awash with such thoughts. He merely sought to present a commendable image before the Starks. After all, while he harbored an interest in the Duchess's bloodline, it would be unseemly to express this openly to Lord Stark. Some matters are best conducted in the shadows. Clearing his throat, Domeric seemed momentarily overwhelmed by a noxious odor. His eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears, Despite the difficulty in discerning details, I could still vaguely recognize the half-eaten visage and the stench emanating from it. Why not summon the individual in question for identification, Lord Stark? Surely, Rod could identify his adversary. The Duke pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement and turning to the honest man standing nearby, whose form swayed slightly, and inquired with concern, "Rod, can you endure this?" "I am capable, my lord," the northern man replied earnestly, taking a faltering yet resolute step forward. As he approached, the grotesque sight of the half-eaten face struck him, causing Rod's breath to catch in his throat. Even as he struggled to regain composure, Rod tightly closed his eyes, his already pallid lips growing impossibly ashen. I shall never forget that face. Upon confirming the identity of the wretch, the expressions of all present softened somewhat. This at least indicated that House Bolton had not sought to shift blame, but had genuinely surrendered the perpetrator, albeit in a diminished state. Was he not a servant of House Bolton? How did he become like this? The Duke pondered, perplexed. In response, Domeric offered an awkward smile to the assembly, then hesitantly elucidated, "It was my father. Upon reading your letter detailing the wretch's actions, he became incensed, denouncing the man as both vile and foolish, and lamenting that he had corrupted the inherently good Ramsay. In a fit of rage, my father commanded Ser Warden to cast the wretch into the dog kennel, where the hounds had not been fed for 5 days. Domeric ceased his discourse, yet the Duke had already surmised the unfortunate fate of the scoundrel. It sounded like the handiwork of Earl Luss. He nodded in agreement with Domeric's explanation. Although such a punishment did not adhere to protocol for the Earl of Terror Castle, executing a servant who had grievously transgressed the law would hardly provoke the Duke's concern over the method of execution, even if he were obstinate. It indeed appeared rather cruel. And what of the murderer? Where was that bastard son, Rams? The Duke refrained from inquiring further into the details and instead instructed Steward Vian to arrange for the removal of the scoundrel's remains, while also seeking information regarding Ram's whereabouts. After all, Bran was still young, and it was imperative to shield him from enduring psychological scars. Upon hearing this, Domeric let out a sigh, tinged with melancholy and regret. He tucked away the handkerchief emblazoned with the Skinner's family crest into his bosom, and the corners of his eyes glistened with tears. His slender fingers, seemingly drained of color, tightened imperceptibly, rendering them even more pallid. "Bring forth the box," he uttered, and this brief command seemed to sap him of all vigor, causing him to sway as if he could scarcely maintain his footing. 2 knights of the Bolton family exchanged glances and, with a nod, exited the parlor. "I once implored my father," Domeric murmured incessantly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet perfectly audible to all present. "Rams is inherently good-natured. I know this. He is innocent, vivacious, and kind-hearted. Ever since I brought him back to the Bolton household, he has been utterly devoted to me, always finding ways to tend to my well-being. About half a year ago, he even prepared a bowl of broth for me." As he spoke, Domeric retrieved the handkerchief once more to wipe away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes, casually brushing away a droplet of saliva that had escaped his lips. At that moment, the 2 knights re-entered the parlor, carrying a rectangular box and placing it in the center. Upon sighting the box, Domeric hastened forward, leaning over it and wailing as if the very heavens had conspired against him. Concurrently, an invisible vibration began to emanate from his vicinity, stirring the emotions of all present, as if he had become the focal point of the room. Coupled with his innocent visage and demeanor, this evoked a profound sympathy in the hearts of the onlookers. "Rams, my dear brother, although I fell gravely ill after consuming your broth, nearly succumbing to it, I still yearn for you to prepare another bowl for me with your own hands. It is all that wretched scoundrel's fault. If not for him, how could you have ended up in this state?" Domeric's anguished lamentations caused involuntary twitches at the corners of many mouths. The heir of the Bolton family had previously suffered from a severe illness, news of which had spread throughout the north. Now, upon hearing his cries, it was evident to all the assembled that they could surmise the cause of his distress. It is most likely the wicked, illegitimate child who has committed this foolish act, aiming to eliminate Domeric and thereby become the sole heir of Lord Roose Bolton, securing his claim to inheritance. Yet, in his naivety, he does not suspect that his ailment was caused by his brother. What a kind young man he is. Chapter 15. The Skinning Punishment. Do not weep, Domeric. The Duke stepped forward, unable to bear revealing the truth to the innocent Domeric, opting instead to pat his back with a gentle patience. This young man from House Bolton, only slightly older than Robb, is astonishingly virtuous and upright. Even if one were to claim he is a Stark, the Duke might find reason to believe it. Is that the illegitimate son named Ramsay within? Through Dameric's actions, the Duke had already surmised what the box contained. Indeed, my Lord Stark. Dameric, leaning over the box, twitched his nostrils as if still sobbing. Although Ramsay's blood had long been drained, the stains upon the corpse still emitted a lingering scent that proved difficult to resist. Can we open it to take a look? Despite Dameric's reaction having convinced the Duke to a significant extent, he chose to confirm further out of caution. After all, given Roose Bolton's character, it was not beyond him to conceal an illegitimate child and find someone to take the blame. Very well, Dameric wept, pressing his handkerchief bearing the skinning man's sigil to his nose. He grasped the wooden plank, turning his head aside, unwilling to behold the icy remains of his brother. I once tried to dissuade father, he repeated, seemingly plagued by guilt for not being able to persuade him. Under the gaze of all present, the wooden plank covering the box was gradually lifted. Hiss! Ah! An exclamation pierced the air, sharp and high-pitched. The Duke instinctively reacted, firmly grasping his son's arm and pulling him aside, only to find Bran staring vacantly, emitting continuous screams as if rendered senseless by terror. Bran! Bran! In a state of frantic urgency, Eddard began to call his son's name, filled with regret for having brought him out today. How could a child of less than 10 be subjected to such a brutal and horrifying spectacle? Just moments ago, he had confidently assured Bran that House Bolton had abandoned such traditions centuries ago, yet the slap of reality came far too swiftly. Wake up! In the midst of shock, Robb regained his senses and, in a moment of desperation, struck Bran on the head. The frightened Bran finally ceased his screaming, though his eyes remained devoid of life. Take Bran back to the room. Let Maester Luwin find a way to help him. Once we have resolved the matters here, I shall return to see him. Though deeply concerned for his son's mental state, the Duke remained remarkably rational, aware that the immediate priority was to remove Bran from this place, preventing him from witnessing the contents of the box. The steward, Vaon, fought against the nausea rising within him, hastily carrying Bran out towards the guest room. His hurried steps clearly betrayed his impatience, as if he too wished to depart this unsettling environment. If a man of his age could feel such distress, one could only imagine how it affected young Bran, barely 9. My sincerest apologies, Lord Stark, he murmured, and once the two had exited, Dameric seemed to regain his composure, standing beside the Duke with his hands clasped around his arm, filled with remorse. It was my insensitivity that failed to consider young Master Bran's feelings. Truth be told, I was equally terrified upon my first encounter with this. Had it not been for my father forcibly holding my head to witness and incessantly whispering about the traditions of House Bolton that could not be forsaken, I would have struggled to cope with such a scene. By the way, I have heard that the old gods possess restorative powers for the soul. Perhaps we could have the Maester take him to the sacred grove, which might aid in his gradual recovery. Dameric's gaze was earnest, his demeanor genuine. Although the Duke felt a surge of anger, he chose to accept Dameric's reasoning. We shall address this matter later. His expression returned to seriousness, his voice deepening as he gestured towards the box. I shall inquire once more. Are you certain this creature is Ramsay? Certainly, my Lord Stark, Dameric replied, nodding earnestly. At least, that is what my father informed me. I vehemently advised against it. I swear by the gods, both old and new, that such traditions are exceedingly cruel. His sorrowful eyes revealed a flicker of compassion. However, my father has never heeded my counsel, for he is the Earl of House Bolton. The traditions of House Bolton must not be abandoned. Those who have committed crimes deserve the punishment of flaying. If our ancestors allowed it to escape, then it is to be reclaimed by me, he declared. Observing the Duke's increasingly grim countenance, Dameric felt a surge of elation, only for his expression to shift suddenly, as if recalling something vital. He hastily clarified, the talk of traditions is merely casual banter, after all. You are aware that for many years, this is the first time House Bolton has flayed another. It is indeed unfortunate that Ramsay fell prey to temptation and met his demise so foolishly. Yet rest assured, I am the heir of the Dreadfort. Should my father stubbornly insist on reviving the tradition, once I inherit the title, I shall abolish it immediately and ensure it is never passed on to my offspring. Enough. Dameric. As Dameric continued to exonerate Roose Bolton, the Duke's expression darkened further. Long before Robert's rebellion, House Bolton had flayed many enemies in the south, a fact the Duke was acutely aware of, though Domeric remained blissfully ignorant. However, during that tumultuous period of warfare, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Over the years, Lucius Bolton had not transgressed again. Yet now, he harbored the audacious desire to revive the gruesome tradition of flaying and was even contemplating putting it into practice, perhaps even using his own illegitimate son as the inaugural victim. What was he scheming? What did the Bolton family intend? It is imperative to remember that the tradition of flaying was forsaken by the Boltons when they submitted to House Stark. Reflecting on Lucius Bolton's demeanor towards him throughout these years, Duke Stark was profoundly astonished. A lord with such ambition could outwardly maintain an impenetrable faade. This could not stand. A countermeasure must be devised, lest the North face the peril of fragmentation. As the Duke furrowed his brow, grappling with strategies, the striking visage of Domeric suddenly entered his mind. Gazing into the innocent and benevolent eyes of the young Bolton heir, memories of the intelligence he had previously heard about Domeric, combined with his conduct since arriving in Winterfell, sparked a bold notion in Eddard's mind. Perhaps this young man could alter the Bolton family's inherent malevolence. Chapter 16. The Vanished One Rod. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, Duke Stark, without glancing back, urged, "Come and take a look. Although it may now be unrecognizable, it is prudent to confirm once more." In truth, the events had reached a point where an end could be declared. After all, a corpse stripped of its skin was inherently devoid of identity. Only those intimately familiar with the individual could discern the truth through subtle details. Yet, given that nearly all those acquainted with him were from the Dreadfort, should Lucius Bolton assert that this was indeed the corpse of Ramsay Snow, then whether or not this illegitimate son was alive, the name Ramsay Snow would be eternally erased from the North. Nevertheless, driven by his sense of honor, the Duke felt compelled to provide an account for the victim. Thus, regardless of the true identity of the corpse, it necessitated confirmation from Rod himself. Only with Rod's acknowledgement that this was the killer's body could the Duke uphold his own unwavering sense of justice and honor. However, his calls received no response. Rod. Duke Stark's brow furrowed, his expression growing even more solemn. Turning around, he discovered that only Robb and Domeric remained in the guest chamber. The simple-minded Northman had seemingly vanished. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small pool of congealing blood where Rod had once stood, and a series of darkening footprints leading from the guest room outward. "Did you see when he departed?" "No, father. No, my Lord Stark." Robb and Domeric exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, indicating that they had no knowledge of Rod's departure. The scene was somewhat chaotic, with everyone's attention fixated on the corpse and Bran, leaving little regard for the actions of an ordinary farmer. "Daimon, Quint." At the sound of his mildly irate summons, 2 guards from Winterfell hastily entered the parlor. "What has transpired, my lord?" Observing their bewildered expressions, the Duke's countenance darkened. "Rod, the farmer who came to complain, have you seen him exit?" "Indeed, my lord, one knight stepped forward, approximately 10 minutes ago. He left the parlor and headed towards the outskirts of the castle." "You allowed a stranger to leave the fortress unimpeded?" The Duke's voice was laced with both anger and disbelief. These were his most elite knights, yet their carelessness was shocking, a blatant disregard for discipline. "It is our fault, my lord." Acknowledging the Duke's rising ire, the knight readily admitted their oversight. Though the Duke of Winterfell perpetually maintained a serious demeanor, he rarely displayed anger and was generally quite lenient towards his guards and knights. "The farmer claimed that matters had been appropriately addressed and that you instructed him to depart, which is why we did not intervene. He appeared to be in poor condition, but when I inquired if he required treatment, he insisted he was fine and fully capable of walking back to his village. Furthermore, at that moment, Master Bran was being carried out by Steward Vaon, and we were preoccupied with escorting them to Maester Luwin. Enough. No further explanations are necessary." While the Duke retained some semblance of composure, young Robb was far more impulsive. He stepped forward and seized one of the guards by the collar, demanding in a fierce tone, "Which direction did he take? That man is in dire condition. He cannot endure this frigid weather for long." Though the guard had watched Robb grow up, he had never witnessed such fury from him and quickly responded with honesty. The anxious Stark heir returned to the table, grasping his longsword, intent on pursuing Rod. Despite being the eldest son of the most powerful family in the North, Robb had matured into a man who would not tolerate injustice under the Duke Stark's guidance. Given the farmer's state, the likelihood of perishing in the wilderness was exceedingly high. Robb's profound sympathy for Rod's plight fueled his determination. As the eldest son of House Stark, he could not abide leaving an injured victim to fend for himself. Robb, observing his eldest son's rash behavior, Duke Stark immediately reprimanded him. "You cannot leave." "But, father," Robb retorted passionately, "you witnessed Rod's injuries with your own eyes. If we permit him to depart, he will scarcely survive. You cannot leave." The Duke repeated once more, his profound gaze fixed intently upon him. Summoning his courage to meet his father's eyes for an extended moment, Robb ultimately felt deflated, rushing to the table to place his sword down, and then dejectedly seated himself upon a stool. "I comprehend your feelings. Roderick's plight indeed merits profound sympathy." As the eldest son regained his composure, the expression on Lord Stark's face softened, and he patiently elucidated, "Yet, the most pressing concern now is Bran. Do not forget, we are a family, and he requires your support." Gazing into his father's deep-set eyes, Robb was reminded of his brother's uncertain condition, yet a lingering unease persisted within him. Hesitantly, he spoke, "But, Roderick, let me go, my Lord Stark." Dominic, who had remained silent until now, interjected earnestly, directing his gaze towards Lord Stark. "This matter is significantly entwined with our Bolton family. Had Ramsay not been swayed by that scoundrel, such harm would not have befallen you and your subjects. As the sole legitimate heir of House Bolton, it is both a matter of duty and sentiment for me to shoulder some responsibility." Dominic's sincere demeanor garnered Lord Stark's approval, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Allow Demons and Quent to accompany you. If Roderick is found, bring him back for treatment. As Lords of the North, it is our responsibility to safeguard our people, ensuring that victims do not suffer further harm." "Yes, my Lord Stark." Dominic nodded, not hastily exiting the guest chamber, but instead approaching Robb, patting him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Robb, I will find Roderick and bring him back. First, go and check on your brother. Remember, family always comes first." With that, Dominic knelt to bid farewell to Lord Stark, donned his thick, ample fur cloak, and departed the chamber accompanied by 2 guards from Winterfell. Chapter 17. The heart of the Forsaken. Outside the eastern gates of Winterfell, a solitary figure trudged through the biting cold winds. The climate of the north is indeed frigid, yet for the men born upon this land, it is a familiar companion. However, the chilling sensation that arose from within his very bones was far less bearable. Roderick understood that his blood was nearing depletion. Tightening the fabric of his winter garb, Roderick raised his gaze toward the eastern horizon, where lay his home, a place known as Longmire. It is said that in the north, only the wheat from their village rises taller than a 10-year-old child. The harvest must be ready. He mused, feeling the sun's warmth, devoid of any true heat, grace his face. A glimmer of hope shone in Roderick's eyes, and his lips began to curve upward. From a young age, Roderick had been a rebellious child. His mother had passed away early, and his father met his end over a decade ago while fighting alongside the Duke in the south. Neglected and untamed, Rod never toiled like his peers, instead spending his days in mischief and brawls with other rascals in the village, dreaming of one day becoming a knight admired by all. It was not until 5 years ago that Rod encountered Polly, who was harvesting wheat. Her skin was fair, unlike the sun-weathered women of the north, and her face appeared untouched by wrinkles or cracks. "I do not favor men who cannot farm," she remarked, observing Rod with a straw dangling from his mouth, casually wielding a wooden sword. Rather than being angered, Polly solemnly declared, "When your wheat surpasses mine in height, I shall marry you." She understood that this dream-chasing scamp had no knowledge of agriculture. As anticipated, Rod laughed heartily and ran away. However, less than a year later, he brought her to the most barren fields of the village. Gazing at the towering wheat that outgrew his own, Polly fell silent. She kept her word, and soon they celebrated their wedding. It was only at the ceremony that Rod learned Polly's father had once been a friend of his own father. "Young man, treat Polly well." His father-in-law, intoxicated and jovial, clapped Rod on the shoulder, resembling an exuberant child. "No more nightly dreams. Had it not been for my fortunate escape, I would have perished alongside your late father in the south. Only with a granary brimming with grain can a child be supported and life hold promise. My farm is yours. Tend to it well." Thus, Rod relinquished his chivalric aspirations and chose the path of a humble farmer. He labored diligently, as if the gift of agriculture flowed through his veins, with each harvest surpassing the last, and their lives growing increasingly prosperous. Yet, Rod knew that to endure the legendary long night and provide for his unborn child, he must strive even harder. But then came a fateful day when winter did not arrive. Instead, a devil descended. Coughing, he felt the cold air invade his nostrils, provoking a scratchy sensation in his throat. Removing his hand that covered his mouth, he noticed the rough palm of a laborer's hand stained crimson. Unfazed, he shook the blood from his hand, tightened his winter clothing, and trudged homeward. The journey to Wheat Village still lay 3 days ahead. The sound of thundering hooves echoed, suggesting more than one horse, a rare occurrence in the sparsely populated north. After all, east of Winterfell, there were no markets. People preferred to huddle in the southern winter towns, where it was warmer and livelier. Rod did not look back. He simply pressed onward, eager to return home and check the ripeness of his wheat. The hoofbeats grew louder, finally stopping beside Rod and splashing a cloud of mud. A young noble clad in furs dismounted and approached him. The young noble did not forcibly obstruct Rod's path. He merely followed at a measured pace. "Come back with me, Rod. You require treatment." "I do not need treatment, my lord." Had it been in the past, Rod would have bowed deeply in deference to such a figure. Yet now, he lacked even the strength to glance back, instinctively pressing onward. "I appreciate your and Lord Stark's efforts in delivering justice for me, but I must return to see if the wheat has ripened." Rod did not question Ramsay's identity. Upon seeing the corpse, he instinctively recognized the repugnant man. Though unidentifiable, he simply knew. That man had suffered the same fate as his wife. It seemed only just. "Return, my lord." Rod trudged forward, his throat rasping from the chilling wind. "It is quite harsh outside. A person of your esteemed stature should not endure such hardship on my account." Domeric offered no reply, nor did he halt, patiently accompanying him. "Tell me, Rod," he inquired solemnly, "do you wish to live? If you accept, I can render you healthier and stronger than before. I could even knight you." Domeric's voice was unwavering. He was not jesting. At the mention of knighthood, Rod's eyelids flickered, yet he remained silent, continuing to move forward without any intention of stopping. "I understand," Domeric nodded, removing his own fur cloak and draping it over Rod's shoulders before turning back to mount his steed. "Are we not taking him back, my lord?" Sir Demons asked, puzzled. "No," Domeric replied, gazing at Rod's retreating figure while gently stroking his horse's mane. "He does not belong here." With that, he pulled the reins and directed his horse back along the path they had come. "Thank you, my lord." The solitary man from the north touched the fur cloak draped around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He stepped forward, only to be tripped by an unseen force. Tumbling onto the soft grass, a snowflake drifted down, landing on Rod's eyelid and obscuring his view of home. The northern man lay upon the ground, the expansive fur cloak shielding him from much of the snowfall, imparting a warmth akin to that of home. As his eyelids grew heavier, Rod exhaled his final breath, murmuring, it's snowing, gently manipulating the snowflakes with his fingertips. Domeric inhaled deeply. In the frigid north, snowfall was not uncommon even outside of winter. Perhaps it would cease by morning. He clearly heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground behind him, yet he did not turn back. Rod's heart had already perished. Reviving him would yield nothing but a lifeless shell. What a wretched world this is. With a cold huff from his nostrils, Domeric gazed impassively ahead at the towering, majestic ancient city, said to have stood for 8 millennia. He gently patted his steed, shaking off the snowflakes that had settled upon its back. Your suffering has come to an end, Rod. Yet, my journey has only just begun. Chapter 18. The Shameless One's Winterfell town, nestled adjacent to Winterfell and ranking among the North's largest settlements alongside White Harbor and the Barrowlands, boasted a modest populace of around 4,000 to 5,000, as the autumn had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, Winterfell town was still livelier than the Stark ancestral castle, offering several inns, taverns, and a multitude of semi-professional courtesans. As he trudged through the muddy streets, mud splattered against his calves with each step. The countenance of Theon Greyjoy was far from pleasant, his pace markedly quicker than usual. As the adopted son of the Duke of Stark, he found himself in a most awkward position within Winterfell. The servants referred to him as Lord Theon, yet their eyes betrayed little respect, and the knights often spoke boldly of their battlefield exploits in his presence, recounting tales of how they valiantly felled foes and severed the heads of the Ironborn. Theon could not counter their claims, for he was aware that most of what they spoke was indeed factual. Yet, this only fueled his indignation further. As the sole son of Balon Greyjoy, he had been sent to the victorious Stark household as a ward, effectively a hostage. Although the stubborn Duke of Winterfell insisted on treating him as one of his own children, the attitude of the Northmen served as a constant reminder to Theon that he was regarded as a despicable, loathsome Greyjoy, breathing into his hands to warm them. Theon once again felt an intense loathing for the cold of the north. Despite having resided here for nearly a decade and making every effort to assimilate into this unfamiliar territory, the blood coursing through his veins seemed to instinctively rebel against it. At last, he arrived at his destination, the Smoking Wood Tavern. Upon seeing the crooked letters of the sign, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Theon's mouth. A hint of disdain for these uncultured Northmen, yet it did not impede his swift entry through the door. The tavern was bustling, a rarity in the sparsely populated north. "Kyla, bring me 2 mugs of the finest ale, and make sure it's unwatered." He strode in with the boldness characteristic of the Northman, deliberately roughening his voice. And a large platter of roasted venison. His grand entrance drew attention, and the tavern owner, eagerly peered toward the door at the arrival of a guest. However, upon recognizing Theon's face, his smile instantly froze, and his steps faltered, discreetly restraining the serving girl who had moved forward to greet him. Seating himself in a chosen spot, yet finding no one to attend to him, Theon turned his head in dissatisfaction and bellowed, "Kira, Kira." The serving girl, hearing Theon's incessant calls, hesitated while glancing at her employer, but her arm remained firmly grasped. "Take the drinks to that table," the man commanded. Voss cast a warning glance at the serving girl, then placed 2 cups filled with meat upon a tray and approached Theon. "Get out of my way, Voss." Theon, already brimming with irritation at the absence of Kira, snapped back with a tone lacking in civility. "Fetch Kira to attend to me." "Oh, dear Master Theon." Though he held a disdain for the pompous man, Voss plastered on a cordial smile, responding in an exaggerated tone, "Of course, if you would be so kind as to settle your previous debts, I could fetch Kira to personally attend to your needs." "What do you say?" Voss's loud voice caught the attention of several patrons. Theon's reputation in Wintertown was far from favorable, as he had a penchant for running up debts, a fact known to many. However, due to his noble lineage, they merely regarded the scene with a sense of amusement. "You money-grubbing scoundrel." Voss's reaction left Theon feeling humiliated. He slammed his hand upon the table and rose to his feet. "I am the foster son of House Stark. Do you truly believe I would owe you such a trifling sum? Bring me my ale and meat." After a long journey back to Winterfell, Theon had hoped for a hearty meal, yet he found himself unexpectedly frustrated. Were it not for necessity, he would not have wished to impose so shamelessly. However, as a nobleman, Theon was still mindful of his dignity. His tone remained assertive, though he refrained from insisting on Kira's service, merely requesting ale and meat. Despite this, Voss continued to stand silently, staring intently at him with no intention of fetching food. His smile vanished. After all, he ran a tavern, not a shelter. Considering his connection to House Stark, allowing this freeloader to accrue so many debts was already generous. Voss resolved not to give Theon any further leniency. If necessary, he would escalate the matter to the Duke of Stark, who, valuing honor, might even settle the debts in full. As Voss's steadfastness became evident, Theon felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him, his face alternating between crimson and pallor, as if everyone was mocking him. That wretched fool. "Bring me my food at once." Having bottled up his fury in Winterfell, he was taken aback that even a lowly commoner dared to show him disrespect. Infuriated, Theon slammed the table once more, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, glaring menacingly at Voss. Observing the serious expression on Theon's face, along with the blade of his sword unsheathed several centimeters, Voss was incensed. He immediately seized a scythe from the long counter and pointed it at Theon, exclaiming, "Get out of here, Greyjoy." The men of the North are not as easily bullied as the common folk in other regions. If pushed to the brink, even a king must take up arms against you. How dare a Greyjoy flaunt his prowess in the North? With a leader emerging, the onlookers, eager for excitement, began to rise and encircle the scene, including 2 Stark knights clad in armor, their chests emblazoned with the sigil of the dire wolf. "Get out, Greyjoy! Get out, Greyjoy!" Theon's actions incited fury, and the men demonstrated what it meant to embody the unity of the North, their roars nearly lifting the roof of the tavern. Unexpectedly, as the situation escalated, Theon found himself in a state of panic, confronted by the fierce demeanor of the northern men. In a moment of desperation, he drew his sword, aiming it at Voss, poised to strike. "Stop it, you fool." Just as matters were about to spiral further, a familiar voice rang in Theon's ear. Before he could react, a powerful fist struck the back of his head. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, He found his sword inexplicably slipped from his grasp. Turning to face his assailant, he was met by a lean, brown-haired man wielding the sword, while with his other hand, he grasped Theon's collar, pinning him against the wall. Chapter 19. The bastard, have you lost your mind? You imbecile. The lean man, of similar height to Theon but possessing far superior strength, held him firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. Both were clad in identical leather armor, appearing almost as brothers. Jon. Theon, gazing at the man before him, noted the striking resemblance to the Stark Lord, with matching gray eyes glaring intensely at him, as if issuing a warning. It was then that Theon realized the foolishness of his earlier actions, and, in a flurry of flailing limbs, stammered, "I just wanted something to eat." Wanting to eat does not justify drawing a sword. Jon, visibly enraged, maintained his grip on Theon's collar, challenging him with a piercing gaze. "Our swords are drawn only against enemies, not the people of Stark. And weren't you supposed to report back to the Lord at the castle? Did the guest chamber refuse to provide you food, compelling you to come here instead?" Theon hesitated, struggling to explain. But his expression suddenly shifted as his gaze drifted over Jon's shoulder, and he spotted a familiar figure entering the tavern. Well, what a lively scene. As Domeric stepped into the tavern, the cacophony of chaos elicited a remark of astonishment from him. Although accustomed to the fierce demeanor of the north, he was reminded that this was the vicinity of Winterfell, a place of great significance. Especially, "Hey, Greyjoy, you don't look well. Do you need assistance?" Domeric smiled and gestured to Theon, yet he showed no inclination to offer help. "Damn Bolton." Theon seethed, his gaze fixed on the architect of his misfortune. Were it not for this man, he would have been indulging in the lavish feast of House Stark in the guest chamber, rather than descending to this pitiful state. "Bolton." Upon hearing Theon's muted exclamation of ire, Jon loosened his collar and turned in curiosity, catching sight of Domeric's imposing figure. "Bolton. It's indeed a Bolton." The notorious sigil of the Flayer boldly entered the room, causing all present to cast wary or fearful glances toward Domeric. The reputation of House Bolton loomed large, though not one of honor. It commanded attention wherever they went. "Do not regard me so. Carry on," Domeric remarked, unfazed by their stares. He calmly found a seat and waved to a maid cowering in the corner. "Please bring me a glass of wine, my lady." As he spoke, he extracted a silver stag from his breast, his fingers deftly flicking it onto the plate held by Kyra. Such generosity. Domeric's lavishness caught Voss off guard, and coupled with his handsome visage, it made him momentarily forget his trepidation regarding the Flayer. "What are you still standing there for?" Voss admonished Kyra, careful to place the sickle down lest he frighten away their magnanimous guest. "Hurry and fetch the wine. Do not keep our guest waiting." But, Kyra stammered, still reeling from the earlier chaos and reluctant to be thrust into service. "We have no wine, Mr. Voss. Only ale, mead, and beer, most of which is diluted." Silence. Realizing the maid had inadvertently revealed a commercial secret, Voss quickly covered her mouth, chuckling nervously as he explained, "Kyra must be flustered. She speaks nonsense. Everyone in the north knows that the ale at my tavern is genuine and of the finest quality, never watered down." His reassurances did not garner consensus. Yet no one departed. They simply returned to their seats, as if the earlier altercation had never transpired. After all, in the rugged north, such conflicts were commonplace. The absence of violence was a notable restraint. Moreover, Voss's claim bore some merit. If one were to scrutinize, which tavern in Winterfell did not dilute their drinks? People frequented his establishment precisely because he diluted the least. "Then bring me a glass of undiluted ale, proprietor," Domeric commanded, choosing not to press the issue further. Having just bid farewell to a man beset by tragedy, his mood oscillated. Though not particularly fond of ale, it was better than nothing. However, his time was limited. He had already accepted the Duchess's invitation to dinner and needed to return before the evening festivities commenced. The wheat beer was promptly served, and Domeric patiently took a sip. Although it was unwatered, its coarse texture was somewhat difficult to swallow, prompting him to set the cup down and engage in quiet contemplation. During this time, aside from a brief greeting exchanged with Scene upon entering, Domeric paid no further attention to him, as though he regarded him as an invisible presence. Yet, despite Domeric's desire for solitude, someone unceremoniously plopped down across from him. A member of House Bolton? Fixing his gaze on the flayed skin emblem adorning Domeric's chest, Jon's eyes held a hint of inquiry. "I have never seen you before. Do you expect every knight of House Bolton to report to you?" In response to Jon's unfriendly tone, Domeric maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an elegance that surpassed that of southern nobility. He took a delicate sniff, and a glimmer of intrigue appeared in his faintly luminous eyes. "What is your name, lad? You have yet to answer my question." Although he appeared to be a bona fide noble, Jon remained wary. Casting a glance at Scene, who was voraciously consuming his meal, an expense he had covered, he remarked, "I inquired of Scene, but he refused to divulge anything, merely instructing me to ask you." A light chuckle escaped Domeric as he recognized the boy's narrow-mindedness, albeit not to such an extreme. However, he refrained from directly answering Jon's inquiry. Instead, he licked his lips, retracting his emerging fangs, and wore a disarmingly benign smile. "Shall we engage in a game? You and I shall attempt to guess each other's identities. The victor may demand anything from the loser." "Anything?" Jon's pupils constricted slightly, his conviction regarding Domeric's identity as a Bolton strengthening. This individual, while appearing genteel, seemed to possess a madness that belied his exterior, fitting the profile of those he had previously encountered from House Bolton. "Are you afraid?" Just as Jon was lost in contemplation, Domeric rapped his knuckles on the table, raising an eyebrow and employing a challenge. "Fear not. I shall not impose upon you tasks beyond your capacity, nor will I transgress moral and legal boundaries. The loser shall be you." Jon scrutinized Domeric, recognizing that such youth and demeanor could only belong to one individual within the dread fortress. "Very well." With his agreement, Domeric ceased his circumlocution and asserted with certainty, "Since I initiated this game, let us commence with my turn." Jon Snow. Chapter 20. The Battle of Bliss. He knows my name. Upon hearing Domeric casually utter his name, Jon felt the muscles in his arms tense. Yet an inexplicable joy surged within him. His position in Winterfell was exceedingly precarious, even more so than Scene's. But for this reason, Jon would not have chosen to seek sustenance in the town of Winterfell after his arduous journey back, instead of indulging in the sumptuous feast prepared by the Stark family's esteemed chef. Each time he beheld the face of the Duchess, an inexplicable wave of guilt welled within him, despite the fact that the fault did not lie with him. However, he swiftly suppressed that fleeting joy. To have his name linger in the thoughts of a Bolton was certainly not a favorable circumstance. Jon's gray eyes revealed an unwillingness, and his visage, strikingly similar to that of the Duke, made him appear far more mature than his mere 16 years. He could scarcely believe that his name had reached the ears of the Bolton heir. His voice was rugged, devoid of the pretense that characterized Theon, resonating instead with the casualness and wildness typical of northern men. "It appears we are at an impasse, young Lord Domeric Bolton." By solemnly uttering Domeric's name and declaring their stalemate, it was evident that Jon had come to a firm conviction regarding his identity. "You are quite astute, Jon," Domeric acknowledged with a nod, offering no denial. Yet, he then fixed his gaze intently upon Jon, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he continued to probe. "Indeed. We did not determine a victor in our initial round. Are you interested in continuing this intriguing game? Of course, if you wish to withdraw, I would understand." "The Starks never retreat," Jon retorted, for he was merely a 16-year-old boy who could not tolerate Domeric's provocations. Having been raised within the Stark household and personally instructed by the Duke, his reverence for honor surpassed even that of Robb, the rightful heir. Domeric's smile widened, and he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a whisper meant solely for their ears. 16 years ago, Duke Eddard Stark returned triumphant from the campaign, cradling an infant from the south, and proclaimed to all that this child was his bastard, shocking the nobility of the North and the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. For all understood that the honorable Duke Stark would never commit such an act to tarnish his family's reputation. As Domeric gradually divulged his origins, Jon's expression remained largely unchanged. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others, to the surname Snow. "That is not a secret, my lord." Jon's voice was low, his tone steady. "If you intend to persuade me with something universally acknowledged, your efforts will surely be in vain." "Ah, it is not merely that," Domeric replied, his knuckles tapping rhythmically against the table as he leaned in closer, his voice dropping further. "The world knows only that this child was brought back by Duke Stark from the south, yet no one truly comprehends where he was born." At that moment, Jon's gray pupils widened, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Each rap of Domeric's fingers echoed as if striking against his very heart. "Continue," he urged. Jon took a deep breath. Over the years, he had inquired multiple times with Eddard Stark regarding his own lineage. Yet the Duke either evaded the question or dismissed him with platitudes about how birth does not determine one's honor. As a bastion of honor, the ambiguity surrounding his mother's identity had always cast a shadow over Jon's heart, an inescapable burden. This tale begins with a legendary battle. Domeric's nose twitched, and he licked his lips, as if he could hear the fervent rush of Jon's blood coursing through his veins. Such fiery blood fueled his conviction 16 years prior. As King's Landing fell to the forces of Robert Baratheon and the Targaryens faced imminent destruction, a band of 7 knights journeyed southward to a towering edifice. In the chapter 21, Blood of the Dragon, Arthur Dayne fell, and behind him stood Holland Reed of Greywater Watch, his sword drenched in the blood of dawn. The Duke gazed at him incredulously. Though he struggled to accept the betrayal of his dear friend, he resolutely swung ice, severing the head of the last Kingsguard. Fully aware that if he hesitated, he and his friend would meet their demise at each other's hands. Enough. Jon could no longer endure Domeric's recounting. Abruptly rising to interrupt with a vehement shout, he found it unbearable that such despicable tactics could originate from the father he had revered. However, in response to Jon's accusations, Domeric merely met his gaze quietly, showing no inclination to defend himself. "Do you wish for everyone to know, Snow?" They locked eyes for a long moment until Domeric spoke, prompting Jon to regain his composure. Realizing his outburst had drawn the attention of those around them, he hastily subdued his fury and resumed his seat, though his eyes still burned with indignation. "Believe it or not, this is the truth as I know it." Ignoring Jon's glare, Domeric's tone remained remarkably calm, as though he were stating a trivial fact. "The story has not yet concluded. Would you care to hear more?" Curiosity urged Jon to temper his emotions. From Domeric's expression, he sensed that the forthcoming narrative might surpass his wildest imagination. With all obstacles cleared away, the victorious Duke Stark finally gained the right to ascend the tower. Noticing Jon's composure returning, Domeric continued his tale. He ascended the staircase step by step, pushing open the door to the highest chamber. Inside, the acrid scent of blood and roses filled the air. The Duke ventured deeper until he finally found the object of his quest, his bloodied and dying sister, Lyanna Stark. She perished in her brother's embrace, with only Holland Reed privy to their whispered exchange within the tower. Having settled all matters, the Duke proceeded to Starfall, where he returned Dawn to Arthur Dayne's sister, Ashera. However, upon his return, he brought back several items from the Tower of Joy. As Domeric spoke, Jon's breath had nearly ceased. His hands were clenched tightly on the table, the knuckles turning white, revealing his inner turmoil. This reaction was precisely what Domeric desired, and he spoke softly. "The corpse of Lyanna Stark, the warhorse of Willem Dusting, and a male infant." Silence ensued, a prolonged stillness. Though Domeric did not reveal the identity of the infant, Jon was acutely aware that it must be himself. He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling as it betrayed the tumult within. After what felt like an eternity, Jon slowly exhaled, opened his eyes, and fixed his gaze upon Domeric. "Your tale is captivating, Bolton, yet you possess no evidence to substantiate your claims." His voice was soft, but his eyes bore into Domeric's face, searching for any hint of deceit. Yet, Domeric's expression remained unchanged, his soothing voice laced with an undeniable conviction. "You have already come to believe, have you not?" Jon held his gaze for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, the man burdened with the title of Bastard from the North inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Jon refrained from probing into his own lineage, for within his heart, he had already found an answer. Yet, he could not confirm this answer with anyone, not even with Lord Stark. Should Domeric's claims be true, the revelation of his identity would bring endless troubles not only to himself, but also to House Stark. Thus, he chose to bury this secret deep within, biding his time, despite the possibility that such an opportunity may never arise in his lifetime. "Extend your hand," Domeric instructed succinctly. Without hesitation, Jon opened his palm and reached out toward Domeric. As Lord Stark had taught him, regardless of his origins, it did not diminish a man's resolve to pursue honor. He was willing to wager and accept the consequences. Domeric nodded in satisfaction, extending his slender fingers to grasp Jon's palm, then rolled up his sleeve, revealing his wrist. The robust veins were clearly visible, and through the skin, Domeric seemed to perceive the blood flowing slowly, nourishing his body. "Let us sample it first," Domeric mused, though their contact was brief. The searing sweetness had already begun to overwhelm him, and he feared that indulging too much might lead to a backlash. As the blood surged, Domeric's lips curled slightly, his tongue swirling against the roof of his mouth, suppressing the sharp teeth threatening to emerge. Suddenly, his nails sharpened, and with a subtle yet deliberate motion, he pricked Jon's vein. "That will suffice," he declared, withdrawing his hand as Jon's astonished expression lingered. "Is that all?" Jon felt somewhat perplexed. The other party had confided such a significant secret to him. Although it still required verification, was their request truly so simple? He lowered his gaze to his wrist, where a barely perceptible red that had appeared. Just moments ago, Jon had distinctly sensed a slight sting, though it had not lasted long. That was sufficient. Lifting the cup to his lips, he savored the bitter wine, which now tasted unexpectedly sweet. Jon did not dwell on it. After all, the Boltons were always distinct, and it was not unusual for them to engage in actions that defied common sense. Though he remained unsure of the other's true intentions, he regarded Domeric, who was indulging in his drink, and solemnly stated, "If what you say is indeed true, please keep this secret." Seeing that Domeric offered no response, instead lazily leaning back in his chair as if relishing the fine wine, Jon chose to remain silent. If he intended to reveal this matter to the public, he likely would not have waited until now. "Thank you, Lord Domeric." Jon rose, grasping his longsword, and the tumultuous emotions within him compelled him to seek solace in the practice yard, to sweat out his frustrations. Noticing Domeric wave him off without any intention of detaining him, Jon stepped out of the tavern. At that moment, Domeric felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, a peculiar yet pleasant warmth circulating within him as he reclined in his chair, utterly unwilling to move. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a barely audible sigh. Indeed, Targaryen. Chapter 22. The might of dragons' blood. The blood of the Targaryens is potent. Merely having stealthily consumed nearly 10 milliliters of blood, Domeric began to feel slightly inebriated. A fierce burning sensation surged from his throat to his stomach, then flowed through his limbs, as if his entire being was infused with strength. This effect was nearly comparable to the entirety of Ramsay's blood. Moreover, Domeric discovered something intriguing within Jon Snow's blood, something unprecedented. Aegon Targaryen. If he was not mistaken, this was the true name of that individual. Unfortunately, before fully unlocking all his bloodlines, it seemed he would have to wait a long time before he could partake of such exceptional blood. Otherwise, Domeric would have genuinely considered sailing across the narrow sea to taste the true dragon blood of the Targaryens, the one capable of taming 3 colossal dragons. With his eyes wide open, a flash of crimson coursed through his pale gray irises. "What did you say to that bastard?" The visage of Theon Greyjoy appeared before him, seated precisely in the spot Jon had occupied moments before. Theon was quite handsome, though slightly less so than Domeric, yet in the rugged north, he was certainly deemed a fair-looking man. However, his pitch-black eyes invariably betrayed a hint of inexplicable pride and jealousy. Domeric smiled knowingly, fully aware of the source of Theon's envy. A foster son and a bastard, the identities of Theon and Jon are indeed unique within Winterfell, yet these two, who ought to empathize with one another, share a notably strained relationship. As the legitimate heir of House Greyjoy, even in the role of a hostage, Theon perceives himself as a son of House Stark, yet he regards Robb Stark, the firstborn son, as his true friend, looking down upon Jon's illegitimate status with disdain. Certainly, had Jon displayed even a modicum of inadequacy, Theon's jealousy might have been alleviated. However, among all the Stark children, Jon proves to be the most exemplary. Under the tutelage of Ser Roderick Castle in Winterfell, Jon exhibits remarkable prowess in both swordsmanship and horsemanship, surpassing not only Robb Stark, but also besting Theon, who is 3 years his senior, in every confrontation. Such extraordinary talent inevitably breeds envy in the prideful Theon. Moreover, Jon's resilience and generosity, reminiscent of the Stark lineage, earn him the admiration of many knights in Winterfell, a reality that Theon finds most intolerable. The more one lacks something, the more fervently one desires it, which in turn breeds a deeper animosity towards those who possess it, a sentiment that drives one to wish for their ultimate downfall. "What exactly did you say to him, Domeric?" Theon's tone grew sharper as he noted Domeric's silence. He could not fathom why the heir of House Bolton, who harbored such animosity towards him, appeared to enjoy a pleasant conversation with a bastard. It was a blatant affront to his dignity as Lord Theon. "You reek, Greyjoy." In response to Theon's rudeness, Domeric remained unfazed, merely lifting his gaze to regard him coolly. I believe the moniker stink suits you quite well, don't you think? You have gone too far. Infuriated by such an insult, Theon slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger, his finger pointing accusingly at Dameric's nose, ready to unleash a tirade. Indeed, in the Iron Islands, due to the scarcity of fresh water, bathing was an extravagant luxury, with some Ironborn going their entire lives without ever washing. However, since arriving at Winterfell, Lord Theon had been meticulous about his appearance. The notion of him exuding an odor was utterly absurd. Even after a long journey from the north, he had merely worked up a light sweat. What Theon was oblivious to was that the stench Domeric referred to was not of a conventional nature, but rather a lingering scent of brine that flowed through his veins, an inescapable essence of his Greyjoy heritage. The blood of the Greyjoys must be quite salty. Domeric mused inwardly, a slight smirk creeping onto his lips, as the crimson hue in his eyes faded momentarily. Boom. Just as Theon prepared to unleash his wrath, he locked eyes with Dameric's crimson gaze, and in that instant, his mind felt as though it had erupted. The raucous din of the tavern receded like a receding tide, and the tables and chairs seemed to drift away at an alarming speed. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, startling Chien from his reverie. He hastily lifted his gaze to the ominous clouds above, where a colossal creature loomed, its vast form obscured by the dense mist. The creature's presence was overwhelming, and Chien could only discern its fiery crimson eyes, burning with the intensity of molten lava, as they scrutinized him from above. Suddenly, the beast within the clouds unfurled its immense maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that cascaded rapidly toward Chien. Startled, Chien fell heavily onto his chair, losing his balance and crashing to the ground, emitting a shrill scream akin to that of a frightened young girl. Ha! Look at our dear Miss Greyjoy. What has come over her? Hey, why not sample the might of the northern men? His exaggerated reaction elicited laughter from the patrons of the tavern, the unsophisticated northern men mocking Chien with crude jests, while two of them even stripped off their trousers and waved them in his direction. Damn it! Chien scrambled to his feet, his face a canvas of fluctuating hues, a mix of anger and fear as he glared at the composed Domeric. What have you done to me? Is this some wicked sorcery, Bolton? Hush! Noticing Chien's agitation, Domeric placed a finger to his lips, maintaining his graceful demeanor, and then innocently raised his hands in feigned surrender. I merely sat here quietly, not having laid a finger on you, dear Master Chien. Should you wish to falsely accuse me, I shall have no choice but to report this matter to the just Lord Stark personally. With that, Domeric rose slowly, leaning forward to whisper in Chien's ear, who do you think he will believe, you or me, Greyjoy? You. Chien recoiled, his eyes wide with terror and suspicion as he regarded Domeric. Surely, none of the Boltons could be trusted. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Domeric turned, revealing a beaming smile at the sight of the newcomer. Ah, dear Lord Vaon, what breeze has brought you here? I was just having a most cordial discussion with Master Chien. The banquet is about to begin, my lord, Vaon replied, returning the smile while casting a fleeting glance at Chien, disregarding him entirely. Lady Catelyn has sent me to summon you. Goodness, how could I have forgotten such an important matter while conversing with Master Chien? Domeric feigned a light slap to his forehead, instantly adopting a look of contrition. How is young Bran faring? I truly regret causing trouble for Lord and Lady Stark. Noting that Vaon's expression remained untroubled, Domeric inferred that Bran's condition was likely stable. Yet, in a bid to maintain appearances, he adeptly conveyed his concern and remorse. After all, the vessel of some despicable character was not so easily broken. Thank you for your concern. Young Master Bran is not in any serious trouble. He merely requires some rest. As anticipated, Master Vaon smiled benevolently and nodded at Domeric, expressing gratitude for his recommendation. According to Scholar Reuven, young Master Bran initially suffered from convulsions, thrashing about wildly, but upon entering the sacred woods, he calmed down. That is truly wonderful. Domeric closed his eyes, placing his hands together in a gesture of prayer, reflecting, indeed, the old gods do not forsake any devout follower from the north. The old gods watch over every northerner. Domeric's sincerity elicited a softer gaze from Master Vaon, who urged, let us depart swiftly, Master Domeric, so as not to keep the Duke and Duchess waiting too long. Of course, Domeric nodded, discreetly casting a sidelong glance at Shaun, a faint smile gracing his lips as he led the way out of the tavern. Shaun hurried to follow, only to be halted by Master Vaon's outstretched hand. I apologize, but the Duke and Duchess did not extend an invitation to you, young Master Shaun. His tone was neither harsh nor kind, akin to addressing a stranger. For someone like Master Vaon, a northerner, he held no fondness for Greyjoy, especially after hearing Dominic's earlier remarks about the Ironborn. With that, Master Vaon strode away, ignoring Shaun's fluctuating expression. Am I ultimately an outsider? Watching the two retreating figures, Shaun clenched his fists. Though accustomed to it, he felt a renewed loathing for his lineage. However, that wretched bastard was likely not invited either, he mused, his mood slightly easing. Turning around, he saw the maid, Kayla, blushing shyly, holding a glass of wheat beer. Please drink, young Master Shaun. Boss Voss has gone to tally the goods. I secretly filled this from the barrel. I assure you it is unwatered. As she spoke, Kayla extended the cup to him, her arm trembling slightly, seemingly hesitant to meet his striking gaze. Yet, Shaun's response was far from grateful, with a disdainful scoff. He waved his arm, spilling the drink. I am the esteemed young Master Shaun. Do you truly believe I cannot afford a mere cup of wheat beer, foolish woman? The liquid splattered all over kind-hearted Kayla, dripping down from her hair. Mind your behavior, Greyjoy. His actions immediately provoked the ire of others in the tavern. A knight of House Stark, adorned with the sigil of the dire wolf, approached Shaun, hand resting on his sword hilt. Such rudeness to a lady is not the Stark way. Oh, I forgot. You do not bear the Stark name. You are not welcome here. Begone, Greyjoy. Faced with the knight's hostile glare and unabashed mockery, Shaun dared not further provoke him and fled the tavern, tail between his legs. Before departing, he could not resist leaving a remark. The esteemed Lord Scene has no desire to dine with you commoners. The knight shook his head, glancing at the drenched Kyra, and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Wipe yourself, he said. Thank you, Sir Vale, Kyra replied, yet did not reach for the handkerchief. Instead, she bent down to pick up the wine cup that had fallen to the ground and turned to walk back into the room. Vale shrugged indifferently and returned to his seat, resuming his drinking as if nothing had occurred. The training yard lay nestled between the guest chambers and the chapel, where one could effortlessly see the bustling servants delivering various dishes into the guest rooms. To avoid disturbing Duke Stark and his lady as they entertained their guests, Jon conscientiously sought a secluded spot to practice his swordplay. Hidden in the shadows, he rendered himself nearly invisible to the onlookers. Thud, thud. Jon's thoughts were tumultuous as his long sword relentlessly struck the wooden post before him, ultimately devolving into a primal flailing, forsaking all the techniques he had previously learned. If that were an opponent, I dare say he would have perished 100 times over. Young man, a calm yet spirited voice called out from behind, evidently mocking Jon's dismal swordsmanship. Startled by the voice, Jon swiftly turned around. A familiar figure materialized before him, a lean, upright form, an irreverent expression. A scar etched across the forehead, and the signature black attire all confirmed the identity of his visitor. Uncle Benjen, Jon exclaimed, rushing forward, casting aside his chaotic thoughts as he embraced this long-absent man tightly. Ha! Look at those robust shoulders. Benjen Stark, the younger brother of the Duke of Winterfell, opened his arms wide to reciprocate Jon's warm embrace, enthusiastically patting his back while exclaiming, You've grown remarkably fast, Jon. Enough with the jesting, Uncle Benjen. In the presence of the Stark family elder with whom he shared the closest bond, Jon spoke with remarkable candor. I aspire to be a man like King Daeron Targaryen I, bloodied and triumphant on the battlefield. At the command of Lord Stark, I shall serve as his sharpest blade. The Night's Watch, if I may speak candidly, is merely a gathering of rapists and thieves. Jon chuckled, only to suddenly realize the implications of his words, hastily clarifying, I am not referring to you, Uncle Benjen. You know I have always held you in the highest regard. No need for further words, Jon, Benjen interrupted him, dismissively waving his hand. What you say bears a semblance of truth. He then fixed his gray-blue gaze upon Jon, persistently probing. Thus, the Night's Watch requires more warriors like you, trained in the art of combat, do they not? Chapter 24. The welcome feast. Faced with the intense gaze of Benjen Stark, Jon lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. Benjen's words rang true. Although Lord Stark treated him as one of his own, Jon perpetually felt like an outsider in this household. This sentiment largely stemmed from the indifference of the Lady of Winterfell. Though he was not yet 16, Jon was born before the union of Lord Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn, making him 2 years older than their legitimate firstborn, Robb Stark. This fact stirred a sense of unease within the sensitive Lady Catelyn. A bastard, older than the legitimate heir, especially as Jon matured and began to resemble Lord Eddard more closely. Indeed, he bore a stronger likeness to him than Catelyn's 5 children, was a source of discomfort. In addition to physical resemblance, Jon mirrored Eddard's character as well. What lady of a noble house could bear the thought of having such a potential threat in her midst? Encouraged by Benjen, Jon had often contemplated joining the Night's Watch upon reaching adulthood, severing ties with both the continent and his family. Yet, to Benjen's surprise, Jon had changed during their years apart. What had altered your perspective, Jon Snow? Benjen pondered, gazing intently into Jon's eyes, seeking some revelation, only to find tranquility akin to still water. He understood the need for patience, as Jon was still a minor, and refrained from pressing him further. When Eddard returned triumphantly to Winterfell to assume his lordship, Benjen had experienced jealousy and doubt, even harboring thoughts of usurpation. However, familial bonds ultimately triumphed over ambition, leading Benjen to venture north alone, choosing the path of a Night's Watchman, never to marry, to hold lands, or to father children, dedicating his life and honor to the Night, silently protecting his family and all living beings of Westeros. As the youngest son, Benjen deeply empathized with Jon's feelings. If Jon lacked ambition and talent, it might have been bearable, but he idolized the young dragon, possessed remarkable swordsmanship and equestrian skills, and had garnered a decent reputation among the knights of Winterfell. For a bastard to be brimming with potential, yet unable to realize, it was not only excruciating, but understandably incited the apprehension of the legitimate lady of the house. In Benjen's view, the only viable solution was to enlist Jon in the Night's Watch. Firstly, the young man could expend his vigor and passion beyond the wall, donning black and engaging in combat with foes. Secondly, it would alleviate future troubles for House Stark. Despite the deep bond between Jon and Robb, Benjen had witnessed numerous instances where brothers turned against each other over claims to titles. In the presence of nobility, the frailty of human nature is utterly incapable of withstanding any trial, let alone the esteemed title of Guardian of the North or the Duke of Winterfell, both of which are few across the entire continent. Come forth, Jon Snow. With a carefree smile, Benjen unsheathed the long sword hanging from his waist, embodying the essence of a wayward son unconfined by societal norms. In stark contrast to the solemn demeanor of his noble brother, let me see the progress you have made over the years. In response to his uncle's provocation, Jon mirrored his relaxed smile, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, feigning ease as he declared, "You must unleash all your strength then, Chief Ranger. Do be careful not to be bested by me, lest you return to be ridiculed by the Night's Watch brethren." Ha ha. The two exchanged knowing glances and advanced simultaneously, their sharp swords clashing with a resonant clang across the training grounds. In the guest chamber, the Stark family had nearly taken their seats. With the exception of the still recovering Bran, the Duke and his lady occupied the main seats, their deep affection palpable yet unspoken. The Duke of Stark slightly raised his hand, seemingly intending to caress his beloved's shoulder, but upon meeting her cold gaze, he awkwardly withdrew. To speak candidly, Bran's injury could not be entirely attributed to him. Who could have foreseen that scoundrel, Roderick Bolton, would revive a long-abandoned tradition of flaying bastards and sending them to Winterfell? Yet now, it was too late for justifications. The facts were undeniable, and he could only await the conclusion of the banquet to properly atone to his wife. Contemplating this, the Duke licked his lips and took a sip from the goblet before him. "Hey, Sansa." At the table, a girl of about 9, noticing her parents were preoccupied with matters of importance, discreetly nudged the slightly older girl beside her with her elbow and whispered teasingly, "Father and mother have never received a legitimate son of a northern house with such grandeur. Do you think they intend to marry you off to that fellow? What was his name again, Domeric?" "It's Roderick Bolton." The older girl, evidently displeased, frowned and admonished her spoiled sister, who had been indulged without restraint. "He is the sole legitimate heir of House Bolton and will assuredly inherit his father's title, becoming the Earl of the Dreadfort. When you meet him, do refrain from your usual carefree demeanor, Arya." Despite her words, a flicker of persistent worry danced in the azure depths of her eyes. As the eldest daughter of the Duke of Stark, Sansa Stark not only inherited her mother's beauty, with her lustrous long hair and graceful figure, but also, having received a refined upbringing, exhibited a poise that surpassed even that of the most distinguished southern noblewomen. Such noble lineage, combined with her innate superior demeanor, had led Sansa to dream of marrying a handsome prince or a noble knight since childhood. Yet, just recently, her mother had insisted that she prepare herself to welcome the arrival of a young earl. Roderick Bolton. Sansa murmured this name, which was hardly renowned in the north, and let out a long sigh. She possessed little understanding of the other person, even lacking knowledge of their appearance and temperament. However, Sansa was resolutely certain that her ideal partner was far removed from the rugged and barbaric men of the north, particularly those of House Bolton. She pondered whether her mother might be attempting to orchestrate a match between them. I have heard the steward, Vaon, speak of the Boltons as a group that delights in flaying their victims. Observing Sansa's forlorn expression, her younger sister, Arya Stark, seemed intent on exacerbating her distress, continuing to provoke her with mischievous commentary. For reasons unknown, she reveled in tormenting her sister, who always maintained an air of superiority. Although their family spoke the language of House Stark, a well-known adage circulated among them: a naked man has few secrets, but a flayed man has none. Arya's gray eyes, a legacy of their father, contrasted sharply with the Duke's solemnity, brimming with playful mockery. If you marry that fellow named Domeric, you may find yourself unable to wear clothes at all. Chapter 25. The son of Bolton. Arya. Sansa's sisterly jest was evidently excessive, causing Sansa's composure to falter as her voice rose in reprimand. This, however, drew the attention of the Duke and his lady. Embarrassed, she rose, curtsied to her parents, and then reseated herself. Do not behave disrespectfully in front of our guests, Arya, the Duke admonished, his expression serious, directing his concern towards his youngest daughter. Arya, undeterred, playfully stuck out her tongue and nestled behind Sansa. Even the powerful Duke found himself vexed by his spirited and unruly daughter. If only she were a son, he lamented, rubbing his brow in frustration. At the tender age of 9, Arya already exhibited a keen interest in combat and martial arts, showcasing extraordinary talent. Her movements were swift and agile, her prowess in horseback riding and archery surpassing that of all the Duke's offspring, including the eldest, Jon. Had Arya been a boy, the Duke had no doubt she would grow into a formidable knight, perhaps even clinching the championship in a tournament or two. Yet, alas, she was a girl, and one could only speculate which noble would be unfortunate enough to encounter her spirited nature in the future. Shaking his head, the Duke mustered the courage to inquire softly of his wife, "Where are Theon and Jon? Why have we not seen them?" "I did not invite them," she replied. However, noticing her turned profile, seemingly unwilling to meet his gaze, the Duke's lips moved as though to speak further, but he ultimately refrained. Even before marrying Catelyn, when he brought Jon back to Winterfell and declared him his bastard son, the Duke felt considerable guilt towards her. Later, when he adopted a Greyjoy as his ward, demanding that Catelyn treat them equally, he questioned the fairness of such expectations. "Robb, you have met that fellow, have you not?" Arya was evidently still not convinced. She turned to her brother and curiously inquired, "What kind of person is he? Is he bearded and towering, even taller and sturdier than Odair, wielding a small knife while incessantly muttering, 'I shall skin you alive, Sansa Stark'?" "Be quiet, Arya," Sansa retorted, though this time her voice was considerably softer. Yet, Arya had voiced her concerns, her beautiful azure eyes darting towards Robb, hoping to glean some information from her brother. Robb, catching the worried glance of his sister, smiled knowingly, fully aware of Sansa's sentiments. However, when it came to describing Domeric, he found himself at a loss for words. Ever since his arrival in Winterfell, Domeric had left Robb in a state of constant astonishment. Words such as elegance, wisdom, kindness, and a strong sense of duty barely encapsulated his essence. Turning to Sansa, Robb reflected on Domeric's earlier demeanor and suddenly comprehended what to say, particularly recalling his poised manner during meals, which had been utterly refreshing. According to Domeric, he was well-read, having perused every book in his family's castle more than once, and could even recite passages with remarkable fluency. Was this some sort of jest? Could such an exceptional noble truly exist in the north? Observing Robb's earnest expression, Sansa harbored a flicker of doubt, yet felt a wave of relief wash over her, even nurturing a glimmer of anticipation. This Domeric sounded just like the protagonist from the romantic tales she had heard, in stark contrast to her sister's excitement. Arya rolled her eyes in disdain. If he were indeed as Robb described, he would be as dull as Sansa, lacking any semblance of amusement. Time ticked away, and as dusk approached, Domeric still had not appeared, causing the Stark family in the guest chamber to grow increasingly impatient. The Duchess, in particular, wore a displeased expression in her striking blue eyes. Despite this impromptu dinner, she had dispatched the steward, Vaon, to summon Domeric well in advance. Even if he had ventured to the town of Wintertown, he should have returned by now. Initially, she had held a favorable impression of Domeric, but Bran's recent troubles, coupled with his tardiness, had caused her opinion to plummet. Even Sansa felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, a respectable noble should be punctual. And Domeric's behavior suggested a lack of regard for the evening's gathering. I shall personally seek him out, father, mother, Robb declared, noting the glum expressions of those around him. The Duke nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. Robb did not linger, turning to exit the room, but scarcely a minute had passed before he re-entered the guest chamber. He has arrived, father, Robb solemnly reported, then stepped aside. Amid the eager anticipation of the 3 Stark children, Domeric entered the guest chamber with measured grace, cradling a book in his left hand and a box in his right. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, Lord Stark, Lady Catelyn, he said, though his smile remained composed and elegant, his posture straight, as if he were preparing for battle rather than a dinner. Please, sit down, my child. The Duchess remained silent. While Duke Stark extended a hand in acknowledgement, Winterfell has felt your sincerity. No one here holds you at fault. Thank you, my lord. Domeric nodded, yet did not immediately take his seat as instructed. Instead, he approached Sansa, who sat nearby. His steps were graceful and unhurried, resembling a unique dance that captivated the eye. Lady Sansa Stark. Upon reaching her, Domeric confidently uttered her name, a faint smile gracing his handsome features, enhancing his allure. I have heard you have inherited your mother's beauty. And indeed, your long hair is as enchanting as roses, your eyes shining brighter than sapphires. As he spoke, he offered her the box he had been holding. Master Vaon informed me of your particular fondness for lemon cake. I traversed all over the town of White Harbor to procure it, hoping not to disappoint such a lovely lady. From the moment Domeric entered the chamber, Sansa's cerulean eyes were fixed upon him, unable to look away. Now she understood why Robb held such admiration for this young nobleman from the north. His handsome visage and imposing stature could easily captivate countless noble maidens. But it was his unique elegance and unhurried demeanor that truly set him apart. Lemon cake. She gazed at Domeric for an extended moment until her younger sister tugged at her skirt, prompting Sansa to regain her composure. Yet, she did not immediately accept the box. Instead, she glanced towards the head of the table. Upon receiving a nod of approval from the Duchess, she beamed, lifted her gown, and gracefully rose from her seat, curtsying with the poise of a true noblewoman. Thank you ever so much for your gift, Lord Domeric. Her bright azure eyes met his, cheeks slightly flushed, revealing a hint of youthful infatuation. The realization that he had been late for her sake filled Sansa with joy. Despite her initial annoyance at his tardiness to such an important gathering, this felt akin to the enchanting tales of love she had heard about princes and princesses. I am delighted that you appreciate it, Lady Sansa. Dominic's smile remained charmingly intact, though I have yet to savor it. I hope its flavor will etch in your memory the encounter with a lad named Roderick Bolton. You jest, he said, a hand playfully concealing his lips in a seemingly deliberate gesture that appeared quite natural upon Sansa. Indeed, beauty allows many subtleties to be overlooked. The two exchanged pleasantries briefly, for this was a gathering. After placing the box containing the cake upon the table, Domeric gracefully turned and walked away, not hastening to return to his seat, but rather proceeding step by step towards the head table, facing Lord and Lady Stark. Esteemed Lord Stark, Lady. Dominic's smile softened, his pale gray eyes betraying a hint of regret and concern. I am deeply sorry for the distress caused by young Bran. All blame rests upon my shoulders for my lack of foresight. Upon hearing him mention Bran, Catelyn's countenance grew even colder, yet Dominic's sincere apology eventually thawed her demeanor somewhat. After all, the Duke bore a considerable share of the responsibility, and the fault could not rest solely upon Dominic. Bran is not gravely harmed. We appreciate your concern, young man. The Duchess raised her proud head, revealing a long, pale neck reminiscent of her daughter's. Dominic seemed to sense the fragrant pulse of life coursing through her veins, involuntarily swallowing hard. Please, join us for dinner. She nodded at him. Of course, my lady. As Catelyn's words of forgiveness resonated, the guilt in Dominic's eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a warm smile. He extended the book he held. This is the book of prayers I brought from home, my lady. Upon seeing the letters on the cover, Catelyn's right hand trembled slightly. As a devout follower of the Seven, She was intimately familiar with this primary text, renowned alongside the seven-pointed star. Catelyn was not a native of the North. She hailed from the bustling city of Riverrun, where the populace predominantly worshipped the Seven, herself included. The Stark family adhered to the old gods, yet did not dismiss the faith of the Seven. However, since her marriage to Winterfell, her dowry contained numerous texts of the Seven, save for this book of prayers. To find it in the hands of a northerner was indeed unexpected. She reached out to accept the book, a wave of nostalgia washing over her as she caressed the cover, her slender fingers gliding over the prayers, seemingly reminiscing about her days in Riverrun. In those times, Catelyn was but an innocent girl, growing up carefree alongside her siblings, much like any other noble maiden, dreaming of marrying a knight as handsome and formidable as Rhaegar Targaryen. The father arranged her marriage to Brandon Stark, Ed's elder brother. However, after Brandon's untimely demise, Catelyn found herself swept along by circumstance into a union with Ed, a match devoid of emotional foundation. Fortunately, while Ed may not have possessed the striking handsomeness or imposing stature of his brother, and his demeanor was somewhat subdued, he proved to be remarkably dependable. After a moment of nostalgia, the Duchess cast a questioning glance towards Domeric. During their time at the Dreadfort, she had inadvertently stumbled upon a book in the study. Domeric naturally explained to the Duchess, "I was astonished to discover that some descriptions within regarding the worshippers' prayers to the Seven bore a striking resemblance to the beliefs we hold in the old gods. Out of curiosity, I kept it close at hand. Since young Lord Bran had been frightened, he had been enveloped in guilt and self-reproach. On the way to the feast, he overheard Maester Luwin mention that the weirwood had seemingly benefited Bran's condition, which reminded him of this very tome. I thought, when Lord Bran returns to his chamber, perhaps reciting this classic in his ear might yield unexpected results." His eyes were sincere, revealing an undeniable concern for Bran. The lingering shadows in the Duchess's heart dissipated, replaced by a touch of emotion. "You truly are considerate, Domeric," she replied, her tone softening, thus altering her address towards him. "I am glad you think so." Domeric lowered his gaze, subtly licking his lips before gazing earnestly at Catelyn with his pale gray eyes. "In truth, I harbor a slight interest in the faith of the Seven. If you find the time, perhaps you might indulge me with some insights into this belief system? After the banquet, you are welcome to stay in Winterfell a little longer. I shall gladly answer your questions whenever I have the opportunity, Domeric." Upon hearing the Duchess readily accept his proposal, Domeric's countenance brightened, even his previously dim eyes now sparkling with enthusiasm. "That would be splendid, my lady." As Domeric and Catelyn exchanged glances, the Duke felt a slight twinge of discontent, acutely aware that Domeric was merely a curious youth. He hastily raised his wine glass, standing to feign joviality and interrupt their conversation. "All right, enough of that. The banquet is about to commence. Everyone, please return to your seats." Domeric. Chapter 27. The path of the battlefield. The Duke of Stark remained the authoritative figure in the room, and under his presiding influence, Domeric chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he bowed slightly to Catelyn, gracefully returning to his seat, which fortuitously placed him beside Robb. Raising his glass, Domeric exchanged a silent toast with the Duke. But as he brought it to his lips, his gaze drifted to Sansa, who was covertly watching him. Upon meeting Domeric's playful glance, the young lady quickly averted her eyes. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as warmth spread from her pale neck to the area concealed by her collar. Starved for a considerable time, Arya was engaged in a playful tussle with her younger brother, who was even smaller than Bran, over the food before them. The atmosphere in the guest room was instantly infused with a buoyant spirit. "Huh, is that all you've got, little Dragon King?" Banyon Stark laughed heartily, pointing his long sword at Jon, who lay on the ground, covered in dirt and dust. "You cheated, Night's Watchman." Jon exclaimed in indignation as he rose, throwing his sword onto the ground in frustration before turning away to sit on the railing, his back to Banyon. The damp earth, soaked from the recent snowfall, clung humorously to the back of his leather armor. "Don't be so stingy, Your Majesty, little Dragon King." Banyon, clearly unwilling to pass up the opportunity to mock Jon, sheathed his sword and approached, feigning familiarity as he draped an arm over Jon's shoulder. "You are facing the Chief Ranger of the Night's Watch. It is quite natural to fail, but you cannot resort to such despicable tactics, Uncle Banyon," Jon retorted, shaking off Banyon's arm and fixing him with an accusatory gaze. "If you hadn't deceived me into believing Lord Stark was right behind me, I would never have faltered. And if you were on the battlefield, would you whine like a little girl to your enemies about your failures? Jon Snow? Banyan's carefree demeanor abruptly shifted to seriousness, his intense gaze leaving Jon momentarily stunned. Defeating Jon was relatively easy for Banyan, yet he was taken aback by Jon's strong reaction to a mere jest. Tell me, is that so, noble Jon Snow? Banyan's voice grew increasingly stern, softening Jon's rigid neck, yet he stubbornly retorted, But I didn't even showcase my true strength. He thought this internally, but lacked the courage to voice it to Banyan. Listen well, young man. Banyan's tone shifted from harsh to solemn. On the battlefield, no one will speak to you of fairness or chivalry. The victor survives, while the vanquished either face captivity or death. There are no other options, especially in the north, where the dead wildlings are concerned. What you must do is employ every means to survive and to slay them, regardless of whether such methods are just or fair. Clinging stubbornly to honor and righteousness may serve you well south of the wall, but when confronted with the wildlings of the north, those noble qualities will not only endanger you, but may also jeopardize your comrades. Banyan took a deep breath, fully aware that if he did not impart these lessons to Jon soon, this young man, raised under the tutelage of Lord Stark, would inevitably face dire consequences in the future. I understand, Uncle Banyan. To Banyan's surprise, Jon did not counter his words, but accepted them with remarkable composure. He is by no means a foolish individual. Although educated under the auspices of Duke Stark from a young age, he is neither pedantic nor obstinate. The principles conveyed by Benjen Stark are simple and comprehensible, and Jon understands that they are ultimately for his own benefit. Shall we have another round, Uncle Benjen? Jon remarked with nonchalance as he bent to retrieve the long sword from the ground, a hint of provocation in his voice. Not this time. Benjen's reaction left him momentarily taken aback, but he soon nodded in appreciation, albeit declining the challenge. It appears that although Jon bears a striking resemblance to his stubborn brother, the youth possesses a greater capacity to embrace new ideas. Benjen patted his stomach, gesturing toward the lively guest chamber. I have hastened my return without partaking of any sustenance, and I have also engaged in sparring with you. They were entertaining the legitimate heir of House Bolton. Following the direction of Benjen's finger, Jon felt a twinge of melancholy as he replied, Go ahead, Uncle Benjen. Lord Stark will surely be delighted to see you back in Winterfell, and Robb and Arya have often expressed their desire for you to teach them the art of swordsmanship. With that, he lowered his head and quietly made his way toward a nearby wooden post. Under the moonlight, the solitary wooden post and the sword-wielding youth stood together, akin to companions leaning on one another. It is not yet the time. Observing Jon's despondent demeanor, Benjen shook his head with a gentle smile, choosing not to pull him along, but instead making his way alone toward the guest chamber. In his youth, he too had been brimming with energy and fervor, filled with rage and passion, lamenting the injustices of the world and bemoaning his position as the youngest. However, as time passed, Benjen came to realize that there are matters of greater significance than the pursuit of power and influence. Take some time to reflect, Jon Snow. The sound of the long sword striking the wooden post echoed behind him, and Benjen easily discerned the chaotic rhythm, when your heart finds tranquility. Inside the guest chamber, the atmosphere was one of merry camaraderie. Though only Domeric was present as a guest, the Stark family displayed considerable warmth. Except for the youngest son, Rickon Stark, who was too young, even Sansa and Arya were remarkably permitted by the Duke to sip a small cup of sweet wine. Based on their prior interactions, Robb consistently sought opportunities to inquire of Domeric regarding governance, to which Domeric patiently responded. The innocent and exuberant Arya, disregarding her parents' disapproving glances, dashed to Domeric's side, directly pointing at the flayed man's sigil on his chest and asking, Have you ever flayed someone, Domeric? Such a brazen inquiry caused a degree of embarrassment for the Duke and his lady, yet Domeric replied, This is an abandoned tradition, long since forgotten, Miss Arya, spanning several centuries. However, should anyone threaten the unity of the North and the Stark rule, I might indeed consider reviving this tradition to uphold the honor cherished by Lord Stark. His clever response brought great comfort to the Duke, who immediately raised his glass to engage in hearty drinking with Domeric. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet was reaching its zenith, a reckless voice rang out at the door. What a commotion! Might you display a modicum of kindness and bestow upon the weary, famished night watchman a piece of cold hard bread, esteemed Lord Stark? Chapter 28. The death of the Black Cloak. Logically, as the most powerful noble family in the North, the Starks were hosting a banquet, and no fool would dare to intrude. Yet, The stranger's sardonic words elicited no reprimand. Even the typically stern Duke Stark stood up, visibly moved, with a hint of moisture in his eyes. Ben, Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben. Seeing the familiar, robust form of Benjen Stark, the exuberant Arya rushed forward, tightly embracing his leg. Ah, Arya. Benjen lifted her high, spinning her around in the air. Among Eddard's children, she was his favorite, brimming with enthusiasm and energy, embodying a fierce spirit of exploration. In Arya, Benjen seemed to discern the shadow of his long-deceased sister. If only he could relive those moments. He vowed he would never again mock his sister Lyanna for weeping at the sound of Rhaegar Targaryen's song. But life offers no such second chances. Do you remember our secret signal, lass? Setting down his niece, Benjen raised his right hand to his chest, palm facing Arya, revealing a mischievous grin. Arya struck his hand with a resounding clap, then bent her arms slightly, striking a pose of strength, and bellowed, "Who is the scourge of the free folk?" Benjen Stark. They both burst into laughter, as if they were long-lost friends. The Stark family approached Benjen, with the children eagerly greeting and embracing him, followed by the Duke and Duchess. "You look quite aged, Lord Stark," Benjen teased, a carefree smile gracing his face as he regarded his long-missed brother. "Look at that weathered face of yours, Night's Watchman," Eddard replied, embracing him while Catelyn offered Benjen a warm smile from behind the Duke. "Oh, by the way," Benjen began. The expression of affection between men is often subtle. Mere seconds after their embrace, the Duke patted Benjen on the shoulder and gestured to the young noble trailing behind them. "This is Lord Domeric, the son of Count Roose. I have heard of you from Jon," Benjen acknowledged with a nod, turning to the quiet young noble who stood aside, not wishing to intrude. "The last time I saw you, you were nestled in the arms of Walder," he continued. "Your memory serves you well, my lord," Domeric responded with a slight bow, all the while assessing the Stark who had willingly delved into darkness to protect the North, pondering in silence. According to reason, the Chief Ranger of the Night's Watch should currently be patrolling beyond the wall. I wonder why he has suddenly returned to Winterfell. Has there been some disturbance in the north, Banyan? At this moment, the Duke voiced his inner question regarding Domeric. However, Banyan did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he patted his solid iron breastplate with a pained expression and began, "Before I address your inquiry, my Lord Stark, could you possibly supply some cold, tooth-rattling bread for this poor Night's Watchman? I have not eaten all day. I am afraid the bread has ceased to be available," Duke Stark replied, a long-lost smile gracing his face, though Banyan thought his serious countenance was far more unappealing when it smiled than when it frowned. "However, we still have various meats and hot soup. Would you care to sample some?" As the hour approached midnight, all but Robb Stark were escorted by servants back to their chambers to rest at the Duke's command, despite Sansa and Arya's reluctance. One gazing at Domeric and the other at Banyan, they could not disobey their parents. The once lively banquet grew silent with Banyan's arrival, leaving only the sound of his voracious eating within the hall. His hunger was palpable. Watching Banyan devour nearly 2 pounds of roast lamb and a generous piece of soft bread, now holding a large bowl of soup and slurping it down without decorum, Domeric was quite taken aback. This was a hearty man from the north, and in many ways, he was even more forthright than Duke Stark. Thick broth dribbled from the corners of his mouth, clinging to his bushy beard, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Waymar Royce. Upon hearing this name, both familiar and foreign, the Duke furrowed his brow in contemplation before recalling. Is he not the son of Lord Yohn Royce of Runestone? Indeed, how unfortunate. The Duke and his wife exchanged glances, both sighing as they reminisced about the graceful and handsome young man. It must have been over 2 years ago when Lord Yohn Royce brought his young son Waymar to the north, staying for a few days in Winterfell. According to Lord Royce, Waymar was a young man with lofty aspirations. As the younger son, he lacked inheritance rights. Yet the allure of honor drove Waymar to reject a mere existence as a family knight, choosing instead to journey north and join the Night's Watch in hopes of making a name for himself. Duke Stark held a profound respect for every young nobleman who willingly devoted themselves to the Night's Watch. After all, the North had enjoyed peace for a considerable time, and with the Night's Watch bound by oaths of celibacy, landlessness, and childlessness, only those forced by circumstance would don the black, spending their lives at the cold foot of the wall. It could be said that the Night's Watch had become a refuge for criminals and bastards, entirely devoid of the glory that once marked its inception. As the legitimate heir, taking the initiative to journey north requires immense courage. a sentiment that resonates closely with the experiences of Banyan. Regrettably, the young Sir Wymer appears to lack the prowess that Banyan possessed. He seems to be merely 17, does he not? The Duke shook his head, not dwelling on sorrow for long. Having chosen to join the Night's Watch, one must always be prepared for sacrifice. Whether it is to evade debt, to escape punishment, or to pursue honor, the initial motivations for joining the Night's Watch are inconsequential. What truly matters is possessing such resolve. At 18, Banyan's face betrayed no hint of sadness. Having long acclimated to the bitter inevitabilities of life and death during his tenure with the Night's Watch, he even wore a hint of a mocking smile. On his birthday, a clumsy steward had crafted a cake that bore an uncanny resemblance to a maiden's bosom. That lad was far too young, becoming enraged simply due to the jesting of others. Banyan reminisced, his tone imbued with an unspoken meaning. I have reminded Commander Giamormont on numerous occasions that his experience and capabilities are insufficient to lead a small band of rangers. Yet Old Bear's recounting was abruptly interrupted, leaving the narrative suspended. Silence once again enveloped the chamber. What can we do? The Duke gazed at his weathered brother, whose countenance appeared even more aged than his own, and gently patted his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, the Night's Watch sacrifices itself at the foot of the wall for the peace of the realm, regardless of the hardships faced. We Southerners shall exert all efforts to assist. I have come for provisions and clothing, Ned. Banyan grinned broadly, forgoing any pleasantries, and directly stated his purpose. Commander Giamormont is a shrewd man. Although he is well aware that Duke Stark would not refuse the Night's Watch's requests, he prudently sent me nonetheless. The Duke nodded, having already surmised Banyan's intent. In recent days, the North has begun to grow increasingly frigid, and signs of migration among the common folk north of Winterfell have gradually emerged. For the Night's Watch, the situation is becoming dire once more. After all, relying solely on a handful of stewards is insufficient for substantial agricultural endeavors. Their primary funding and food sources predominantly hinge upon the lands granted to the Night's Watch by the Crown, situated adjacent to the wall. During the long summer, the Night's Watch would lease the land to farmers to collect taxes, yet as winter approaches, farmers invariably opt to migrate south to escape the chill. This results in the Night's Watch facing a tax shortfall, leading them to a state of depletion. Thus, at this juncture, the commander of the Night's Watch invariably takes precautionary measures, dispatching envoys to Winterfell and King's Landing for the purpose of securing three essentials: funds, provisions, and manpower. As guardians of the North, each Duke of House Stark bears the obligation to provide winter supplies to the best of their ability, even if Winterfell itself is not affluent. This endeavor requires time. The Duke acknowledged this, yet gathering provisions and tailoring garments is indeed not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. Certainly, I can wait. Banyan was not in a hurry. Rather, his gaze was profound, and a hint of anger emerged in his calm voice. On my way here, I discovered something that necessitates your assistance as the guardian of the North. What is it? A series of footprints. Although they appear to be several days old, and some are even covered by ice and snow, I can assure you, I would not mistake them. They are the unmistakable prints of the Night's Watch standard-issue boots. Banyan's voice was not loud, but in the quiet parlor, it was sufficient for everyone to hear clearly. The appearance of Night's Watch footprints south of the wall signified something that was all too clear to everyone: a deserter. Though unaware of the identity of the individual, Banyan observed the small knife on the table used for cutting meat and continued, the footprints did not continue for long before they vanished, suggesting he removed his shoes to walk barefoot. However, he forgot that in the North, one cannot run far without shoes. I understand. Bearing the title of Guardian of the North, it was also the Duke's duty to deal with the deserters of the Night's Watch. He stood and looked at his eldest son, instructing, "Go find Jorah Kaiser and inform all the guards in the castle, including the nearby lords, that a sworn brother of the Night's Watch has fled to the north. Once you locate that individual, tell him that Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell will personally gaze into his eyes, listen to his last words, and personally sever his head to send back to the foot of the wall." "Yes, father." The impetuous Robb could hardly bear such an act of betrayal. He immediately turned to leave the parlor and hastened to notify the guards to take action. "Allow me to accompany Robb, my Lord Stark." Dominic rose gracefully, having deduced the identity of the deserter from Banyan's account, and felt a surge of interest. After all, one would eventually have to confront the legendary others. Perhaps there might be insights to glean from the fleeing brother of the Night's Watch. The Bolton family was also an indispensable part of the North, and the hounds bred at the Dreadfort could prove more effective than men in the pursuit of the fugitive. His words bore a noble gravity that left the Duke with no reason to refuse. Standing side by side with Robb, as they were about to depart, Dominic did not forget to turn back, offering an elegant nod and smile to the Duchess. His gaze was perfectly measured, devoid of any presumption, and received a smile in return from the Duchess. Upon exiting the parlor, Robb was evidently exhilarated, affectionately patting Dominic on the shoulder. "You are truly an enthusiastic ally. I knew I was right about you, Dominic. With your help, we shall surely capture that oath-breaker. Once this matter is resolved, I will make sure to arrange your marriage with Sansa in front of our father and mother." Enthusiastic about marrying his sister to Dominic, Robb failed to notice the barely perceptible flash of crimson in the eyes of his steadfast companion. Once this affair concludes, one must find an opportunity to savor it properly. Chapter 30. The duel of the deer and the wolf. The skin on the back of the corpse's feet had become so frostbitten that it was cracking and beginning to bleed. Although he had leather boots hanging around his neck, he dared not wear them on his feet. Fortunately, Gary had grown accustomed to such discomfort. In his youth, he had been accused of raping the sheriff's wife. To avoid castration or even execution, he voluntarily donned a black cloak and came to endure the desolate cold of this frozen wasteland, guarding the wall for 30 long years. Yet, Gary harbored no regrets. After all, the sheriff's wife had been exceedingly alluring, and it was she who had seduced him first. Had it not been for the sheriff's unexpected return during their clandestine encounter, they might have maintained their liaison for much longer. His eyes brimmed with moisture as the warmth of the sheriff's wife's body and her voluptuous form seemed to materialize before him once more. The biting cold wind struck his cheeks, prompting Gary to shake his head vigorously, aware that it was merely the frigid air playing tricks on his mind. The relentless cold of this northernmost land had shown no mercy to Gary. In the first 5 years, he had lost 2 ears, 3 toes, and the pinky finger of his left hand. However, such losses mattered little. For Gary, the mere act of surviving was a tremendous blessing. Although he sometimes pondered whether enduring such hardship was more agonizing than death itself, the instinct for survival drove him to grasp any opportunity to continue living. It was much like that day. As his body temperature steadily declined, illusions began to resurface, and Gary fancied he heard the sound of barking dogs. Despite knowing he ought not to do so, he instinctively licked his cracked lips, his throat churning, and his stomach began to rumble. He lifted his gaze and, through the dense forest, thought he could discern a glimmer of light. Beyond the wolf-infested woods lay Winterfell, perhaps. Should he convey this news to Duke Stark, urging them to remain vigilant? Gary gritted his teeth, his mind in turmoil. Yet, mere seconds later, he summoned the strength to quicken his pace, moving in the opposite direction of Winterfell. "Since the wildlings are dead, let us turn back, Ray." In a daze, Gary heard a voice, though he had no ears. "Silence. You brat Royce. This is a message meant for you." The old Night's Watchman was furious, fully aware that this was all but a figment of his imagination. With his temperature plummeting, he knew he must find shelter soon, lest he succumb to the biting cold in this desolate wilderness. Yet, despite recognizing it as an illusion, Gary could not help but engage in a heated argument with the handsome young man beside him. "Had you heeded my words, neither will nor you would have perished, and I would not be fleeing for my life. Those dreadful creatures, they truly emerged. Now I have become one of those horrid beings. I could follow you endlessly, betrayer. It's not my fault." Gary's pace increased, culminating in a frantic sprint. He dared not turn his head to glance at the figure beside him, for he had once beheld that chilling visage. Yet, even with his eyes firmly shut, relying solely on instinct to run, the image of Weimer materialized before him. "I shall follow you always, Gary," murmured the young ranger as he spread his arms wide, embracing Gary with fervor before floating onto his back. His icy countenance pressed against Gary's cheek, whispering tenderly, "Until the moment you draw your last breath." A creeping chill surged from the nape of Gary's neck down to his spine. "Do not follow me," he cried, frantically swatting at his back, yet encountering nothing. The haunting memories of his fallen comrades echoed in his mind, their agonized screams reverberating endlessly. "I was wrong, my lord. Please do not follow me. I should not have fled. Do not follow me." Gary's words became a rambling stream of desperation, as hypothermia, exhaustion, and terror brought this seasoned night watchman, who had stood vigil for 30 years, to the brink of collapse. At that moment, a powerful force struck him from behind, sending Gary crashing to the ground. This time, the barks of dogs were alarmingly clear, more than one, but Gary had no chance to relish the moment. Lying on the ground, he lacked the strength to move. Feeling the warm breath of fierce hounds upon his cheek, a scent that should have been foul, yet brought him an unexpected sense of reassurance. Two exquisite boots came into view, standing approximately a meter before him. I told you, in matters of tracking, dogs are far more useful than men. A somewhat flippant voice remarked, inadvertently revealing a certain familiarity that sent Gary's heart racing. He looked up in disbelief, meeting the gaze of an elegantly poised young man who towered over him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the young noble who had first joined the night watch. I was wrong, my lord, Gary exclaimed, his spirit shattered, as he pressed his forehead forcefully into the grass, weeping and wailing, please, do not follow me. I was wrong. Observing the old watchman's exaggerated reaction, Dominic raised an eyebrow, rubbed his nose with a finger, and, with an air of exasperation, opened his palms to Rob, who looked on in confusion, saying, Am I truly so terrifying? On the other side of the wolf den, a massive Arctic wolf bared its teeth, confronting an equally large stag. Its body bore several deep gashes from the sharp antlers, yet it remained undeterred, growling at the stag in a desperate attempt to launch another assault. 6 days. It had been a full 6 days since it last feasted. If it could not capture prey soon, it would soon suffer from malnutrition, and the newborn pups would not survive to maturity. With a fierce roar, exposing its menacing fangs, the Arctic wolf crouched low, preparing to leap toward the stag. This time, it seized its prey's neck with precision, its unparalleled biting force rendering the stag utterly incapable of escape. However, as the prey succumbed, the strength of the Arctic wolf began to wane. Reluctantly, it glanced down, only to discover a gaping wound in its abdomen. A grievous cut it had not noticed until now. Blood gradually seeped away, and the wolf's eyes slowly closed, quietly passing into the eternal slumber alongside its victim. The battle had concluded. Several bewildered pups emerged from the nearby thicket, affectionately nuzzling against their mother as they skillfully suckled her milk. The blood of both wolf and stag trickled along the grass, gradually mingling into a single crimson stream. A shadowy figure, seemingly lured by the sanguine allure, flapped its wings and approached the flowing blood, extending a pink tongue to delicately lap at the crimson liquid. The exquisite taste of blood ignited a bizarre glimmer in its scarlet eyes. The dark figure revealed sharp fangs, and a cacophonous laughter reverberated through the dense forest as it swooped down upon the carcasses of the wolf and the stag, voraciously drinking the still warm blood of both. The little wolf pups, previously contentedly nursing, trembled in fear at this sight, uncertain of where to hide, instinctively burrowing into their mother's torn abdomen. Chapter 31. The Execution by Decapitation. Mercy, my lord. I came merely to deliver news from the south. I am no deserter. Before the sharp edge of the blade, Gary displayed not an ounce of courage, incessantly pleading for clemency. Yet, how could the astute Duke Stark easily place his trust in the words of a fugitive? If you wish to deliver news, Night's Watchman, you should return to the Black Castle, rather than journey hundreds of miles southward. I can explain. Gary recoiled, fearing that the massive sword adorned with a wolf's head might fall upon him. Speak, Gary. A familiar voice resonated, causing the old Night's Watchman to tremble in disbelief as he turned to look behind Duke Stark. Banyan, the chief ranger, stood before him, his resolute visage marred by an icy gaze, his expression somber, devoid of any joy at the reunion of old acquaintances. State your reasons. Banyan approached Gary, neither drawing his sword nor displaying any disdain, contempt, or reproach in his eyes, his demeanor as indifferent as if he were addressing a stranger. Yet Gary understood well. This was Banyan Stark's way of conveying his wrath. Attempt to persuade me. Why did Weimar Royce and will perish north of the wall, while you are here? Why do your boots hang around your neck instead of being on your feet? Why did you not return to the wall, to the Black Castle, to deliver your message, but instead appeared near Winterfell? Each of Banyan's inquiries struck at the very soul, and despite Gary being a seasoned member of the Night's Watch for 30 years, he found himself unable to answer any of them. Seeing Gary's bewildered expression, the Duke shook his head, drawing the colossal sword of ice from its sheath with great force, positioning it before him to prepare for the final ritual of judgment. Speak your last words, forsaken Night's Watchman. If you are to take a life, you must at least gaze into the eyes of your victim and listen to their dying words. Should you fail to do so, perhaps their sins do not warrant death. For decades, the Duke had adhered to this ironclad principle with near perfection, imparting it to his sons. "Merciful Gary," he repeated, casting a hopeful glance towards Duke Stark, pleading for forgiveness. Suddenly, his eyes darted towards Domeric. Observing the face strikingly similar to Waymar Royce, he seemed to recall something, struggling to exclaim, "White Walkers! White Walkers! They have truly returned, my lord. I swear, they killed Royce," and then he arose to slay Will. "Had I not fled swiftly, I too would have perished there." As Gary recounted his harrowing ordeal, an infinite terror emanated from his eyes. The quaking that arises from the very depths of one's soul is not something one can feign. "This is my message, the very reason I ventured south. I did not return to Castle Black solely to deliver this news to Winterfell." Desperately clutching at a lifeline, he insisted that his purpose was to inform Winterfell, hoping to barter for the Duke's clemency. Yet, this rationale was exceedingly flimsy. Although the term White Walkers instilled a primal fear and shock in the northern men present, they collectively dismissed it as a mere fabrication conjured for the sake of survival. After all, these creatures had vanished 8 millennia ago, so long that even the Night's Watch had forgotten the true origins of their foundation, shifting their focus to guarding against wildling incursions. "Is this your last testament?" The Duke shook his head in disappointment, advancing with the great sword in hand. No one intervened, not even Benjen, who remained silent. As the chief ranger, he understood that Gary's claims could very well be true, yet that did not excuse the act of desertion. Duke Stark was compelled to execute all Night's Watch traitors who fled from the wall. It was not only a matter of authority, but also an inescapable duty. Meanwhile, Domeric stood silently beside Robb, having scrutinized Gary thoroughly from top to bottom before the Duke's arrival, finding no signs of deceit. Even if he were to let Gary depart unchallenged, Domeric was certain that this man would not survive 3 days. He was unwilling to squander the precious first embrace on such an aged wretch. Had Roderick not been so resigned to death, he would have made an excellent choice for a descendant. "I, Eddard of House Stark, son of Ricard," the Duke stated, resting his head upon the hilt of the sword, beginning to recite the final eulogy for the Night's Watchman. "In the name of the North S guardianship, I hereby declare your sentence of death." Upon finishing his words, the Duke firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and took deliberate steps forward. Despite his formidable strength, the weight of the colossal sword was of little consequence. Yet, with each pronouncement of another's death sentence, the Duke felt the immense gravity of the ancient blade, which had been passed down for 4 centuries. It embodied the weight of life and a profound reverence for death. The great sword descended slowly, and the old sentinel, who had dutifully guarded the wall for a lifetime, ultimately fell beneath the blade of House Stark. His head rolled down the hillside, crimson blood staining the ground. He had traversed the wilderness barefoot for an indeterminate time in a desperate bid for survival, yet he never returned to the southern lands he longed for. Not far off, Theon Greyjoy stood in silence, having received the Duke's ire for failing to detect any anomalies during his prior patrol with Jon. He dared not utter a word, merely glaring at the still head, mentally cursing Jon repeatedly. The Duke instructed the captain of the Winterfell Guard, Jory Castle, to ensure that the traitors' remains were sent to the Black Castle. It was a matter of duty to return those who had forsaken their oaths to the places they were meant to protect. The Night Watch's vigilance persisted until death, while the traitors' return to the city was considerably slower than their earlier advance, as the matter had been concluded and there was no longer a need for haste. "What are you pondering?" Robb, noticing the pallor of Domeric's face, assumed the compassionate Domeric mourned the death of the Night Watchman and sought to console him. "Do not dwell too heavily on it. Having betrayed his oath, he ought to have anticipated such a punishment. As the North's protector, Father must remain just and render the correct judgment." "I am aware," Domeric replied with a sorrowful smile, though the tension in his brow remained unrelaxed. "I was merely contemplating how to acquire the blood of your mother and sister." As he observed the concerned expression on Robb's face, a wave of guilt surged within Domeric. While his brother exhibited such care for him, he found himself fixated on the fate of Robb's family. It was a sentiment that demanded careful consideration in order to honor his brother's kindness. As the two walked back, each lost in his own thoughts, a guard from Winterfell called out from the dense thicket ahead, capturing everyone's attention. "We have discovered something, my lord." Chapter 32. The Newborn Wolf. Happy New Year. Strangely, however, there was not a trace of blood near the two beasts. They appeared utterly desiccated, as if drained by some unseen force. Domeric could swear to the 7, the old gods, and even all the deities of Westeros that he had not been the one to commit this act. He did not drink the blood of animals. Moreover, who could drain blood so completely without a trace of elegance? Yet, no one paid heed to this minor detail. After all, the absence of blood paled in comparison to the dread that the beasts themselves instilled. The dire wolves, the sigil of House Stark, had remained unchanged for 8 millennia. However, the stag is the emblem of the current king, Robb Baratheon. More critically, Robb and Arduke Stark were once fostered under Jon Arryn in the Eyrie, and during the rebellion, they united to overthrow the Targaryen reign. These two individuals share a bond of deep friendship and brotherhood, intertwined by an unbreakable loyalty. Yet, from the scene, it appeared that the direwolves and the stags were engaged in a struggle leading to mutual destruction. This is quite natural. Amidst the bewildered and astonished gazes, the Duke remained remarkably composed, his expression scarcely altered. However, Domeric perceptively detected a hint of unease. He stepped forward at an opportune moment to elucidate to those nearby on behalf of the Duke. Survival of the fittest is indeed the law of nature. The dynamic between prey and predator can shift at any moment. In a certain light, the principle of natural selection can be seen as a blessing. Domeric raised his hand, gesturing towards the dire wolf, where a barely perceptible movement was observed in its abdomen. If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a recently whelped female wolf. It might be worthwhile to investigate further. There could be surprises within. Duke Stark nodded, casting a glance at Theon, who promptly approached the corpse of the dire wolf. How do you possess such knowledge, Domeric? Robb inquired, his azure eyes filled with curiosity and bewilderment, considering Domeric was but a few years his senior. Domeric smiled slightly, tapping the side of his forehead. I am an avid reader, Robb. In books, we uncover the distilled wisdom of millennia, which enriches and empowers me. You truly are remarkable. Robb shook his head, genuinely astonished. For him, the weight of books was far heavier than wielding swords. It was a daunting task to confine a robust and vigorous young noble to a desk, akin to a death sentence. He mused that those hours would be better spent in the hunt. It's a pup, my Lord Stark. At that moment, Theon exclaimed from a short distance away, extracting a small dire wolf from its mother's belly and lifting it by the scruff of its neck. The pup appeared healthy, albeit trembling with fear from the multitude of terrifying upright creatures, its fur stained with its mother's dried blood, gazing at Robb with similarly azure eyes. There are 5 pups in total, Theon reported to the Duke, having swiftly counted after pricking the side of the direwolf's abdomen with his dagger. This exemplifies the cycle of life, Domeric remarked, patting Robb's shoulder, his eyes reflecting admiration for the new life. As the old passes away, new life emerges, a continuous cycle. The Stark family has endured for 8 millennia, and whenever the North faces peril, a new leader invariably emerges to guide the people through adversity towards triumph. And such shall continue to be the case. His words resonated profoundly, drawing the attention of all from the duel between the dire wolf and the fierce beast, redirecting it to the legacy of House Stark. The gaze of the assembly coalesced upon Robb, who could not help but swell with pride. The new leader spoken of was none other than he, the eldest son of Stark, not one to harbor jealousy. The Duke would find immense joy if his son were to surpass him and truly become the leader of the North. The little wolf cannot survive without its mother. My lord. Yet, at that moment, Theon's voice pierced through the air, his usually gentle tone strikingly jarring. Shall we kill it? As he spoke, he brandished a dagger, aiming it menacingly at the unsuspecting pup, seemingly poised to strike. Moreover, all present, including the Duke, cast upon Theon identical looks of disapproval. The harmonious atmosphere had been shattered by his words. Domeric shook his head, following Theon's earlier proclamation. The little wolf had come to symbolize the hope and future of House Stark in the hearts of those present. Yet, for a foster son of a defeated house to so readily declare its demise, what did that signify? The collective gaze of the audience made Theon uneasy. The wretched pup had been struggling in his grasp, and he was too preoccupied to hear Domeric's discourse. He stood there, bewildered, uncertain whether to release the pup or continue holding it. Fortunately, Jon reacted swiftly, taking the pup from his hands and proposing to the Duke, 5 pups. And there are 5 Stark children, each should raise one. Observing the lively little wolf thrashing in Jon's grip, the Duke of Stark rarely smiled. Take them back to share with your siblings, Robb. Yes, father. Robb exclaimed with delight as he stepped forward to accept the pup from Jon, while the remaining 4 were likewise taken by the guards. However, as everyone else moved forward, John lingered behind, seemingly catching a faint whimper. He knelt down and opened the belly of the dire wolf, discovering, nestled deep within, a pure white pup. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure flitted through the thicket, keeping a close yet elusive pace with the procession from Winterfell. Two crimson eyes fixated on the tall, noble youth at the center, its mouth curling into an excited grin that revealed sharp fangs. As Domeric walked, he seemed to sense something amiss, a subtle smile curving his lips at the same angle as that of the dark figure. Chapter 33. The Art of Soul Captivation. O great old gods, rulers of rock, earth, and trees, the devoted believer, Walton, once again implores you to safeguard his soul, shielding it from external disturbances. He seeks your watchful gaze upon his corporeal form, allowing it to find repose beneath the fishbeam tree. The knight from the terrifying fortress is fervently engaged in prayer, resembling an utterly devout follower. Should his foes or subordinates witness this scene, they would likely mock him mercilessly, for the fearsome iron-leg Walton quivers like a frightened child. Yet, Walton remains indifferent to their scorn. He is acutely aware that since entering the divine tree, the haunting cries that once plagued his ears have vanished entirely. Indeed, the old gods are truly miraculous. At this moment, Walton comprehends the profound faith the Northerners have in the old gods, a belief that has been passed down for millennia. He murmurs incessantly, utilizing every praise he has learned in his life, despite his lack of formal education. Thank you for your invitation, my lady. On the periphery of the sacred tree forest, two elegantly attired nobles stroll leisurely inward, as though on a tranquil promenade. The young man is strikingly handsome and tall. He deliberately slows his pace to match that of his companion, exuding an air of gracefulness. The woman beside him is statuesque, with long chestnut hair cascading down to her shoulders. Though she has surpassed her 30th year and has borne 5 children, time has left little mark upon her, instead bestowing her with a mature charm unattainable by youthful maidens. Together, they present a harmonious pairing. In Winterfell, the populace predominantly adheres to the old gods. Thus, encountering a youth intrigued by the faith of the Seven is a rarity. Sunlight filters through the dense foliage, illuminating Catelyn's cerulean eyes, which sparkle with admiration and validation for her young counterpart. Speaking of gratitude, I must extend my thanks for your book of prayers, Dominic. Ever since Bran was frightened, he has been reluctant to sleep, and even when he does, he is plagued by nightmares. Thankfully, reciting passages from the book of prayers by his bedside has allowed him to slumber peacefully. You are exceedingly gracious, my lady, Dominic replies, inclining slightly. His pale gray eyes sweep over her fair, elongated neck, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The harm done to young Bran is, in part, my responsibility. If I can alleviate his psychological distress even slightly, it will lessen the guilt I carry within. His response is remarkably courteous, prompting Catelyn's smile to deepen, her gaze towards Dominic reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Over the years, she and her husband have received numerous marriage proposals from the prominent families of the North. After all, as the most powerful ducal family in the North, no earl is disinclined to forge a marital alliance with House Stark. However, Catelyn and Eddard exercise great caution regarding their children's unions. Even their eldest son, Robb, nearing 14, has not been hastily betrothed. Yet, with Sansa growing older, every family with sons has turned its attention towards the eldest daughter of House Stark. Even King Robert Baratheon, far away in King's Landing, once wrote to Winterfell, half-jokingly suggesting that his eldest son, Joffrey, should wed Sansa, thereby strengthening their familial ties. However, to Catelyn, King's Landing seemed too distant, and the sons of the northern families were, for the most part, boorish and uncouth. It would be quite extraordinary for gentle and demure Sansa to agree to such a union. Initially, when Roose Bolton sent his son to Winterfell and extolled him in his letters, Catelyn had already surmised his intentions. She had planned to dismiss him casually, but to her surprise, mere days of acquaintance had endeared her to this young man, who possessed all the admirable qualities of the nobility. Over the course of those days, Sansa's glances at Domeric had begun to shift from bashful to fervent. A mother-s cannot miss such changes in her daughter-s heart, and it was only natural. Kind, honorable, wise, and handsome, Domeric was indeed the epitome of the perfect husband in the eyes of every noble maiden. If she were 20 years younger, she might have found herself hopelessly enamored with him. Contemplating this, the Duchess couldn't help but smile subtly, casting a furtive glance at Domeric's profile. comparing him to the once-admired Brandon Stark. Though her memory had dimmed, he seemed to surpass Brandon in handsomeness. She wondered, however, about his prowess with a sword. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Catelyn continued forward, while Domeric walked silently beside her, both seemingly oblivious to the fact that their date was meant to discuss the faith of the Seven. Was that night of House Bolton? As they walked, they ventured deeper into the sacred grove, reaching the largest fishbeam tree, where a knight clad in armor stood with closed eyes in earnest prayer. Catelyn turned to Domeric for confirmation. "Indeed, my lady," Domeric replied with a nod. "He is my father's most trusted subordinate, Warden, a truly devout follower of the old gods." Observing Warden's fervent supplications, oblivious even to their approach, Catelyn couldn't help but reflect that, in a certain sense, this was indeed the case. Domeric chuckled softly, fully aware of Warden's reasons for praying in the sacred grove. During these past few days, having distanced himself from Warden, Domeric had refrained from employing his soul-binding technique, and it seemed the knight had been sleeping soundly. With this thought, a slight smile graced Domeric's lips as he subtly murmured inaudible syllables, and from the shadows, a dark entity seemed to respond to his command, fluttering its wings as it emerged from Domeric's shadow and glided towards Warden, slowly merging with the unfortunate knight's silhouette. "I think it best we do not disturb him, my lady," Domeric said, turning to the Duchess as their company dwindled to just the three of them. His pale gray eyes began to deepen into crimson. "A devoted follower of the old gods is in prayer. He surely deserves tranquility. Let us venture to the other side and engage in a profound discussion regarding the matter of faith." Catelyn appears oblivious to the unfolding events, failing to perceive the commanding tone that begins to emanate from Domeric. Unaware, she lifts her gaze to meet Domeric's scarlet eyes. Her own vivid blue orbs gradually become clouded. After approximately a minute, the Duchess's sapphire pupils flicker with a trace of crimson, and her entire being becomes as rigid as a marionette, numbly following Domeric to the shade of a fishleaf tree. The youthful vampire extends his elongated fingers, gently caressing the Duchess's fair neck, the warmth of his touch reminiscent of cradling a fragrant goblet of red wine. As his fangs pierce her skin, the Duchess involuntarily emits a sound that intertwines both pain and pleasure, akin to a passionate couple kissing fervently in the wilderness. Yet, alas, such a transgressive scene is destined to remain unseen. Only the towering trunk of the fishleaf tree, adorned with eyes etched in the bark, bears witness to the two illicit lovers. The clouds obscure the sunlight, casting a shadow over the sacred grove. An eerie chill envelopes Warden's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He opens his eyes and gazes up at the majestic fishleaf tree, its bark pale as bone and its leaves a deep crimson. Carved upon its trunk is a long, melancholic visage, with sunken eyes filled with the dried sap of the tree, resembling tears. Strangely, this haunting countenance appears oddly comforting to Warden. For those who worship the seven gods, the sacred grove is merely a pleasant locale for leisurely strolls. Yet for those who uphold the ancestral faith in the old gods, it is a hallowed ground for prayer and reverence. Over the past few days, after decades of residing in the north, Warden experiences a profound realization of this sentiment, even feeling a compelling urge to kiss the tree's trunk. As long as he can avert his gaze from that ghastly sea of blood and silence the chilling screams, he would be content. With this thought, Warden hastily closes his eyes once more, diligently resuming his prayers. However, just as he settles into his meditative state, a faint, almost insect-like moan reaches his ears from behind. A bolt of lightning strikes through his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Could it be? Again? Yet this sound seems somewhat distinct from the previous cries. He swallows hard, his right hand cautiously brushing against the hilt of his sword, though it may offer little protection. It provides a modicum of reassurance. Summoning his courage, he turns his head to glance behind him, and there, not far away, two lovers locked in a fervent kiss come into view. His pupils constrict as recognition dawns upon him. The noble youth, tall and imposing, adorned with the crimson insignia of a flayed man, is none other than Domeric. Yet the woman in his embrace gazed at the chestnut-hued hair resembling the leaves of a fishleaf tree, her mature and charming visage furrowed in a frown, occasionally releasing faint, pleasurable moans. Walton's breath became noticeably hurried, even more so than when he had witnessed the previous illusion. No one had ever informed me that the Duchess was entangled with young Lord Domeric. What should I do? If this were to leak, It would surely ignite a fierce conflict between Stark and Bolton, sweeping the entire north into turmoil. No family would remain unscathed. Walton felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. This was the sacred grove, the holy ground of Winterfell. How dare these two? The old gods above, even General Walton, who could kill effortlessly on the battlefield, began to feel genuine alarm this time. Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance. Just as Walton resolved to turn a blind eye, Dominic, savoring the Duchess's exquisite essence, abruptly raised his head and fixed a piercing gaze upon him. The youth's eyes, filled with crimson, and his handsome, elegant face adorned with an exceedingly sinister grin, exhibited a trickle of blood slowly descending from the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? In a daze, Walton seemed to hear Dominic's hoarse voice whispering in his ear. As the gentle breeze brushed past, an icy chill, 100-fold colder than before, seeped into his very bones, causing Walton's teeth to chatter uncontrollably. My memories of the terrible fortress began to assault Walton's mind, becoming increasingly vivid, until they were indelibly etched into his soul. He grasped the trunk of the fishleaf tree, attempting to rise and flee this accursed place with his trembling legs. What old gods, what sacred woods, such nonsense. Anxiously, he looked down, only to see a pair of hands, as if formed from coagulated blood, emerging from his shadow, clutching his ankles with an iron grip. In a moment of desperation, Walton instinctively drew his longsword, aiming to sever those hands. Yet, countless more hands emerged from the shadows, tightly grasping his wrists, waist, and abdomen, ultimately transforming into ropes that enveloped him, submerging him in a sea of blood. Awakened from the nightmare, Catelyn's chest rose and fell violently, her voluptuous, mature features becoming even more pronounced. The sunlight remained warm, draping over her fair skin, and as she surveyed the familiar trees around her, a hint of dread flickered in her azure eyes. Brandon. She had dreamt of Brandon Stark. This was nothing short of miraculous, though promised to Brandon by her father in her youth. And having loved the heir of House Stark ever since, that was over a decade ago. A decade. How many decades can one truly claim in life? Even Brandon's visage had grown hazy in her memory. She could only vaguely recall that he was far more handsome and considerably taller than her current husband. However, just moments ago, Catelyn once again vividly beheld that familiar visage in her dreams, perfectly aligned with her memories of youth. Recalling the blush-inducing scenes from her slumber, she felt an urgent need to return and change her trousers. Lady Catelyn, is something amiss? Just as Catelyn contemplated departing, a handsome face emerged into her azure gaze, gradually merging with the Brandon of her dreams. You. She instinctively extended her slender fingers, her previously pallid cheeks now tinged with a youthful flush. Whether from embarrassment or excitement, she could not tell. You must have skipped breakfast, my lady. Demeric's elegant smile carried a hint of languor, as though he had just enjoyed a hearty meal, yet his eyes radiated genuine concern. Just a moment ago, you suddenly fainted while walking. I have read that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Engaging in strenuous activity without it can lead to dizziness or fainting. Fortunately, your symptoms were not severe, just a fleeting moment. Is that so? Listening to Demeric's explanation, Catelyn felt a measure of relief. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed an undercurrent of significance in his smile, as if something untoward had transpired between them. She exhaled deeply but felt a twinge of disappointment within. Damn it! What am I thinking? Shaking her head, Catelyn forced herself to regain composure, resuming her regal demeanor as the Duchess. Let us proceed, Domeric. The flush upon her cheeks gradually subsided, as if nothing had occurred. I believe your words hold merit. I ought to replenish my energy. Of course, my lady. Domeric bowed his head, surreptitiously licking a barely noticeable trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, following the graceful Duchess as she walked ahead. In the sacred forest, as before, only the devout knight remained kneeling beneath the weirwood tree, eyes tightly shut as if in prayer. At the pinnacle of the weirwood, a raven with ebony feathers bore witness to it all, unfurling its wings to soar into the sky. Suddenly, an eye opened on its forehead. Chapter 35. The Death of the Prime Minister, a letter from my disinterested friend, Eddard Stark. The chambers of Winterfell were not particularly cold, situated beside the hot springs, each room benefiting from dedicated pipes conveying warm water, resulting in a commendable heating effect. The Duke, clad in a thin nightgown, sat at his desk, meticulously scrutinizing a letter from King's Landing by candlelight. With a heavy heart, I must convey to you a profoundly sorrowful message. Our foster father, my hand of the king, Jon Arryn, has passed away. Indeed, this reality is difficult to accept, yet he was already over 80 years old. Maester Coleman believed his ailment was beyond remedy. Despite their utmost efforts, they could not prevent the seven gods from taking him from my side. The stubborn old man has labored for over a decade to govern my kingdom. It is high time he took his rest, is it not? In any case, Jon Arryn has departed from this world, yet my realm cannot endure the absence of a prime minister. Therefore, as my cherished friend and brother, I implore you to come to King's Landing and assume his position, to govern in my stead, Ned. I am fully aware that you will likely refuse, being as obstinate as Jon, but by the time you receive this letter, I shall already be en route to Winterfell. I trust that the Honorable Lord Eddard Stark will not decline the King's personal invitation. If the proud Lord still chooses to deny my request, I shall have no choice but to relinquish this damned throne and bequeath it to you, your king and dear friend, Robert Baratheon. This arrogant fellow, setting down the letter. The Duke exhaled slowly, his countenance devoid of the joy one might expect from reuniting with a long-lost friend, instead marked by a profound melancholy. Do not be sorrowful, Ned. You have perused this letter thrice, yet Jon Arryn's departure is a fate decreed by the Seven, irrevocable. The familiar warmth of his wife's touch against his back brought a measure of solace to the Duke's disordered thoughts. He turned to envelop Catelyn in his embrace, his deep gray eyes betraying a flicker of concern. He was loath to venture to that wretched place, King's Landing, for one who has always known the frigid north. The warmth of the south could render him complacent, causing him to forget his duties as a Stark. Moreover, had he wished to navigate the murky waters of King's Landing, he would not have returned to the north with his army so many years ago. The hand of the king may sound splendid, but for a free direwolf, it is merely an invisible shackle. Have you been bitten by a mosquito? He gently caressed his wife's cheek, marveling at her enduring beauty even after a decade. However, he noticed two tiny pink welts upon her fair neck, almost imperceptible, reminiscent of needle pricks. This piqued his interest, for in the cold north, even mosquitoes are reluctant to survive. Perhaps it was from a morning encounter in the sacred grove, bitten by some insect. Catelyn's expression flickered with alarm, but quickly masked it, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her husband. That dream had been too vivid, too real. Though she could not ascertain the origin of the marks on her neck, she instinctively attributed them to insects in the thicket, unwilling to dwell on the events of the past. This is a secret, one that must never be revealed to anyone. We should rest, Ned. Out of guilt, Catelyn opened her warm embrace, inviting her husband. Jon Arryn's death bears no relation to you. He was old, and the elderly must inevitably pass away, as shall we in a few decades. Yet, new life invariably brings forth new hope, does it not? She leaned down, whispering in her husband's ear, Rickon is already 3 years old. I believe we should consider giving him a brother or sister. In response to his wife's invitation, the Duke appeared rather disinterested. Her words reminded Ed of the young lad from the Bolton family, and his remarks during their journey back to the city, uncannily similar. I am not in the mood, Kate. He shook his head gently, grasping her hand tenderly before slowly releasing it. The despondent Duke stood up, donned his clothing and fur coat, and made his way towards the door. I shall go see Bran. With that, he turned and departed, leaving his beautiful wife alone in their chamber. As the door closed, the forlorn Duchess curled up on the bed, her sapphire eyes filled with guilt and confusion, unaware of a dark shadow flapping its wings and slipping through the window. Ramsay, my dear brother, may you remain healthy in the depths of hell. In the guest room, the elegant vampire lifted a quill, continuing to refine his journal. Winterfell is quite warm. I find it uncomfortable. In comparison, I would prefer to dismantle the heating pipes. However, unexpectedly, the blood of House Tully is remarkably sweet, reminiscent of a sturgeon swimming in a rushing stream. Compared to the ferocity of the Targaryens, it suits my current disposition far better. I had a hearty meal. Yes, thanks to the Duchess's generous hospitality. She is far more gracious than you, Loras. This is also due to the blood of Jon Snow, which has awakened a semblance of power within me, allowing me to be gentler than I was with you before. I believe the blood of Tully is sufficient for me to execute my forthcoming plans, dear brother. I shall return to Harrenhal soon. You will no longer be alone. Closing his journal, Domeric raised his gaze to the window, where a beam of silvery moonlight streamed into the dark room, bringing him a sense of tranquility. If only it were a bit colder, the young vampire mused. As his bloodline gradually awakened, his tendencies began to align more closely with those of true bloodlines. For Domeric, who once dreaded the darkness and cold of his past life, he now found pleasure in it. After basking in the moonlight for a moment, a dark figure suddenly obscured the moon, fluttering through the window and landing on Domeric's shoulder. "You have returned." Domeric recalled that this creature had not appeared before. Although he was uncertain of its connection to himself, it proved to be quite useful. Its intelligence was remarkable, capable of cooperating with Domeric to perform certain special vampiric magics. Domeric affectionately named it Dracula. Dracula, quite exhilarated, opened its mouth and emitted a high-pitched screech, inaudible to human ears, yet clearly discernible to Domeric. "I have saved some for you, do not worry." Aware that he was demanding a reward from himself, Dominic's lips curled into a slight smile as he extended his finger, allowing a drop of blood to slip from between them and fall into Dracula's mouth. The bat, satisfied with its reward, closed its eyes in contentment and fluttered to the eaves to hang upside down and sleep. "Good night, Dracula," Dominic waved, then approached a box resembling a coffin and quietly lay down inside. This was originally Ramsay's. "Sweet dreams, dear Duchess," he murmured hoarsely as the coffin lid slowly closed, enveloping the room in tranquility. Chapter 36. The return home. Are you truly leaving, Dominic? At the eastern gate of Winterfell, Stark's eldest daughter blinked her azure eyes, her reluctance unmistakable. After days of companionship, the girl had completely succumbed to Dominic's charm. The air from the Dreadfort exuded not a hint of fearsome discomfort. Instead, he embodied the noble qualities of a young gentleman from a bard's tale, wise, elegant, and handsome. Aside from lacking a display of martial prowess, Dominic was nearly flawless, even surpassing the previous visitor, Royce. "Of course, Miss Sansa. My father sent me to resolve the troubles Ramsay caused Lord Stark, and now that the matter is settled, I must return to the Dreadfort to report back," Dominic replied with a smile, showing no sign of regret, having feasted quite well during his stay. In truth, the duration of Dominic's visit to Winterfell mattered little. The longer he stayed, the more pleased old Bolton would be. Young men, after all, require time to forge connections. Bolton believed it best for Dominic to find an opportunity to seduce Stark's eldest daughter and thereafter discuss marriage with the Duke. However, Dominic remained a kind and upright young noble of the North, entirely devoid of the despicable traits of his lineage that favored coercion. "Rest assured, believe that we shall meet again soon. The old gods watch over every northerner. They brought us together and will guide our reunion," he said, casting a glance at the little direwolf nestled in Sansa's arms, its gentle demeanor causing it to burrow deeper into her embrace. What an astute little creature. He suspected it had sensed Dracula's presence. Though well concealed from humans, beasts like the direwolf with keen olfactory senses could still detect something amiss. The young lady pursed her lips, struggling to accept the reality of Dominic's imminent departure. Yet, constrained by her image as a lady, she could not voice her desire to retain him, instead suppressing the slight sting in her nose and silently stroking the little wolf in her arms. "Hey, Dominic." In contrast to her restraint, her sister was far more carefree. "We made a pact. The next time you visit, bring me a piece of human skin from the castle to show me, and no deceit is allowed." The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her innocence shielded her from grasping the cruelty of such a request, her curiosity untouched. "Of course, Miss Arya," Dominic replied, displaying not a hint of displeasure at her impudence, maintaining his elegant demeanor with a nod. The Boltons never renege on their promises. Watching his sister leap with joy, Robb chose not to reprimand her. After all, everyone regarded her as merely a child, speaking in jest. Yet, Dominic was determined to indulge the girl's inquisitiveness. Perhaps he would procure a Stark's skin for her to admire. The tall Robb stepped forward and gave Dominic a hearty embrace. Just days prior, he had celebrated his 14th birthday, and in 2 short years, he would emerge as a true man of the North. "No need for formality, Robb," Dominic assured him. His presence was welcomed by Robb, and it was also he who bid him farewell. Given Dominic's status, it was not considered rude for the Stark family to send their heir to greet him. The North had not seen a king in many years, and the reception of royal guests was of utmost importance. Lord and Lady Stark had to prepare extensively, which Dominic understood. He nodded in agreement, extending his hand to deliver a hearty slap on Robb's broad back, feigning nonchalance as he laughed heartily. "And I am your best friend, am I not? With a close friend and 2 lovely Stark ladies to see me off, My journey to Winterfell has been quite rewarding. He cast a meaningful glance at Sansa, adding, how splendid it would be if I could take one back to Harrenhal next time. Such candid words caused the young lady's cheeks to flush crimson, the color spilling to her graceful neck like a blossoming flower. Hey, mind your manners, Bolton, Robb interjected, feigning anger but clearly amused, jesting. If you wish to take my sister away, you must first best me in a duel. Next time, I shall certainly prevail. Dominic released Robb, turning to mount his horse, waving farewell with flair. Just be sure not to cry like a babe when I best you, Stark. Enough of your bravado, Bolton, Robb retorted, his voice defiant, although a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. What a fascinating fellow he was. Perhaps he would prove to be a valuable ally in the future. At last, they departed. From the abandoned tower, the Duchess gazed at the four figures receding from Winterfell, allowing herself a sigh of relief as her trembling arms gradually steadied. She truly wished to see no more of Dominic's handsome visage, for the night before she had dreamt fitfully of Brandon Stark, only for him to transform into the young nobleman from Harrenhal. Then Brandon Dominic was indeed Brandon Dominic. In the end, the Duchess, who was unwaveringly loyal to her husband, found herself utterly ensnared in an unending nightmare, unable to extricate herself. Upon awakening in the morning, the sheets were thoroughly damp. Fortunately, the Duke had remained by their son's bedside all night and did not discover her embarrassing predicament. As she departed, the Duchess clenched her teeth, her right hand pressed tightly against her chest. She could comprehend Brandon, but why was it that even Dominic haunted her? If only she could avoid the visage of that youth, perhaps such absurd nightmares would cease to plague her. With this thought, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Yet, at that moment, it seemed as if Dominic, who had gradually receded, turned back and flashed a grin in her direction. Impossible. He could not have discovered my secret. Catelyn, in a flurry, shut her eyes, her hands rubbing fervently against her eyelids, before slowly reopening them. Indeed, the proud scion of Bolton rode eastward, showing no inclination to glance back at her. She inhaled deeply, her fervent emotions gradually calming. Yet for reasons unknown, a faint sense of loss began to stir within her. By the seven gods, this is truly sinful. As a devout follower of the seven, Catelyn hastily recited prayers in her mind to cleanse herself of such disgraceful thoughts. However, just as she closed her eyes, Dominic on horseback suddenly turned, once more casting a glance towards the tower, grinning as if savoring a delightful memory. The Duchess felt a shiver. Chapter 37. The Highwayman. Oh ho ho ho. That maiden is truly beautiful. I shall take her home, strip her of her garments, and reward myself day and night. As long as that wretch remains loyal, the six principles shall not concern me. Oh ho ho ho. On the muddy path, the lilting melodies of northern ballads echoed. Though the rhythms and lyrics were not particularly refined, they embodied the unique, carefree, and rugged spirit of the North. Even Dominic could not resist joining in, harmonizing with the knights. Traveling was inherently tedious. Singing not only helped pass the time, but also kept the knights alert, preventing them from dozing off and falling from their mounts. Do not underestimate the likelihood of such occurrences, for each year, knights do indeed meet their demise from falling asleep and being trampled. Thus, many unskilled riders opted to tightly bind themselves to their steeds with ropes, ensuring at least they would not tumble off. However, as members of the Bolton elite, including Walton, the three guards would never resort to such an undignified display. Being seen in such a manner would invite ridicule. Your singing voice remains as resplendent as ever, Master Dominic. Upon finishing a song, a tall, slender guard turned to Dominic, offering a compliment. It has been over half a year since we last heard your voice. We have all greatly missed it. I have only just recovered from my illness. Navvy, Dominic replied with a composed smile. Before his arrival, the original Dominic was indeed held in high regard by the guards of the Bolton family. After all, everyone seeks a livelihood, and who wouldn't appreciate a benevolent master, one who is never prone to anger or trouble? Moreover, Dominic's prowess in swordsmanship and horsemanship was nothing short of exceptional. Aside from the hot-tempered and violent Wharton, almost everyone admired the only legitimate son of the Bolton Earl. As the hooves struck the uneven, muddy path, Dominic sat firmly on his steed, contemplatively remarking, "It is quite fortunate to have survived the brink of death. During my gravest illness, there was a night when I even glimpsed my mother's face." "May the old gods bless you, my lord," said a guard named Nai, his expression revealing a complex turmoil, yet he ultimately could not bring himself to disclose the truth to Dominic. The closest guards were well aware of the cause of his severe illness, but since the incident had already transpired, and even the Earl of Bolton had refrained from pursuing the matter regarding the illegitimate child, they were not foolish enough to bring it up themselves. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, with Dominique now in good health and that wretched bastard having met his end, the matter seemed to have faded into the past. You would do well to replace your attendants and servants, my lord. Nai ceased his discourse, but another slightly stocky guard interjected. In recent months, whispers have circulated among your household, claiming that terrifying screams have been heard from your chambers, attributing the disappearance of that illegitimate child and the foul man to you. While I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, I understand that discussing nobles in private is quite disrespectful. Thank you for your counsel, Quaid, Dominique replied, observing the guard's somewhat portly yet earnest visage. This indeed is rather impolite behavior. I shall admonish them upon our return. Yet, you know how difficult it is for them to secure a position within the castle, so I ask you to forgive them this once. You are too kind, Quaid sighed. Previously, both he and Nai had harbored doubts about whether the deaths of Rams and the foul man were truly related to Dominique, but after these days of companionship, their suspicions had dissipated. Such a kind-hearted individual could not possibly act with malice. This matter was likely orchestrated by the Earl of Bolton himself. His decision not to eliminate Rams must have stemmed from a fear of losing an heir should Dominique perish. Now that Dominique had recovered, that ever-ambitious illegitimate child was surely a menace, and such ruthless measures aligned perfectly with the character of the Earl of Bolton. Every life is a gift from the gods and should be treated with the utmost respect. The sunlight illuminated his handsome visage, casting a warm glow reminiscent of the radiant descent of the Virgin Mary upon the earth. Two guards of Bolton observed the scene before them, a profound sense of duty igniting within them, compelling them to protect Dominique at all costs. Unbeknownst to them, Sir Walton, who had remained silent throughout, felt a slight twitch in the corner of his eye, bloodshot and weary, his gaze fixated on the shadow of Dominique swaying in the wind, his breath quickening. You wretched fool, is that a commoner? In the depths of the forest, a man sporting a goatee furiously seized the collar of a corpulent individual. His eyes ablaze with fury as he demanded, "Speak, you scoundrel. I assure you, we are not commoners, my lord," the fat man stammered, fear evident in his demeanor. "We are the guards of Terror Keep." Just as he was about to divulge the truth, a curvaceous woman interjected. "The one in the middle is the illegitimate son of Rustin." Peering through the thicket at the approaching entourage of Dominique, a mole on her upper lip, she spitefully remarked, "Though I deceived you, as long as you flee south once your task is completed, Rust Bolton would never scour the world for the murderer of an illegitimate son. Would he? You vile harlot, do not instruct me." The man with the goatee cursed, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of indecision. Observing this, a pale-skinned man with brittle hair quickly cautioned, "We agreed, goat. We shall not lay hands on the nobility. That is our line in the sand." "Damn it, I know," the man known as Goat growled, yet he still appeared to struggle with his resolve. Their reluctance to act against the nobility stemmed not from compassion or principle, but rather from the perilous nature of such actions, which could easily lead to dire consequences. However, the allure of the reward was simply too tempting. He was not a nobleman, merely an illegitimate child. As Goat wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, the woman stoked the flames of his ambition once more. "If you are willing to proceed, I can raise the reward to 200 golden dragons." With that, she produced a pouch from her bosom and offered it to Goat, saying, "Here are 30 golden dragons as a down payment." Cursing under his breath as he weighed the heavy coins in his hand, Goat surveyed his companions, noticing the gleam of avarice in their eyes, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves. Chapter 38. The Highwayman Who Can Enlighten Me as to what transpired here? Count Rust Bolton seethed with rage, though years of practiced composure betrayed little of his inner turmoil. In the hall, a desiccated corpse, devoid of skin, lay in stillness, an eye tethered by blood vessels dangling grotesquely by the ear, as if accusing him of its tragic fate. The surrounding guards stood in utter silence, none daring to respond to his inquiry, paralyzed by the fear of incurring the Count's wrath. "Lord Stark has issued a grave warning to you, Lord Bolton." Standing tall and proud in the center of the hall, the knight spoke with a resonant voice, his eyes devoid of any fear that the Bolton guards displayed. The sigil of the Ice Wolf emblazoned on his chest imbued him with boundless confidence. "Please remember the oath of our ancestors. Having discarded those vile traditions, let us not resurrect them." Opportunities to be audacious in the presence of such a powerful earl were scarce. Noticing Lord Lewin Bolton's increasingly dark expression, the Winterfell guard, named Vale, struggled to suppress a smile and continued, "This time, out of respect for Lord Roderick Bolton, Lord Stark may overlook your transgressions in reclaiming tradition. After all, the sins committed by this illegitimate son are utterly unforgivable and warrant appropriate punishment." The implications in Vale's words were unmistakable. Years prior, Count Jor Mormont of Bear Island had voluntarily joined the Night's Watch to afford his son greater prospects, relinquishing his title and lands to his only son, Yura. Although it later became evident that this son was not deserving, having lost his title for the sake of a woman, the situation clearly articulated the Duke's warning. The ancestors of House Bolton had once sworn fealty to House Stark, renouncing their traditions. Now, with Lewin Bolton brazenly resurrecting those traditions, not only would it incite Stark's suspicions, but if word spread, it could provoke an assault from all the lords of the North. After all, the skins that the Bolton's ancestors stripped were not solely those of the Starks. "I understand, my lord," Lewin Bolton said, his eyelids twitching, yet he offered no defense. Though he suffered from an unjust plight, he was acutely aware that the facts were laid bare, and no one would believe his words. Even if he suspected that Domeric was largely responsible, the latter's reputation was simply too pristine. "Have you been concealing your true self, or have you changed because of Ramsay, Domeric?" Lewin pondered the transformations his legitimate son had undergone over the past 6 months, while solemnly promising Vale, "Please convey to Lord Stark that such occurrences will not happen again. I can assure him of that." "Best it be so, my lord," Vale replied succinctly, nodding before turning to leave. It was already a privilege to witness the Earl's folly. One should not be greedy and risk entangling oneself in the affair. Despite his youth at 19, Vale, having risen from the status of a common illegitimate son, had learned these truths early on. However, as he was about to exit, he did not decline the 2 silver stags offered by the Bolton guards. This was an unspoken rule, understood by all. And even if the Duke were to learn of it, he would not cast blame. "What should I buy for Kyra?" Weighing the silver stags in his hand, Vale scratched at his somewhat tattered leather armor, silently calculating in his mind. After the Winterfell guard departed, Lord Lewin Bolton paced before his unrecognizable illegitimate son, lost in contemplation. Since the conclusion of the war, he had refrained from issuing orders to flay others for many years, let alone against his own kind. Such an absurd lie could only be believed if uttered by Domeric. Count Roose furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions behind his legitimate son's fabrications in Winterfell. "What exactly did you say before the Starks, Domeric? What did you call me?" As a group suddenly emerged from the dense forest, Domeric intended to approach for a closer inspection, but was halted by Quaid, who held him back, forcing him to call out from a distance. The 3 knights guarding Domeric appeared remarkably formidable, far from being mere commoners. That wretched harlot had indeed not spoken the truth. Casting a glance at the tightly bound couple behind him, their mouths sealed, Domeric silently congratulated himself for having prepared a contingency plan. Yet, he failed to notice the woman's wide eyes and her desperate struggles, emitting whimpers as if attempting to alert him to something. Just moments ago, believing their business was concluded, he was taken aback when the notorious mercenary leader shifted his gaze and proclaimed to his companions, "I have a better idea." Without further ado, he bound the couple and positioned himself in the path that Domeric and his entourage would traverse. However, that man was not Ramsay, the fool. The woman writhed frantically, unable to utter a single word, while the burly man restraining her felt a sense of satisfaction, pushing his waist forward once more. "Blind yourself, you cur." Domeric had yet to respond when Novice, unable to contain himself, interjected loudly, "Before you stands the esteemed Lord Ramsay Snow." Before Novice could finish, Domeric interrupted him with a glance, then continued in a booming voice, "You uncultured wretches dare to address me as your grace." His performance drew quizzical looks from Novice and Quaid, who felt an unexpected sense of relief. The young master had finally caught on. Exchanging knowing glances, they shouted in unison at the goat, "Kneel, you wretched peasant. This is the domain of House Bolton. Why do you obstruct the path of the esteemed Lord Ramsay? A despicable bastard dared to consider himself a lord?" The goat cursed under his breath, yet a sycophantic smile crept across his face. He relished the act of trampling those who held themselves in high regard, reveling in their pleas for mercy. Raising his hands, he unhesitatingly knelt. Directing his chin toward the bound couple, and declared earnestly, "We come with sincerity, my lord Ramsay." Chapter 39, The Highwayman, Part 3, Sincerity? During the day, Demiric's vision was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person, and from a distance, he could scarcely discern their features. Tilting his head slightly, he instructed Quaid, "Go and have him translate what true sincerity means." Quaid nodded decisively and spurred his horse forward. For these family guards, scouting for their lord was merely a fundamental duty. In critical moments, they were indeed expected to shield their master with their very bodies. As he pondered this, Quaid had already approached, looking down at the goat-like figure. "Hey, lamb," he boomed. "The Lord commands you to translate what the hell sincerity means. If you fail to satisfy Lord Rams, I shall flay your skin." His demeanor was haughty. Resembling that of a sycophant, his voice loud enough for the trio of Domalik behind him to hear clearly. "Has he ever gone out with Rams?" Domalik leaned towards Nai and whispered. It was not that he doubted Quaid, but rather that this fellow seemed exceptionally skilled. "I don't think so," Nai mused for a moment. Harboring some doubt, yet he firmly replied, "Quaid has always acted alongside me. I have never seen him interact with Rams. It must be a natural talent. A remarkable individual indeed." Domalik sighed deeply, realizing he had overlooked such a distinguished guard at his side. He made a mental note, for he might need him in the future. Esteemed knight. In the face of Quaid's arrogance, the goat-like figure's ingratiating smile only grew more pronounced. "We are mercenaries from the south. My name is Laurel. 3 days ago, we were commissioned by these two fellows to eliminate a civilian, but upon our arrival, we found the esteemed Lord Rams instead. You see, how could lowly mercenaries like us dare to lay hands on someone from the Bolton family? Thus, we promptly decided to bind these two and present them to Lord Rams for his judgment." He chuckled again. "If Lord Rams could consider our deed and persuade Count Bolton to knight us, that would be splendid." His words were delivered with a certain flair, unmistakably portraying two mercenaries willing to betray their employer for fame and fortune. Yet, Quaid remained vigilant. Assassinating Rams? Although the news of the bastard's demise was known to few, he had the Honorable Domalik Bolton behind him. Quaid placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, cautiously peering forward, only to see two unfamiliar faces. He did not recognize these two hired killers. After a moment's deliberation, Quaid resolved to report to Domalik first. "They are two surrendered mercenaries." He did not turn back, keeping a wary eye on the goat's every movement, and shouted loudly, "Their employer intends to assassinate you, Lord Ram Snow." How intriguing. Listening to Quaid's report, a sly smile crept upon Domalik's lips. To think they lay in ambush along his return route, preparing to eliminate Ram Snow? This matter, upon reflection, seemed rather bizarre. "Go take a look, Walton," commanded the nobleman, turning to the silent, iron-legged knight beside him. "Bring Nawe along. If anything seems amiss, act immediately." "Yes, my lord." Faced with Demiric's order, Walton dared not hesitate, feeling a slight sense of relief. As long as he remained useful to him, all would be well. The knight, whose eyes were laced with bloodshot veins, exchanged a knowing glance with Nawe. Both men instinctively reached for their sword hilts as they rode in tandem towards the direction of the goat. Remaining vigilant, the goat observed that Demiric had yet to move from his position, causing his pupils to constrict slightly, wary of making any sudden moves. After all, as long as these three troublesome figures kept their distance from Rams, the intended effect would be achieved. With this thought in mind, the goat discreetly flipped his palm, forming a peculiar gesture. Quaid furrowed his brow, uncertain if he had misinterpreted the situation, as he noticed the bushes flanking the path rustling. Was it merely the wind? Though he harbored doubts, he chose not to dwell on them, especially since the sound of Walton and his companions' horses was drawing closer behind him. Why has this one stopped moving? The bearded man, who had been squinting in enjoyment, noticed the woman before him had ceased her struggles. Confusion washed over him as he gazed at her, only to find her eyes filled with terror, fixated on the approaching tall knight. Sensing her gaze, Walton too looked up at the figure before him. As their eyes met, Walton's heart raced and his body prickled with a chilling awareness. He recognized that woman all too well. "Strike! Strike!" Walton shouted decisively, drawing his longsword and directing his command at his companions while simultaneously swinging his blade towards the ground near the goat. Though Quaid and Nawe were unaware of the cause of his alarm, their years of trust in Walton compelled them to unsheath their swords without hesitation. However, the goat's reaction was swifter. As the notorious leader of the Warriors Guild, he possessed skills that had kept him alive amidst countless threats. Otherwise, he would have long been eradicated by local law enforcement. In an instant, the goat lunged, half kneeling as he drew a dagger from his boot and plunged it directly into Quaid's thigh. This man was no ordinary mercenary. Quaid gritted his teeth against the pain and continued to swing his sword, yet the goat had already vanished from his sight. Suddenly, the horse beneath him reared violently, crashing to the ground and throwing Quaid off in the process. Years of combat training kicked in, and he quickly scrambled to rise and face the enemy, only to feel a cold sensation at his throat that rendered him immobile. Breathless, Quaid allowed the assailant to wrest the long sword from his grasp. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his horse, now riddled with arrows, lying lifeless on the ground, barely clinging to life. Suddenly, several individuals emerged from the thicket, seizing Nawe in the same manner. Only Walton remained, valiantly wielding his sword against 3 adversaries, though his arms and legs bore various degrees of sword wounds, suggesting he could not endure for much longer. "Do not move, dear knight." The voice of the goat pierced the air, cold and menacing, starkly contrasting his previous flattery. "We seek only the life of that illegitimate child and have no desire to become enemies of the esteemed Lord Walton. Merely an illegitimate child, hardly worth your life. Is he not?" Quaid realized that this remark was not directed at him. He glanced towards Walton, witnessing the towering knight, his iron legs marred by fresh cuts. Yet he continued to swing his weapon, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied intensity, showing no sign of yielding. Chapter 40. The Highwayman in Pain? What is that? Fear? Such a notion does not exist. For behind me lurks the true devil. Despite sustaining 7 or 8 grievous wounds, Walton seemed impervious to sensation, his eyes burning with madness as he relentlessly brandished his longsword, even launching assaults against his 3 assailants. Has that man lost his mind? The goat, holding Quaid captive, furrowed his brow as he observed the frenzied knight. Although he was a notorious mercenary leader, the goat was reluctant to slay a knight of the noble family unless absolutely necessary, particularly one from the Walton lineage, renowned for their merciless methods. This will be troublesome. Force him to drop his sword and cease resisting. The goat commanded sternly, pressing harder against Quaid's neck, drawing blood. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Quaid displayed remarkable resilience in the face of the blade. "Do not waste your efforts, fool. The guards of the Walton family fear not death, especially not our captain." "Iron leg Walton," Quaid retorted defiantly. It must be said that Walton's courageous display inspired considerable admiration in both Quaid and Nawe. The North had enjoyed peace for many years, and they had not witnessed their captain's blood-soaked valor in ages. To their astonishment, he showed no signs of weakness. Rather, he fought with even greater ferocity, determined to leave his mark upon his foes despite his grievous injuries. The goat, observing Quaid's fearless demeanor, could not help but curse inwardly. He understood that the people of the North were formidable adversaries, yet this was beyond belief. Walton appeared on the verge of collapse, yet he stood firm, even posing a significant threat to the 3 assailants surrounding him. Such a formidable knight, the goat mused, he had never encountered in his decades of mercenary life. "Kill him," the goat commanded decisively, fully aware that they were within the territory of the Walton family, and any delay could lead to significant complications. The 3 individuals, having received their orders, no longer held back. They decisively brandished their weapons and launched a ferocious assault on Walton. The Iron Leg Knight suffered varying degrees of blows to his chest, abdomen, and back, ultimately collapsing to one knee. Had his armor not been sufficiently robust, it might have already claimed his life. "It ends here, you dog," declared a somewhat hunched figure, panting as he stood before Walton, brandishing a steel fork that heralded death. Since joining the warrior corps, he had encountered no foe more formidable than this, yet he was reassured by the numerical superiority of his side. Gazing up into the sunlight that glinted off the steel fork, Walton's crimson eyes gradually regained clarity. Is it truly over? Perhaps it is for the best. At least I shall no longer be ensnared in that dreadful nightmare. Somehow, a sense of relief washed over Walton, and he even began to reveal a long-lost smile. However, as if recalling something, the Iron Leg Knight turned his head to look behind him, just in time to see 2 mounted adversaries charging toward Domalik. Would he allow such a thing to transpire? Useless, Domalik thought, his gaze traversing the 2 grinning foes rushing toward him, only to settle on the kneeling Walton. Shaking his head in disappointment, he had assumed that as the chief knight and captain of the guard of House Bolton, the Iron Leg Walton would possess greater prowess. Yet he was taken aback that merely 3 enemies had managed to bring him to his knees, despite their formidable appearance. This is far from finished. You cannot perish here. Iron Leg Knight Walton. Dominic's right hand brushed against the hilt of his sword, and a strange smile crept upon his lips. Wouldn't you agree, Dracula? Boom. The sound wave surged forth, momentarily stunning the hunched man, causing his steel fork to hesitate just before striking. Simultaneously, the goat-like figure wielding a dagger paused. Though this brief interval went unnoticed by all, unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy figure, wings unfurling, quietly blended into Walton's shadow, merging seamlessly with him. Swish! The steel fork descended. Yet it did not penetrate the knight's body as anticipated. In the astonished gaze of the hunched man, Walton's powerful left hand gripped the fork tightly, halting its advance entirely. Raising his head, his eyes devoid of any color other than a blood-red hue, he flashed a fearsome grin at the hunched figure. I find you exceedingly displeasing. With a roar, the once diminished knight astonishingly raised his long sword once more, thrusting it with a speed far surpassing before, piercing the chest of the hunched man. In the same motion, he rolled to evade the attacks of the other 2, causing the goat-like figure to stumble. While his long sword sliced through the calf of the man, restraining Nawe. The loyal guards of House Bolton regained their freedom, and the well-trained warriors sprang into action. Nawe seized the wrist of the enemy who had knelt before him, deftly twisting and swiftly slashing across his throat to reclaim his weapon. Though Quaid faced considerable challenges, he swiftly ducked to avoid another assault from the goat, delivering a kick to the adversary's abdomen that sent him staggering back. He positioned himself back-to-back with Nawe and the rising Walton, forming a defensive stance. At that moment, the number of enemies surrounding them had dwindled to 6. This battle was utterly futile. The goat fumed, exasperated at the unforeseen turn of events, particularly the loss of 2 members of his crew. It was not that he mourned for those 2. As someone who had clawed his way up from the lowest ranks with unyielding ruthlessness, he felt no sympathy for others' lives. However, a higher death toll could incite discontent among the remaining members, each of whom was a ruthless individual, jeopardizing his position as their leader. While he remained oblivious to the reasons behind Quaid's steadfastness, he was acutely aware that this conflict was devoid of purpose. The knights have already reached Uswick and the Jester. That bastard Rams cannot possibly survive. Life is a precious commodity. The goat pointed behind him. You are destined to fail in protecting him. Let us all lay down our arms, and we shall take the money while you preserve your lives. How about that? Foolishness. However, in a turn of events that caught the goat off guard, Walton appeared entranced by the carnage, his bloodshot eyes fixated on him. Emitting a primal growl from deep within his throat. Look behind you, lad. You have no idea what you have stirred. How trite. Knight, the goat grimaced, suspecting Walton was merely stalling. Such overused tactics will not. Before he could finish, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Dear mercenary, what do you intend to do to my loyal subordinates? Alarmed, the goat realized someone was behind him. With the reflexes of a seasoned warrior, he instinctively brandished his dagger, twisting and thrusting it backward, only to have it met by a bloodied longsword. The radiant smile of Dominic appeared before him, as if greeting an old friend. Shaking his head, how unfriendly, mercenary. As a scholar exiled from the academy, old Corbin had served in the Warriors Guild for many years to survive. Yet, he never partook in pillaging or murder. His role was that of a healer, tending to the wounds of the guild members in exchange for the protection of the leader known as the goat. Sometimes, he would even acquire corpses from the goat for his academic studies. To Corbin, nothing was more exquisite than a lifelike corpse, especially when a scalpel sliced through skin, muscle, and even bone, revealing the intricate textures of nature's craftsmanship. With each dissection, he gleaned new insights. This was a necessary pursuit of truth, even at the cost of losing his necklace to the academy. Yet, the venerable Corbin, who had devoted his life to the pursuit of truth, found his long-held theories utterly overturned by the imposing knight before him. The tendons of his right hand were pierced and severed by a steel fork, and the muscles on the outer thigh were torn. Logically, he should have been incapable of standing, let alone wielding a sword to counterattack. Yet, Walton appeared remarkably vigorous, devoid of any semblance of being gravely injured. Dissect him. Despite being bound hand and foot, old Cobain was utterly distinct from the others. His eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they were filled with an insatiable desire, akin to a famished ghost in search of a stunning beauty. You insolent cur. Do you dare to defy me? Cobain's unabashed gaze ignited a fierce ire within Quaid, who advanced with a clenched fist, striking him squarely on the jaw, exclaiming in anger, "If it weren't for Master Dominic's explicit orders to bring you back to the Fortress of Terror for judgment, I would end you right now." The punch sent Cobain reeling, his once brazen demeanor now somewhat subdued. Noticing Cobain's newfound restraint, Quaid returned to Watton's side, visibly concerned as he gestured toward the hastily bandaged wounds on Watton's body. "Are you certain you are unscathed, Watton?" Before Dominic's arrival, this battle had not been an easy one. He himself had sustained some injuries, though fortunately, they did not hinder his ability to ride. "I am fine." Watton shook his head. Although the wounds appeared severe, he felt no pain or discomfort for reasons unknown to him. He gazed ahead at the imposing figure before him, secretly grateful that he had not faltered in the face of adversity. Though he was oblivious to the nature of his condition, he sensed it was intrinsically linked to that figure. The severed tendons in his right hand and the torn thigh muscles weighed heavily upon his mind. At this juncture, Cobain, who had remained silent, suddenly opened his eyes wide and fixated on Watton with an intense fervor. "It is nothing short of miraculous that you are still able to move. Calling it a divine phenomenon would not be an exaggeration. You are a scholar. Where is your necklace?" His words prompted Watton to glance sideways. "It was reclaimed by the Academy." Cobain did not conceal the truth, responding candidly. Yet his fervent gaze persisted. "I have spent a lifetime dissecting human bodies and conducting live experiments, but I have never encountered such an extraordinary physique. Allow me to examine your wounds. Knight, just a glimpse. Perhaps I may possess the means to heal you." His penetrating gaze sent a shiver down Watton's spine. He recalled how they had discovered Cobain hiding in the underbrush without any weapon. Watton was acutely aware of his own injuries, and after a moment's reflection, he finally nodded, issuing a stern warning. "You would do well to harbor no ill intentions, scholar, or I shall end your life without hesitation. Why act so irrationally?" "My dear lady?" Perched upon his steed, Dominic's smile remained graceful and gentle, as if the conspirators plotting his demise were not before him. "You know, I regard Rams as a brother. Even the gold dragon you hired for your assassination was one I previously provided to you. You remind me of the tale of the farmer and the snake." "Oh, I forget you have yet to hear that story." Demolic lightly touched his forehead, seemingly a bit embarrassed as he attempted to explain. "Once there was a farmer." "Enough of your nonsense." Bolton, the widow Gailey, who had just lost her husband in battle, clearly had no patience for tales of farmers and serpents. She unleashed a torrent of invective upon Demolic. "Your family is cursed with filthy blood. Your father was a despicable wretch who violated me, resulting in the birth of Rams. You ought to perish, Demolic. Only then would that old Lustborton have no heir, and my Rams could reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." A sharp slap echoed through the air as Navi retracted his hand, glaring coldly at Gailey, whose mouth now bore traces of blood. "The Bolton family has but one heir, and that is young Master Demolic. You and your wretched bastard have no chance. Speak further, and I shall swiftly sever your throat, you harlot." Navi's warning had its intended effect. Gailey fell silent, though her eyes still glared with venom at him and Demolic, a bitter resentment simmering within her. It was infuriating how close she had been. All blame lay with that damned captain of the warriors. If not for his reckless insistence, Demolic would not have been alerted, leading to their failure. And that wretched scoundrel had the audacity to abandon all his comrades without hesitation, even knowing the fight was not entirely lost. What warriors? What infallible mercenaries? Merely worthless. TSK, you are too crude, Navi. Demolic shook his head, seemingly oblivious to Gailey's furious gaze. "I have cautioned you numerous times to treat ladies with gentleness. It is a fundamental tenet of knighthood. Though they have erred, their guilt must be judged by my father. For to administer personal justice is an act of disrespect. Your kindness and sense of justice are admirable, young master. Truly, you embody the essence of Demolic Bolton. Maintaining your grace even as a victim of this assassination," Navi remarked, genuinely impressed. He then turned to Rueli, offering a sardonic grin, "But I am no knight. Striking a woman bears no moral weight upon my conscience, especially one as filthy as her. What a pity we could not capture that vile leader, otherwise. I would implore Lord Bolton to have his skin flayed and wear it for warmth." Just as Navi lamented, an eerie call accompanied the sound of hooves echoing down the road ahead. Having just endured a fierce battle, Navi remained tense, drawing his sword and glaring at the approaching figure, which appeared to be dragging an object behind it with a rope. Here stands Roderick Bolton, the legitimate son of Lord Lustborton. Who dares approach? Navi's loud shout caused the knights ahead to quickly rein in their horses, their hooves rising high with emotion. Once they came to a complete stop, they answered in kind. I am Vale from Winterfell, Lord Dominic. We have met before, do you remember? Chapter 42, The Cackling Bat Vale? The rider slowly approached, a face that sparked a faint recollection coming into view. Dominic raised a hand in gesture, prompting Navi to lower his long sword, yet he did not sheath it immediately, maintaining his vigilance. Had it not been for Walden's tenacity and Dominic's timely intervention, they might have already become cold corpses. Nevertheless, Navi gazed at Dominic, aware that many recognized the young heir's unparalleled swordsmanship. Yet he was astounded that Dominic could achieve such prowess. It was not until the sigil of the Ice Wolf was clearly visible on his chest that Navi finally lowered his guard and sheathed his sword. Dominic, however, did not indulge in pleasantries. He directly inquired, What brings you here, Vale from Winterfell? Completing Lord Stark's assigned task of returning the bastard's body to the Dreadfort, Lord Dominic. Vale replied, a broad smile illuminating his not-so-handsome face with a sunny disposition. Bastard. The bound and weary Raylan immediately seized upon the term, her eyes widening in indignation as she struggled to exclaim, You damned bastard. Who are you talking about? Whose body are you sending back to Winterfell? The response did not come from Vale, but rather from Navi's fist. I told you to shut your mouth, you filthy whore. The force of the punch was considerable, knocking several blood-stained teeth from Raylan's mouth, her already swollen cheeks becoming more pronounced as she glared at Navi, now too intimidated to speak further. Be a bit gentler, Navi. Dominic lightly chided, though he showed no intention of stopping him. It appears you are in a bit of trouble, my lord, Vale remarked, glancing at the captives beside them and at Coben, who was tending to Walden's injuries. He raised an eyebrow. Do you require assistance? Thank you for your kind offer. But it has been resolved, Dominic replied politely, his gaze also drifting towards the bag that trailed behind Vale's mount. Speaking of which, I encountered a bit of trouble on the road as well. Noticing the inquiry on Dominic's face, Vale broke into a hearty smile and dismounted, loosening the ropes of the bag as he explained, Not long ago, I came across an injured fellow. I intended to offer help, but surprisingly, he attempted to steal my horse. However, it seems I haven't heard anything for quite some time. I wonder if he is still alive. As he spoke, Vale pulled open the bag's mouth, revealing the gruesome sight of a man with a goat-like beard, bloodied and battered for all to see. In stark contrast to his earlier vigor, the goat man lay with eyes tightly shut, his body marred by extensive abrasions, appearing utterly wretched. It's him, Navi exclaimed, having been troubled by the goat man's escape. He was the leader of the group. Calm down. Dominic placed his right hand upon Nave's shoulder and nodded at Weil. This fellow was the leader of the attackers who ambushed us, and during the scuffle, he managed to escape. I never anticipated you would capture him. He is quite a formidable adversary. Your strength is truly admirable, Lord Weil. With such prowess, one would expect you to be more than a mere unknown in Winterfell. Yet, I only vaguely recall having seen you at the Smoke and Ale Tavern. I had not heard of the name while before. But isn't it intriguing? The world is replete with those who possess great strength yet remain obscure. Perhaps they merely await an opportunity to unleash their extraordinary potential, just like now. Weil nodded in comprehension and then wittily responded, Then I shall leave this fellow to your disposal, Lord Dominic. Although he appeared to be on the verge of collapse, Dominic readily accepted Weil's suggestion. He was a shrewd individual, not fixated on bringing the goat back to Winterfell for judgment. This not only fostered goodwill with Dominic, but also allowed Weil to privately execute a criminal, an act that could be perceived as trivial or serious, depending on the perspective. Should this reach the ears of the just Lord Stark, it could indeed become a troublesome affair. In truth, even without encountering Dominic and his companions, Weil had intended to abandon the goat in some woods, where the beast would be all too eager to erase any evidence. He had done so before. How are your wounds, Walton? Instead of immediately dismounting to check on the goat, he turned to inquire about Walton's condition. Not too bad. Walton looked down at the stitches that old Coben had applied haphazardly to his wounds. Though they appeared crooked, they had indeed ceased to bleed. Surprisingly, he had felt no pain during the stitching. Even Coben and Quaid could not help but marvel at his resilience. Yet, upon meeting Dominic's veiled gaze, a cold sweat trickled down Walton's forehead. I feel rather unwell, my lord. The normally thick-skinned Walton suddenly became acutely aware. his complexion pale and his body slumped against the horse, a picture of fragility. He weakly raised his arm, his voice barely a whisper. I was merely holding on. But now that the wounds are stitched, my body seems to be giving in. What a performance. Dominic shook his head. Although Walton's act was rather exaggerated, it was sufficient to deceive those around him. The concern etched on Quade's and Knave's faces confirmed as much. Take good care of him, bachelor. Dominic commanded Coben as he dismounted. We must not let our valiant knight falter on the journey home. I shall go investigate that leader. With that, a shadowy figure detached itself from Walton's silhouette and lunged towards the nearly lifeless goat. As Wharton lay upon his steed, a sudden jolt coursed through his body, overwhelming him with excruciating pain and a profound sense of weakness that nearly stole his breath away. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down his face, and his body involuntarily convulsed in intermittent spasms. This was no mere act. Alas, his end seemed imminent. Approaching the goat, he found it with its eyes tightly shut and its lips quivering faintly, presenting a woeful sight. Domiric let out a sigh, a hint of regret in his demeanor. At least it was a living being, albeit one that strayed from the righteous path. May it find solace in the old god's blessing and cleanse its foul spirit in death. His display of compassion caused Vale to glance over, though an inexplicable chill lingered in his heart. Please find a place to bury him, my lord, Vale ventured. After reflecting, Domiric produced several silver coins emblazoned with the image of a stag from his pocket, placing them in Vale's palm. We lack the manpower to transport him back to Terror Fortress, and I fear he would be a burden on your journey. Yet, I cannot bear to see a living soul left to rot in the wilderness. Thus, I must ask for your assistance. You are truly kind, Lord Domiric. Vale replied with a cheerful smile, accepting the coins without hesitation. The old god shall bless every noble soul of the north. Such generosity. Weighing the 7 silver coins in his hand, Vale wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed longingly after Domiric and the others as they departed, musing. Far more generous than his father, wouldn't you agree? He kicked the goat at his feet, receiving no response, and a playful smirk tugged at his lips. In you go, wretched creature. With a slight exertion of his arms, he rolled the still warm body of the goat into the pit, hastily covering it with a few handfuls of earth before remounting his horse and resuming his journey back to Winterfell. Wait for me, Kyra. I shall procure for you the most exquisite necklace in all the realm. The sound of hooves gradually faded, and tranquility returned to the dense forest. Time passed, and the soft earth trembled slightly as a pitch-black bat emerged from the soil, its mouth stained with fresh blood. It let out a cacophonous laugh of satisfaction and flapped its wings, soaring eastward. Chapter 43. The Struggle of Master and Servant Father. In the central hall of Terror Fortress, Domiric inclined his head slightly toward Lord Roderick Bolton seated in the high seat, maintaining his customary politeness. After a long absence, his son had returned. Yet the Count displayed no inclination for reunion, his mind instead preoccupied with the ghastly image of Ramsay's flayed corpse. He pondered the enigma of why his once innocent and kind-hearted son had taken it upon himself to execute Ramsay and the foul wretch, and then shift the blame onto himself. Such cruelty was uncharacteristic of Domiric. However, it was evidently not the moment for inquiries of this nature. What was transpiring here? His gaze shifted from Domiric to Rilly and several mercenaries standing behind him, and the Count appeared somewhat indifferent. The lengthy tenure of the Earl has instilled in him the virtue of patience. Regardless of urgency, matters must be resolved one at a time to avoid chaos. Indeed, had he chosen to eliminate Roeli after the heinous act committed over a decade ago, perhaps many unforeseen events could have been averted. That wretched woman dared to hire an assassin to eliminate young Master Domiric. Were it not for Captain Walton's gallantry, we might not have returned, my lord. Speaking of the assassination, Nai seethed with indignation, delivering a forceful kick that sent Roeli sprawling on the ground. Her incessant prattling on the way had left her cheeks puffed, and her remaining teeth diminished to a mere few. Now, she was unable to speak, and merely standing was a testament to her robust constitution. However, Nai's lack of remorse for striking a woman was evident. In fact, he seemed to take pleasure in it. What are your intentions, Domiric? The Earl inquired, casting a glance at his eldest son without signaling for Nai to cease his actions, almost as if the woman who bore him a son was merely a figment of the air. You are the Earl of Terror Fortress, father. Domiric replied with a humble smile, his demeanor consistently modest. As the Lord, the power of judgment rests in your hands, not mine. The Earl's elongated fingers tapped against the armrest of his chair, his pale gray eyes fixating on Demiric, as if he were seeing this son anew. He appeared as courteous and graceful as ever, yet his manner of speaking and acting had transformed entirely. "You are becoming more like me. Come with me to the study." After a moment of contemplation, the Earl spoke. In the study, the two Bolton men faced each other, their matching pale gray eyes locked in an intense gaze. Their shared sigil of the Flayed Man gleaming in unison, neither displaying any intention to take a seat. "You have changed, Demiric." At last, the Earl broke the silence. "This is a positive development. I once harbored concerns over your excessive kindness, and for that, I wish to apologize." With these words, he inclined his body slightly towards Demiric, seemingly sincere in his gesture. "You are too gracious, father." Demiric replied with a soft smile, showing no inclination to conceal his transformation, instead accepting the apology with candor. People are not always immutable, are they? Indeed. The Earl had expected a modest rebuttal, but Demiric's response once again exceeded his expectations. "I am merely curious as to what has prompted such profound change in you." Lucius Bolton's gaze was piercing, as if he sought to penetrate Demiric's thoughts through his eyes. Yet he was met with disappointment. Those similar eyes mirrored a placid surface, revealing nothing. "All credit belongs to your remarkable illegitimate son, my dear brother Ramsay Snow. Had he not poisoned the broth, nearly sending me to meet our mother, I fear I would never have learned to change. To speak candidly, that night I truly seemed to behold my mother's visage. She whispered to me, 'Survive, Domeric, by any means necessary. Eliminate all who inflict persecution upon you. Survive.' Ha! As I recount this, Domeric burst into a fit of wild laughter, while the Count appeared to witness two crystalline tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. The ever-composed Count, his breath slightly hastened, pressed on with urgency. Domeric's laughter, infused with a tinge of desolation, seemed to harbor a peculiar enchantment, relentlessly assaulting the Count's heart, evoking within him an unfamiliar sensation of guilt. Taking a deep breath to suppress the unrest within, the Count continued to inquire, "So you killed Rams and flayed his skin?" Noting the soul-binding spell's ineffectiveness, Domeric felt little disappointment. After all, Bolton was not as easily deceived as that gullible duchess. His resolve was quite formidable. "It was not I who killed Rams," he remarked, raising a finger to gently shake. "You know, father, patricide is met with a most severe curse. Although I do not subscribe to such ethereal notions, history does indeed recount the tragic fates of many who committed such acts. At least 10 Targaryens are worthy of mention." The Count furrowed his brow, perplexed. If it was not Domeric, who else in terrifying fortress could have slain Rams? "I must commend you, father, on your discerning eye for subordinates. Though there are always moments of misjudgment," Domeric replied candidly, elucidating the query that lingered in the Count's mind. "What honor does a foul, odious wretch possess that would compel him to die for his master? Are you referring to the stench-ridden fellow?" "Indeed," Domeric responded, seemingly quite amused, a peculiar grin unfurling upon his lips. "I merely confined the two of them together, each armed with a sword, promising that whoever could kill the other would be set free. Initially, they enacted a rather touching display of master-servant affection, yet 2 days later, one cannot contend with the primal instinct of hunger, can they, father?" Pausing momentarily, Domeric raised an eyebrow towards Bolton, jesting. "That fellow, the stench-ridden one, proved quite capable, dispatching Rams with little effort. I kept my promise and released him, only to confine him in a dog kennel for the same duration of hunger as they endured. Perhaps only Rams and the hounds would tolerate the wretch's foul odor. Then," he continued, "I personally flayed Rams, father." Domeric stated this fact with chilling nonchalance, causing Bolton's pupils to dilate sharply, as the composure he had cultivated over decades began to wane. It was known that his son had previously shunned hunting alongside him, fearing harm to any living creature. Yet now, he not only employed ruthless methods, but also openly acknowledged the flaying of his illegitimate brother. It appears that Ramsay's actions have indeed wrought considerable turmoil upon him. Quite unexpected, wouldn't you agree? The shifting expressions of the Count were not lost on Demeric's keen perception. He sighed, yet the muscles of his face began to contort into a grotesque and frenzied visage. "To be honest, I too am taken aback. However, when I beheld Ramsay's lifeless body lying there in serene stillness, what surfaced in my mind was the look of disappointment in your eyes, father. Thus, I have resolved to take a stand." Domeric continued, fixing his gaze intently on the eyes of Lucius Bolton. his voice imbued once more with an ineffable allure. I refuse to remain a lamb led to slaughter. I shall inherit the legacy represented by the Bolton name. I will reclaim the title of the Red King from the Starks. He meticulously recounted the act of skinning, each detail described with a fervor that painted his eyes crimson with excitement. Yet, amidst such a fierce countenance, there emerged a naïve and incongruous smile, reminiscent of a child eager to impress his parents. I truly possess a remarkable talent, father. Though this is merely my first endeavor, it feels as though I have truly inherited the traditions upheld by our ancestors for millennia. Ramsay's skin was remarkably intact, nearly flawless. It was only after I hung his skin to dry that I realized the exquisite nature of the traditions upheld by the Bolton lineage. It is a sublime fusion of artistry and intellect, one that should not be cast aside. Demeric's voice grew sharp and frenzied, a stark contrast to his usual gentility. Observing his son lost in madness, the Count's eyes twitched involuntarily, stirring within him an inexplicable sensation. I know you have suffered greatly, my son. He composed himself, refraining from chastising Domeric for his ruthless actions against Ramsay, instead offering a patient counsel. I understand your fervent desire to grow strong, but your actions must not be too ostentatious. Power requires the adornment of decorum to wield its greatest efficacy. A harmonious land and a tranquil populace, that is my way of governance, and it should be yours as well. Noticing a flicker of confusion in Demeric's gaze, he elaborated, you must not proclaim our intent to revive traditions before the Starks. While traditions are not to be discarded, one day I shall reclaim them. However, the time is not yet ripe, as it would provoke the Starks' wariness. As you know, the Starks remain the most powerful in the north. We require an opportunity. Yet we must not act in haste. That is of no concern, father. Domeric insisted, his eyes locked onto Lucius Bolton's, shadows at his feet beginning to sway in the breeze as if adhering to a unique rhythm. Patience is not something I lack. Then why? This is merely a forewarning. His voice rose slightly, yet to Lucius Bolton, it seemed as though he had grown taller, exuding a sense of formidable presence. We have languished in silence for far too long. The Bolton name has been subdued for an interminable period. Father, ever since Roose Bolton bowed to the Starks, our spines have gradually bent beneath the weight of the Northerners. For centuries upon centuries, we have relinquished our territories, allowing the Starks to erect their fortresses and proclaim themselves the rightful lords of the land. Do you recall Carhold, father? Demeric's fervor swelled as he placed both hands upon Roose Bolton's shoulders. That was once our domain, as I have read in the annals. Yet now it lies in the grasp of a pack of Starks, transformed into a new Stark stronghold. I am aware, my son. The Earl found himself at a loss for words under Demeric's scrutiny, yet a smoldering rage ignited within him. I have never forgotten. My years of scheming and patience have been in anticipation of a moment for the Boltons to reclaim their dominion over the north. The time has come, father, Domeric exclaimed, causing Roose Bolton's pupils to momentarily constrict, as if some nerve had been plucked. Just before my return, I received word that John Arryn, the hand of the king, has met an untimely demise. Though his death is shrouded in mystery, it bears no significance to us. What matters is that King Robert Baratheon is journeying north, intending to personally invite Eddard Stark to King's Landing to assume the role of hand. As the king's closest friend, the Duke cannot refuse. Once he departs, those Stark whelps will stand no chance against us, father. Demeric's words ignited a fervor within Roose Bolton, causing his throat to constrict involuntarily and his breath to quicken. The protector of the north, Duke Roose Bolton. Yet Domeric seemed intent on stoking the flames further, whispering fervently in his ear, "Oh, no, it should be His Majesty, King Roose Bolton I." The power drawn from his lady wife's blood, mingling with the vampiric lineage within him, lent an allure to his voice. Would you truly allow this golden opportunity for our family's resurgence to slip through your fingers? Do you wish to remain subjugated by the Starks, forever unable to raise our heads in the north? No. A flicker of crimson ignited within Roose Bolton's steadfast gray eyes, and a primal growl emanated from deep within his throat. No. The Boltons are the rightful lords of the north. I am the king of the north. I knew I had not mistaken my man, dear father. Domeric grinned widely, then gestured toward the door as if guiding Roose Bolton through a tempestuous sea. Embrace the traditional path, father. Go, skin that wretched beast with your own hands, and display its hide upon the castle gates. We shall remind every lord of the north of the terror that once ruled their very bones, the fear of being flayed. We must ensure that everyone in the north clearly perceives the unwavering determination of House Bolton to rise once more. Chapter 45. The Power of Flaying in the Grand Hall. The sounds of blows and anguished cries echoed relentlessly as the injured Walden was escorted back to his chambers. The news of Demeric's assassination attempt spread like wildfire throughout the terrifying fortress. It cannot be understated that Demeric is the sole legitimate heir of Lord Russ Bolton and Lady Bethany Leswell, possessing a gentle demeanor and exceptional swordsmanship, thus holding a significant place in the hearts of the guards. Previously, when Ramsay had poisoned him, the incident had occurred so suddenly and without substantial evidence that, despite the guards' fervent outrage, they refrained from any extreme actions. However, this time was markedly different. After Walden recounted their harrowing ordeal, a dozen guards spontaneously surged into the hall, unleashing their fury upon a group of mercenaries, and really, had it not been for the fact that the Earl had yet to render a final judgment, they would have likely drawn their blades and dismembered these villains. Nevertheless, even under these constraints, the guards' fists and feet inflicted considerable suffering upon their adversaries, with cries of agony and pleas for mercy resonating throughout the hall, finally giving some semblance of meaning to the terrifying fortress. Bang! Just as the guards were engrossed in their fervor, an unceremonious bang of the door reverberated, causing everyone to pause and look up in unison. There stood their Earl, brandishing a long sword, striding towards them with palpable vigor. "Make way!" With Lord Russ Bolton's thunderous command, the guards hastily parted, creating a clear path. "You wretched harlot!" The Earl seized the woman by her collar, ruthlessly lifting her from the ground. His pale gray eyes, now bloodshot, reflected a fierce wrath, devoid of his usual calm demeanor. As if he were enraged by the transgressions she had committed. "I have treated you and your foolish son with remarkable kindness, yet you, like him, dared to conspire to murder my only heir. Do you believe that if Demeric were to perish, Ramsay would then become the heir of the terrifying fortress?" Under the gaze of all present, the Earl raised his sword high, its tip aimed squarely at the woman's ample bosom. "Let me tell you, harlot, even if I were the last Bolton remaining in this world, you and your imbecilic son shall never lay claim to the terrifying fortress." Really, having been thoroughly beaten beyond recognition, could scarcely utter a coherent word. With her swollen, bleeding eyes fixated on Lord Russ Bolton, she seemed to recall that fateful night when he had forcibly pinned her against the pillar. Were it not for this man before her, she could have lived a tranquil life, managing her husband's mill, bearing several children, and struggling like others to stockpile provisions while praying to survive the harrowing winter. Yet, the source of all her miseries stemmed from the capricious whims of the lofty Lord Bolton. Boltons are formidable, and Ramsay, too, clung to his last breath. As the woman silently screamed from the depths of her heart, though her voice remained faint and unheard. On her way, she had already anticipated Ramsay's fate. Yet it no longer held significance. Regarding her son, whom she had nurtured with her own hands, Ruaili understood him all too well. Even if he were to ascend to the title of Count of the Terror Fortress, he would likely sever ties with her, his mother, without hesitation. The assassination of Domeric might merely be a manifestation of her subconscious desire for self-destruction. After all, the Ruaili of yesteryears had perished long ago on that fateful night. A decade or more passed. Luz of the Bolton family, son of Royce Bolton. The woman's accusations had no bearing on the Count's resolute determination. Presently, he was blinded by the reforged glory of the Bolton lineage, his ears seemingly sealed against the external world, impervious to any sound. "In the name of the Count of Terror Fortress, your murder charge is substantiated. You are sentenced to death." With the conclusion of the Count's pronouncement, the sharp blade plunged directly into the woman's proud breast, emerging from her back. The woman inhaled deeply, as if momentarily revived, her hands gripping the sword's edge tightly, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Although Luz Bolton could feel her life ebbing away, a trace of relief graced her features. "Ramses and I shall await you in hell. Be sure to arrive promptly. Isn't she tragic, Dracula? I know you crave her blood, but I have something far superior for you." In the study, Domeric gently stroked the head of the bat perched on his shoulder, reflecting with a sense of melancholy. It was not out of sympathy for the woman who had hired an assassin against him, though she too was a victim. Her tragic fate inflicted upon other innocents rendered her undeserving of pity. He pondered how, since inheriting the power of blood, his moral compass distinguishing right from wrong seemed to wane. Murder, skinning, blood-sucking, such deeds were unthinkable for his former self. Yet, what was the point of such reflections? Shaking his head, Domeric found his sentimentality somewhat absurd. This was a world where one could only move forward, never retreat. True to its name. The game of power was devoid of notions of justice or evil, good or bad. Only power and strength reigned supreme, a stark truth. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. And no rationale exists beyond that. To possess weapons and fail to wield them properly invites mockery from the world, wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Domeric's laughter echoed heartily as he flipped his right palm downward, causing the small black bat to vanish into the shadows. Rising, he stepped purposefully toward the hall, as if preparing for a grand performance. With his elongated fingers, he pushed open the heavy wooden door. A subtle smile gracing the lips of the elegant vampire as he murmured, "It is our time to take the stage, Dracula." In the hall, the guards swallowed hard, their gazes fixed in fear upon the center of the chamber. Not long ago, they expressed admiration for the Earl's swift and decisive judgment. However, as Lux Bolton produced a small dagger from his bosom and began to slice the skin at Riley's spine, events took a decidedly sinister turn. As the Earl of the Terror Fortress, his skinning techniques were far from the rudimentary methods learned by Domeric from mere texts. The guards instinctively took a few steps back, their bodies reacting as if compelled to distance themselves from Lux Bolton. They had witnessed the Earl's skinning before. Those who had participated in the insurrection had even skinned enemies themselves, hanging their hides high upon branches or walls as a means of instilling fear. Yet now, the sensation the Earl evoked was entirely different. Although he had always been cold and cruel, instilling a sense of dread in the guards, he had never before appeared so deranged and bloodthirsty, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Moreover, since the war's conclusion, the Earl had not personally skinned anyone, especially not in the Grand Hall before such a multitude. And he had only recently assured Lord Stark's envoy that such atrocities would never occur again. What would Stark think if he learned of this? Domeric entered the hall, his brow furrowing in apparent ignorance at the horrifying scene. His arrival seemed to restore the guards' resolve, prompting them to gather around him. We do not know, my lord," Navi gasped, reporting. After the Earl declared the woman's death sentence, he changed into this. Sighing deeply, Domeric closed his eyes, a hint of regret lingering in his expression. "I still could not dissuade my father. Events have unfolded in rapid succession, allowing his pent-up fury to fester. Earlier, he had threatened to skin that woman. I pleaded with him for a long while, but he remained obstinate." He then glanced at the other trembling mercenaries in the hall, his teeth clenched as if grappling with indecision, yet ultimately resolved to make a choice. "Eliminate them," he commanded softly, shocking the guards. The usually benevolent Domeric's order was chilling. His handsome visage bore a pained expression, yet his gaze reflected unwavering determination. This matter must not become public. If the Stark family discovered it, his father would find himself in dire straits. Those wretches had already committed capital offenses. This was the fate they had chosen for themselves. "Yes, my lord," Navi affirmed, nodding solemnly as he and the other guards approached the bound mercenaries, dragging them away amidst their desperate pleas. In the hall, only the seemingly deranged Earl remained, dagger in hand, still engrossed in the grisly task of dismembering the corpse. Domeric paced, resting his hands upon the armrests of the Earl's chair, his gaze contemplative as he regarded Lux Bolton. Although the effects of the soul-binding spell would soon dissipate, the objective had been achieved. "Fear not, father," as his whisper echoed. A small bat flitted out from the shadows, alighting beside the Count's neck, extending its sharp fangs to pierce. "I shall not allow Duke Stark to learn of this matter." Chapter 46. The emblem of skinning you have finally awakened, father. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the somewhat pallid eyelids of Roderick Bolton, causing him a slight sting. Yet more dazzling than the sunlight was the smile of his eldest son, Domeric, seated by the window. He furrowed his brow, struggling to sit up, but Domeric firmly pressed down on his shoulder, the force gentle yet sufficient to keep him on the bed. The overwhelming sensation of weakness rendered the Count incapable of resistance, compelling him to lie back down. "Master Uther has advised that you require ample rest." Domeric's gentle voice reached his ears, momentarily soothing the Count's anxious heart. Attempting to lift his hand, he discovered he lacked even the strength to clench a fist. It was the first time Roderick Bolton had felt such helplessness since he could remember, a flicker of panic rising within him, betraying his usually serene expression. Shaking his somewhat clouded head, The Count looked towards his son, seeking answers. What has transpired, Dominic? I seem to have forgotten much. There is no need to fret excessively. Father. Dominic's smile remained tender as he fetched a bowl filled with a milky concoction from the bedside, spooning a mouthful to offer to his father's thin lips. Reminiscent of a dutiful son caring for his ailing father. Roderick Bolton's reaction was entirely natural. The more accustomed one is to having control over all matters, the more one panics when faced with that which lies beyond their grasp, not to mention the loss of a memory of paramount importance. Your mental state prior was somewhat erratic. I have summoned Master Uther, who indicated that this was a result of significant trauma coupled with severe physical exhaustion. Noticing the Count pursing his lips, refusing to take the medicine offered, Dominic placed the bowl down again, patiently explaining, I believe that the events surrounding Rams have left you utterly drained, and then there was the despicable act of my assassination attempt within the territory. However, truth be told, Father, he tenderly grasped the Count's limp hand that hung by the bedside, his gaze earnest. I am immensely grateful for all you have done for me. Perhaps due to my own character flaws, I have always thought you held little regard for me, yet I never imagined I held such importance in your heart. He truly could not recall what he had done, only vaguely remembering their lengthy discussion in the study. Shaking his head once more, feeling a modicum of strength returning, the Count shook off Dominic's hand and obstinately propped himself up against the headboard. This is the poppy milk that Master Uther prepared for you. He said if you awaken with a headache, you may take some, as it will alleviate discomfort. I do not require such a thing. He raised his hand to push away the bowl of soup that Dominic had brought. Years of cultivated caution had instilled in him a deep-seated reluctance to consume anything offered, even by his own son, especially by his own son. Where's Walton? I need to speak with him. Unable to extract an answer from Dominic, the Count turned to summon his most trusted subordinate. He has sustained grave injuries. Do you not recall? It seems there was indeed such an occurrence. The Count inhaled deeply, rubbing the swollen sides of his temples, his memories still shrouded in confusion. Dominic remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Due to Luspaton's extraordinary willpower, the soul-binding spell he had cast this time was far more potent than that previously attempted on the Duchess, resulting in significantly more severe aftereffects. Were it not for the strength bestowed upon him by Tully blood, it would have been exceedingly difficult to impact this astute individual. Additionally, with Dracula having drained a considerable amount of his blood, it was remarkable that he could regain consciousness in such a short span of time, a testament to the Count's robust health. Fortunately, the little bat was fond of the Count of Terror's blood. Summon Uther. Despite a throbbing headache, Luspaton refrained from indulging in opium milk, for substances that could cloud his reason were akin to poison. He had better alternatives. Have him bring leeches, the Count commanded. With all due respect, Father, Dominic, always dutiful and understanding, did not immediately comply with the order, but instead patiently urged, your current condition is entirely unsuitable for leech therapy. It would jeopardize your health. Enough of this chatter. Although he could not yet recall what had transpired, the Count's sharp intuition suggested that his transformation was likely connected to his son standing before him. Distrustful, he insisted, go, find Uther, and have him come at once. The Count stubbornly believed that perhaps only by releasing the foul blood within him could he restore his former vigor. Very well, if he seeks his own demise. I shall oblige. Shaking his head, as if regretting his inability to dissuade the Count, Dominic picked up the soup bowl and proceeded towards the door. Oh, by the way, just as he reached the threshold, Dominic seemed to recall something, pointing out the window with excitement, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Though I could not prevent you, I sincerely feel gratified by your actions. The House of Bolton shall surely regain its former glory under your leadership. Rest assured, I have already ordered the execution of all witnesses. This matter will not reach the ears of Duke Stark in the near future. Father, what have I done? Upon hearing this, the Earl, filled with bewilderment, turned to gaze in the direction indicated by Dominic's finger. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his already frail body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat dampening his delicate silk nightwear. Through the window, a grotesque human skin, barely recognizable, hung atop the highest point of the terrifying fortress, fluttering in the wind as a nightmarish substitute for the crimson flayed banner. Ah, Vale, my boy. In the Smoke and Timber Tavern, the owner, Voss, cheerfully greeted the tall man who had just entered. The usual, a mug of wheat beer. If you dare to dilute it, I shall burn your establishment to the ground. Striding confidently into the tavern, Vale took his familiar seat and produced a copper star from his pocket. With an extravagant gesture, one could easily mistake it for a gold or silver deer coin. Have you struck it rich, Vale? Yet, even a mere copper star was sufficient to purchase 8 mugs of wheat beer. Voss, beaming with delight, pocketed the coin and personally approached a barrel taller than himself, turning the tap to pour wine before Vale's eyes. Chapter 47, The Queen's Grandeur. Care to sample my newly launched red wine? Voss suggested, placing a brimming mug of wheat beer before Vale. With a wink, he touted the quality of his shop's latest offering. It was procured just yesterday. The merchant claimed it hails from the River Bay region, truly exquisite. At just 3 copper stars a cup. Enough of that, Voss, Vale interrupted without hesitation, lifting the mug of wheat beer and downing it in one swift motion. After savoring a contented sigh, he passed the cup back, teasing, "You, who even dilutes wheat beer, who would dare drink red wine in your establishment? It seems you may be in for a rude awakening this time." "Hey, look who's talking," Voss retorted loudly, feigning ignorance to the cup Vale had returned. "I spent half a silver moon, about 4 silver deer, to acquire this hefty barrel of red wine. Its quality is beyond reproach. The last time the young master from the Bolton family visited the Smoke and Timber Tavern, he specifically requested red wine. My humble establishment is destined for greatness. Once I strike it rich, you short-sighted fellows will only be left to watch and envy." His unabashed self-satisfaction provoked a wave of laughter among the tavern's patrons. Some even stood, raising their glasses in mock reverence. "To our future northern tycoon, the esteemed Lord Voss." The crowd erupted, their raucous applause echoing as they pounded the tables in merriment. His simultaneously stingy yet generous demeanor elicited another round of laughter, and it took quite some time for the revelry to subside. Seizing the opportunity amidst their jests, Vale stealthily made his way behind the bar, filling his cup with wheat beer before returning to his seat. He tapped on the table, surveying the room for a considerable time, yet failing to spot the one he yearned for. The flicker of disappointment in his eyes swiftly vanished as he feigned nonchalance and casually inquired, "Where has Kira gone?" "Are you truly unaware?" "Unaware of what?" Vale felt a sense of confusion wash over him as Voss regarded him with the expression of one observing a fool. He had just returned to Winterfell, and, after hastily reporting matters to the Duke, rushed to the Smoke and Fire Tavern, utterly unaware of the happenings in the town. "The king is coming to Winterfell, lad," Voss exclaimed, slapping Vale heavily on the back. The castle was in need of maidservants, and all the young maidens in town had been summoned by the Duchess to the castle for training in basic etiquette. The mention of the king did not excite Vale as it did Voss. Instead, he frowned. How long had it been since a king set foot in Winterfell? Perhaps a century? Vale was uncertain, but he knew that since his birth, he had only heard the title of king spoken by wandering minstrels or seen portrayed in theatrical plays. The North was not like the warm South. It was so frigid that even birds could freeze solid, and none of the pampered southern nobles would willingly venture here. Perhaps something significant was about to unfold. Vale pondered this, and though his brow tightened momentarily, it soon relaxed. After all, he was merely an inconsequential figure. Whatever the lofty individuals decided to do, whether for better or worse, would likely not affect him. He reached into his breast pocket, feeling the smooth object within, and thought it more prudent to consider how to present the item to Kira rather than concern himself with the affairs of the powerful. "Do you know where she is, Voss?" Vale inquired, fully aware that the fellow might not have a clue. To his surprise, Voss burst into hearty laughter. "Kira is the most beautiful maidservant in our town. Of course she is being trained by the Duchess herself, destined to serve the Queen." Hey, Voss. Drinking and boasting were the favored pastimes of these dull Northmen. And as Voss spoke of the king and queen, a man jeered, "Who do you reckon is more beautiful, Kira or the queen?" "Exactly," echoed another. And the absurdity of it all sparked a chorus of agreement. "Kira is the loveliest woman I've ever seen, far more exquisite than those harlots in the brothel." "A pack of ignorant fools," Voss sneered, seizing Vale's mug of ale when he was not looking and downing it in one go. Feeling emboldened by the drink, he boldly climbed onto the table and began a raucous speech. "Listen up, you brainless lot. Her Majesty the Queen is said to be the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms. It is said her skin is fairer than milk, her eyes more dazzling than the finest emeralds, and her bosom, oh, it is said to be larger than your heads. Anyone who dares to dive in would suffocate before they could even catch a breath." Ha ha ha. His words, delivered with the conviction of one who had witnessed it firsthand, drew another round of laughter from the crowd, who, parched and fantasizing about possessing such a stunning woman, reveled in the absurdity of it all. One man even audaciously stripped off his trousers, undeterred by the cold, and dashed across the street toward the brothel. Indeed, a gathering of simpletons. Voss chuckled to himself, having never encountered the noble queen. All he knew was gleaned from the minstrel's tales, embellished with a touch of his own rhetoric. The lad, amused, speculated that Vel must have sought out Kyra, and just as he reached for another cup of wine, he discovered that his vessel had vanished alongside Vel. Curse it, he had pilfered my cup. In Winterfell, the Duke stood aloft, overseeing the training of his sons. As a man of House Stark, he had undergone a rigorous upbringing, encompassing, but not limited to, the arts of swordsmanship, horsemanship, and archery. Now a father, he imparted this complete and stringent education to his progeny. Whoosh! An arrow flew past, yet the target bore no mark, eliciting a smattering of laughter from the onlookers. The Duke frowned and admonished them without hesitation. Were you archers at his age? He then turned his gaze to his ailing son, his stern eyes revealing a hint of encouragement. Continue, Bran. Yes, father, Bran nodded, the flush of embarrassment from the laughter fading as he drew his bow for another shot. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow echoed as it pierced the bullseye. Bran, puzzled, glanced at the arrow yet to be released from his hand, only to turn and see his sister, Arya, a few meters behind, holding her longbow and performing a noble salute. Arya! An irate Bran immediately set down his bow and chased after his sister. The two began to frolic in the training yard, prompting hearty laughter from Robb and Jon. A heartwarming scene that even caused the Duke's furrowed brow to ease. At that moment, a man clad in a scholar's robe hurried up the steps, drawing near to the Duke with a look of urgency as he handed him a note. A letter from the Dreadfort, my lord. Perplexed, the Duke took the note, but the content once again tightened his brow. Do not spread this matter for the time being. Taking a deep breath, he returned the parchment to Maester Luwin and commanded gravely, now, summon Vel. I have inquiries for him. Of course, my lord. The two departed, leaving the Duke to stand alone, his gaze penetrating as he observed the children playing below, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally called out, the break is over, everyone. Return to your training. At his command, all the Stark children ceased their revelry and returned to their respective positions, resuming their practice. Encourage them to intensify their training. Do not allow these rascals to grow lazy, Sir Roderick. The Duke instructed the Master-at-Arms, who bowed in acknowledgement. Nodding, the Duke turned his attention to his eldest son. Come with me, Robb. Indeed, as the Duke departed, Robb, engaged in sparring with Jon, cast a puzzled glance at Jon before hastily sheathing his sword and following suit. After searching the perimeter of the castle without locating Kyra, Vale's spirits dampened. As a male guard, he felt constrained, unable to venture into the castle's depths without the Lord's command. Bored and restless, he realized that since returning to Winterfell, he had not partaken of any sustenance. Thus, he strolled to the guardroom, a designated area for the guards of Winterfell to rest and dine. There were fixed meal times, yet the cooks could also accommodate the guards' needs for a quick meal upon their return from duties. Upon his arrival, Vale found it was mealtime, with 20 or 30 guards seated orderly on long benches, each indulging in their meals. His entrance went largely unnoticed, for all eyes were fixed upon a boisterous figure at the center of the room. 5 times in one night. Do you fools understand? What astonished me most was that the wench was still a maiden. Lord Theon Greyjoy stood atop a bench, his voice carrying clearly as he animatedly recounted his exploits. His face flushed with exhilaration. Oh, Master Theon, she lay beneath me and asked, do I have the chance to become the esteemed Lady Greyjoy? Ha ha ha, did you hear that? That lowborn harlot wishes to be my wife. He surveyed the room, seemingly seeking the guards' approval, yet no one spoke. They merely cast envious and resentful glances his way. Nevertheless, that sufficed for Theon. He descended from the bench, pride radiating from him as he began to relish his meal, akin to a triumphant general returning from battle. As the adopted son of Lord Stark, Theon had no necessity to dine among the guards. Typically, he would disdain sharing a meal with these lower-ranked men, opting instead for the more refined fare served in the guest chamber alongside the Stark children. However, today was different. Having just emerged from his quarters, he was eager to flaunt his conquests to the guards. What tidbits of pleasure have you tasted, Quint? Vale inquired, taking a seat beside a guard with a brown beard, nudging him with his elbow. Upon entering, He had immediately noticed Theon's boastful declarations, but paid little heed, recognizing that the Duke's son could easily ensnare Na'vi peasant girls. After each conquest, he would regale the guards with his tales, and they had grown accustomed to it by now. A Greyjoy, strutting about in Winterfell, the guards harbored resentment towards Theon. Yet none dared to act against him due to the Duke's orders, lamenting only their own lack of noble lineage. In anticipation of the king's arrival, the Duchess recently summoned numerous common maidens to the town of Winterfell. After all, the young squid, being the adopted son of Lord Stark and a noble himself, attracted many women eager to ascend to his bed. They were merely foolish women, thought Vale, shaking his head dismissively. The mashed potatoes on his plate were rather hot, and he scooped a spoonful, blowing on it for some time. However, inexplicably, an unsettling thought suddenly arose in his mind. Had he ever mentioned the woman's name? Licking his lips, he set down the spoon and fixed his gaze intently on the voraciously devouring Theon, while inquiring of Quent. "Kiera," Quent replied without lifting his head, with a certainty that was disconcerting. "I've seen that woman. She's quite attractive. But what a pity." Before Quent could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept past, followed by a sharp sound of striking. He looked up to find a wooden plate imprinted on Theon Greyjoy's face, as a man clad in leather armor seized him by the collar and relentlessly pummeled him. Turning back, Vale's presence had vanished. "Vale!" Quent exclaimed, hastily pushing through the crowd to reach Vale, grasping his descending fist. "What are you doing? He is the adopted son of Lord Stark." Quent's eyes widened in alarm as he sternly admonished Vale, but his armored boot, whether by design or accident, inadvertently ground hard against Theon's foot. He then signaled Vale to relent, suggesting he take advantage of the situation and withdraw. Yet Vale seemed oblivious to the gesture, forcefully pushing Quent aside. He bent down, grasping Theon's collar with both hands, his eyes ablaze with fury as he demanded, "What have you done to Kiera? You damned scoundrel. What have you done to her?" Quent's intervention, at least, provided Theon a moment of respite. He pushed away the scalding mashed potatoes from his face, his skin reddened and swollen from the heat, and felt the intense pain from his foot being trampled. However, upon seeing Vale's furious countenance, all his discomfort seemed worthwhile, and he began to laugh triumphantly. "Oh, look! Isn't this our esteemed guardian of Winterfell, Lord Vale himself? Are you also interested in that wench? You should have mentioned it sooner. She is coming to my room tonight. How about we join forces?" His face lit up with a radiant smile, though the mockery in his words was unmistakable. He boldly threatened, "As a guardian of Winterfell, you dare to strike the adopted son of your lord. Should Lord Stark learn of this, might he not send you north to guard the wall in black?" Chapter 49. The Beloved One. "I shall kill you, Greyjoy." Witnessing Theon's brazen demeanor, Vale could no longer suppress the fire within him. He forcefully shoved Theon away, drew his sword, whose it was, he did not know, and poised to strike down. The sound of steel clashing rang out as the longsword struck against the blade, a crisp note of iron meeting iron. "What do you intend to do, Vale?" The towering knight, clad in armor, stood resolutely before him, his cold voice washing over Vale like a bucket of icy water, jolting him back to lucidity. Faced with the only captain of Winterfell's guard, Vale found himself at a loss, unsure of how to position his hands that held the sword. In a fit of frustration, he ultimately cast it aside, unable to meet the captain's gaze, his eyes instead seething at Theon, who was rising from the ground behind him. "Everyone else, go on patrol. No one is to speak of this matter," Sir Jorah commanded, sheathing his sword and surveying the assembled guards with a frigid authority. In Winterfell, aside from Lord Stark, the guards held the greatest respect for their captain, especially considering it was Greyjoy who had suffered the indignity. Without exchanging a word, they moved in unison, shouldering each other as they exited the guardhouse, discussing where to indulge in merriment as though nothing had transpired. "You too, Theon." Casting a disapproving glance at the disheveled Theon, Sir Jorah's demeanor remained unsparing. "What occurred here is not to reach Lord Stark's ears." "But there are no buts, Greyjoy," Sir Jorah rebuked as he perceived Theon's lingering resentment. "Do you fancy yourself doing a good deed? If the Lady of Winterfell were to discover that you lured one of her personally chosen handmaidens into your bed, how do you suppose she would react?" Under Sir Jorah's admonishment, even Theon, who typically wielded his influence without restraint, dared not retort. After all, he and his family had served House Stark for many years. His father, Mervyn, had fought alongside Lord Stark and had fallen in the Battle of the Blissful Tower. The Duke held Jorah in high esteem, Even during the wedding festivities with Catelyn, when a youthful Jory had playfully torn the lady's gown, he had not faced even a hint of rebuke. Humph. I have no time for such tedious affairs. Theon feigned nonchalance as he ambled away, taunting, "Look at my memory. I need to save some energy to deal with that insatiable wench." He produced a pouch from his breast, weighing it in his hand, the sound it made ringing clear. That foolish woman. She was foolish enough to hand over all her earnings from these years to me. I shall not be lacking in funds for drink in the days to come. Damn it all. Vale seethed as he watched Theon's audacious departure. His fists clenched tightly, as if to squeeze water from them. Were it not for Jory standing in his path, he might have rushed forward to dismantle Theon piece by piece. Calm yourself. Vale raised his head in fury, only to meet Sir Jory's steely gaze, which seemed to serve as a warning. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, preparing to turn away when Jory's large hand settled on his shoulder. 6 years, Vale. He turned his head, and Sir Jory's expression softened somewhat, tinged with nostalgia. 6 years ago, you were merely a rogue, known for brawling in the streets. Yet now you have blossomed into an exceptional knight. My sudden sentimentality took Vale by surprise, causing him to lower his gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, "I am eternally grateful for your hospitality, my lord. Had you not rescued me from the streets and brought me to the castle, I would never have had the opportunity to become a respected guard of Winterfell. I am aware that I have caused you considerable trouble, and for that, I apologize." "You are mistaken, Vale." Jory's stern reprimand carried a trace of warmth. "I have done nothing. All that you possess today is the result of your own hard work. However, are you truly willing to forsake all you have earned for someone unrelated to you, for a man devoid of any honor, like Greyjoy?" Jory's inquiry pierced Vale's soul, leaving him momentarily choked, yet he stubbornly retorted, "But that Greyjoy, he shouldn't underestimate himself." Winterfell guard Vale once again interrupted. This time Jory refrained from chastising him. Instead, he reached out, gently touching the somewhat damaged leather armor that Vale wore. "Your spirit outweighs that man's by far. If you truly feel discontented, strive harder to be knighted, surpass everyone, and become a knight as esteemed as the tall Duncan or the Sword of the Morning. Never abandon your future, you rascal." Jory's words plunged Vale into a silence filled with contemplation, as if he were ensnared in a struggle within himself. A faint smile tugged at his lips, as he saw in Vale the reflection of his younger self, impulsive, clever, reluctant to settle for mediocrity, and bold in the pursuit of those he cherished. Yet, he wished not for Vale to endure the same fate as himself, merely watching as she wed another, forsaking all else to remain by her side. "Your journey is far from over, guard Vale. Go on." Jory patted Vale on the shoulder, choosing not to impart further wisdom, fully aware that this young guard needed to undergo more trials before maturing. Life is precisely what makes it so wondrous. "Lord Stark is looking for you. Do not keep him waiting." As Jory's words faded, his tall silhouette gracefully stepped through the doorway. Vale stood rooted, retrieving a silver necklace from his pocket, gazing vacantly at the intricate patterns, his eyes betraying profound inner turmoil. Ultimately, he sighed and returned it to his chest, concealing it beneath the leather armor, which bore a small tear. In the study, a family heirloom, a Valyrian steel greatsword, lay across the table, while the Duke sat behind it, his gray eyes fixed on the wolf's head carved into the hilt, as if pondering something profound. His voice was soft yet resonated with authority. "This is a provocation, father." The young and tall firstborn of House Stark rose indignantly, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword at his waist, and proclaimed loudly, "Abandoned traditions cannot be reclaimed. This is our pledge to the ancestors of House Stark. The last time you refrained from pursuing the matter, you granted Roderick Bolton a chance for redemption, yet mere days later, he audaciously dared to display flayed skins at Harrenhal, a blatant act of defiance against our authority that must be met with retribution." Chapter 50. The hatred of a stolen wife. The Duke cast a look of approval upon his eldest son, who, unbeknownst to him, had surpassed his own height. Although he inherited his mother's chestnut locks and cerulean eyes, Robb bore a resolute visage. Under the Duke's guidance, he had blossomed into a young man of unwavering honor and fervor, evoking memories of the Duke's long-departed brother whenever the Duke beheld him. "You speak wisely, Robb." He nodded in agreement with his son's words. "A few days ago, I dispatched Theon to Harrenhal to warn Roose Bolton. By all reason, given his character, he should not have acted so irrationally. Yet regardless, his actions undeniably constitute an open provocation against House Stark, and we must respond. Allow me to take charge, father. The astute Robb immediately discerned the intent of the Duke's conversation and stood tall, volunteering himself. I shall ensure that Roose Bolton remembers that the majesty of House Stark is not to be challenged. Your passion is commendable, the Duke remarked, a rare smile flickering across his face at the sight of his spirited son, which soon faded. However, we must first attend to another matter. A timely knock at the door interrupted them. Robb, puzzled, glanced towards his father, who signaled him to approach, and opened the door. Ser Jorah? Theon? He furrowed his brow, stepping aside to allow them entry. My lord, Lord Stark. The two men stood at attention, greeting the Duke simultaneously. Though Theon's countenance was slightly askew from having stirred trouble, fortunately, the Duke was still oblivious to the recent events. He raised his gaze, his gray eyes scrutinizing Theon, and solemnly inquired, "How much did you accept from Lord Bolton to conspire against me?" The Duke's words sent a chill down Theon's spine, cold sweat dampening his back, and he stumbled over his words, desperately attempting to justify himself. My lord, how could I dare deceive you? Yet before the Duke, he did not dare voice this sentiment aloud. Honor cannot be bought, Theon. The Duke shook his head, disappointment etched upon his features. When you place a price upon honor and honesty, they lose all significance. His tone was not harsh, yet it stung more deeply than a scathing rebuke, striking Theon's heart as if it were being relentlessly battered. I did accept their coin, my lord. Theon clenched his fists, ultimately unable to meet the Duke's disappointed gaze, feeling as though he had deflated like a punctured ball. With gritted teeth, I fished out a delicate, intricately designed silver necklace from within, taking 2 steps forward to place it upon the table. I had drained all my funds and some of my previous savings to acquire this necklace, initially thinking it was futile. Vale shook his head, releasing his grip on the necklace, yet feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He then knelt on one knee, bowing his head deeply. I am willing to accept all punishments, Lord Stark. The Duke slowly rose, his right hand gliding over the massive sword resting on the table before it lingered for a moment and continued forward, ultimately resting upon the silver necklace. His posture slightly bent, his left hand rested upon Vale's neck. I understand you, Vale, or rather, I comprehend all of you. You are a responsible young man with considerable talent, who has merely strayed momentarily from the right path. While I uphold the principle of just judgment, I also believe that mistakes facilitate growth. Child, the error you have committed is not particularly grave. In the grand scheme of your long life, it is insignificant. As he spoke, the Duke took Vale's hand and placed the silver necklace in his palm, as the Duke of Winterfell. I command you to acknowledge your mistake and accompany Robb and Ser Jorah to the Dreadfort to rectify it. You are fortunate, young Vale. Upon exiting the study, Ser Jorah affectionately placed his hand on Vale's shoulder. Had it been Lord Stark from a decade ago, you would have already lost this promising position. You must strive diligently from now on, do you understand? Yes, Ser Jorah. Vale nodded earnestly. The necklace, though not particularly heavy, felt burdensome in his hand. As they walked onward, Ser Jorah, engrossed in conversation, unexpectedly collided with a maid carrying a tray. I am so sorry, my lord. Scalding hot tea spilled onto Jorah's armor, and the maid hurriedly apologized, clumsily attempting to wipe it away, only to scald her own fingers. Be careful, maid. Jorah did not blame her, after all. The thick armor rendered him almost impervious to the tea's heat. He merely uttered a light remark and gestured for Vale to continue moving forward. However, Vale, overwhelmed with concern, stepped forward to grasp the maid's hand, gently blowing on her injured fingers. Let go of me, Vale. Recognizing his appearance, the maid instinctively recoiled, yet could not escape Vale's grip, forcing her to adopt a facade of toughness as she quietly asserted, "This is Winterfell." As Vale observed Kayla's evasive demeanor, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart, a bitter sensation swelling in his throat. I have heard you. Do not say it. Yet Kayla clearly wished to avoid further interaction, cutting him off curtly. The tea has spilled, and I must return immediately to prepare a new batch, or I shall be reprimanded. Witnessing her resolute stance, seemingly unwilling to engage with him in any manner, Vale offered a bitter smile. Nevertheless, he firmly turned her palm upward, placing the necklace into her hand, softly uttering, "This is a special selection for you. Do you like it?" "I do not like it, nor do I want your things." Kayla dismissed him entirely, casting the necklace aside without so much as a glance, the precious item falling to an unknown fate. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Kyra decisively withdrew her hand from Wayer's grasp, collected her belongings scattered on the ground, and turned to leave without uttering a single word to him, as if he were merely a stranger. Oh, by the way, after taking a few steps, Kyra suddenly turned around. And just as a glimmer of hope rekindled within Wayer's heart, she coldly declared, "Do not seek me out again, Wayer. I fear that young Master Sheehan may misunderstand." Watching Kyra's graceful departure, the typically nonchalant Wayer found himself rooted to the spot, at a loss for how to proceed. It was then that Sir Jory, who had been by Kyra's side, shook his head and teased, half-jokingly, "She does not seem to be anything special, Wayer. Your taste is remarkably poor. Women like her abound in Winterfell." Aware that he was merely comforting himself, Wayer turned to Jory, his expression devoid of any trace of disappointment, and instead laughed heartily. "Such a woman is unworthy of my fearless self." "Ha ha ha, the fearless Wayer." Jory, noticing that Wayer's mood remained unaffected, joyfully patted him on the back and said, "If you are the fearless Wayer, then I must be His Majesty Jory of the Kiso Kingdom." The two laughed and bantered as they made their way outside, with Wayer bending down to casually pick up the necklace that lay on the ground, his eyes tranquil as still waters. Yet beneath that calmness, it seemed an indomitable spark was taking root, refusing to be extinguished. Chapter 51. Father-son bond. The night at the terrifying fortress was indeed as ominous as its name suggests. A colossal full moon ascended, casting its silvery light upon the towering walls, illuminating the jagged battlements with startling clarity, with no wind to stir it. The flayed banner atop the castle hung limply. The intermittent cawing of a few crows echoed, adding an air of mystery to the castle's terrifying atmosphere. Dragging his aching body, Nighthawk tightened the iron greaves strapped to his legs, ascending step by step, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet he did not falter. Creak, damn it. Not this sound again. The sound of the decaying wooden door creaking open startled Walton, prompting him to curse. Those lazy servants must have neglected to oil the door on time. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and entered the room, his armored boots thudding heavily against the wooden floor, creating a dull resonance. "My lord, you summoned me." Reaching the expansive desk, Walton knelt on one knee, enduring the pain. "You came swiftly, Walton." Count Luz Bolton spoke as usual, but his voice seemed to lack some of its usual vigor, sounding rather feeble. Although puzzled as to why the Count was still awake at such an hour, Walton nonetheless clenched his right fist to his chest, raising his head sincerely. "I never neglect your summons." Yet, just as he lifted his gaze, a beam of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the space behind the desk. "What is this?" he inquired involuntarily, but was interrupted by the Count's raised hand, a small gesture that nevertheless appeared laborious for him. "I called you here with a few questions." The Earl lifted the cup from the table, the milky liquid within gently swaying. Despite a troubled expression, he ultimately took another sip. As the liquid descended into his stomach, a wave of numb relaxation surged through his mind, prompting him to lean back comfortably in his chair, eyes half closed. Walton remained silent, observing the scene with quiet anticipation, awaiting his inquiry. After approximately a minute, the Earl finally exhaled slowly, reopening his eyes with clarity, his voice now imbued with renewed strength. "You accompanied Demillick to Winterfell. Did you notice any changes in him?" Walton's breath suddenly hitched, his body trembling. Even his teeth began to involuntarily clatter. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "I do not comprehend your meaning, my lord." Raising his head, Walton widened his eyes, appearing as innocent as an unworldly child. "You are aware." The Earl seemed oblivious to Walton's change in demeanor, continuing with a frigid tone. "Ever since Demillick recovered from his illness, he appears almost transformed. The former him would never commit fratricide, even indirectly. The means he employed were 100 times more brutal than if he had acted himself. You have served me since the age of 12, and at 16, I ennobled you as a knight." As his emotions escalated, the Earl's voice rose in intensity. "Do you still pledge your loyalty to me, your Earl?" "Sir Walton." His posture straightened. Walton earnestly responded with conviction. "I harbor no doubt regarding my loyalty to you, my lord." However, as he locked eyes with the Earl, he gradually faltered, eventually sighing as if hesitating to speak. "Master Demillick has indeed changed somewhat, but in my view, it stems primarily from Ramsay's resentment. Regardless of the circumstances, Master Demillick has always been a remarkably gentle and kind-hearted individual. You are well aware of this. Yet, his kindness has not yielded the corresponding reciprocation, which is intolerable for anyone. However, I can assert with certainty that all that he has done is for the honor of the family and to uphold your dignity. I do not wish to hear this, Walton. Listening to Walton's impassioned declaration, the Earl abruptly rose, drawing the long sword from the table and pressing it against his throat. His countenance was frenzied, seemingly affected by the opiate's influence. His gaze fixed intensely upon Walton as he demanded, I have but one question. If one day Demillick and I were to quarrel, whose side would you take? Answer me. It is you, my lord. Though the blade was at his throat, Walton appeared unafraid, standing tall and meeting the Earl's gaze. I, Walton, have only ever been loyal to one person, and that is Lucius Broughton. It was so before, and it shall remain unchanged. I can swear this before the old gods. Walton spoke with resolute conviction, his expression undeniably sincere. The Earl regarded him, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with internal struggle, as if contemplating a profound decision. Ultimately, he retracted his sword, striking it heavily upon the table, his body swaying as he returned to his seat. With trembling left hand, he lifted the cup and took another sip, closing his eyes. You may leave now. Remember today's vow, Sir Walton. After a considerable silence, he finally spoke. Walton remained silent, turning to depart, yet his steps were markedly more assured than before. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut, and the man, eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. Bloodshot and murmured, When did you start believing in the old gods, you damned fool? Ah, welcome to the Castle of Horrors. In the morning, Demillick opened his arms and warmly embraced Robb, who had traveled from afar. The trio was lightly equipped and arrived rather swiftly, with only Demillick riding 2 horses, one bearing an absurdly large Valyrian steel greatsword. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. Their embrace was brief, and soon Robb released his hold. Despite exchanging a few pleasantries, his straightforward nature betrayed his discontent. Had you not deliberately concealed this matter, I believe we might have met sooner. Robb spoke coldly, then raised his gaze to the flapping Flayed Man banner above the castle, mockingly stating, It appears you're not entirely foolish, knowing to remove the skins before our arrival. Demillick was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness and could only shake his head with an air of resignation, his gaze filled with regret. After all, he is my father. Robb, although I could not dissuade him, I also do not wish for him to create trouble for himself. You know, since my mother's death, the Bolton family consists of just the 2 of us. This is merely a son's instinct to protect his father. I hope you can understand. Seeing that he did not hide the truth but instead offered an apology, Robb felt his resentment dissipate. Demillick's prior conduct had been exceedingly admirable, even inciting a tinge of jealousy within him. Yet his current error aptly demonstrated that he was not a flawless individual. However, you have made a grave mistake, Bolton. Chapter 52. The dying man you erred in not informing me of this matter sooner, rather than deliberately concealing it. Had I known, I might have been able to counsel my father in advance, preventing this situation from becoming so precarious. Robb remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Noticing Robb's demeanor soften, Demillick seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, sharing a knowing smile. Thank you, Robb. The emotional simplicity of the Northmen was evident. Moments ago, they had been at odds, yet now they walked shoulder to shoulder towards the castle. Behind them, Sir Jory cast a glance towards Weir, who promptly nodded and dismounted, lifting the greatsword ice with both hands, following closely behind the 2. Demillick and Robb entered the hall, where several maidservants had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, they hurriedly presented steaming dishes of food before Robb. Seeing the perplexed gaze of Robb directed at him, Demillick appeared somewhat embarrassed and smiled as he explained, Let us partake in some sustenance. Although you are not here as guests, allow me to fulfill at least a modicum of my hostly duties. No, Robb coldly interjected, brusquely pushing aside the serving maid before him. Do not attempt to placate me with such niceties, Demillick. You are well aware that if I do not receive a satisfactory response today, this matter will not conclude swiftly. I merely thought you might be famished, Demillick replied, his gaze faltering under the unwavering intensity of Robb's eyes, revealing a hint of guilt for his concealed intentions. Should Robb accept his offering of food, it would preclude any possibility of him interrogating or judging Lucius Bolton under the pretense of safeguarding the North. I understand your concern for your father, but I too have come bearing a task for my own father. Please do not place me in a difficult position. Observing Demillick's discomfort, Robb, unwilling to fracture their long-standing friendship, gently urged, Let Lord Lucius emerge. Evasion is not a remedy to our predicament. I have already made my appearance. Domeric hesitated. Yet the voice of Lucius Bolton suddenly resonated throughout the hall. The assembly turned to witness a frail, white-haired elder being assisted by Sir Walton, slowly approaching the dais. His visage was ghastly pale, with deeply sunken cheeks, resembling not a man in his 30s, but rather an elderly figure in his 80s or 90s. This was indeed Lucius Bolton. Robb gazed in astonishment at the elder seated upon the throne, then turned back to Domeric, only to find him maintaining an impassive demeanor, as if he had long since acclimated to such sights, though a flicker of sorrow lingered in his soft eyes. The most astonished of all was the formidable wielder of the great sword, Varel, who had encountered Lucius just days prior, when he appeared robust and healthy. How could he have deteriorated into this ghastly semblance in such a brief span? Casting a sidelong glance at the upright Domeric, an unbidden thought struck him, one that seemed almost preposterous. I recall when we last met at Winterfell, we engaged in a sparring match, my child. Seated on the dais, Lucius Bolton not only bore the countenance of an aged man, but his discourse was also imbued with a sense of decay, as if he were on the cusp of departing this world. He regarded Robb, and his once keen and pure eyes had become clouded and murky, as you can see. I no longer possess the strength to wield sword or knife, nor to share in joyous moments with you. What has transpired, Lord Lucius? Robb inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. You were vibrant just recently. The Earl gasped for breath. Seemingly so weak that even speech proved a strenuous endeavor, the old and new gods will forever curse the parasite. I once commanded the death of my own son and flayed his skin. The curse of fratricide has tormented me beyond measure. The old fox observed Domeric's masterful performance with a sense of disdain in his heart. On the surface, he spoke of himself. Yet both were acutely aware of the true reason behind Ramsay's demise. His words were evidently directed at Domeric. Furthermore, his soul-binding techniques lacked the potency to produce such a conspicuous effect. However, your judgment was fair, and thus I harbor no regrets. Lord Roose Bolton gathered his strength, his hoarse throat finally clearing. My illegitimate son is a merciless butcher. Even knowing the malevolent curse that may ensue, I would not show mercy. Likewise, for those who dare to assassinate my only remaining son, no matter the means employed, my wrath shall remain unquenched. He extended his withered palm before him, seemingly still enraged by Domeric's plight. I am acutely aware that my time is limited. I must employ sufficiently ruthless measures to deter those audacious enough to covet Domeric, compelling them to forever cower in the shadows. Please forgive me, Robb. The Earl sighed, his face, tinged with emotion, gradually dimming. Restoring tradition was never my intention. Rather, it is a necessity to safeguard my sole son from harm. Rest assured, both you and Duke Stark, my health is failing, and soon I shall depart this world. At that time, Domeric will inherit my title. Domeric is a remarkably kind soul. You need not fear he will revive the cruel traditions of House Bolton. As he spoke, the Earl lifted his gaze towards his son, his eyes seemingly brimming with unshed tears. Father. Domeric gritted his teeth, appearing both moved and pained for his father. Clenching his fists tightly, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Robb, initially intent on seeking retribution, exchanged a glance with Ser Jorah, both recognizing the inevitability of their circumstances. Given such suffering, could they still persist in their vendetta? My apologies, Lord Roose. Robb inhaled deeply, a tinge of regret rising within him, and inclined slightly towards Roose Bolton. We were unaware of your condition prior to our arrival. Had you written to my father in advance to elucidate the matter, perhaps we would not have arrived at this juncture. Speaking of which, I seem to be rather hungry, Domeric. He turned to Domeric with a smile, patting his firm abdomen. Could you serve me some bread? Certainly, Robb. In the midst of his sorrow, Domeric forced a smile, beckoning the maidservants to bring forth the food, though he couldn't help but reflect on the situation. In terms of cunning and strategy, old Bolton is truly formidable. Not only Robb, but even Eddard Stark would likely find himself outmatched, quickly ensnared by the old man's wiles. Perhaps he ought to be grateful to us. Oh, by the way, just as he contemplated this, Robb came to a halt and solemnly bowed towards the head of the table. On behalf of the people of the North, I thank you for your steadfast commitment to justice and honor, Lord Roose Bolton. Chapter 53. Dream Chasers. The luncheon did not endure for long. In fact, it was quite brief. The Count's physical condition seemed to be reaching its limits, as mere pleasantries nearly exhausted his strength. He languidly slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. And even the act of sharing a drink amounted to little more than a symbolic touch of his lips to the cup. It was Robb, unable to bear the sight, who signaled for Walden to assist him back to his chambers for rest. Count Louis was a venerable lord and a devoted father. Once satiated, Robb rose to bid farewell to Domeric. In his decades of governance over Terror Fortress, we have never witnessed any of his subjects flayed. Yet for you, he would even breach convention. I must say, you are fortunate to have such a father, Domeric. Robb spoke with sincerity. For Louis Bolton's actions reminded him of his own father, a steadfast mountain providing unwavering support to his children. Family must always come first, mustn't it? Domeric smiled softly. When you and I become fathers, we too shall regard our children as irreplaceable treasures, protecting them by all means. He extended his hand, and the two northern men clasped hands firmly, their right shoulders touching in a simple farewell. Will you not stay a few more days? As he watched Robb mount his steed, Domeric appeared somewhat reluctant, smiling as he attempted to persuade him. The king's retinue is approaching. I must return swiftly. Robb shook his head, his tall frame making him appear even more imposing than the horse beneath him. However, just as he was about to depart, he pondered for a moment, hesitated, and then extended an invitation to Domeric. Perhaps you could accompany me. As a man of the north, opportunities to see the king are rare. I have never witnessed him myself. Sansa misses you dearly. I cannot leave, at least not now, Robb. Domeric's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of temptation, yet he smiled and declined. You have seen for yourself. I must remain at Terror Fortress to care for my father. Moreover, meeting the king and queen holds no significance for me. The Northmen owe their allegiance solely to House Stark, nothing else. His response greatly pleased Robb. For hearing the heir of a northern lordship express such sentiments undeniably affirmed the strength of their rule. Remember the lessons imparted by Maester Luwin. Time is akin to a snail, progressing only forward and never retreating. Robb gazed down at Domeric, his broad fur cloak enhancing his imposing stature. Our forebears will inevitably grow old, and both you and I shall bear the weight of our family's legacies. This is the law of history, Domeric. Though this day may arrive sooner for you, you must remain resolute. The future of the North shall be forged by our own hands. With a hearty laugh, Robb first brandished his whip, his cloak billowing behind him as he rode westward into the afternoon sun. Convey my regards to Miss Sansa, Robb Stark. Domeric stood in place, calling out to his retreating figure. Take good care of her, and make sure that the prince from the south doesn't steal her away. Ha! Robb, without turning his head, laughed heartily. That's not my concern. You should arrive in Winterfell sooner, Bolton. Indeed, Robb Stark was a man of considerable charisma. Watching the three fade into the distance, Domeric's lips curled slightly. It must be said that despite being only 14, as the eldest son of House Stark, he instinctively assumed the role of a lord, naturally wielding both grace and authority when addressing other lords. Were it another northern lord, they might indeed be impressed by his boldness, but alas, he was still too young. Wouldn't you agree, Dracula? The three riders galloped down the road, hooves splattering mud. What do you think of Louis Bolton's situation, Ser Jorah? Robb glanced at the formidable ice resting beside him. They approached with great vigor, yet ultimately did not wield the renowned Valyrian steel greatsword. It doesn't seem like a facade. As an experienced knight and captain of the Stark Guard, Jorah Castle had a keen eye, though I have never been fond of that snake-like, cold fellow. His frail appearance is not merely the result of makeup. Louis Bolton is indeed ruthless. He must have ordered the execution of his bastard son to defy the curse of kinslaying. Yet, none expected the curse to strike so swiftly. It seems he may not have much time left. Why would he kill his own bastard? Robb turned, his expression one of confusion. Was it solely for the sake of justice? That seems quite unusual. If Jon were to commit such an abhorrent act, Father might even grant him a chance to redeem himself. Jorah chuckled nonchalantly. Who knows? Perhaps it was for his legitimate son, Domeric? Indeed. Ser Jorah's smile faded, his demeanor turning somber. Domeric Bolton, I have always sensed that the lad is not as simple as he appears. He has previously faced an assassination attempt by poison, and though the attempt failed for reasons unknown, as the sole heir, he should have been able to deduce the cause of his near demise. Louis Bolton's choice to eliminate his bastard son could be motivated by a desire to eliminate future threats for his heir. But perhaps there are others stirring the pot behind the scenes. Jorah's words were veiled, yet Robb was no fool and quickly grasped the implications. You think too much, Ser? He shook his head, recalling Domerick's sincere smile. In the north, I have never encountered a young noble as upright and kind as Domerick. Sometimes, I even feel he embodies the Stark spirit more than I do. Please refrain from such statements. I would not wish for them to affect our friendship. My apologies. Jory smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further, as it was merely his intuition. He turned to glance at Weil, only to find his expression quite grim. What troubles you? Surely you aren't contemplating returning to retrieve your necklace so soon after our departure, Jory teased, raising an eyebrow. Weil chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he replied, "It seems I have misplaced my necklace at the haunted fortress." Although he directed his words to Jory, his gaze sought Rob S., as if seeking his approval, just as Jory was about to dismiss the significance of a mere trinket. He recalled Weil's earlier claim that the necklace had drained his entire savings. Casting a quick look at Rob, who showed no signs of refusal, Jory begrudgingly remarked, "Hurry back. If you fall behind, you may find yourself sleeping under the stars." At this, Weil's face brightened with gratitude, and he swiftly turned his horse. Racing back towards the haunted fortress, Jory shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh. "Weil, you never seem to grow up." Chapter 54. The crimson kin. The body swayed violently with the rhythm of the horse, yet it paled in comparison to the turmoil roiling within Weil's heart, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Were it not for Sir Jory and the Stark family's hospitality, he might have remained a mere cobbler or blacksmith, or perhaps, unwilling to accept a mundane existence, he could have ended up like that mercenary he once captured, facing the gallows. Weil was unaware, he only knew that what lay ahead felt profoundly wrong. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to the flapping Flayed Man banner atop the castle, his eyes sparkled with insatiable yearning. "Halt, rider!" As he approached the fortress, a guard wielding a spear obstructed his path. Weil dismounted instantly, declaring, "I am a sworn protector of Robb Stark, here to seek I know, the lad from Winterfell." "We have met before," the guard interrupted brusquely, turning away and adding, "Follow me. Young Lord Dominic awaits you." Previously, he had only traversed the hall, but now, following the guard's lead deeper into the haunted fortress, Weil felt a surge of nervousness. It reminded him of the first time he trailed behind Sir Jory in Winterfell, meeting Duke Stark for the first time. With a creak, they arrived at the innermost chamber. The guard did not knock, but simply pushed the door open, the grating sound of wood causing a shiver. Wordlessly, he turned to Weil, signaling with a glance before stepping over the threshold. Weil composed himself, attempting to smooth his attire, only to realize he was clad in armor, which prompted him to swallow hard and follow. The room was cloaked in darkness, devoid of any light. Yet the guard seemed unfazed, skillfully retrieving a candle from his pocket and igniting it. The warm glow of the flame offered Weil a modicum of reassurance. The crisp sound of 2 pairs of footsteps echoed as they approached a spacious desk. Bathed in the dim light of a flickering candle, he seemingly discerned a figure seated behind it. The attendant bent down, igniting the candlestick with the flame, and the room was instantly illuminated. It was then that Weil noticed that Domerick had been diligently writing something at the desk. "Weil from Winterfell has arrived, Master Domerick." The attendant extinguished the candle flame and tucked it away, bowing slightly toward the desk. "Thank you for your trouble, Quai." The young man, engrossed in his writing, did not look up but continued, "You may leave for now. We require a bit of space." "Understood." Quai bowed once more and then turned to leave with a decisive stride, the entire process executed with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. The room fell silent once again, and Domerick resumed his writing. Weil mustered his courage and settled onto the chair, though he found himself half suspended, his back straight as a rod. He dared not glance at Domerick's writing, his eyes instinctively falling to his toes. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of a silver necklace nestled in the corner of the desk. "Are you not going to take it back?" Just as Weil hesitated, he heard Domerick's voice once more. "I did not come for that, my lord." Weil straightened his posture, refraining from gazing at the necklace, only to find Domerick still engrossed in his work. "My lord," he tentatively called out. "I am fully aware of your intentions, my lord." Domerick set down his pen, closed the book, and leaned back lazily in his chair, lifting a cup before him and giving it a gentle swirl, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He raised his eyelids slightly, assessing the somewhat tense northern man before him. "We should be considered somewhat acquainted, should we not? The attendant Weil from Winterfell?" "Indeed, my lord. What is it that makes you so disrespectful as to refrain from addressing me as your grace, my friend?" Weil was momentarily taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. Since entering, He had addressed Domeric as my lord several times, yet he felt neither respect nor sincerity emanating from it. A soft chuckle escaped Domeric's nostrils as he straightened up, placing the wine cup on the table and sliding it toward Weil. You are an astute individual. Though your eyes are filled with the desires of humanity, you conceal them remarkably well, which I find quite admirable. The reason humanity surpasses animals lies in our greater restraint and patience regarding our desires. His magnetic voice resonated in Weil's ears, akin to a gentle finger deftly plucking at his emotions, evoking varying frequencies within him. I am merely curious, Domeric remarked, lightly tapping the table with his fingers after releasing the wine cup. What makes you so certain that you can obtain what you seek here? In truth, I am uncertain. My lord, as events have unfolded, Vale resolved to no longer conceal his intentions. He lifted his gaze and steadfastly met Demeric's eyes, replying candidly, to speak truthfully. I am but an inconsequential figure. Were it not for Sir Jory bringing me from the streets back to Winterfell, I might never have encountered esteemed individuals such as yourself and Lord Stark. Yet, I refuse to resign myself to such a fate. I yearn for power, wealth, and even a name and territory of my own. His voice, though not loud, resonated with determination. Prior to arriving here, he had felt entirely devoid of confidence. And now, I am assured, Vale proclaimed, pushing back his chair to rise, then kneeling heavily on one knee. I am aware of the changes in House Bolton, and I know they are tied to you. Your ambition and vision surely extend beyond the confines of the Dreadfort. I am willing to become the sword in your hand, clearing your path of all obstacles in the shadows. Please, allow me to follow you, my lord. Upon uttering these words, Vale felt a sudden release, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Regardless of the outcome, he had made an earnest attempt, had he not? I admire those filled with ambition. A broad hand descended upon the back of Vale's head, and as he looked up, he was met with Demeric's satisfied smile. My lord, Demeric interjected, raising a finger and gently lifting a wine goblet from the table. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but Vale thought he glimpsed two sharp fangs peeking from the corners of Demeric's mouth. Drink it. At this soft command, the goblet was brought to Vale's lips. He glanced down to see the crimson liquid swirling within the vessel, its aroma not of wine, but rather an ominous hint of blood. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, Vale resolutely lifted the goblet and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Nothing could deter a seeker of power, not even poison. The chilling liquid coursed down his throat, ultimately settling in his stomach. A sudden wave of suffocation struck him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, bewildered and confused, as his breath gradually ceased. Do not worry. Demeric extended his slender fingers, which instantly morphed into sharp talons, slicing through his own wrist. A drop of crimson blood fell to Vale's lips, seemingly drawn toward his mouth. Having completed this act, Demeric touched his forehead, appearing slightly dazed, yet he still made his way toward the door. With a creak, a ray of sunlight pierced the room, illuminating Vale's pallid visage. Demeric stepped outside, casting an annoyed glance at the sun, which brazenly unleashed its energy and slowly closed the wooden door behind him. Rest well, my thrall. May you dream sweetly. Chapter 55. A father's farewell, a son's laughter. Within the main chamber, the Count lay upon his bed, repeatedly calling for his son, his voice hoarse and faint. His eyes were clouded, seemingly incapable of discerning the world before him, as drool trickled from the corner of his mouth, presenting a picture of someone unable to care for themselves. Is there truly no hope left, Master Uther? The diligent captain of the guard stood at the bedside, his eyes brimming with guilt and remorse. He was acutely aware that the Count's current condition was largely attributable to his own failures. Yet, Walton found himself devoid of the courage to confront the situation. Or perhaps he had long since lost his sense of self. It was hopeless. The elderly physician, having examined the Count's murky pupils, shook his head and sighed. The nature of his illness is exceedingly peculiar, akin to an ancient tree that has ceased to take root. Without the nourishment of soil and water, it is entirely natural for the tree to succumb to death. Speaking helplessly, the venerable scholar who had served the Bolton family for decades revealed a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Some 6 months prior, Domeric had been afflicted with a stomach ailment, a predicament to which he was utterly powerless, having even internally condemned the man to death. Although the old gods had favored him, allowing Domeric to survive, his recovery bore no relation to the scholar's efforts. Now, faced with the Count's illness, the scholar found himself ensnared once more in a web of helplessness. Perhaps I should return to the academy for further studies. The septuagenarian scholar suddenly pondered if his lack of proficiency had precipitated these dire circumstances. Upon witnessing Uther's final ultimatum, Walton shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance towards the Count, who appeared even more aged than Uther. Perhaps it would be better to depart, for some inexplicable reason. Walton mused, let that terrifying entity remain for me to confront alone, which would not entirely contravene my oath of loyalty to you. Domic. Just as his thoughts spiraled, he beheld the Count on the bed let out a heart-wrenching scream, flailing his arms wildly. Walton hurried forward to soothe him, but was seized by the Count's frail, bony hand. Find Domic. I want my son. I want Domic. His voice was hoarse, like a parched wanderer deprived of water for days, each utterance cutting into Walton's heart like a knife. You have already dispatched Quaid to search for him. Do you not remember, my lord? Walton sighed, gently placing his hand over the Count's palm, patting it twice. They should arrive shortly. Domic, Domic. Yet the Count seemed to have lost his senses, unable to hear Walton's words, merely repeating the name aimlessly. Bang! At that moment, the door burst open violently, and the usually composed Domic appeared in a state of urgency, rushing to the bedside and taking the Count's hand, tears shimmering in his eyes. Father, I have come. His voice thick with emotion, he placed his hand on his father's cheek, embodying the essence of a dutiful son. Alas, I shall take my leave. The older one becomes, the more difficult it is to witness such poignant scenes of parting, Uther murmured as he gathered his belongings, stepping away voluntarily. In the room, apart from the father and son, only Walton and the arriving Quaid remained. Son. At the sound of that voice, the Count seemed to regain some lucidity, his eyes clearing slightly. The back of his hand gently brushed against his cheek, revealing a trace of a soft smile. Do you recall the moment of your birth, when the entire castle of terror whispered your name, Dominic? This name, which I bestowed upon you, signifies integrity, honesty, and a meticulous demeanor. You have not disappointed me. As he reminisced about the past, the Count appeared as if illuminated by a fleeting glow, a hint of color returning to his pallid face. Your fingers are long and strong, perfectly suited for both playing and wielding a longsword. Your mind is calm and your heart kind, always engrossed in books. Your birth was the proudest moment of my life. If your mother were still alive, she would surely be. Cough, cough. His slender fingers grazed his face, leaving one uncertain whether he was crying or laughing. I have long warned you against the leech therapy. Such reckless waste of blood will surely affect your lifespan. Blood is of utmost importance. Those other matters are trivial. The Count's eyes widened, seemingly grasping for his last breath, as he tightly grasped Dominic's right hand, pulling him close, whispering urgently into his ear, What have you done with my Dominic, you scoundrel? No sooner had the words left his lips than a cry of pain erupted from behind. Dominic turned to find Sir Walton, eyes wide with disbelief, staring down at the long sword piercing his chest. As the blade was withdrawn, his body fell heavily to the ground, revealing the wielder, none other than Quaid. Almost immediately, a chilling sensation crept up from his neck. He needn't look to know that a sharp instrument was pressed against his throat. Speak, who are you? The Count's fierce threat rang in his ears. With a resigned sigh, Dominic glanced back, observing the calmness in his demeanor, the sharpness in his gaze, and the strength of his arm holding the dagger, which belied any notion of imminent death. Ah, dear father, must you not simply accompany me in this performance until the end? He lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret. You've moved me so profoundly just now, look. With that, Dominic lifted his gaze, a solitary tear slipping down his cheek. Do not call me father. The Count's expression hardened. He had long since ceased to display anger before others, but the current predicament shattered his composure. With a slight exertion of his right hand, the dagger pressed into Dominic's neck, drawing blood as he threatened. You are not Dominic, nor can you ever be. Dominic is a person of uprightness and kindness, a paragon of knightly virtue. Your actions are utterly incongruous with his character. To masquerade as Dominic, and then kill Rams, only to eliminate me so you can rightfully ascend as the Count of Terror Castle. Is that your scheme? He analyzed, his gaze fixed intently on Dominic's eyes. Yet those eyes mirrored his own, revealing not a shred of panic. Such a pity, father. Dominic did not waver. Instead, he offered him a gentle smile, as was customary. Though I am reluctant to accept this reality, I am indeed Roderick Bolton. The blood of the Bolton family courses through my veins, and I have borne the surname Bolton since my youth. If you wish to eliminate the sole heir, dear father, He leaned forward, the fragile skin of his neck parting under the dagger's edge, crimson blood seeping slowly. Then please do not squander any more time. Chapter 56. The crimson beginning. The Earl of Bolton recoiled, though subtly, his hand instinctively retracting. In truth, he was not as assured of Domerlic's identity as he appeared. His previous actions had merely been a test. Faced with Domerlic's steadfast demeanor, even with a dagger at his throat, the Earl was reluctant to gamble. This was, after all, his only son, the sole heir of the terrifying castle. Should he perish here, the Bolton lineage, which had endured for millennia, would face certain extinction. You know deep down that I am Domerlic. Observing the hesitation in Roose Bolton's expression, Domerlic smirked, pressing a finger against the dagger's sharp blade. The Earl remained silent, his grip on the dagger slack, watching as Domerlic pushed it away from his neck. But you are far too cautious, father. He shook his head. Some say that Roose Bolton is devoid of emotion, that the leech has drained him of all fervor. Yet, I do not share that sentiment. At least you remain gentle towards me. Domerlic rose gracefully, turning his back to the sword-wielding Quaid, his expression unmarred by displeasure, seemingly unperturbed by his father's doubts. I do not understand, my son. The Earl's gaze fell, a shadow of confusion flickering in his somber eyes. What has caused such a profound transformation? You were once so kind, even reluctant to partake in a hunt. Yet now, your cunning surpasses my own. Even I, your father, have not escaped your machinations. He resignedly tossed the dagger onto the bedside, his heart already convinced of Domerlic's identity. After all, he had watched his son grow. Regardless of whether others possessed the skill to disguise themselves as perfectly as him, the innate grace and demeanor were simply beyond imitation. If anyone could achieve such an extraordinary feat, truth be told, the Earl of Terrifying Castle would hardly be worth the price. It would be more economical to replace the king directly. That is quite evident, father. In response to his father's inquiry, Domerlic chose not to conceal the truth, patiently elucidating. What you just said holds merit. Ever since Rams chose to poison me, the former Domerlic has perished, replaced by an entirely new being. Domerlic smiled, contemplating whether he could still be classified as human within the biological realm. Lifting his arm, he wiped the blood from his neck with his index finger, then brought it to his lips to gently suck, accompanied by a morbid smile on his pale, handsome face. Indeed, at this moment, Domerlic appeared more ruthless than ever before. Do you know, dear father? After savoring his own blood, Domerlic licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. How utterly despairing it was when I realized I had been poisoned and was on the brink of death. He vividly remembered the first time he awoke. Confronted by a stomach ravaged beyond repair, unable to ingest even the slightest morsel of food, incapable of even drinking water, tormented day and night by relentless vomiting and pain. This torment lasted for several days, and he could scarcely fathom the extent of suffering the previous Domerlic had endured. Had it not been for some changes in his constitution, this rare second chance at life might have swiftly vanished. Fortunately, that fateful day arrived. Domerlic recalled vividly lying in bed, violently retching, with no sign of servants who had long since vanished. Later, he discovered that all the servants had been bribed by Rams, neglecting to care for the heir of the terrifying fortress who was on the verge of demise. Day after day, gastric fluid flowed from the corners of his mouth, leaving the sheets and blankets almost entirely soaked. He was ravenous, so hungry that he felt he could consume anything. Yet whatever he swallowed would soon be expelled with alarming rapidity. However, destiny had not brought him into this world merely to suffer for a few days before perishing. For the door that had been closed for so long finally opened. Though the light was blinding, it nonetheless illuminated the room. I apologize, my son. Observing Domerlic's furious demeanor, the Count unprecedentedly offered him an apology. But please understand, at that time, you had been deemed beyond remedy by Master Uther. If you were to perish, then Rams. He did not continue, yet the implication was unmistakable. Should Domerlic die, the Count would be left with only Rams, who, despite being a contemptible illegitimate child, would become the sole heir to the Fortress of Terror. As Domerlic had pointed out, the Count was acutely aware of the origins of his malady, yet, like now, he dared not gamble. Lusburton was already in his 30s. Prior to marrying Domerlic's mother, he had a wife with whom he toiled for many years, yet despite their efforts, she could not bear a single child before passing away. Subsequently, he married Bishanel Swell, Domerlic's mother. Perhaps blessed by the old gods, they were blessed with several children, both boys and girls. However, The joy was short-lived, as all the children, without exception, perished swiftly, leaving only the most robust Demiric to survive. The Count nurtured his sole son as the true heir, though he did not resemble him. Yet he was exceptional, as if a divine gift, filling him with pride. It was only later that he realized his inadvertent actions from years past had unexpectedly sowed a seed he had never anticipated. Uncertain of his own fertility, the Count exerted every effort to prevent Dominic from taking Rams to the Terror Fortress. Upon learning that Rams had been poisoned by Dominic, he refrained from taking any action against his only surviving son. Even after confirming that Dominic had eliminated Rams and the foul creature, he feigned ignorance. Perhaps, in Lustborton's eyes, the Terror Fortress merely required an heir, regardless of who that heir might be. The cacophony of barking hounds echoed around them. Dominic paid no heed to the Count's apologies, not even casting a glance in his direction, as he reminisced and murmured the tale of his rebirth. On that fateful day, a colossal hound leapt onto my bed, its canine teeth bared and drool dripping down, dampening my collar, which was already wet. I then perceived the muffled voices of two individuals in conversation, though I could not decipher their words, as I was being menaced by that accursed hunting dog, which appeared intent on devouring me. In that moment, a ghastly thought surged through my mind. Dominic fixed his gaze upon the Count, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. If you wish to consume me, then perhaps I should feast upon you first. Chapter 57. The Sword of Rebirth. I sank my teeth into the beast's throat. The quiet room resonated with Dominic's calm voice, as both the Count and Quaid listened in silence to his narrative. Perhaps it was talent, or merely coincidence, but I accurately located its carotid artery, and warm blood instantly filled my mouth. It was exquisite. Dominic reflected on his first experience of tasting blood, even if it was merely that of a beast. The delightful flavor compelled him to close his eyes in bliss. The blood seemed imbued with life, coursing down my throat, nourishing my battered stomach, and continuously supplying strength to my limbs. That sensation of rebirth is something you cannot fathom, Father. It is a gift of fate. You are unwell, my son. Observing Dominic's frenzied demeanor, the Count's voice was calm, yet tinged with regret. While he felt immense pride in his son's admirable qualities, he had often been troubled by Dominic's excessive kindness. As he had previously remarked, in the North, only the Starks could maintain their innocence and integrity. The Starks, as rulers, were unburdened by other concerns. They needed only to uphold their purity and justice in Winterfell, which fortified their dominion. After all, no one could resist a lord devoid of guile, steadfast in honor. Compared to the old lion of the Westerlands, Eddard Stark was undoubtedly the most esteemed lord in the hearts of all nobles, even more fitting than his impulsive and reckless brother. Roose Bolton had repeatedly urged Demiric to cultivate a more mature and rational demeanor, at the very least to maintain a degree of wariness towards others. However, his well-read son rebuffed these suggestions with a myriad of excuses. Now that a change had finally manifested in his son, one would expect Roose to feel a sense of relief. Yet, it appeared that the transformation had been rather extreme. As for the diagnosis, Demiric remained noncommittal, merely responding in a subdued tone. During those days of renewal, I came to comprehend much. Rather than being devoured, I would prefer to seize the reins of control for myself. Turning towards the Count, he offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of the kind-hearted young noble he once was. Before glancing back at Quaid, who was gripping his sword, I am curious, now that you hold the initiative, what do you intend to do with your thoroughly ailing heir? Under Demiric's unwavering gaze, Quaid felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he known better, he would have distanced himself from the power struggle between the Bolton father and son, much like the Na'vi Na. But who could have anticipated that Demiric would conceal his true nature so adeptly? After this matter concludes, regardless of which side emerges victorious, Quaid's chances of survival would likely be negligible. A bear person possesses few secrets, yet one who has been flayed bears none. This was not mere rhetoric. However, both the Count and Demiric remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of this inconsequential figure. To them, Quaid was merely a pawn, expendable without a hint of remorse. Go to King's Landing, my son, the Count sighed. Although Demiric had become ruthless and appeared harmless, embodying the qualities of an exemplary lord, he was still very much alive. Perhaps one day, when he grew too frail to move, he would unhesitatingly bequeath the title to Demiric, allowing the family to flourish under his stewardship. But that day was not today. Go to King's Landing, alongside Stark. I have already penned a letter recommending you as his deputy. The Count slowly rose, standing tall to face Demiric, speaking with a sense of assuredness. Your performance in Winterfell has been commendable. I believe he will not refuse you. As I mentioned, Eddard Stark is an innocent soul, ill-suited for governance in a place like King's Landing. Conversely, it would be quite fitting for you. King's Landing is the nexus of power, and you will learn much there, Demiric. Even as the Count stood upright, Demiric held a slight advantage in height, giving the impression of looking down upon him. Is this your final ultimatum, father? Demiric's tone bore disappointment, for he detected a hint of fear in the Count's demeanor. He was afraid. The renowned terror of the Dreadfort. Roderick Bolton was afraid. This fear was entirely rational. A vigorous ruler's greatest dread is to father an heir who is not only more capable, but also possesses greater ambition and cunning. Moreover, it is particularly concerning that Demiric harbors no fear of the curse associated with patricide, as evidenced by his merciless slaying of Ramsay. Such an heir, who could so easily bring about his own demise, is someone Lustburton dares not keep close. Regrettably, dear father, I have a far superior idea. Observing his resolute expression, Demiric shook his head with a sigh, raising his hand to tenderly caress the visage that appeared remarkably aged. His slender fingers deftly plucked a withered white strand of hair. Lamenting, the craftsmanship of Bachelor Coben is indeed commendable, is it not? His words caused the Count's pupils to constrict instantaneously, revealing disbelief as he involuntarily retreated 2 steps. His back meeting the edge of the bed. He is one I brought back, do you remember? Demiric's lips curled into a subtle smile as he exhaled gently, sending the white hair floating momentarily before it dissipated into dust. You truly place your trust in someone I returned with. I am at a loss to determine whether to commend your audacity or your sheer boldness. Stepping forward, he loomed over the Count. There is yet another matter I neglected to inform you. Under the Count's gaze, Demiric's eyes gradually turned crimson, a faint scent of blood beginning to permeate the room, provoking a slight twitch of his nostrils. Suddenly, beyond Demiric's broad shoulders, a long sword pierced upward through Quaid's heart. Sir Walton, who should have been lifeless, slowly rose from the ground, his imposing figure seemingly shrouded in an eerie shadow. Sir Walton drew the sword, turning to plant it before him, much like a loyal knight poised to heed his master's command. However, as he gradually raised his hand, an identical crimson hue emerged in Walton's eyes, mirroring that of Demiric. Whether it was an illusion or not, the Count appeared to glimpse 2 enormous wings behind Walton. I forgot to mention, father. Demiric did not turn back, seemingly in complete control of the unfolding events, a domineering smile gracing his features. To go or to stay, to live or to die, only I shall decide. Chapter 58. The source of my blood. Thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by the tumultuous beating of his heart, Vale abruptly awoke, greeted by a blur of swiftly retreating grass and the thunderous pounding of hoofs. To his astonishment, he discovered that his feet were bound to the back of a horse, hanging in an unusual position. Am I still alive? He straightened his back, sitting up with urgency, frantically exploring his body and feeling the powerful rhythm of his heart, instantaneously enveloped by a sense of gratitude for having survived. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply. The sun warmed the earth, and the fragrance of the soil filled his nostrils, while the sounds of birds flapping their wings and insects chirping resonated clearly, as if they were right beside him. After nearly 20 years of existence, Vale felt for the first time that he was truly alive. Opening his eyes, he set about untying the ropes binding his feet. Weir gently caressed the neck of the galloping steed, the fine strands of its mane vividly apparent beneath his touch. The sensation was astonishingly real, unprecedented in its intensity. He could almost perceive the seething warmth of the blood coursing through the horse's veins. A fierce hunger surged within him, reaching the very pinnacle of his being. Uncontrollably, Weir leaned down, his nose brushing against the horse's skin, inhaling the faint scent of its blood. He could not help but part his lips slightly, revealing his 4 sharp fangs. The horse, sensing the impending danger, emitted a piercing whinny, its hooves abruptly halting, the front legs rising high as it attempted to shake off the source of peril. Yet Weir's reflexes were swift. He clamped his legs tightly around the horse's abdomen, leveraging his core strength to stabilize himself. All right, he murmured, though this would awaken a primal instinct dulled by hunger. He gently patted the horse's neck, gradually calming the old companion that had journeyed with him for many years. A wave of apprehension washed over him, realizing he had harbored such sinister thoughts. What on earth is happening? He pondered, exploring his own body, feeling an unsettling dissonance yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. The sweet spring water filled his mouth, and at that moment, all his taste buds seemed to revel in ecstasy. He could swear that no morsel he had ever tasted in his life compared to this exquisite sip. He gulped fervently, soon draining the water pouch. Licking his lips in longing, a droplet of water trickled down the corner of his mouth, and as he wiped it away, he was astonished to find that it bore an enchanting crimson hue. Blood. The realization struck Weir with such force that it momentarily halted his breath. Then, a thunderous thought reverberated through his mind, flooding his consciousness with a vivid, sanguine hue. Terms like bloodline, kin, and crimson lord surged forth, overwhelming him and dismantling the worldview he had held for over a decade. It seems I have embarked upon a most extraordinary path. He tapped his head, attempting to digest the torrent of revelations, while a smile gradually crept upon his lips. Whether as a vampire or a kin, whatever he might become, if it could bestow upon him unparalleled power and the authority he had long sought, then surely it was a boon, was it not? Slowly lifting his gaze, Weir opened his eyes, the vibrant crimson in his pupils slowly fading. Let us proceed, old friend. He gently patted the trembling steed beneath him, speaking with profound intent. We need only to diligently attend to our own affairs and quietly await the return of our master. With a snort, the horse resumed its stride, carrying the newly awakened bloodline westward toward the ominous fortress and its crypt. The flickering candlelight filled the entire space, yet it failed to dispel the ominous atmosphere that lingered here. Countless human skins hung in the air like mere commodities, despite being preserved meticulously. Some had inevitably begun to decay, emitting a faint, putrid odor. This was the secret chamber of the Bolton family. To call it a cellar would be a misnomer. It was more akin to a museum of human skin. Should an individual with a fragile constitution enter this place, they would likely be overwhelmed by terror. In the stillness of the cellar, only the soft rustling could be heard, as if someone were delicately rubbing a pencil against paper. The clattering of scissors echoed as the elderly scholar, his hair a shade of silver, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and exhaled a long sigh. At last. It is complete, my lord. As his words resonated, a figure emerged from the shadows of the corner, the candlelight illuminating the crimson emblem of the skinned man's family upon his chest, harmonizing with the surrounding human skins. I must say, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Bachelor Cobain. Observing the cold demeanor of the count before him, Dominic could not help but marvel at the artistry. Such exquisite skill that even his own son could not discern it was crafted from Quaid's corpse. The old scholar chuckled softly, pride and admiration for his own creation glimmering in his eyes, yet he humbly replied, "It is merely a matter of practice, my lord. Since my arrival at the academy, I have dissected 385 corpses. If I could not achieve this level of proficiency, it would be a betrayal of your trust." Excellent. Dominic nodded with a smile, then extended his fingers, unhesitatingly slicing open his palm. Cobain swiftly grasped a silver vessel, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he captured several drops of blood, treating them as the most precious of treasures. Do well, bachelor. Dominic patted his shoulder and turned to walk towards another room, leaving the fervently scientific scholar to study his own blood in peace. After all, he was curious about what kind of results this disgrace of the academy might yield. As he traversed the corridor deeper into the recesses, the darkness thickened, until at the very end, light was nearly extinguished. He extended his slender fingers to push open the iron door, which creaked unpleasantly. Adjusting his collar and cuffs, Dominic stepped forward with an air of elegance, as if about to attend a lavish banquet. Upon entering the room, even in the absence of light, the imposing cross became vividly apparent to Dominic's gaze. A naked man's wrists were firmly nailed to the cross, yet not a single drop of blood flowed, rendering the scene exceedingly strange. The soles of his expensive leather boots echoed against the floor as he approached the man. Rather than hastily indulge in this grotesque feast, Dominic inclined slightly towards him, his movements deliberate and refined. If my memory serves me right, Ram survived for 7 days after being flayed alive. He slowly opened his mouth, his tone unremarkable as he recounted his previous experiences. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a silver goblet slipped from his sleeve and landed deftly in his grasp. The man nailed to the cross seemed to have heard Dominic's voice. His eyelids slowly lifted, yet he was utterly powerless to struggle. His pale gray eyes were filled with boundless remorse and trepidation. Dominic appeared quite pleased with his reaction, his nostrils gently flaring as he revealed an elegant and warm smile. "Let us engage in a game. Should you endure for over a month, I shall grant you the gift of a peaceful demise. What say you?" Chapter 59. The king's arrival. As the highest ruler of the North, the Stark family donned their finest attire, rising early to await the arrival of the king. Everyone was adorned in their most opulent garments, accompanied by nearly all their guards and attendants, standing at the entrance with bated breath. Undoubtedly, this was a momentous occasion. Since Eddard Stark ascended to the title of Duke, the king had never graced Winterfell with his presence. Let alone the fact that Robert Baratheon had explicitly stated in his letter that he would be accompanied by the queen and the prince. Thus, it seemed that Lewin Bolton's days were numbered. Draped in a long black robe, the Duke wore a thick fur cloak over his shoulders. His complexion mirrored the somber hue of his attire, and his expression was grave, devoid of any joy at the impending reunion with an old friend. "Indeed, father," Robb replied. Though he had already briefed the Duke the previous night, he nodded, lowering his voice. "When we last met, he appeared even older than Odair's great-grandmother. To err on the side of caution, Sir Jorah and I confirmed repeatedly, and it seemed genuine. Hence, I did not pursue the matter further. Odair's grandmother was the eldest in Winterfell, having once been the wet nurse to Eddard's father's uncle, and she had likely surpassed 90 years, if not more. If Lewin Bolton appeared older than her, he was surely nearing death. "Do not burden yourself excessively, Robb," the Duke said in a low, comforting tone as he noticed his son's lips pressed tightly together. "You are my eldest son. Your decisions reflect me, embody the Stark name, regardless of their correctness. Our promises cannot be retracted. While we uphold justice, it is not unreasonable to extend a modicum of mercy to one on the brink of death." Upon hearing his father's reassurance, Robb finally exhaled, nodding in agreement. The name Eddard Stark resonated with great renown. His experiences could rival those of the most illustrious figures in history, and his adherence to honor served as a beacon for all lords of the North. Despite considering himself quite capable, Robb still feared he might never become a ruler revered as his father was. "Hey, Sansa," Arya awkwardly adjusted her dress, nudging her sister's side with her elbow and whispering, "What do you think the prince looks like? Could he possibly be more handsome than Dominic? I heard his hair is as golden as the sun. It must be stunning." Sansa donned her most exquisite purple gown, her fair skin and elongated neck rendering her sister standing beside her akin to an unsightly duckling. "Do not speak nonsense, Arya." She gently waved her arm, dismissing her sister's small hand resting on her slender waist, fearful that the latter might tarnish her beloved attire. In a hushed tone, she admonished, "Oh, dear Lord Domeric," observing Sansa's outward disdain juxtaposed with her inner grace. Arya mischievously chuckled and began to softly recite an unmailed love letter she had penned. "Your broad arms surpass even the fishbeam tree. Your resolute gaze eclipses the stars. I shall never forget the taste of that lemon cake, akin to your warm palm brushing against my cheek." "Be silent, Arya." Sansa, clearly taken aback that her private musings had been discovered by her sister, exclaimed in exasperation, "You little thief, you've invaded my diary." She could no longer maintain her composure as a proper lady, her face flushed like the summer wine of Dorne. "Quiet down, Sansa." The commotion between the two daughters drew the attention of many, prompting the Duchess to lift her skirts and lean down to remind them to maintain decorum. "The king is almost here. We must observe basic etiquette." "Yes, mother." Despite her lingering anger, Sansa obediently lifted her skirts and curtsied. The little girl beside them stifled her laughter, while the Duchess, evidently having overheard their exchange, gently tapped Arya's head with her delicate finger. "Keep silent, and do not pry into your sister's belongings again." "Yes, mother." The smile on the little girl's face instantly vanished, and she sighed in resignation, her head drooping. For her, being forced to stand still was more torturous than death itself. With her daughters finally subdued, the Duchess nodded in satisfaction, straightened her posture, and awaited the arrival of the king and his entourage. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a shadow of profound worry lingered in her azure eyes. Domeric Bolton clasped his hands over his abdomen, and the Duchess unconsciously began to fidget with her thumbs, her nails clashing together frequently. Since that fateful day, her dreams had become increasingly vivid, the handsome and graceful visage appearing recurrently, engaging in unspeakable acts. She had attempted to exert control over her dreams. But how could one dictate such elusive phenomena? In a bid to alleviate her torment, the Duchess recited passages from the Book of Prayers before sleep, though with little success. Ultimately, she resorted to beseeching the old gods, yet to no avail. Burdened by guilt and psychological turmoil, the Duchess had refrained from intimacy with her husband for many days, causing the vigorous Duke considerable distress as he believed she still harbored resentment for his departure that night, leaving her to face solitude. "Do not be anxious, Kate." Just as the Duchess was lost in her myriad thoughts, her husband's deep and steady voice startled her, causing her to jump. Raising his head, the Duke's visage, not particularly handsome, yet radiating a sense of security, came into view. With gentle eyes, he comforted, "Though we have not met in many years, I grew up alongside Rob, and I understand his character. He shall not transform into a king devoid of regard for others." A rare, tender smile graced his face as he jested. "You are the daughter of House Tully. Surely you do not fear the so-called most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, Queen Lannister?" "I fear not the famed beauty of the realm," she replied, her husband's reassurance granting her a modicum of solace. In a feigned show of bravado, she teased, "I merely fear the so-called mightiest warrior, the bearded king, who may steal my husband away." Their laughter echoed as they exchanged glances, the earlier cloud of worry dissipating. Only the Duchess sighed imperceptibly, burying her feelings of guilt deep within. "Where has Bran gone?" The sudden, clear inquiry jolted everyone into awareness as they noticed the solitary figure of little Rickon standing off to the side, realizing that Bran, who ought to have been holding his hand, was nowhere to be found. He must have climbed the walls. Bran mentioned this morning his desire to see the king's procession from the highest point. The spirited Arya was the first to react, exclaiming, "I shall go find him." With that, she lifted her skirts and made to dash forward. "Wait, it's a lion. I see it." On King's Road, soldiers donned in armor and banners depicting lions created a grand spectacle. Chapter 60. The Prince's fury. The clang of metal reverberated throughout Winterfell's training grounds as two figures, one clad in black and the other in yellow, engaged in combat. After several exchanges, Robb Stark, wielding his sword with one hand, observed the breathless golden-haired youth before him, a flicker of disinterest crossing his gray eyes. The prince's swordsmanship was undeniably lackluster. Despite being 2 years his senior, the prince's ineptitude was such that even Arya could likely best him. "Come on, Robb." The enthusiastic cheers of a little girl rang out, drawing his attention. He turned to glance at his jubilant sister, her eyes brimming with encouragement, an expression of exasperation evident on his face. It was her spirited involvement that had led to this sparring match between the Stark heir and the Baratheon heir. "What are you looking at, you fool?" The prince's distraction during the duel clearly irked his opponent, and the proud young man could not tolerate such blatant disrespect. With a fierce shout, he lifted his sword and charged again. Yet, the same truth remained. The prince's swordplay was woefully inadequate. Robb hardly needed to think as he effortlessly blocked the prince's vertical strike with one hand, followed by a horizontal slash, a thrust, and then a kick to the right leg, then the left. To Robb, the prince resembled a marionette ensnared by the intricacies of swordplay, entirely predictable. Coupled with an overwhelming display of strength, the outcome of this encounter had been determined before it even began. "Your son is quite exceptional." Beside the training grounds, a tall man clad in a deep orange robe observed the sparring of the two with genuine admiration. "In him, I see the reflection of my younger self," he remarked. "You know, Ned, back in the days when we fought side by side, no one could withstand the might of my hammer, not even Rhaegar Targaryen." "You flatter me." "Your Grace," replied the Duke standing beside him, who, despite being the supreme ruler of the North, found himself merely as an accessory to the king. Stealing a discreet glance at the king's rather unseemly physique, the Duke harbored doubts about whether His Majesty could still wield that formidable hammer that once instilled fear across the Seven Kingdoms. Nevertheless, he responded politely, "Robb has yet to reach your level." Though the Duke made this statement, the king discerned a flicker of pride in his eyes and feigned indignation, jesting, "Oh, come now, Lord Eddard Stark. I know you have a fine son, but there's no need to boast before me. Young Joffrey is merely 12. Give him a few more years, and he will surely wield my hammer, wreaking havoc on the battlefield." "That is certainly the case," the Duke concurred, offering no argument. For he understood that his king and dear friend had always been a man of indomitable spirit since childhood. They had grown up together as foster sons of Jon Arryn in the Vale, forging a profound friendship. In those days, Robert Baratheon was brimming with vigor, and none dared to spar with him, for his hammer was so weighty that even the slightest contact could result in shattered bones. Yet, who could have anticipated that within a mere decade, a man who could be considered the most valiant warrior of the Seven Kingdoms, the Duke of Storm's End, would succumb to the vices of wine and debauchery, transforming into a disheveled king, hollowed out by indulgence? Even standing beside him, the Duke could smell the potent scent of alcohol lingering in his thick, dark beard. Coupled with the sunken eyes encircled by ghastly dark circles and his unkempt long black hair, he resembled more a debauched patron than a king. "Your son is destined to lose, Kingsguard," remarked the strikingly beautiful queen, her lips pursed, a flash of displeasure flitting across her clear green eyes. One must admit, even as a mother of three, her beauty remained unparalleled, truly deserving of the title of the fairest in all the Seven Kingdoms. "He needs to face some setbacks to mature." Cersei, the tall, golden-haired man beside the queen, shrugged nonchalantly, lacking the reverence one would expect from a brother addressing his sister. "And I believe you should be mindful of your words and actions. This is not King's Landing, my dear sister." The alluring queen cast a derisive glance at her brother clad in white robes and armor, then turned back to the king, who was engrossed in conversation with the Duke. Her eyes filled with disdain. "Rather than admonishing me, perhaps you should reflect on why Joffrey's swordsmanship is so lacking. Have you truly devoted yourself to teaching him?" Listening to her grievances, the man merely chuckled softly and shook his head, offering no rebuttal. Having been born almost simultaneously and having grown up together, they possess an intimate understanding of each other's characters. The art of turning the tables is, after all, the forte of his sister, the queen. "Regrettably, Prince Joffrey harbors no affection for me." He shrugged helplessly and replied in as casual a tone as he could muster. "After all, I am a regicide. No one would willingly accept the teachings of a regicide. You are undeniably the kingdom's greatest benefactor, Jaime, whenever this matter arises." The queen's brows furrow in concern for him. "Had you not taken it upon yourself to slay the mad King Targaryen, who knows how long the war might have raged on? The entire realm should be grateful for your sacrifices rather than enjoying the fruits of victory while casting unfounded blame behind your back." "Enough, enough." Observing the queen's escalating agitation, the Kingsguard interrupted with a smile, his expression still tinged with a hint of cynicism. "You know I have no interest in power. Let the dullards occupy the position of Prime Minister. Look, the tournament is nearing its end. As a mother, you should contemplate how to console the defeated prince. It is over, Prince Joffrey." With a casual swing of his sword, he felled his opponent, man and weapon alike, to the ground. Robb extended his hand to convey the most basic politeness. "Go away." Yet the proud prince was evidently unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat. He angrily shoved Robb's hand away and turned his face in disdain. Robb, undeterred by the lack of gratitude, shrugged and tossed aside his sword, turning to leave, but not before raising an eyebrow at Sansa, who stood nearby watching the spectacle. The fellows from the south, it seems, lack the forthrightness and grandeur of the men from the north. Nevertheless, it must be said that he possesses a striking visage, and coupled with his princely status, his flowery words had enchanted Sansa, leaving her quite dazed within a matter of days. Upon catching her brother's gaze, Sansa bit her lip and looked toward the disheveled Prince Joffrey, unable to resist comparing him to Domeric. Yet, in every regard, the seemingly elegant firstborn of House Bolton outshone his counterpart. "Stand up, Joffrey." The king looked down in disappointment upon his son, who lay on the ground feigning death. Admonishing him publicly, "It was merely a small failure. You must learn to confront it. If you cannot endure such setbacks, how will you ever govern a vast kingdom?" This should have been a father's lesson to his son. Yet he did not anticipate that his unabashed public reprimand would wound the fragile pride of a prince in his adolescence. Joffrey raised his head and surveyed the scene, only to behold the disappointed gazes of his father, mother, and even the stark eldest daughter. In a fit of rage, he pounded the ground with his fist. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a long sword nearby. In an impulsive surge, he picked it up and, without uttering a word, rose to his feet, aiming a strike at Robb's unguarded neck from behind. Chapter 61. An uninvited guest, though not proficient in swordsmanship. 12-year-old Joffrey had already grown quite tall and was remarkably swift. As the crowd began to comprehend the unfolding situation, he had already raised his sword and approached Robb from behind, completely unaware by the stark eldest son of the impending attack. Should that sword come crashing down, even if the blade remained sheathed, a strike to the back of his head could pose a considerable threat. "Beware behind you, Robb." Halt, Joffrey! 7 gods! These urgent cries echoed from the Duke, the King, and the onlookers alike. The Kingsguard, stationed beside the Queen, was the first to react, dashing madly into the fray. But the distance was simply too great. Hearing the alarmed shouts around him, Robb furrowed his brow in caution, feeling a fierce wind rush towards the back of his head. Yet he had no time to evade. Theon Greyjoy tightened his grip on the longbow, but after a moment's hesitation, he relaxed his muscles. Despite his confidence in his archery skills to strike the sword without injuring Joffrey, he lacked the courage to aim an arrow at the king's son. No, Joffrey! The Queen, now thoroughly frightened, gazed in disbelief at the chaos before her, her mind filled with images of a bloodied Robb sprawled on the ground, the king fuming at her. If Robb were to be harmed by Joffrey, not only would their invitation to the Duke to come to King's Landing for the king's coronation be jeopardized, but the once close relationship between their families would likely plunge into icy hostility. Although it may not necessarily incite war, the ramifications would still be dire. It was not beyond reason to fear that her impulsive and reckless husband might, in an effort to quell the Duke's fury, rashly send their youngest son to the north as an adopted son to make amends. Such a notion was not mere hyperbole. Prince Doran of Dorne had done just that before, with surprisingly favorable results. The Queen's mind raced. Already devising a plan to feign pitifulness and implore the Duke's family for forgiveness before the situation spiraled out of control, even if it meant throwing a tantrum to compel the king to bear the burden of this incident. Suddenly, amidst her swirling thoughts, a crisp clang of steel rang out. Joffrey's sword was almost upon Robb's head when he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the blade, causing the sword to slip from his grasp, leaving only his fist striking Robb's back. Was this it? The seemingly harmless blow to his back left Robb, who had braced for impact, utterly perplexed. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Moments later, Robb realized the absurdity of the situation and, consumed by rage, raised his fist and struck down upon Joffrey's prominent nose. The unfortunate prince fell once more, blood streaming from his nostrils, tears brimming in his eyes. He appeared like a delicate princess, pitiable in his state. In his fury, the Stark heir attempted to press forward, but was firmly restrained by the approaching Kingsguard, unable to break free despite his efforts. Show some restraint. He has already faced punishment, James advised gravely, locking eyes with Robb in a calm, yet firm manner. Cease, Robb. The voice of the Duke resonated at an opportune moment, prompting Robb to angrily withdraw his hand from the Duke's grasp and stride to his father's side, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the training grounds. The reactions of those present mirrored Robb's sentiments. All eyes were directed toward the same focal point, save for the loyal Kingsguard, who assisted the prince, leading him step by step to the Queen's side. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 figures gradually emerged from the entrance. A tall young nobleman advanced with a vigorous and graceful gait, the sunlight illuminating his slightly pale, handsome visage, where a serious expression was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Prominently displayed on his chest was the pink sigil of House Bolton. A towering knight, clad in armor and even obscured by an iron helm, followed dutifully behind him, his visage concealed. It was Roderick Bolton. Sansa Stark gazed upon the dashing young man advancing into the courtyard, her heart racing uncontrollably, her cerulean eyes unable to divert from his presence. Meanwhile, Robb exhibited a genuine smile, although the reason for Domeric's sudden appearance eluded him. Intuition assured him that the one who had come to his aid moments ago was indeed his dear friend. Seemingly sensing Robb's gaze, Domeric lifted his eyes toward him, nodding in acknowledgement, yet his expression bore little of the joy one might expect from a reunion of old friends, instead resonating with a sense of desolation. Robb felt a jolt in his heart, as if he had grasped an unspoken truth, and he stood transfixed, watching Domeric approach, bypassing him to stand directly before the king and the Duke. You are of House Bolton, are you not, young man? Before Domeric could utter a word, the king inquired, his sharp gaze piercing into Domeric's eyes, betraying no hint of the drunken demeanor he had previously displayed. Roderick Bolton, a young man from the Dreadfort, he replied, placing his right hand upon his chest and bowing before the king. I have read of your valorous deeds in books, and my father has spoken of you repeatedly. You are the warrior he most admires, unmatched in your gallant exploits upon the battlefield. Ha ha! The king's delight was palpable, his hearty laughter echoing as he clapped the Duke on the shoulder, exclaiming, I appreciate this forthright young man. Domeric's words had effectively lightened the atmosphere. drawing an exasperated smile from the Duke, dissipating the previously tense ambience. It must be said that this king possessed considerable cunning. Domeric observed his actions quietly, contemplating in silence. While many deemed Robert Baratheon an incorrigible drunkard and debauchee, he invariably managed to act appropriately at crucial junctures. Despite leading a life of indulgence and accruing immense debts, his throne remained remarkably secure. With but a simple statement, he deftly dismissed the perilous scene from earlier, rendering the Duke too shy to broach the subject again. A testament to the king's adeptness. Yet, his perceptiveness faltered, for he failed to notice the 3 children with their conspicuously golden hair. "Why have you come to Winterfell, Domeric?" Though he had not been informed in advance, he fortuitously managed to save Robb, and the Duke bore no reproach, merely inquiring gently, "Has your father's condition improved?" The Duke seemed to sense something, exchanging a knowing glance with the king, both choosing not to disturb him. After taking several deep breaths, Domeric finally lowered his hands. Though his eyes remained slightly swollen with grief, he knelt on one knee and, with a quavering voice, responded, "The events unfolded so suddenly. Please forgive my failure to notify you beforehand. My father expressed a particular wish before his passing that I must come to Winterfell in person to convey his apologies to you." Chapter 62. Mourning the departed, I felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing Domeric, still engulfed in his grief, and the Duke's eyes were filled with regret. It wasn't that his bond with Lust Bolton was particularly profound, but he had once rallied to his call, achieving numerous feats in battle. Setting aside the man's unfortunate vices, aside from a few foolish acts in his final moments, as the Earl of Dreadfort, he had remained steadfastly loyal to House Stark. Although they had never fought side by side, the news of his demise struck a chord within the Duke. "When is the funeral, my child?" The Duke extended a hand, gently patting Domeric's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, and continued, "As a liege lord, I am obliged to attend." However, the Duke was reminded of the king standing beside him. To abandon the king in favor of attending the funeral at Dreadfort would be exceedingly disrespectful. Yet it would also be a breach of etiquette not to acknowledge the passing of an earl within his domain. In that moment, the Duke found himself in a quandary. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the king discerned his discomfort and tactfully inquired, "If I recall correctly, your father was Lust Bolton, the Earl of Dreadfort. Am I right, young man?" "Indeed, your majesty," Domeric replied as he rose, mustering a smile. "I am honored that you remember his name." "Ha ha." The king laughed heartily, but then recalled the young noble had just lost his father, quickly tempering his mirth and warmly patting his chest. "Your father made quite an impression on me. How could I forget his name? I remember he once suggested we cut the throat of Balon Greyjoy, but I declined. Fate is indeed peculiar. Who would have thought he would perish before that old Ironborn?" Robb mused about past events, yet his tone did not come off as impolite. Rather, it rendered him more approachable. It must be said that while this man could hardly be deemed a good king, nor a commendable husband or father, he was undeniably a shrewd politician, adept at winning the favor of others in a remarkably short span of time, though this was primarily true for those who were not closely acquainted with him. "Now, Domeric, I hope I haven't miscalled your name." The king shook his head, fixing his gaze upon the young man before him. "Your memory is truly admirable, your majesty." Domeric said with a courteous nod. "Very well, Domeric." He extended his hand to clasp the shoulder of the Duke, his dear friend, and spoke in a most generous tone. "When is your father's funeral? Lord Stark and I shall arrive punctually to pay our respects to the departed." Duke Robert gazed gratefully at his friend, never expecting such a gesture of devotion. In the Duke's eyes, the king's time was of immense value. The journey north had already consumed considerable days, and further delays in the north could jeopardize state affairs. "It seems I have misjudged. Robert Baratheon has not changed. He remains my most trusted companion." A warm feeling surged within the Duke's heart, and he no longer felt so uneasy about descending to King's Landing to take up the mantle of king. However, unbeknownst to the Duke, awaiting him in King's Landing was an overwhelming debt of millions of golden dragons. "I am truly grateful to you, your majesty, Lord Stark." The king's understanding not only moved the Duke, but also appeared to greatly please Domeric, whose excitement was palpable. Even as the sorrow of his father's passing seemed to diminish somewhat. The funeral is scheduled for 10 days hence, coinciding with the historic day when the ancestors of House Bolton pledged their fealty to House Stark. My father wished to commemorate this. He mused. If he knew that both His Majesty the King and the Duke would attend his funeral, I believe his spirit would find solace among the old gods. Meanwhile, On another side, the bloodied prince nestled in his mother's embrace, lamenting, his eyes filled with indignation as he glared at Robb, standing at a distance. His face contorted with anger and pain. "I shall punish him. You must punish him, mother." He clamored incessantly, yet did not dare take action himself, casting pleading glances at the queen, resembling a child reluctant to wean. "Perhaps you should speak less, my prince," the queen said, her heart aching for her son. She offered no rebuttal, nor did she speak further, yet her brother, a member of the King's Guard, intervened. "You nearly committed a grave error just now. It is merely a minor injury, nothing of great consequence." In this regard, Jaime's perspective mirrored that of the king. After all, as a man, to raise such a commotion over a trivial injury is rather disgraceful. It is worth noting that at the tender age of 13, Jaime had served as a squire to Lord Samnir Craighall and had claimed his first tournament victory. Over the years, he had faced countless formidable adversaries, but had never known fear in the heat of battle. "Silence, you usurper!" Yet the pampered prince held no respect for his uncle, brazenly addressing him with a derogatory title. However, he was not entirely foolish. After all, he had instigated the assault first, and the other was the eldest son of the North's highest ruler. Should he insist on punishing Robb, he would likely invite the king's wrath. Having been pampered by his mother since childhood, the prince was not accustomed to such indignities. With a swift glance, he directed his ire towards Domeric, who was merrily conversing with the duke and the king in the distance, and shouted angrily, "That scoundrel! How dare he lay a hand on a noble prince? I shall punish him." "Enough, Joffrey," the queen implored, recognizing her son's obstinacy. "This is the North, not King's Landing." Yet, the prince was not one to relinquish his desires easily. He leaned against his mother's embrace and continued to shout, "No, I must punish him. If it weren't for that wretched man, I would never have lost. I am a noble prince, insulted by a nobody. If I do not teach him a lesson, the honor of the royal family will be tarnished." Joffrey's frantic and vehement outburst left the queen at a loss. To appease her son's fury, she turned to the King's Guard, completely disregarding their disapproving glances, and commanded, "Go and punish the one who dared to lay hands on the prince, Sir Jaime." "But the king, do not mention your king." Cersei's green eyes burned with fury as she glared at him. "Will you stand idly by while your nephew is bullied, Kingsguard?" The two pairs of identical eyes locked in a long, tense stare. Jaime, unable to withstand her resolute gaze, ultimately capitulated. "I understand," he replied solemnly, reluctantly turning away to stride towards Domeric and his companions, mud splattering onto his pristine white cloak as he walked. Chapter 63. The Queen's Fury. I once served as a squire under the Earl of Houghton Redford in the Vale for 3 years, a period filled with cherished memories. During that time, I sparred with the Earl's son, rode through the breathtaking landscapes of the Vale, and delved into the ancient history of that remarkable land. It must be said that the Vale's unique geographical advantages have fostered a resilient and tenacious people. During the War of the Three Sisters, they even engaged in a protracted struggle with the North that lasted over 1,000 years, dragging Winterfell into the quagmire of conflict. Had it not been for His Majesty's valor in leading the Loyalists to seize Seagull Town, the outcome of the war might have remained uncertain. Before two of the most powerful figures on the continent, Domeric maintained his composure and spoke eloquently, showing no signs of nervousness. His articulate discourse and profound knowledge quickly endeared him to the king, even prompting the duke to exclaim once more how remarkable a son Lord Lothston had raised. Typically prone to boasting, the king refrained from interrupting, instead listening attentively and nodding in agreement with Domeric's insights. While the world knew of Robert Baratheon's undefeated prowess in battle, only he himself understood the peril he faced during the campaign against Seagull Town in the Vale, where the Knights of the Vale presented challenges that far surpassed those encountered in the subsequent battle at Summerhall. Domeric's astute analysis of the battlefield situation and the character of the Valley's army left even him, the King of Wind's Breath, who had grown up in Aelin Vale, profoundly impressed. If his martial prowess matched his vast knowledge, he would be the epitome of a perfect young man. Observing the elegant and extraordinary demeanor of Domeric, the king could not help but feel a pang of regret that he was not his son. The three engaged in delightful conversation, yet Robb, who had just achieved victory, stood like a wooden post nearby, unable to interject. The discussion was too profound. Although he comprehended every word Domeric spoke, his mind was filled with thoughts of realization, such as "so that's how it is, and he is indeed right. I think the same. rendering him incapable of offering any constructive input. However, Robb was somewhat accustomed to Domeric's extensive knowledge. Whenever this fellow appeared, he, the eldest Stark, would inevitably be relegated to a mere supporting role. Perhaps I should delve into some books, he mused, but the thought of those obscure words and tedious texts made him shake his head in resignation. Never mind. Combat is far more exhilarating. Gazing at Domeric, who seemed even more learned than Maester Luwin, the Stark heir could not help but smile. After all, Domeric would eventually become his vassal. He could appoint him as his deputy at Winterfell, delegating the mundane tasks to him. With this thought, Robb felt a sense of satisfaction in his cleverness. Your Majesty, Lord Stark. As the three were engrossed in conversation, a grating voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. The Duke nodded in acknowledgement to the Kingsguard, but refrained from speaking. He held no fondness for this oath-breaker and the sordid deeds his family had committed. What brings you here to disturb us, regicide, when you are not by the Queen's side? The King shot him a glance. His words direct and devoid of any concern for the presence of others. Were it not to vex his wife and that old lion, he would never have tolerated the company of one who had personally slain a king he had vowed to serve. My apologies, Your Majesty. The tall Kingsguard shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly accustomed to the king's demeanor. Through years of experience, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. Jaime rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword, lifting the hem of his flowing white robe, his gaze colliding with Domeric's. By the Queen's command, Kingsguard Jaime Lannister has come to apprehend the one who assaulted Prince Joffrey, namely, this Roderick Bolton, sire. The young man from Harrenhal did not react with anger, maintaining his composure as he responded with grace. Greetings, Bolton. Jaime glanced at the grotesque Flayed Man's sigil on his chest, his brow slightly raised, as he gently pushed aside his robe to reveal his right hand resting on the sword's hilt. If you do not deny the attack on the prince, then I urge you to confess willingly. Certainly, you may choose to resist. His words were only half spoken, yet the pride in his gaze conveyed an abundance of confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of Domeric's retaliation. As the man personally knighted by his idol, the Dawn Sword, Jaime possessed unwavering faith in his own abilities. Despite the fact that his idol had perished at the hands of Duke Stark many years ago. What do you intend to do, Jaime Lannister? Domeric had yet to respond to his unfounded accusations when a figure surged forward to stand in front of him. It was Robb, who had remained silent until now. Domeric is a guest of Winterfell and my dear friend. He has just lost his father, Robb exclaimed, his expression intense. His gaze fixed firmly on Jaime as he defended his friend. It was I who injured Prince Joffrey. If you dare, come for me. It was he who struck first, in a despicable and cowardly manner. Enough, Robb, the Duke's low voice admonished, halting his son's increasingly heated words. He placed a hand on Robb's shoulder, drawing him back behind himself as he stepped forward to arbitrate. As the Duke of Winterfell, I believe Domeric bears no fault in this matter. However, as a father, I can comprehend the Queen's sentiments. Winterfell shall take full responsibility for Prince Joffrey's injury. With that, he turned to the king. If it pleases your grace, I can have Maester Luwin attend to the prince until he departs from the north. That seems reasonable. The king nodded, casting a discreet glance at Stark's eldest son, seemingly unfazed by his words, before instructing Jaime, leave now, Kingsguard. This matter ends here. After all, this was Winterfell, and they, like Domeric, were guests here. The earlier actions had already crossed boundaries. Persisting further would likely escalate the situation. I shall report to the Queen. Weighing the consequences, Jaime released his grip on the sword hilt, only to turn and meet the Queen's captivating yet deeply disappointed gaze. Step aside, Kingsguard. With a cold rebuke, she roughly shoved aside the stunned Jaime and, taking Joffrey by the hand, approached the king, pointing at his still bleeding nose and bluntly chastising. Your son has been harmed. Is this how you choose to respond, Robert? Chapter 64. The punishment of amputation. One cannot deny that Cersei Lannister possesses remarkable allure. Once hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, even in her 30s, having borne 3 children. Her waist remains so slender that it seems one hand could encompass it entirely. Her fair skin is as smooth and delicate as milk, nearly devoid of any pores. Domeric swore she was the most exquisite woman he had ever beheld, appearing even more enticing than the Duchess herself. Despite her current anger, her stunning visage only served to enhance the impression that she was merely pouting in displeasure. One could only wonder how she might taste. Yet, in the face of such beauty, the king found himself beset by a splitting headache. He was acutely aware of his wife's temperament, though she appeared exquisitely dignified. Beneath that veneer lay the heart of a veritable shrew. However, the one who bore a greater burden was the king's guard standing beside the queen. For although the queen's recent utterance seemed directed at the king, the truth was that, despite their 3 decades together, Jaime remained at a loss on how to placate the furious Cersei, or perhaps no one truly knew how. Maybe only their omnipotent father possessed the power to quell Cersei's wrath, instilling fear that would restrain her fury. "Come here, Joffrey." In a bid to cut through the chaos with alacrity, the king opted for the most straightforward course of action. Upon hearing his father's stern summons, the prince trembled. Casting a helpless glance at the queen, who offered him an encouraging look, prompting him to approach hesitantly. The king seized Joffrey's face with a grip that appeared somewhat rough, yet conducted a meticulous inspection. The bridge of his nose was intact. It was merely a minor issue. Upon concluding his examination, the king released his grip and regarded his wife with a neutral gaze, as though warning her to refrain from further outbursts. Yet the queen was not one to easily relent. She immediately pointed to the blood on Joffrey's face, retorting, "He has bled profusely. Does that signify nothing? Must you wait until your son lies incapacitated on his bed for you to recognize a problem?" "Enough," wearied by her shrill voice. The usually astute king momentarily lost his composure, rebuking her without reservation. It was merely a punch. What harm could possibly arise? At his age, I was already wielding a hammer to hunt grizzly bears. For the 7 gods, Sake, cease your incessant nagging, woman. I do not intend to hold Robb Stark accountable, Robert. Perceiving the king's growing impatience, the queen seemed prepared, presenting her final demand. After all, Joffrey's misconduct prompted this, and he has received his due punishment. She then extended her delicate right hand, gesturing towards the bystander, Demanic, and spoke in an irrefutable tone. "However, according to tradition, those who offend the royal family must face the penalty of hand severance." Her pronouncement elicited gasps from all present, for none anticipated the queen would invoke such a law. This was not a mere fabrication. During the Targaryen reign, such a decree had indeed been enacted to preserve the dignity of the crown. Yet it had not been enforced since King Robert ascended. Yet the king found himself unable to counter her, for Robert bore a quarter of Targaryen blood. "You are excessively aggressive, woman." The king's tone was harsh, yet he could find no grounds for refusal, resorting instead to a menacing glare. Such a disposition is unbecoming of a competent queen. However, he failed to consider that mere words would not deter a mother's vengeance, especially that of a deranged mother. The queen met his gaze without a trace of fear. Her petite frame exuded an impressive aura, appearing even more formidable than the king himself. "This is the law of the realm, and for the dignity of the royal family, I bear this responsibility, your majesty," she declared. "What if I were to spare him?" The king stepped forward, attempting to assert dominance through body language. The matter had escalated beyond the fate of Domeric alone. It was now a contest of power between the king and queen. Should they lose their authority here, the Lannisters would gain a significant advantage in the court. "Of course, you are the king." Cersei's lips curled into a slight smile, yet it bore an unmistakable disdain. "It is quite simple for a king to spare someone. A mere whimsical command suffices. However, once the majesty of the crown is tarnished, no price can restore it." A deep chuckle emanated from the king's throat, but he remained silent, seemingly at a loss for a suitable retort, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. The seconds of silence left Robb feeling anxious. Yet the exchange between the king and queen was not a matter for him, a mere commoner without title, to interrupt, despite being the eldest son of House Stark. In his impatience, he cast a glance at his father, silently urging him to speak on behalf of Domeric. However, the duke remained resolutely silent. Offending the royal family would result in the loss of a hand, a rigid law inscribed in the kingdom's judicial system. Even if he wished to exonerate Domeric, the honor he upheld throughout his life forbade any favoritism. Even with the loss of a hand, he would still be the Earl of Dreadfort. The duke felt a pang of regret, yet could not contravene his principles, only hoping to compensate the kind-hearted young man after the ordeal. His father's silence left Robb profoundly disappointed. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The proud Stark heir would not allow his dear friend to suffer for his protection. "Your Majesty, it is but a hand. Allow me to bear the burden." Robb was about to voice his plea when a resolute voice rang out across the yard. Robb's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked behind Domeric. A knight clad in armor unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, unhesitatingly aiming to sever his own wrist, his resolve unwavering. The knight's loyalty held everyone breathless, even Jaime, who prided himself on his courage, stared in astonishment. "Easy now, Ser Wotan." At the moment the blade was about to pierce his arm, a seemingly frail hand grasped the knight's wrist, preventing him from proceeding. Looking up from the hand, he saw Demeric's handsome visage, his expression serene, his voice steady. "You will need your hand to wield a sword for me." "Yes, my lord." The knight uttered not a word of protest, effortlessly returning the sword to its sheath and stepping back, as if the lord's command were an unbreakable decree. Once the knights had stepped aside, Domeric strode forward, presenting the queen with an elegant and composed smile. He politely inclined his head, addressing her. "I trust, your majesty, that you would not consent to someone else bearing the punishment on my behalf, would you?" Chapter 65, The Light of Bolton. What a visage it was! Though she had never truly looked at Domeric before, when this young man unveiled his smile before the queen, even she, a mother, felt her breath catch. His graceful demeanor, his features as if chiseled by a sculptor, even the subtle curve of his lips, evoked memories of the prince she had adored in her youth. "Rhaegar," she breathed involuntarily, only to quickly catch herself, sealing her rosy lips tightly. The queen's whisper was not loud, yet the king's guard beside her noted it, casting a veiled look of displeasure in her direction. To think that her beloved, long deceased, still lingered in her thoughts. "What is your name?" The queen, scarcely noticing Jaime's gaze, or perhaps lacking the time to ponder it, hastily inquired of the young man before her. "Domeric Bolton, your majesty." The elegant young noble bowed slightly, his resonant voice carrying a certain enchantment that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the queen's ears. "Bolton," she murmured, her glance falling upon the pink sigil of the Flayed Man emblazoned on his chest, a flicker of disappointment crossing her verdant eyes. Though they were of similar age, his appearance bore little resemblance to Rhaegar. It was merely the essence he exuded that echoed his. Furthermore, the realm knew well that the Targaryen prince had only ever abducted one woman from the north, the sister of Lord Stark. The young noble from the Dreadfort appeared oblivious to the queen's disquiet, continuing naturally, "Although I merely cast a trivial stone." Such an act was indeed an affront to Prince Joffrey. The Boltons do not shirk their responsibilities. Observing Demeric's poised demeanor, a sudden impulse surged within the queen to utterly ruin him. Did she love Rhaegar? No, her affections lay solely with power, with the crown that symbolized the mightiest woman in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the more elusive one's desires become, the more they torment, the more one yearns to obliterate them. Truly, she was a woman of fierce resolve. Demeric's gaze subtly darted toward the queen's neck, where the pale skin revealed the vivid blue veins beneath. One could not deny that this Lannister heiress, born with a silver spoon, possessed a certain cunning. Should the Duke acquiesce to her suggestion and personally sever Demeric's hand, his esteem in the eyes of the northern lords would undoubtedly suffer. Conversely, should he refuse, he would contradict the principles of justice he had long upheld. Observing his indecisive father, Robb felt a profound inner turmoil. He could hardly bear to witness his dear friend having a hand severed, especially since this predicament stemmed from Demeric's attempt to save him. Robb's conscience felt as if it were being seared in boiling oil. In a moment of impulsiveness, he nearly uttered words that would have substituted Domeric's punishment, but now, with a clearer mind, Robb found himself wavering. As the eldest son of House Stark, he was destined to inherit the title of Duke. Should he lose a hand, he would be relegated to wielding a one-handed sword, forever unable to lift the ancestral Valyrian steel greatsword. A lord who could not even lift ice would surely command little respect from the numerous lords of the north. "Forgive me, Domeric." He buried his head, cursing his own cowardice. The Stark heir, who had always considered himself exceptionally brave, ultimately chose to retreat in this moment. "I believe you have misunderstood my intentions, your grace, the queen." Domeric observed the reactions of both the Duke and Robb. As a loyal vassal, it was his sacred duty to alleviate the burdens of his lord. How could he stand idly by as the esteemed Stark Duke and his dear friend found themselves in such a dire predicament? Without hesitation, he stepped forward. "While I do not condone the actions of Prince Joffrey, that does not imply I would allow others to sever my hand." With that, he raised his right hand before the queen, its long, slender fingers exuding strength rather than weakness, as if to signify, "These are remarkably warm hands, capable of wielding a sword, turning the pages of a book, playing the harp, and engaging in countless other endeavors." Domeric flashed a charming smile at the queen, his graceful expression imbued with a peculiar significance. I cannot bear to part with them. The blatant provocation caused the queen's blood pressure to rise once more. A flush of color gracing her milk-white complexion, her emerald eyes fixated on Dameric's elongated fingers, momentarily lost in thought. You neither deny the crimes of Prince Joffrey, nor are you willing to accept punishment. Unconsciously rubbing her thighs, a damp sensation stirred within her. The queen steadied herself and questioned Domeric. What exactly do you intend to do, young man of House Bolton? She feigned composure, her chest heaving with a sense of defiance. One must face the consequences of their actions. The laws of the realm are not to be trifled with. Of course, your grace, Domeric replied without contradiction, his voice steady and respectful, yet his light gray eyes bore into Cersei's with an aggressive intensity. He could sense the proud queen, akin to a swan, had her blood surging faster, the very sound of her pulsing veins echoing in his ears. He pondered the taste of a lion's blood, his throat constricting at the thought of such delicacy. Nevertheless, he maintained his poised demeanor, bowing gracefully before the queen. The laws of the realm must be respected. As a law-abiding young noble from the north, I would never contravene them. However, our illustrious ancestors have bestowed upon us a more convenient and swift method for adjudicating disputes and resolving controversies. Even within the sacred pages of the Seven Stars Bible, it is clearly recorded that every individual who inadvertently errs deserves a chance for redemption. With open arms and an expression of profound sanctity, he calls out to all, the just Father presides over justice and fairness, yet the merciful Mother chooses to grant us forgiveness. His air of unwavering confidence, coupled with a countenance of striking handsomeness, rendered the queen's eyes, glistening with tears, utterly transfixed, to the point of being entranced. Enough, Bolton. Noticing the queen's unusual demeanor, the Kingsguard, stationed beside her, felt a pang of anxiety and hastily interjected. After all this time, what exactly do you wish to convey? He stepped forward, using his imposing frame to obstruct the queen's view of Domeric, and sternly questioned, do not presume that invoking the seven gods will spare you from punishment. The mother is indeed merciful, but that is not a justification for your absolution. Nay, your grace of the Kingsguard, Domeric replied, casting a disappointed glance towards James, as if to say that his intentions had been too overtly expressed for them to be comprehended. It is little wonder he had the audacity to confront a dragon single-handedly with a lance. Duke Stark is the lord I hold in the highest esteem. His integrity and honor are beyond reproach. Therefore, I shall adhere to the laws of the realm to resolve this matter. He surveyed the assembly, meeting their expressions of confusion, skepticism, astonishment, and hope, then straightened his posture, gazing fearlessly into the eyes of the white-clad Kingsguard. Thus, I demand trial by combat. Chapter 66. The Contest of Arms, Trial by Combat. Domeric's resolute declaration instantaneously incited gasps from all present. Even the ever-curious realm regarded him with incredulity. Throughout the preceding exchanges, this young nobleman from the Terror Keep had already made a remarkably favorable impression. Out of admiration for Domeric, the king counseled, withdraw your request. This is not King's Landing, and even the queen and I lack the authority to preside over a trial. I am certain that Duke Stark can devise a solution that satisfies all parties. As the king spoke, he discreetly gestured to his dear friend, hoping he might show leniency and facilitate a resolution to this matter. Yet, the response he received was the duke's stern and unyielding countenance. Curse it, Ned, say something. Observing his friend's expression, the king was acutely aware of his thoughts, which revolved around notions of honor and protocol, rather dull considerations that ignited his frustration. Pointing an accusatory finger at the duke, he unabashedly admonished in front of the assembly, for the sake of the seven gods, at such a juncture, you still cling to those so-called rigid laws, Lord Eddard Stark? I apologize, the duke replied, yet he offered no retort to the king. Instead, he looked at the young man from the Terror Keep with a gaze full of regret. I cannot contravene the laws of the kingdom and grant you clemency from punishment. Oh, the depths of despair. The king cast a disappointed glance at his dear friend. His face flushed as he sighed dramatically towards the heavens. Thank goodness I did not appoint you as my minister of justice, the honorable Lord Stark. Had I done so, the dungeons of King's Landing would surely be overflowing by now. Yet, the duke paid no heed to his sarcasm, instead locking his gaze firmly onto Domeric's eyes and continuing. As your liege, Count Domeric Bolton, I, Eddard Stark of Winterfell, shall take your place in the trial by combat. No matter the opponent, I shall return victorious." As his words resonated, a gentle breeze seemed to pass, causing the Duke's cloak to flutter slightly, revealing his right hand, which had been resting assertively upon the hilt of his sword, exuding an aura of dominance. It must be said, although Eddard's appearance was not particularly handsome and his stature was unremarkable, his stern visage, capable of instilling fear in children, combined with the gravitas acquired from years of holding high office, was indeed formidable. His character was undeniably noble. As the Duke of Winterfell, standing at the zenith of northern power, he could have absolved Dom Eric of his transgressions with a mere word. However, the steadfast adherence to honor and justice over the years rendered him incapable of such a principle-defying act. Thus, even at the risk of great peril, he chose to champion Dom Eric in the trial by combat, unwilling to abandon his principles. Yet how foolish it was. Dom Eric cast a grateful glance towards the Duke, but within, he regarded this act, so aptly described as foolish, with disdain. Those who abuse power can be terrifying, but possessing power and choosing not to wield it brings harm not only to oneself, but also to friends and family. At this juncture, it was evident to all that the Queen was merely seeking a pretext for her ire. Even the King defended Dom Eric, and had the Duke merely nodded, allowing Robb to apologize to Prince Joffrey, the matter would likely have resolved itself. Yet, the Duke hesitated when he should not have and clung to his convictions when he ought to have relented, leading everyone back into an uncomfortable predicament, even drawing a look of incredulity from the King, who found his dear friend utterly hopeless. A mad queen, coupled with an obstinately stubborn prime minister, by the seven. He would surely be driven to madness by these two. I find Lord Stark's proposal quite commendable. Just as the tension mounted, Jaime interjected with a bright smile, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Eddard. "I fervently long for the day when I can spar with the one who personally dispatched Arthur Dayne, to see if he truly is as formidable as the legends suggest. Alas, I have yet to find the opportunity. Today is indeed a fortuitous day." His eyes gleamed with eagerness, akin to a lion that has spotted its prey, poised to embark on the hunt. The Duke met Jaime's gaze fearlessly, aware that the other was still troubled by the death of the Dawn, the Sword of the Morning. The Iron Guard, who idolizes the Dawnbringer, harbors little belief in his ability to vanquish the illustrious Arthur Dayne. In truth, he has narrowly escaped death beneath that broad, pearlescent blade. Had it not been for the aid of Harlan Reed, the Duke of Winterfell might have found himself as the late Bran Stark's brother. Although their victory was achieved under less than honorable circumstances, Eddard Stark felt compelled to safeguard this secret for the sake of his friend's reputation. "Father." Robb was on the verge of stepping forward, only to be restrained by the Duke's resolute gaze. The clash had long been fated to occur. It was merely a matter of timing. "Isn't that so, Kingslayer?" Provoked by Jaime's blatant taunt, the Duke was equally unyielding in his response. After all, he had long held disdain for the man who had ruthlessly slain the very king he was sworn to protect. Particularly infuriating were the deeds committed by Jaime's father and his vassals against the Targaryens, actions that incited outrage among those who, like the Duke, never deigned to raise a hand against women and children. He relished the thought of delivering a lesson to this dishonorable wretch. At the tender age of 15, he had been knighted by Arthur Dayne for his valor in the campaign against the Kingsguard, becoming the youngest sworn sword in history that same year. His confidence in his own prowess was unwavering. Even in the face of the indomitable Barristan, he felt assured in his ability to stand his ground. Yet that old man always bore an air of disdain, as if he deemed himself above engaging in combat with him. As tensions mounted, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation, akin to the imminent clash between a lion and a direwolf. Even the formidable Valyrian steel greatsword, Ice, was handed to the Duke by Ser Jorah Mormont. The king, typically one to revel in spectacle, now appeared ashen, his face resembling that of a liver. While a victory for Eddard would be fortuitous, he could not dismiss Jaime Lannister's considerable skill with the sword. Having not seen Eddard in over a decade, the king was uncertain of his old friend's remaining capabilities. After all, he himself had long since lost the martial prowess of his youth. To lose a trustworthy hand in such a ludicrous melee would indeed be a grievous misfortune. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a voice, gentle yet tinged with resignation, broke through. The crowd turned to see the new Earl from Harrenhal, who had unexpectedly taken up a long sword from the knight behind him. His upright stature and adept grip made him appear as a master swordsman. "Why has no one sought my counsel?" With a swift motion, he unsheathed the sword, executing a flourish in the air, pointing the blade directly at Jaime Lannister. His confidence radiated, surpassing that of any before him. "This battle is not one I intend to delegate to another, Kingslayer. You had best summon 100-fold of your usual focus, or you shall meet your demise." Chapter 67. A dazzling victory. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Despite the bitter chill of the north, the sunlight that cascades upon one brings a measure of warmth. In the training grounds, two fully armored knights stand facing each other, clad in contrasting black and white armor, as if destined to be adversaries by fate. The atmosphere is thick with tension, rendering the air around them exceedingly grave. As Domeric had not brought armor, Robb graciously offered him his own. The two men share a similar stature, and the armor fits Domeric quite well. Though he lacks the imposing presence of Robb, the dark armor, combined with his elegant and unique demeanor, makes him resemble the Silver Prince of House Targaryen. Save for the difference in hair color and the silver-gray sigil of the dire wolf emblazoned on his chest. This, however, does not diminish the queen's intense gaze, which seems almost tangible with longing. "To be frank, I do not understand." Robb exhaled, the pure white mist crystallizing into frost in the air before quickly dissipating. Like his father, he gazed at Domeric in the arena, whose confident stance and adept sword handling gradually eased Robb's worries. Many of the Bolton guards had spoken highly of Domeric's swordsmanship during his last visit to the Dreadfort. Yet, he seldom engaged in combat for fear of injuring others. Robb chose not to elaborate further. He hoped Domeric would triumph in this contest. The Duke murmured, acutely aware that a swordsman who seldom trains with others would surely suffer from a lack of experience in real combat. Should Domeric perish here, the legacy of House Bolton would indeed be irrevocably severed. Yet, he was powerless to prevent such an occurrence. The trial by combat was a sacred affair, impervious to outside interference. With only 3 means to conclude the duel: one party may die or surrender in battle, the plaintiff may withdraw their accusation, or the defendant may admit to their guilt. However, given the equally proud natures of Domeric and Jaime Lannister, it was unlikely they would choose to surrender, even in death. Turning his gaze to the knight accompanying Domeric, he remained silent, his visor down, standing calmly at a distance, seemingly unconcerned for the impending peril facing his lord. There was still time to yield. Bolton, the Kingsguard, seemingly attuned to the Duke's thoughts, taunted, "It is merely a hand at stake, hardly worth losing one's life over. Fear not. I shall counsel Duke Stark to sever only your left hand. You shall still be able to wipe yourself with your right." He spoke with such ease, as if he regarded Domeric with utter disdain. This was perhaps to be expected. In Jaime's eyes, there were but a few worthy opponents in the world, and this unremarkable young man was not among them. Yet again, while Jaime exuded aggression, Domeric appeared far more graceful. Though his eyes betrayed his contempt, "You had best summon 100-fold concentration. My sword does not resort to ambush and treachery like some." The young man, James, was instantly filled with resentment upon being struck at his sore spot. Although he had long grown accustomed to the jibes of others over the years, the disdainful curve of his opponent's lips irked him considerably. Particularly troubling was the sight of his beloved queen, whose gaze seemed fixated on Domeric. It must be said, the resemblance between this fellow and that Targaryen was striking. Both possessed an elegant demeanor, donned in jet-black armor, and shared a lingering melancholy, particularly poignant given the recent loss of his father. Had this young man also excelled at the harp and possessed a penchant for reading, James would be convinced that Domeric was indeed the illegitimate son of Rhaegar Targaryen. At last, the king could no longer contain his vexation. His face flushed as he bellowed, "Let us swiftly bring this farcical spectacle to an end. Even if you wish to slay each other, I shall no longer impede you, until the last drop of blood spills from your bodies." He regretted ever consenting to allow the eldest sons of the two houses to duel. It had become an utter nuisance, and none among these obstinate warriors would heed his command. The king felt utterly drained, longing to recline in bed with a fine drink, preferably accompanied by 2 or 3 robust northern courtesans to soothe his ire. As the king's voice faded, the 2 knights, clad in stark black and white, began to advance towards each other, swords drawn. Despite considering himself one of the continent's finest knights, James remained cautious. Arthur Dayne had once imparted to him the wisdom that no matter the foe, one must always bring forth their utmost strength. Although more than a decade had passed, he vividly recalled every word spoken by that nearly invincible man. Regrettably, James's strength paled in comparison to his idol. precluding him from wielding a massive sword with the grace of dawn. His weapon, while longer and heavier than a typical one-handed sword, could at best be categorized as a hand-and-a-half sword, akin to the long sword of House Mormont. Was he not intending to initiate an attack? James raised his sword warily, his gaze fixed upon Demeric's feet, only to discover that the latter's legs remained unbent, seemingly disinclined to launch the first offensive. Raising his gaze, he was met by the indifferent eyes of his opponent, whose advance had abruptly ceased. For reasons unknown, James found himself momentarily entranced, as if he had glimpsed a flicker of crimson within Demeric's eyes. Cursed be it, how dare he underestimate me? A surge of inexplicable fury erupted from within, as Demeric's eyes seemed to harbor a unique power, momentarily stripping James of all rational thought. With his sword raised high, he forgot all patterns, techniques, and instincts of battle, executing a clumsy overhead slash reminiscent of the recently departed Prince Joffrey. However, years of rigorous practice had imbued this strike with a swiftness far beyond the feeble strength of Joffrey. As James's blade descended, it signaled the official commencement of this duel, causing all present to hold their breath, utterly captivated by the unfolding drama, oblivious to how Domeric would respond. Even the queen widened her beautiful emerald eyes, fixated on the young count from the Castle of Terror, her heart unexpectedly yearning for his triumph, completely forgetting that the other combatant was her beloved, the father of her 3 children. The sound of the slicing sword grew nearer, rousing James from his daze. He was bewildered by his own thoughts, employing such crude tactics for his assault. It felt as though a moment of fervor had compelled him to act thus, yet it appeared to yield commendable results. As the blade was poised to cleave down upon Domeric, a flicker of joy surged within James, mingled with a tinge of regret. After all, he mused, he was merely another braggart. To be unable to evade such a simple attack, and yet audaciously demand participation in the trial by combat, was sheer folly. This sentiment resonated among all present, who seemingly foresaw Domeric collapsing in a pool of blood, to be borne back to the Castle of Terror in a coffin. Yet, just as the keen edge of the sword was about to connect with his forehead, the Count from the Castle of Terror lifted his gaze, his scarlet eyes piercing the gaze of the royal guards. With a resounding thud, the towering knight in white armor was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed, he felt as though a hammer had struck his chest, rendering him breathless. Regaining his senses with great effort, years of honed battle instinct urged James to open his eyes against the blinding sun, striving to rise and continue the fray. However, what met his gaze was a visage more radiant than the sunlight itself. "I have warned you many times, James Lannister," came the Count's low voice as the sharp tip of his sword pressed against James's throat, rendering him immobile. "Focus with 100-fold intensity, or you shall perish." Chapter 68. The Chivalric Path. O pure maiden, your devoted follower is besieged by unending nightmares. Please bestow upon me a divine mandate, or grant me the courage to resist my desires, rescuing me from the abyss of fleshly temptation and restoring my innocence. Beside the training grounds, at the pinnacle of a small chapel, the devout Duchess knelt before the statues of the 7, murmuring her prayers. This sanctuary had been constructed by the Duke solely for the convenience of his wife's devotion to the 7. Yet, paradoxically, the guilt within Catelyn deepened in this sacred place. She had been tormented by nightmares for far too long, especially in recent days. The frequency of the Duchess's dreams had begun to escalate, as if she sensed a looming source of her terrors drawing ever closer. Seeking solace for her troubled mind, she had only attended the feast on the day the royal entourage arrived, spending the remainder of her time hidden away here, under the protection of the 7. While it might be seen as discourteous, it was a preferable alternative to succumbing to the brink of madness. A cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Yet the Duchess remained oblivious, continuing her prayers before the statue. Unbeknownst to her, or perhaps by design, she held the very book of prayers gifted to her by Domeric. Her delicate fingers glided over the pages, as if caressing the youthful visage of the handsome Bolton. Recollections of the dream, laden with an unspeakable shyness, surged within her, leaving her breathless. Her fingers incessantly traced the pages, and the cushion beneath her rounded form seemed to grow slightly damp. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps jolted the Duchess from her reverie. She quickly composed herself and turned to see her mischievous younger son racing toward her. "Be careful, Bran." Subtly shifting the cushion aside, she adopted a maternal tone, chiding, "You ought to learn to be more composed. What if you were to stumble one day?" "But, mother," Bran's nose twitched as if detecting a peculiar scent in the room, yet the young boy remained oblivious to its significance, exuberantly exclaiming, "There's a trial by combat happening in the courtyard. What nonsense are you babbling?" The Duchess dismissed his words, assuming it was merely a childish prank. With a gentle tap on his head, she admonished, "This is no matter for jest, Bran." "It's true, mother." Little Bran persisted, growing even more animated as he pointed out the window. "Look, the eldest Bolton is battling the Kingsguard." "Who?" The Duchess's keen ears caught the name, and she felt an exhilaration surpassing that of her son. Grasping his shoulders, she demanded, "Whom did you just mention?" The usually obedient Bran, taken aback by his mother's fervor, hesitantly replied, "Dominic Bolton, mother. The one who visited us last time, adorned with the sigil of the Skinner house." By the 7. Gazing outside, she beheld the young Bolton clad in black armor, sword in hand, standing defiantly. That armor seemed oddly familiar, emblazoned with the sigil of the Ice Fawn. Meanwhile, the Kingsguard, donned in white robes and armor, lay sprawled on the ground, appearing utterly defeated, with the Black Knight's sword poised at his throat. It truly is him. The Duchess felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly fainting as she clutched the windowsill to steady herself. When she finally looked up, she found Dominic also gazing in her direction, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "He has seen me. He is looking at me. He has come for me." Strangely, as she beheld the dashing youth from the Dreadfort, whose smile outshone the sun, an absurd thought took root in her mind, recalling the ludicrous escapades they shared in her dreams. Weak in her limbs, she leaned once more against the windowsill. Behind her, the sacred statue of the maiden silently observed the scene, a single crystalline droplet seeming to trace a path down her cheek. "He is looking at me." Beside the training ground, the Queen and the Duchess shared identical thoughts, as their positions aligned perfectly with the sanctuary. Faced with such blatant provocation, the esteemed Queen should have felt a surge of anger. Yet, gazing upon that remarkably warm smile, not a trace of ire stirred within her heart. Silently swallowing, she found herself fantasizing, envisioning that handsome visage lowered in submission, bringing her boundless delight. Her legs unconsciously brushed against one another, as the Queen momentarily forgot that her beloved, the father of her 3 children, was being threatened with a sword by the very object of her fantasies, his life hanging by a thread. "You have lost, Royal Guard." In the center of the training ground, Dominic appeared unfazed, his lips curling slightly in a smile that felt somewhat detached, as if he regarded this victory with indifference. He quickly noticed the Duchess's scrutiny, relishing the exquisite taste of sturgeon blood. "Now, you may choose to surrender or to perish." Dominic's scorn pierced deeply into James's pride. Although he could not comprehend the manner of his defeat, failure was failure, devoid of justification. "Strike, Bolton," even with the blade poised at his throat. The Royal Guard refused to yield, defiantly retorting, "To take the life of this defeated man is your right as the victor. Were I to prevail, I would show no mercy. I must admit, while your swordsmanship is rather lacking, your courage is commendable." Dominic mused, raising his longsword high, unhesitatingly bringing it down towards James's neck. Was James's swordsmanship truly poor? Not at all. As the chosen of the Dawnblade, he possessed skills that outshone the majority. However, Dominic lacked understanding of the art of swordplay. He was adept only in sorcery. Perhaps Dominic had once been a prodigy of the blade, but now merely inherited a sliver of techniques through muscle memory. With physical prowess far superior to the average man, he might manage against brigands and mercenaries. But before the renowned Royal Guard, even a narrow victory would likely be unsightly. Thus, he opted to employ a few subtle tricks. Yet, despite his ignorance of swordsmanship, this did not hinder him from posturing before the Royal Guard, using a touch of soul manipulation to create a slight shock for the Queen and the Duchess, who were intently watching him. He sensed keenly that the night could stretch long. No. As the longsword descended, a gasp erupted from the sidelines. The Queen had finally come to her senses and urgently pleaded for her twin brother. "Please, stop, Count Bolton." But it was too late. The black-armored knight, cold and unyielding, paid no heed to the Queen's cries, swiftly sweeping his sword down. Even James, who had always relied on his courage, could not help but tightly shut his eyes in the face of impending death. The Queen, too, found herself powerless, collapsing to her knees, never having anticipated that a mere contest could escalate to such a dire situation. The flash of the sword cut through the air, yet the anticipated pain did not follow. Jaime attempted to open his eyelids, but only beheld the retreating silhouette of the black-armored knight. Life is indeed precious, Jaime Lannister, though younger by a decade or more. The Earl of Casterly Rock stood like a mentor, admonishing a wayward pupil, regardless of whether it concerns another's life or one's own. To aspire to be a noble knight, one must refrain from frivolously speaking of death. I never take a life lightly, especially not after just losing my father. As a lesson, I shall keep your sword. When you deem yourself worthy of being a true knight, come to me to reclaim it. Rescued from the brink, Jaime slowly rose, only to discover that his long sword had been taken by his opponent. Behind him, the white cloak of the King's Guard, emblematic of purity, drifted down, the cut at the shoulder remarkably smooth. He stared blankly ahead, the blinding sunlight illuminating the figure of the black-armored knight, amplifying its imposing stature. Chapter 69. The Forbidden Night. The conditions in Winterfell are among the most favorable in the north, yet to the Queen, who was raised in the Westerlands, it appears exceedingly crude. Historically, the Westerlands have been the most opulent kingdom in the realm, although it may not boast the vastness of the north, nor the population of the Riverlands, nor the abundance of Dorne. This does not hinder House Lannister from being the wealthiest of the Seven Kingdoms. This land yields both gold and silver mines. No one truly knows the extent of Lannister wealth, not even the Queen herself. She has only heard tales of how, despite her grandfather lending countless golden dragons with no one repaying, the Lannister treasury remains inexhaustible, akin to a small mountain. Thus, even in the comfort of Winterfell, which is revered by all Northerners, it is utterly inadequate in the eyes of the pampered Queen. Were it not for assisting Joffrey in pursuing the eldest Stark daughter, she would prefer to remain with her beloved in King's Landing, far removed from that odious king. During these days, she has not refrained from complaining to her son. However, tonight the Queen's mood was remarkably buoyant, prompting her to don her most alluring silk nightgown. Of course, beneath it, she wore nothing at all. Lifting a half-filled goblet of red wine from the bedside, the Queen's slender fingers gently caressed the base, her mind consumed with thoughts of the elegant and handsome young man from earlier that day. His demeanor exuded a melancholic yet composed charm, even when wielding his long sword. He appeared to caress a harp, reminiscent of that formidable knight with silver eyes and hair. Gulping a sip of wine, she swallowed the saliva threatening to spill from her lips, her heart swelling with anticipation for the long night ahead. It promised to be exquisite. She harbored no concern for the king. That fellow had long succumbed to inebriation, especially since his arrival in Winterfell had heralded an unceasing series of feasts. She also dismissed any worries regarding Jaime, whose pride had been thoroughly deflated by the day's defeat, leaving him more intoxicated than the king himself. Furthermore, she was untroubled by the possibility of someone declining her invitation. As the former beauty of the Seven Kingdoms, the Queen possessed unwavering confidence in her allure, certain that no one could remain indifferent to her flawless form. Lazily reclining against the headboard, the Queen's lustrous eyes shimmered with insatiable desire, akin to a famished lioness awaiting her prey to unwittingly wander into her grasp. A melodious chime resonated through the air, and within the sanctum, the devout Duchess knelt before the statues of the Seven, murmuring her prayers, as was her custom. Her expansive black cloak draped over her shoulders, merging almost seamlessly with the shadows of the dimly lit chapel. The creak of the door echoed, and a sliver of silvery moonlight seeped through the crack, only to be swiftly obscured once more. Boots struck the wooden floor with a crisp resonance, each sound striking the Duchess's heart like a relentless hammer, rendering even her familiar prayers into a cacophony of incoherence. Clutching her cloak tightly against her chest, she trembled visibly, betraying her anxiety. "How pious you are, dear Lady Stark." A gentle whisper floated through the air, seemingly emanating from just nearby. Catelyn could even feel the warmth of the speaker's breath rhythmically brushing against the delicate nape of her neck, sending tingles cascading down her spine. Unable to suppress a soft whimper, she quickly stifled the sound. Like a startled kitten, she rose and turned, fixating her gaze ahead, although shrouded in darkness. A faint beam of moonlight filtering through the window allowed her to discern the frivolous glint in the other's eyes. "Undoubtedly, your actions have crossed a line, Bolton," the Duchess asserted, attempting to adopt a tone of icy authority, though the slight tremor in her voice belied her inner turmoil. "Is that so?" In response to the Duchess's feeble admonition, the vampiric count did not retreat. Instead, he advanced further. With each step he took toward her, The Duchess found herself retreating in alarm until she encountered a solid, frigid object behind her, forcing her to halt. She lifted her gaze. The pure visage of a maiden statue illuminated by the feeble moonlight, its eyes seemingly casting a disapproving glance in her direction. Yet, how could the fire once ignited be so easily extinguished? "Please, do not draw closer." Her voice was but a whisper, laced with a tantalizing allure of reluctant invitation. Observing the Duchess's feigned aloofness, Domeric could not help but feel a pang of admiration, even knowing that the soul-binding spell would evoke one's most primal desires. The results were astonishing. In mere weeks of dreamlike intrusion, a steadfast woman had morphed into this very figure. Yet, perhaps this transformation was not without its merits. The vampire count extended his hand, unabashedly caressing the Duchess's delicate visage, causing her body to quiver once more. Yet, in the face of her threat, Count Terrible did not retreat. Instead, a hint of a mischievous smile graced his lips, to savor the Duchess's essence, even at the cost of his own hands. Was worth it. As he spoke, he gently waved his right hand, brushing aside Caitlyn's grasp on her cloak. The voluminous cloak fell away, and the darkness could not obscure his vision. A vast expanse of alabaster skin lay bare before Dominic's gaze. Indeed, it was strikingly white. "Were you not eagerly anticipating this moment, Lady Stark?" Dominic advanced, his broad chest pressing against her, his gaze piercing into the depths of her eyes, posing a question that resonated within her very soul. The proximity allowed her to distinctly feel his warmth, rendering her momentarily speechless. Resigned, she closed her eyes. A tear, uncertain whether born of regret or joy, slipped down her cheek. "In that case, let us not squander any more time." Dominic's right hand rested upon her slender waist, drawing her closer with a movement that was neither gentle nor coarse, but perfectly measured. The Duchess dared not open her eyes, yet she could vividly sense his warm, powerful hands roaming over her body incessantly. At last, the young Earl of Bolton seemed to grow impatient. He swept aside the cloak, revealing a body more perfect than the pure, maiden statue above them, circling behind her. "Is it about to begin?" The Duchess swallowed hard. She understood all too well what was to unfold, yet the pangs of guilt had long evaporated, leaving only an insatiable anticipation. Her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. A warm breath once again caressed the nape of her neck, and she could even feel his nose gently grazing her skin, yet he refrained from taking definitive action, believing he was toying with her emotions. The Duchess found it increasingly difficult to restrain her voluptuous form, adeptly adjusting to the most convenient state of readiness. The exhilarating sting finally arrived. Though it emanated from her neck, it brought a pleasure surpassing any prior experience. Something seemed to be drawn from her body, yet it left her feeling exquisitely comfortable, even her toes tingling with tension. The moonlight dimmed, and only the soft whimpers, akin to a purring kitten, echoed within the sanctuary. The sweet, fresh blood gushed forth like a broken dam, eagerly received by the vampire count, cascading down his throat into his belly. The stone maiden statue silently observed this forbidden scene, her expression one of compassion, seemingly praying for these two impure souls, beseeching the Father to forgive their transgressions. Chapter 70. The Forbidden Night, Part 2. The night had deepened. Since the king's arrival at the castle, revelry had persisted for many days without cessation. In the great hall of Winterfell, the banquet was gradually drawing to a close. "Don't run off. Wait until I finish my business, and then we shall drink." Robb Stark wobbled to his feet. His face flushed as he uttered a few harsh words before staggering towards the exit. Jon, equally disoriented, leaned against the table and weakly waved his hand, uncertain whether he was signaling that he could drink no more or indicating that there was no need for further words, as his capacity for alcohol was not in question. "Huh, I knew you could not outdrink me," Robb chuckled, pleased to see Jon's inebriation. As the eldest son of House Stark, he felt compelled to compete with Jon in every endeavor. He recalled a time when they were engaged in a swordplay game, and Jon attempted to portray the Duke of Winterfell. Robb promptly pointed out that he was a bastard and could never ascend to such a title. Although Jon acquiesced, Robb could sense his lingering resentment, and thus, regardless of Jon's superior swordsmanship, he felt a constant urge to assert his dominance over Jon to solidify his status as the heir to the dukedom, perhaps due to several consecutive days of revelry. Even Eddard could not withstand the king's relentless drinking and was soon carried back to his chambers like a limp rag by the attendants. The king's fate was hardly better. Despite his long-standing indulgence in wine and revelry, he could not match the youthful vigor of the younger men. After several rounds of drinking, he found himself too inebriated to muster the strength even to seek the company of a courtesan. As he approached the stables and unfastened his trousers, the long-suppressed urge was finally released, filling the horse's trough to the brim, heedless of their dietary safety. The warmth of his body was carried away by the urine, causing Robb to shiver slightly, his previously foggy mind beginning to clear. After fastening his trousers, he made his way back and, upon reaching the corridor, heard distant, mournful cawing of crows. Attracted by the sound, his mother gazed sleepily towards the direction of the sept, and an unexpected wave of guilt washed over Robb. In recent days, perhaps due to his father's impending journey south to serve as the hand of the king, his mother's spirits seemed notably low. She often secluded herself in the sept, refusing to join them for dinner. As her firstborn son, he realized with dismay that he had been entirely oblivious to her feelings, preoccupied only with brawls and merriment. He struck a nearby pillar in frustration, panting heavily as he began to reprimand himself for his neglect. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, his legs moved unbidden toward the September. The sweet red wine flowed ceaselessly, and even the queen, known for her exceptional tolerance, began to feel the effects. Yet she still awaited the arrival of the one she longed to see. In her irritation, she grasped the wine jug, only to discover it was completely empty. Unappreciative wretch, she muttered angrily, hurling the pure gold vessel towards the door as if it were refuse. However, instead of the anticipated sound of it crashing to the ground, a voice, gentle yet teasing, interjected, "Who is it that has provoked our beautiful queen to such fury? By the seven, were this in Harrenhal, I would surely sentence that person to life imprisonment." The long-awaited queen lifted her gaze upon hearing the words, and beheld a strikingly handsome face, pale yet tinged with a hint of warmth. The indignation in her eyes flickered momentarily with joy, only to be swiftly concealed again. She cast aside the covers enveloping her, revealing expanses of porcelain skin beneath her delicate nightgown, all the while feigning an air of aloofness. "It is you, Count Roderick Bolton. If you wish to avoid a lifetime of imprisonment at the hands of your queen, perhaps you should exhibit a measure of sincerity." "Of course, my esteemed queen. I trust you will find this all quite satisfactory." Roderick unceremoniously closed the door behind him, his tongue darting out to cleanse the remnants of crimson from the corner of his lips. This seemingly crude act was imbued with an elegance and allure that left the queen breathless, her body aflame with desire. It must be remarkably agile, she mused, allowing her earlier frustration to dissipate as she flashed a charming smile, beckoning the handsome young man before her with a flourish of invitation. Roderick approached the bedside with graceful strides. Despite having indulged in some appetizers earlier, he would not refuse the delectable offerings presented to him. His boots left fresh imprints of mud upon the sacred hall steps. In the darkness, Robb found the path ahead obscured, compounded by his excessive drinking. He could only navigate forward by feeling along the railing. The dull thud of his footsteps echoed through the empty sanctuary until he reached the grand doors. Habitually, Robb extended his hand to push them open, only to find himself grasping at air, stumbling forward and landing on the ground. Yet, the effects of alcohol dulled any sensation of pain, and he merely shook his head, fumbling to rise once more. As he lifted his gaze, a sliver of moonlight illuminated the pure visage of a maiden carved in stone, as if she were intently observing him, yearning to convey something, though her stony form was rendered mute. "Mother, mother!" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Robb felt a chill creep up his spine under her gaze and called out loudly. However, the sanctuary remained enveloped in silence, offering no reply. "Damn it, it is truly dark here." He rapped his throbbing temple and leaned against a bench, rummaging through his pockets until he unearthed a spark. With the feeble light, Robb discovered a candlestick upon the table and ignited it. The warm flame was modest, yet sufficient to refresh his vision compared to the preceding darkness. He lifted the candle and moved forward. "Mother, where are you?" he continued to call softly, yet still received no response. Robb furrowed his brow, preparing to turn away when his gaze caught a shadowy figure seemingly curled up at the feet of the maiden statue. "Is she asleep?" he pondered, stepping closer with a hint of displeasure. On such a cold night, to sleep here is reckless. The maid chosen by Mother herself is indeed quite irresponsible. Most likely, she has gone off to frolic with Kian again. This matter is well known among many, yet no one has the leisure to expose Kian. He scoffed softly, contemplating that he must caution those two ostentatious fellows tomorrow, and then he crouched by the statue's base. His mother gently shook the Duchess's shoulder, but she seemed to be in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious. Robb shook his head, placing the candlestick on the ground, preparing to lift his mother and carry her back to her chamber. However, as he lifted a corner of her cloak, a fleeting glance sent a wave of cold sweat coursing through him, clearing his foggy mind significantly. This cannot be. Chapter 71, The Forbidden Night, and What Am I to Do? Despite believing his mental fortitude was sufficiently strong, Robb found himself panicking like a frightened little girl, unsure where to place his hands and feet in the face of this perplexing dilemma. He had confirmed it, although he only lifted the cloak slightly to steal a glance. The Duchess was indeed devoid of any covering. Upon scrutinizing her expression, though she lay in deep sleep, it bore an enchanting countenance filled with boundless satisfaction. Good heavens! As the eldest son of House Stark, Robb was not as naive as Jon. 2 years prior, he had been dragged by Ser Jorah Castle to the town of Winterfell to partake in a significant rite of passage, and he had yet to pay for it. After all, breaking such a matter for the eldest Stark son was quite an honorable feat to him. I digress. Crouching before his mother, despite the expansive fur cloak enveloping her form, he found it appalling to focus only on her face. That expression of contentment, with a trace of dried saliva at the corner of her mouth. His father had drunk himself into a stupor early, yet his mother was in such a sacred place. What the hell is going on? What in the world am I to do? Even Robb, who prided himself on decisiveness, was ensnared in profound turmoil and self-doubt. The image of his mother in his mind had always been one of resilience and love, unwaveringly devoted to marriage and family. Since arriving in the frigid north, she had not once returned to White Harbor. But who could have imagined that she would dare to act so recklessly behind his father's back? No wonder she had refused to leave the sanctum these past few days. It was all because of this. 7 gods above. Though he did not believe in the 7, please tell me who that detestable man is. Domeric? No, that is impossible. Though he is indeed quite handsome. He has only visited Winterfell twice, and he was visibly intoxicated when he returned to his chamber last night. The Kingslayer? Spare me. His character does fit. But that man is a close friend of his father's, merely indulging in brothels, and equally inebriated. Robb stared intently at the statue, lost in thought, when suddenly a man's smile emerged in his mind. Jorah Castle, the captain of the Winterfell Guard, had always regarded his mother with an unsettling gaze since childhood. And tonight, he had notably refrained from attending the banquet. It must be him, it must be him. With the effects of the wine coursing through him, Robb felt an unsettling certainty regarding the instigator of this matter. Enraged, he unsheathed his longsword and staggered toward the exit. Just then, a faint rustling sound emerged from a corner. That damned fellow had not yet departed. Come out. Robb's keen senses detected the disturbance, and he roared with fury. I know it's you, Ser Jorah Castle. You wretched fool, look at what you have done. As he bellowed, he advanced several steps, raising his sword to strike at the source of the noise. Robb. The clear voice of a child brought instant clarity to Robb's bloodshot eyes. He quickly restrained himself, forcefully altering the trajectory of his sword, which struck the toe of the statue of the father with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Bran. The familiarity of that voice was unmistakable to Robb. He discarded his sword and crouched down, retrieving the shadow that had been hiding beneath the statue. As the flickering candlelight illuminated the scene, his younger brother's innocent face came into view. Bran's eyes were wide with fear, trembling uncontrollably, evidently startled by Robb's earlier actions. However, he too was shaken, for had Robb not managed to halt his strike in time, a terrible calamity might have ensued. Are you referring to Ser Jorah? Bran blinked, gazing at Robb. I just heard you shouting his name. His words jolted Robb into action, and he quickly embraced Bran, gripping his shoulders tightly. Looking directly into his eyes as he gently implored, Bran, have you been hiding here the entire time? What did you see? You must have seen something, right? Tell me, who was the man that was here? I didn't see any man. Disappointment washed over Robb as Bran simply shook his head, replying honestly. I arrived a bit earlier and only saw Mother lying on the ground without her cloak. I was afraid she would catch a chill, so I covered her with my cloak. Damn it. Robb pounded the floor in frustration, cursing, if I find out who that scoundrel is, I will surely kill him. After much hesitation, he kept his right hand pressed on Bran's frail shoulder, advising, you must not mention anything about this to father. Do you understand? Why not? Didn't you just say it was Ser Jorah? Bran stared wide-eyed at his furious brother, genuinely perplexed as to why this situation warranted such anger. I heard you call his name. That was merely a conjecture. Robb, nearly grinding his teeth in exasperation, struggled to find the words to explain to his younger sibling, ultimately deciding it best to keep the matter concealed for the time being. In any case, this is something that must remain between us. It is our secret. Promise me, Bran. I understand, Robb. Though Bran did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the sight of his usually carefree brother's troubled expression compelled him to nod in acquiescence. That is well. Robb exhaled with relief upon Bran's agreement, instructing, "You should return and rest early." With that, he rose decisively, casting a glance at their slumbering mother, determined to manage the circumstances alone. It was unacceptable for her to remain in this state. He needed to find her a warm and concealed place, without seeking assistance from others. "I shall carry Mother to my chamber." As Robb wrestled with his thoughts, Bran, displaying remarkable understanding, spoke up. "I can retrieve some of Mother's garments from her room to keep her warm." He continued, "And you wish to locate the individual who was here earlier, did you not? Do you have a means to do so?" Robb inquired, raising an eyebrow, yet he did not dismiss Bran's suggestion, as he too was at a loss for alternatives. "I was actually on the verge of slumber," Bran replied, blinking twice before gesturing to the side. From the darkness, a figure swiftly emerged, silent as a specter. Bran affectionately patted the head of his dire wolf, Summer, whose silvery gray coat blended seamlessly into the night. "It was Summer who roused me and brought me here. Before you arrived, Summer detected a peculiar scent." "Is that so?" Robb regarded the obedient dire wolf with skepticism. Yet he refrained from contradiction. After all, Grey Wind had also honed the ability to track individuals and objects. But Robb found himself puzzled by how Summer had conveyed its intentions to Bran. Just then, a breeze swept through, carrying the mournful cawing of crows from outside, lending an air of desolation and chill. Chapter 72. The inevitable calamity at last. Tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Outside Winterfell, Sir Jorah Castle, the captain of the guard, clad in armor, remarked to his companion as the sounds within gradually diminished. "Such lively occasions in Winterfell are rare. Perhaps only the harvest festival could rival this atmosphere. Such is the fortune bestowed upon us by our illustrious king," Vale muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction. Though the king's presence enlivened Winterfell, it simultaneously escalated the workload of the guards. During such late hours, they would typically require only a handful of men to take turns on watch, rather than the full force now mandated to patrol day and night. Indeed, much of this could be attributed to the diligent Sir Jorah at his side. In terms of stubbornness, he bore a striking resemblance to the Duke. "Do not complain, Vale." Perhaps sensing his companion's discontent, Sir Jorah amiably clapped him on the shoulder, imparting solemnly, "To guard Winterfell is our duty, and even if you are knighted in the future, you must always remember this. Honor is paramount to a knight, even above life itself." "I understand, my lord." Weirjung nodded emphatically, yet inwardly, his heart remained unmoved by the words spoken, even bordering on derision. In the past, he might have been swayed by such nonsense, but now, turning his gaze towards the castle, the mask obscured his face, preventing Jorah from discerning the crimson flicker in his eyes. One day, he vowed to unseat those lofty individuals and claim the throne for himself. Just remember that. Seeing Weir's eager agreement, Jorah nodded, opting not to elaborate further. As a noble of House Kaiser, Sir Jorah had never wed nor fathered children, solely due to the love of his life marrying another. At first glance on the streets, he had recognized a kindred spirit in Weir, reminiscent of his own youth, and inexplicably brought him back to Winterfell, nurturing him as if he were his own son. Weir was exceptionally bright, mastering swordsmanship and other skills with remarkable ease. Much to Jorah's delight, perhaps it was time to bring him to King's Landing. If he could garner some merit, he might petition the Duke or the King to knight him, and perhaps even persuade Uncle Roderick to wed him to Beth. Observing Weir's maturation, Sir Jorah found himself envisioning a promising future for him, even contemplating the fate of his own cousin. "What are you doing, Robb? Stop it. Don't run, you damned fool." While patrolling in utter boredom, a sudden cacophony of shouts mixed with wolf howls drew the attention of both men. "Let us investigate." Upon hearing the eerily familiar voices, Sir Jorah paused momentarily before instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his sword and striding towards the source of the commotion. We're followed closely behind, though an unusual expression flickered beneath his mask. "Damn it, have you drunk too much, Robb?" Facing the relentless strikes of the Stark air, each aimed with lethal intent. The unarmed Theon Greyjoy dodged while shouting back furiously. Nearby, Bran was desperately attempting to soothe the snarling dire wolf, its vicious fangs stained with remnants of flesh. "Be quiet, you damned Greyjoy." Robb, his eyes ablaze with fury, pointed his sword accusingly at Theon's exposed vulnerability, bellowing, "What have you done, you wretched creature?" His anger was entirely justified. After all, countless names had flitted through Robb's mind. Even the King-S had been suspect, but never had he anticipated it would be this detestable Greyjoy. Demeric's words rang true. Greyjoys were inherently rapists and thieves, devoid of honor. How foolish he had been to consider this wretched being a brother. Kill him. The more Robb contemplated, the angrier he became, lifting his sword once more to strike, causing the equally unclothed Kira on the bed to scream in terror. However, he remained inebriated, quickly finding himself at the mercy of Theon, who seized the opportunity to grasp Robb's sword arm tightly and pin him against the wall, staring intently into his eyes while demanding, "What the hell did I do? What the hell did I actually do?" Theon felt a pang of bitterness. He was in the midst of a grand reproductive endeavor with an insipid tavern maid when Robb, in a fit of rage, kicked open the door, sending the enormous direwolf lunging forward to bite. "What on earth is happening? You know perfectly well what you have done." Robb, gritting his teeth, struggled to break free. But the effects of alcohol rendered him weak and vulnerable, allowing Theon to maintain his grip. He could only continue to curse, his gaze darting toward the maid behind Theon. This damned fool. Not only was he entangled with a maid, but he also yet, a flicker of reason prevented him from voicing his thoughts aloud. Otherwise, the commotion would escalate, leading to greater trouble. Theon pressed his elbow against Robb's throat and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You imbecile, Robb Stark. We are brothers, dear friends. And you would draw your sword over a wench? Just say the word, and I can arrange for that harlot to entertain you in a myriad of positions, no matter how long you desire." He spoke with righteous indignation, completely oblivious to the stunned expression on Kira's face behind him. To his dismay, what he presumed to be a heartfelt declaration of brotherhood was met with Robb spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto his face, followed by a thunderous cry, "Bran, help. Summer." Bran reacted with remarkable speed, promptly issuing a command for the direwolf to charge forward, attempting once more to bite Theon's arm. Yet this time, Theon was prepared. Although the direwolf stood atop the northern food chain, Summer had not fully matured and lacked sufficient strength. Theon swung his elbow, striking Summer's vulnerable abdomen, sending the creature tumbling several feet away, whimpering pathetically on the ground. "You wretched beast." But Theon was not yet satisfied. He turned and delivered a punch to Robb's head, seizing the sword from his grasp and advancing menacingly toward the dire wolf. A sinister expression etched upon his face. "I always said we should have killed you all." Faced with an armed adult, Bran found an unexpected surge of courage, taking a few steps forward and spreading his arms wide to shield Summer, resolutely declaring, "You shall not harm Summer." Yet, under the relentless pressure from the Stark brothers, Theon began to lose his composure. While he dared not harm Bran or Robb, slaying a beast was another matter entirely. Even if it drew the Duke's ire, he believed himself justified. "Step aside." He reached out, intending to push Bran away. But in that very instant, Theon felt a jolt coursing through him, as if his mind had been stripped of all rational thought, his eyes rolling back in his head, succumbing to an extraordinary state. With the intervention of some peculiar force, Theon's grip faltered. Chapter 73, The Three-Eyed Raven Bang. The diminutive form soared high, only to collide heavily against the edge of the table, causing the body to bend nearly 180 degrees before collapsing onto the ground, lifeless. The young Arctic wolf whimpered as it stretched out its paw and crawled to its master, tenderly licking his hair. This state lasted but a fleeting moment. When Theon regained his senses, he beheld Bran lying motionless on the ground, and his gaze fell upon his own hands, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his actions. Yet, the situation demanded his immediate attention, as the heavy thuds of ironclad boots echoed, announcing the entrance of two sword-wielding guards into the room. Observing the chaos within, Robb struggling to rise in a dazed state, and Bran sprawled on the floor, utterly still, Ser Jorah's eyes, concealed beneath his visor, flickered with surprise. Though it quickly vanished. "Check on Lord Bran," he instructed, tilting his head toward Weir, before unsheathing his sword without hesitation, fixing a cold stare upon Theon. "Whatever you have done, Greyjoy, if you do not relinquish your weapon immediately, I assure you, This will be the most foolish choice of your life. A cold sweat enveloped Theon as he grappled with the dilemma of whether to heed Ser Jorah's command and surrender. Just then, he heard Weir's voice from behind. Bran was not yet dead, though his breath was faint, as if he might slip into the embrace of the old gods at any moment. This thought clung to Theon's mind like a nightmare. Should Bran succumb, his only path to atonement would be in death, and he would likely not even be granted the chance to don the black garb. As these thoughts coursed through him, he imagined the icy gaze of Ser Jorah, filled with murderous intent. Surrender and lay down your weapon, Theon Greyjoy. Noticing Theon's reluctance to discard his sword, Ser Jorah admonished him once more. If you cease your resistance, I can petition Lord Stark for you to be granted the chance to wear black. Fear gripped Theon, causing his hand to tremble around the hilt of his sword. He could not comprehend how so much could transpire in such a brief moment, pushing him toward an abyss of despair. He was the true victim. No, he bellowed, striking at Ser Jorah with a ferocity born of madness. Damn Greyjoy! Ser Jorah cursed under his breath, swiftly raising his sword to parry the blow. Originally, he intended to coax Theon into submission to avoid wasting precious time entreating Bran. But now it appeared that he would have to resort to force to subdue him. To Jorah's surprise, fueled by rage, Theon's strike bore unexpected strength, repelling Jorah's sword and forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Theon dashed past Jorah, not even pausing to don his shoes, and sprinted towards the door, covering a considerable distance in a matter of moments. Damn it! It has been too long since I faced an opponent in earnest, and with Robb's heavy sword in hand. I was caught unawares as he escaped. I run swiftly. Greyjoy cannot flee. Weir spoke gravely. You must attend to Lord Bran. His condition is dire. Without waiting for a response, he grasped his sword and dashed outside. Upon hearing this, Jorah had no choice but to turn back, only to find Robb, his gaze vacant, staggering step by step towards Bran, before collapsing on his knees before the young boy. Given his current condition, it was unwise to move about carelessly. Jorah comprehended Robb's emotions. Yet upon seeing him attempt to lift Bran, he softly cautioned, Robb, be careful. At the sound of Jorah's voice, Robb seemed as if struck by lightning, retracting his arm with haste, frozen in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Woman, fetch a blanket for Lord Bran. I shall seek out Maester Luwin. Instead of offering solace to Robb, Jorah calmly pointed towards the trembling, bare figure of Catelyn on the bed and ordered without hesitation, take good care of them. If Bran meets his demise before my return, you shall share his fate. Run. Meanwhile, Theon sprinted through the castle, his mind consumed solely with the thought of escape. The crime of murdering the son of Lord Stark weighed heavily upon him. Despite often presenting himself as the adopted son of Lord Stark, he was acutely aware of the precarious nature of his status. Yet, where could he possibly flee? As his mind gradually regained clarity, a sense of confusion began to creep in. He was entirely unadorned, likely unable to run far. The north was firmly Stark territory, and to curry favor with their lord, all northern nobles would undoubtedly be eager to dispatch men to capture him, the treacherous Greyjoy. How had matters devolved to this point? Reflecting on the recent events, Theon became increasingly aware that something was amiss. He had exerted little force, so why had Bran been hurled away as if struck by a bear? Clearly, something was not right. Just as this realization dawned, a voice, both familiar and foreign, suddenly emerged behind him. Theon felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, for the voice was alarmingly close, as if whispered directly against his back. Who? In a panic, Theon spun around. Yet before he could discern the figure behind him, an overwhelming force surged forward, propelling him into the air much like Bran had been moments before. He landed heavily on the ground, an all-consuming dizziness enveloping his mind. A calm, measured cadence of footsteps approached. Theon lifted his head, straining his eyes to identify the newcomer, but ultimately succumbed to an uncontrollable faintness. Just before darkness consumed him, a voice, slightly mocking, murmured, "You run fast. Dog, you run fast." Meanwhile, Varys chased after Theon's fleeing figure, but could only glimpse his silhouette in the distance. To his surprise, despite his enhanced physical prowess, he could only barely keep pace. This fellow's speed and escape was indeed astonishing. Fortunately, there was no longer a need to pursue. As he gazed from afar, he beheld Scene sprawled on the ground. Beside him stood a figure that had haunted Vale's dreams countless times. "My lord." Vale hastened forward, bowing his head before the young man. Fortunately, His stamina had greatly improved, allowing him to avoid excessive panting, which would have appeared rather undignified in the presence of his lord. Take him back. The count from the terrifying fortress allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, pleased with the evening's festivities, if only it were not for that lurking individual causing trouble behind the scenes. With this thought, Dominic clenched his fist tightly, compressing the pitch-black raven in his grasp into an irregular shape, blood spilling from his palm onto the ground. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Vale exhibited no peculiar reaction. Rather, it was the small bat perched on Dominic's shoulder that emitted an excited, high-pitched shriek. The creature had intended to direct the ice wolf towards the queen's chamber, and had it not been for Dominic's timely intervention, seizing control of the ice wolf with Dracula's soul-capturing technique, it would likely have lured Robb and the others into danger. This raven was certainly not the original. After being driven away by Dominic, it had hidden itself, only to unexpectedly return and seize control of Scene's body. It appeared that it was indeed quite fixated on Bran's form. The situation had spiraled somewhat beyond control. What should I do next, my lord? Vale inquired, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Scene, an urge to eliminate him surging within, yet he remained composed, awaiting Dominic's command. Do as you see fit. To Vale's surprise, Dominic did not issue any orders. Instead, he generously patted Vale's shoulder, saying, "Though I have bestowed upon you power, Vale of Winterfell, it is you alone who must strive for authority, wealth, and status. I merely offer you a path that ascends continuously. Thus, make your own decisions without seeking my counsel. However, when I require you to step forth, do not hesitate." Chapter 74. The fury of the young wolf. Forgive my candor, but your situation is quite dire, Master Robb. Scholar Lewin was not particularly old, yet with age came a gradual decline in his agility. He leaned against the table to rise, stretching his stiff back, directing Jory to lift Bran and place him upon the bed before turning his gaze to Robb, his eyes betraying an undeniable sorrow. Damn Greyjoy. Sir Jory struck the wall with his fist, cursing in fury. I warned Lord Stark that the Ironborn are utterly untrustworthy. In my opinion, he should have been executed at once, severing the Greyjoy line. Though he spoke thus, everyone knew that the Duke's temperament would never allow him to harm children or women. Has Vale not returned yet? Robb queried from the window, observing his brother, whose fate hung in the balance. His demeanor was not as agitated as Jory's. Rather, he inquired in a calm, cold tone. Yet Jory could discern the simmering anger that he could not suppress. Do not worry, we're the swiftest among us. With a hand resting on Robb's shoulder, Jory appeared to offer solace, yet his intention was to caution against impulsivity. Greyjoy cannot escape. I believe it prudent to first inform Lord Stark of this matter. Bran's injury was a concern that implicated both the Stark and Greyjoy noble houses. Thus, for the sake of confidentiality, Jory discreetly summoned the slumbering Maester Lewin. However, Robb, who had always obeyed his father's commands, vehemently rejected Jory's suggestion to notify the Duke. Father is still intoxicated, we must not disturb him. And Lady Stark even less. But there are no buts, Ser Jory. Robb interjected, his gray eyes flashing with ferocity akin to that of a wild Arctic wolf on the brink of maturity. I am my father's firstborn. When he is unable to make sound decisions, I am entitled to act in his stead. I shall wait until dawn. Jory sighed, standing silently to the side, recognizing that any further argument would be futile, for he was not a Stark. He could only hope the sun would rise before the situation escalated beyond redemption. I have returned. Alas, Jory's hopes were dashed as were swiftly reappeared, one hand grasping the sword that had been taken from Robb, the other holding the limp form of Theon. True to Jory's earlier boasts, Weir was indeed the swiftest among the guards. As he stepped through the doorway, under the gazes of Robb and Jory, Weir casually discarded Theon onto the ground. He certainly could run. Had he not fallen later, I might not have caught him, Weir remarked, naturally positioning himself before Robb and presenting the sword with both hands. Your sword, young Master Stark. Throughout, not a hint of pride crossed his features for his commendable performance, nor did he spare a glance at the well-prepared Catelyn, treating her as though she were invisible. House Stark will remember your loyalty, Weir, Robb declared, accepting the sword with one hand while meeting the gaze of the armored guard before him, solemnly pledging his promise. As the firstborn of House Stark, he was familiar with the name of every guard in Winterfell. Yet it was only now that he began to truly notice this man of humble origins. It is my honor, Weir replied, nodding without further ado, straightening to stand behind Robb. Jory cast a slightly surprised glance at him, sensing an unusual shift in the aura of someone he had watched grow up. Please allow us a moment, gentlemen. Robb planted the sword before him, his tone icy and unyielding. Take Bran to Maester Luwin's chambers. It will facilitate his care, Ser Jory. I understand. Jory nodded, sliding a sturdy wooden board beneath Bran's body, lifting him gently. Yet as he passed by Robb, he paused to offer a caution. After all, he is the only son of Balon Greyjoy. If you truly intend to proceed as such, please consider how to face the consequences thereafter. The Northerners harbored no fear of war. Witnessing his resolute demeanor, Jory could only shake his head in resignation and depart alongside Maester Luwin. Let us go, foolish woman. After their exit, Will, demonstrating a certain awareness, seized Theon's arm and dragged him out with a rather crude motion. At this moment, the room required no outsiders. I shall remain just outside the door, my lord. Stepping beyond the threshold, Will dutifully declared, should you call out, I shall rush in at once. Before gently closing the door behind him. Still dazed, Theon gradually opened his eyes, his vision clearing to reveal the glint of a sharp blade. Theon Greyjoy. The emotionless voice of his friend pierced his ears, sending a fresh wave of cold sweat coursing down his spine. Struggling to rise from the ground, he was swiftly kicked down once more by Robb. Despite being several years older, Theon was no match for him. The noble Stark lineage had gifted the 14-year-old with a stature that surpassed that of most adults. Had it not been for the effects of alcohol, Theon would have had no chance against him. I am truly sorry, Robb. As the Stark heir advanced with sword in hand, Theon pressed himself against the ground, desperately pleading. I did not wish for this. It is all a misunderstanding. You are my brother, my dearest friend, and so is Bran. Silence, Greyjoy. Hearing this scoundrel shamelessly attempt to justify his actions infuriated Robb, who swiftly approached and delivered a forceful kick to Theon's face. This blow was significantly more powerful than the last, shattering 3 of Theon's teeth and sending blood spilling from his mouth. I once considered you a brother, a dear friend, and a comrade. Staring at Theon's pitiful state, Robb could not fathom why his mother would ever take a liking to such a loathsome individual. After all, Greyjoy was the very person she despised most. Tell me, Theon Greyjoy. Standing tall, the sharp tip of his sword pressed against Theon's throat, he demanded, why did you commit such acts? Our father treated you as his own flesh and blood, and I, along with all the Stark children, considered you a brother. Yet you betrayed the trust of us all. I told you I am sorry. Despite the blade poised before him and the beating he had endured, Theon mustered the audacity to retort, you cannot place the blame entirely upon me. Had you not barged in with direwolves to attack me, brandishing swords, none of this would have transpired. The situation has escalated to this point, and you bear a considerable share of the responsibility as well, Robb. Hearing his refusal to repent, Robb could only let out a low, derisive chuckle. He pointed his sword toward the disheveled bed, his voice sharp with implication. Then how do you justify those sordid deeds? My good brother? Chapter 75. The death of the squid outside the door. Kira kept her head bowed, closely trailing behind Will, her thoughts in a tumultuous state. She never imagined that, having just climbed into Theon's bed for less than a month while dreaming of becoming the esteemed Lady Greyjoy, the situation would suddenly spiral out of control. As Will began to raise his head to inquire, the man before him unexpectedly halted, colliding with his cold armor and tumbling to the ground. Matters that ought not to be questioned should remain unasked. Words that should not be spoken ought to stay unuttered. The usually gentle Will seemed to transform into a different person. He neither lifted his visor nor helped Kira to her feet, but instead coldly warned her. Stand here and do not move. Once Lord Stark has concluded his business, he will decide your fate. Will's brusque demeanor left Kira momentarily stunned. He had once been so considerate, always the first to offer assistance in her times of need, yet now he seemed like a stranger. Kira pouted in indignation, remaining silent beside Will, fully aware that she might face severe repercussions once this matter was resolved, yet she maintained the pride she always displayed in Will's presence. The eyes beneath the guard's visor flicked toward the maid with a stiff neck, and he let out a barely perceptible sigh. I had already stated, it was that wench who seduced me first. Glancing in the direction indicated by Robb's sword, Theon vehemently protested once more. She aspired to become Lady Greyjoy. Yet I merely toyed with that wench. Silence. The broad blade struck Theon's face, forcing the words back into his stomach. Robb's gray eyes blazed with fury, even harboring an impulse to sever Theon's tongue. The incessant use of the term wench reminded him of the scene in the Sept, igniting his rage. After enduring another blow, Theon spat blood, refraining from further reckless chatter, though his gaze remained defiantly fixed on Robb. The tall Stark heir took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within, resting his hands on the sword before him. After a moment of calm contemplation, he spoke. "Will you keep a secret, Theon? Stop feigning ignorance. You know what I'm referring to. As long as you promise to cease pursuing the matter of my accidental injury to Bran, we can return to our previous joyful lives, hunting together, training together, and indulging in those lascivious northern wenches. We are family, brothers, Robb. A family should be whole together. Should it not?" Theon rambled on, attempting to sway Robb with emotion, yet he failed to notice the increasingly somber expression on Robb's face. Family. The word sent tremors through Robb's body. Hearing it from Theon seemed utterly ludicrous. A Greyjoy, claiming to be family and brother to a Stark, even daring to aspire to be part of his family in the Iron Islands. The low growl of the young wolf reverberated from his throat. In the midst of Theon Greyjoy's bewildered gaze, Robb Stark raised his sword high, his eyes brimming with rage and a murderous intent, gazing mercilessly into Theon's eyes. "My father once said that those who pass a death sentence must carry it out themselves. If you are to take a life, you should at least look into the eyes of the condemned and listen to their final words. So, speak your last words, Theon Greyjoy." No. The situation took a drastic turn. Theon, consumed by fear, gazed at the sharp blade in desperation, frantically pleading for his life. "Please don't kill me, Robb. We are brothers, family. I am the only son of Greyjoy, please." In the face of death, the defiance of the Greyjoy seemed no stronger than that of a delicate girl. "Is this your final statement, Greyjoy?" The repetition of the words brothers and family only served to strengthen Robb's resolve. His cold, gray eyes remained fixed on Theon's, and he began to murmur, "I, Robb Stark, son of Eddard, Lord of Winterfell, please, no." Theon's pleas fell upon deaf ears as Robb continued to whisper, "In the name of justice and honor, and for the crimes against my family, I hereby sentence you to death." "No." In Theon's despairing gaze, the sword swooped down with ferocity. Robb's execution technique was far from proficient. As the head rolled away, blood erupted, splattering across his face and soaking his garments. The eldest Stark, having just delivered judgment, slowly sat down, gripping the still dripping sword with one hand, quietly observing Theon's disbelieving, wide-eyed visage, untouched by tumult within. "A flayed man knows no secrets," he remarked, abruptly kicking Theon's head to rest beside his body, adding, "But nothing keeps secrets better than the dead. I shall not allow anyone to undermine the unity of House Stark." Moments later, the door creaked open, and Will was seen escorting Catelyn inside. "I heard some commotion from within, my Lord Stark," he said, casting a glance at Theon's decapitated body, his expression unchanging. Catelyn, however, was incredulous at the sight, tears streaming down her cheeks, unsure whether to mourn Theon or lament her own loss of the title of Lady Greyjoy. "This matter is now in your hands," Robb said, lifting his gaze to Will, coldly instructing, "Collect the head and prepare it. My father will want to see it tomorrow." His eyes then shifted to Catelyn, whose blood-soaked visage, though devoid of emotion, appeared terrifying enough to make the maid shiver. Shaking his head, Robb, raised under the stern education of Eddard Stark, ultimately could not bring himself to harm a woman. And judging by her expression, she seemed oblivious to the events that had transpired. "Winterfell shall remember your sacrifices, Will," he concluded, before departing the room with his sword in hand. "Bran's condition remains uncertain. Whether he will awaken is unknown. His mother's state is also quite concerning, compounded by the potential consequences following the death of Theon. The events of the night were overwhelming, and he desperately needed a tranquil environment to reflect." The ironclad boot pressed down on Theon's lifeless head, rubbing back and forth as if in jest, while raising an eyebrow at the sorrowful Kyra. "However, I've heard that this fellow's father is still alive. Perhaps you might consider seeking him out. After all, for Lady Greyjoy, marrying either her son or father bears little distinction." "Enough," while Kyra clasped her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms, the pain somewhat tempering her strength. Gazing at Theon's unseeing gaze, she felt an immense sense of despair. Her aspirations had been trampled underfoot by a man she had always regarded with disdain. "I'm leaving." She refused to display any semblance of vulnerability before Weil, sighing softly and turning to exit. "Tomorrow, I must attend to Lady Stark and the Queen. Yet, just as she was about to step through the door, while S' voice echoed behind her, if I were you, I would leave Winterfell at once. As far away as possible. She turned, a look of confusion on her face as she regarded the man who had long admired her. Yet, his expression remained as frivolous as ever, though his gaze was unusually sincere. What transpires here may not concern you. But the nobles are adept at shifting blame onto us common folk. As he spoke, Wall reached into his breastplate, retrieving something and tossing it her way. Kyra instinctively caught it, her heart racing as she recognized the object. It was a beautifully crafted silver necklace, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, clearly of considerable value. I heard you gave all your money to that dim-witted fellow, Wall remarked nonchalantly, kicking Theon's head lightly. That wasn't a wise decision. He waved his hand dismissively, continuing, sell it. It should fetch some money, a little something from an old friend to help with your journey. Go south, to a place where no one knows you. Kyra, observing while S feigned nonchalance, Kyra bit her lip, uncertain of how to respond. After much hesitation, she tightly clutched the necklace in her hand, ultimately choosing not to refuse as she had before. She carefully tucked it away, turning to leave once more. Thank you, Weil. Whether it was merely an illusion, while seemingly caught a faint whisper carried by the midnight breeze. A smile spread across his face, and his gaze shifted back to Theon on the ground, as if greeting an old friend. Now, it is just you and me. Chapter 76. The Interrogation Debate. In the early morning, the coffin lid opened automatically, and Domeric sat up, abandoning his usual elegance for a rather unrefined stretch. He was quite pleased with the 2 banquets from the previous night. Their exquisite flavors far surpassed those of the imprisoned Earl of Bolton in the dread fortress's cellar. Certainly, it would be preferable if that wretched crow did not cause such disturbances. With a gentle sigh, Domeric brushed away a lingering ebony feather from his hand, murmuring thoughtfully, "One day, I shall turn you into roasted chicken." Standing upright, the vampire count emerged from his comfortable coffin, gracefully beckoning his garments hanging nearby floated towards him, enveloping him in a seamless display of elegance. It was time for breakfast. While the adage regarding the morning's significance may not entirely apply to vampires, Domeric was never one to linger in bed. A beam of sunlight illuminated his handsome features, causing him to squint slightly. Would it be caviar or golden lion's head for breakfast today? Just as the vampire count was mentally selecting his morning repast, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the chamber. He did not hasten to open the door. Instead, he meticulously adjusted his attire until not a single wrinkle remained, before finally pulling back the latch. Before him stood an older face, tinged with impatience. Is that not Master Viong? Domeric remarked with a gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to the man's urgency, and with poise, extended an invitation. Shall we share breakfast together? There is no time, my Lord Domeric. In response to the Count's cordial proposal, Viong grasped his arm and urged him forward. Something transpired last night. Lord Stark requests your immediate presence. Though he was already aware, Domeric feigned confusion, gently extricating himself from Viong's hold while quickening his pace, maintaining an air of elegance. Since it is Lord Stark's command, we must be on our way. Breakfast could certainly wait until noon. With that, he surged ahead, outpacing Viong as he made his way towards the council hall. Observing Domeric's retreating figure, Viong furrowed his brow slightly. He had yet to disclose the particulars of the situation, and this newly appointed Count of Terror Castle had not inquired at all. Moreover, if breakfast were to be postponed until noon, what then would it be, breakfast or lunch? What a lively scene. Upon entering the council hall, Domeric was met with an opulent assembly. The brooding Duke of Winterfell occupied the central seat, flanked on his right by the king, whose face bore the pallor of a hangover, and the queen, whose frown belied her otherwise radiant complexion. The tall, eldest son of Stark stood resolutely among them, his imposing stature lending him an air of nobility. Beside a dusty corpse laid before them, it could be said that, apart from the Duchess, nearly every significant figure within Winterfell had gathered. As Domeric entered, silence enveloped the room, no one willing to voice their thoughts on the matter at hand. "Good morning, Your Majesty, Your Grace, Lord Stark." Domeric offered a slight bow, refraining from probing further, and instead extending his polite greetings. "Please, take a seat, Count Bolton." The Duke gestured with a nod, acknowledging him as the Lord of Winterfell. The beautiful queen gazed upon the handsome, yet fearsome Count of Harrenhal, her emerald eyes seemingly aglow as she discreetly licked her lips. The experiences of the previous night lingered vividly in her memory. In response to the queen's teasing, Domeric maintained his composure, gracefully taking a seat on a nearby chair, a privilege not afforded to others, for he was now the Lord of the North, a vassal of House Stark. "Well, where have we progressed, Ned?" the king inquired, his impatience evident, for no one relishes being roused from a hangover on a misty morning. What appeared to be a rather intricate matter to the Duke seemed trivial to the king. After all, even a Greyjoy, much less formidable than Rhaegar Targaryen, had met his end on the battlefield. "Very well," the Duke nodded, casting a helpless glance at his dear friend. Although aware of his friend's habitual indifference, they were now confronted with a matter that could potentially ignite a war between the Starks and Greyjoys. "Ser Jorah Castle," the Duke called out, and Jorah stepped forward. Addressing the assembly, "My lord." Like the Duke, his expression was grave, concealing his thoughts from prying eyes. "You have served House Stark for over 20 years. And you are my most trusted captain of the guard, Ser Jorah. Your father, Ser Martin, fought alongside me until his last breath. And your family has selflessly contributed to the honor of House Stark." The Duke laid the groundwork for his inquiry rather than posing it directly. In response, Ser Jorah bowed deeply. "It is an honor for me and House Castle, my lord. I require you to answer truthfully before His Grace King Robert Baratheon. Is what Robb Stark asserted true? Did you witness my foster son, Theon Greyjoy, attempt to murder my 9-year-old son, Bran Stark?" At the Duke's inquiry, Jorah paused momentarily, turning to glance at Robb, who stood beside him. Yet the proud Stark heir offered not a single glance, having been raised with a disdain for deceit and a refusal to speak falsehoods. "To speak honestly, my lord," Jorah swallowed hard, striving for neutrality in his response, "I did not witness Lord Theon do anything to young Lord Bran." His words immediately drew the attention of all present, as no one anticipated that a man of House Stark would fail to defend the heir. "You must be accountable for your words, sir," the king exclaimed with fervor, awakening from his lethargy, and pointed an accusatory finger at Jorah. "Are you suggesting that Robb conspired to frame that Greyjoy and sought an excuse to kill him?" His agitation was not without merit, for to the king, the matter must be resolved as a foregone conclusion, regardless of whether Theon was at fault. What value does a Greyjoy hold? If he dies, so be it, let it be done. Had it not been for Eddard's counsel to spare a son for Balon, to prevent him from exerting his full might against me, Robert's temperament would have led him to eliminate the Greyjoy outright. A deceased Greyjoy pales in significance compared to the living eldest Stark. If Balon desires war, let him come forth. Robert Baratheon is a master of battle. However, such matters must not cloud the judgment of my dear friend, lest I lose an irreplaceable hand of the king. "That is not my intention, your grace," Jorah replied, standing resolutely before the king's reproach. Chapter 77. The struggle for justice. I did not imply that Lord Robb was framing Theon. To avoid further misunderstandings, Jorah succinctly elaborated. "When Will and I burst into the chamber last night, we found young Bran unconscious on the floor, while Theon approached him with a sword. And Lord Robb lay incapacitated nearby. Yet, Theon made no move to strike, hence my assertion that I did not witness him murder Bran." Upon hearing Jorah's response, the king visibly relaxed, albeit glaring at him with irritation. "Next time, please complete your statement in one breath, sir." "My apologies, your grace." Jorah bowed his head submissively, though he felt no fault in his words, for he was a man of precision. "It seems the matter is quite clear now, Ned," the king exclaimed, smacking his rotund belly as he rose, his voice booming. "Theon Greyjoy's intent to murder is evident. Robb's sentence of death is entirely justifiable. With Bran Stark still lying in bed, his life hanging in the balance, and ample testimony available, I have no objections. Should the king have any grievances with my decree, let him come to King's Landing to confront me himself. If he seeks war, I, Robert Baratheon, would not mind sending him to meet the drowned god, if such a being exists." Having declared his judgment, the king settled back into his seat, appearing quite pleased with his own sense of justice. However, he soon realized that all present were gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Even the king's guard remained unmoved by his commands. "The case does not adjudicate this way," Robert, the Duke sighed, shaking his head in exasperation while rubbing his throbbing temples. "Setting aside Theon's well-being, what motive would he have to harm Bran? The very fact that he wielded Robb's own sword as the weapon is already highly suspect. Regardless, Jorah's testimony indeed confirmed Theon's intent to slay Bran, and he refrained from dwelling on these uncertainties, instead directing his gaze toward the upright Robb. whose deep-set eyes appeared even more somber. Why did you not await my awakening before passing judgment on Theon? What urgency compelled you to hastily condemn a friend with whom you grew up? His question pierced sharply, seemingly questioning Robb's transformation into such a ruthless figure. Unwilling to even wait a mere night. Because of your mercy, Lord Stark. Robb inhaled deeply, although he was reluctant to deceive his father. He felt compelled to temporarily conceal his conscience for the sake of the family. Everyone respects your fairness and unwavering commitment to honor, but this situation is different. Two pairs of identical gray eyes locked in a gaze. The younger pair, albeit flickering, radiated an unyielding resolve. I know that were you to cast judgment, you would surely show leniency, permitting Theon to don the black attire of the Night's Watch to atone for his transgressions. However, I cannot allow someone who has harmed my family to brazenly depart from Winterfell. As he spoke, Robb pointed towards the quiet lord of House Karstark, who was calmly enjoying his meal. Just as Domeric had previously asserted, the blood of thieves flows through Theon Greyjoy's veins. Though he appears to be assimilated among us, he harbors a deep-seated jealousy towards all the Stark children, yearning for the day he might usurp us and seize everything we hold dear. Upon hearing Robb's words, astonishment washed over the assembly, particularly directed at Domeric. The king, already displeased with the insurrection brewing in the Iron Islands under his reign, found himself further admiring Domeric for such forthright remarks. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the vampire lord merely smiled at Robb, seemingly bashful. Little did they expect him to be so astute, cleverly invoking the words of his esteemed scholar. Yet the Duke was beset with conflicting emotions. His second son's fate remained uncertain, and he was loath to condemn his firstborn. Nonetheless, the enduring weight of honor pressed relentlessly upon his conscience. After a prolonged silence, Duke Stark finally spoke, but not to Robb. He turned his gaze towards the elder with graying hair and posed a poignant inquiry. If Theon Greyjoy were found guilty of murder, would Robb's actions align with the laws of the realm, or is there a precedent for such a case? Forgive my candor, my lord, the scholar replied, inclining slightly. While it is true that Daemon Targaryen executed many on behalf of his kingly brother, that was under the auspices of his role as Lord Chancellor. Currently, young Master Robb holds neither title nor office. As far as the laws of the kingdom are concerned, I have never encountered such a provision. Of course, my studies in the Citadel may have overlooked certain nuances. The elder scholar's response was impeccably cautious, maintaining absolute honesty before both the Duke and the King, while subtly indicating his own limitations in legal expertise. Yet, such ambiguous answers did little to quell the discontent among the assembly. The King, visibly agitated, sprang to his feet, furiously pointing at the scholar's nose, berating him. You must be losing your wits with age, forgetting all that you once learned, or perhaps you merely obtained your chain through idleness at the Citadel. Think. You must devise a legal rationale to exonerate Robb's actions, or I shall write to the Citadel and have Maester Cresson revoke your chain. His demeanor left the scholar in a most awkward position, standing there with an awkward smile, casting a pleading glance towards the Duke for assistance. Enough, Robert. Eddard Stark, seldom stern with the king, pressed him firmly into his seat, asserting, I shall be the arbiter of matters here. Do not forget, I am the Duke of Winterfell. The seven gods bear witness. You are even more obstinate than Jon Arryn. Faced with his friend's darkened countenance, the king refrained from further protest, muttering with a hint of reluctance, I am the king. Upon our return to King's Landing, I shall ensure that Lancel adds a clause to the kingdom's laws, and then you shall have no argument. Yet, that was a matter for another time. The Duke shook his head, his gaze resolute. Eddard Stark was a man of inflexible principles, and his retainers were equally steadfast. With their king voicing his opinion, could these obstinate fellows not acquiesce? Perhaps weaving a small lie to resolve the issue? The king sighed, leaning back in his chair, reminiscing about his brother, the esteemed master of laws. If only Lancel were present, he would surely be more amenable to cooperation. Realizing the absence of precedent, the Duke cleared his throat and turned to Maester Luwin. What punishment should befall Robb's actions? Fortunately, Maester Luwin had not forgotten for whom he served, responding with a degree of ambivalence. As you are aware, I am not a legal scholar. I would need to consult my texts to provide a definitive answer. Although his response failed to satisfy both the Duke and the King, it was indeed the best means of delaying the inevitable. In light of this, the Duke pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. However, just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice interrupted him. The Duke and the assembly turned their gazes to see the young Lord of Dreadfort rise gracefully, a warm smile illuminating his face. His pale gray eyes, deep and wise, lent him an air of scholarly accomplishment. In the presence of all, Domeric inclined slightly, his voice soft yet distinctly clear. Robb Stark's actions, whether in accordance with the kingdom's laws or historical precedents, are undeniably real. Chapter 78, The Law of Maegor. Despite Domeric's confident demeanor and the resoluteness in his tone, he was but a youth not yet 20, though the king wished to believe him. He could not deem Domeric's knowledge to surpass that of the seasoned Maester Luwin. "Are you serious, Lord Bolton?" the king inquired, leaning slightly forward. A look of skepticism etched upon his face. Since the conqueror Aegon, the Targaryen kings alone have enacted no fewer than 10 codices. Such an abundance of statutes. Even those scholars dedicated to law might spend their entire lives failing to memorize. As he spoke, the king turned his gaze toward the Duke, only to find that while the Duke's expression remained stern, it bore no hint of doubt, seemingly placing great trust in Domeric's reservoir of knowledge. Upon glancing around once more, the king was astonished to discover that everyone in Winterfell regarded Dominic with the same expression as the Duke. It felt as though they were all silently communicating. "Ah, it is Dominic, then all is well." Their demeanor only deepened the king's curiosity about this unassuming youth from the north. Yet he failed to notice that the queen beside him was fixated on Dominic with her emerald eyes, glistening as if on the verge of shedding tears, akin to a ravenous lioness poised to pounce on her prey. "Of course, your majesty," Dominic replied politely, inclining his head slightly. "As is well known, reading is among my most cherished pastimes. By the age of 2, I was already able to lie atop heavy tomes, learning word by word alongside scholars. Nearly 2 decades of reading have allowed me to peruse nearly all the volumes in the library of Castle Horror, storing them all within my mind." Dominic gently tapped his forehead, and a sudden wave of confidence surged forth from his typically gentle and elegant visage, radiating a masculine allure that caused the queen, vibrant and alluring, to instinctively clasp her legs together. "Speak plainly, Dominic," the Duke urged, nodding and extending his palm in invitation. "Your knowledge is evident to us all." In response, Dominic strode confidently to the center of the hall, standing shoulder to shoulder with Robb, whose grateful gaze met his own. With a reassuring glance, Dominic began to articulate, "When a lord encounters an unforeseen event, or due to distance and other circumstances is unable to make a timely decision regarding an emergency, the first heir should exercise the lord's rights in his stead. Should the first heir also be unable to render a decision, the succession shall proceed to the next heir in line." This was drawn from page 24 of the Laws of Maegor, established by Aegon the Conqueror's son, Maegor Targaryen. Dominic spoke eloquently, reciting the intricate legal text without a moment's hesitation, as if reading directly from a book. His ability to recall the precise page number was indeed impressive. "I beg your pardon, Lord Stark," Reuven interjected, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "As I mentioned earlier, I am not well versed in law, and I have only skimmed through a few pages of the Laws of Maegor. However, I trust that the Earl of Bolton's memory is impeccable." "Trust alone is insufficient," the Duke countered, shaking his head and redirecting his gaze toward Dominic. "Do you possess any factual evidence to substantiate this?" "I regret to inform you," Dominic replied, his eyes cast down slightly, "that I did not bring many belongings with me to Winterfell, let alone any weighty legal tomes." His words elicited a slight disappointment among the crowd, yet they were reasonable. "However, I possess another means to indirectly verify it." Just as everyone anticipated that the debate would conclude without resolution, Domeric once again spoke. "It is well known that Maegor Targaryen I was not the firstborn of the conqueror Aegon. He had an elder brother, Aenys. Maegor grew tall and robust from a young age, reportedly weighing twice as much as his brother at birth. He was endowed with extraordinary valor and martial prowess, unmatched by ordinary men, and by the age of 8, he had ordered and personally executed no fewer than 10 individuals. Such actions were contrary to the law. The Duke's voice was deep. This segment of history was familiar to most of the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, for the notoriety of Maegor Targaryen was indeed pronounced. It was precisely due to his unbridled conduct that he earned the moniker Maegor the Cruel. This was, of course, unlawful. Domeric nodded with a smile. Although he was a prince, many of his actions defied the laws of the realm, including the execution of all rebels during the insurrection of Genos Aelin. Genos Aelin. Upon hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, Not only the Duke, but even the King and all present turned their puzzled gazes towards Domeric. They had only vaguely heard of this tale, lacking a comprehensive understanding of its intricacies. Indeed, Genos Aelin, Domeric continued. After Aenys ascended the throne, rebellions erupted across the kingdom. In the Vale, Genos Aelin incited a revolt and murdered his brother, Duke Ronar, declaring himself king. However, their rebellion was short-lived, as they were besieged by Count Aladroius at Eagle's Nest. Just as they prepared to make a desperate stand, Prince Maegor descended astride the largest and most fearsome dragon in history, the Black Death, Balerion. At the mention of this name, the breath of everyone present caught in their throats. Even the king instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair. The Black Death, others might regard it as mere legend, given that dragons had vanished for centuries. Yet for the king, who resided in the Red Keep and possessed a quarter Targaryen bloodline, it was far more than a myth. In the dungeons of the Red Keep, the immense skull of Balerion still lay displayed. Even a single tooth exceeded the height of the already towering king. The might of the dragon was capable of obliterating everything. Dragon fire consumed all of Genos Aelin. Skin, bones, and flesh turned to ash, leaving his followers bereft of any hope of victory, leading them to surrender en masse. Yet the cruel Prince Maegor chose not to grant them clemency, instead rendering a crucial decree at Eagle's Nest: execution for all traitors. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the Count of the Terrible Keep continued his narration, his powerful voice seemingly transporting them back to an era that instilled profound despair and dread in the hearts of all sovereigns of the Seven Kingdoms. At this juncture, Domeric let out a slight sigh, as if mourning the tragic grandeur of history. Prince Maegor believed that traitors were unworthy of the honor of beheading. They must all suffer the gallows. The captured knights, rendered helpless, were stripped of their garments, their legs flailing in a futile struggle as they were gradually hanged upon the walls of Eagle's Nest. However, despite his princely status, Maegor lacked the authority to pass judgment on the prisoners in place of the king. Domeric paused momentarily, casting a glance at the queen, whose lips were slightly parted, seemingly unable to contain her eagerness. A faint smile graced his lips. Thus, upon Maegor ascending the throne, he enacted a law. Chapter 79. The Duke's Might, referring to the very decree you just mentioned, correct? Indeed, Your Majesty. Observing the queen's impatient inquiry, Domeric maintained his composure and politeness. This woman certainly possessed remarkable audacity. Given that Maegor had usurped the throne from his brother, Aegon Targaryen, he inevitably faced personal attacks from Aegon's supporters, and the old grievances regarding his unilateral execution of Genos Aelin and his soldiers resurfaced. Consequently, Maegor, now crowned king, amended his law to validate his actions. Nonetheless, he turned to his side and looked at Robb, his eyes filled with unwavering support, devoid of any doubt. The law of King Maegor clearly stated that last night. In the state of intoxication that rendered Lord Stark incapable of sound judgment, Robb Stark, as his eldest son and heir, exercised the Lord's authority to sentence Theon Greyjoy to death for murder, entirely in accordance with the laws of the realm, without any overreach. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be his impatience. In truth, the severity of Greyjoy's actions had long surpassed the bounds of humanity, warranting far harsher punishment. Allowing him to die so swiftly was already a considerable mercy. Having spoken, Domeric stood silently, awaiting the Duke's final decision, while Robb was profoundly moved, unexpectedly finding the staunchest ally in this moment. Rest assured, Roderick Bolton. Robb clenched his fists, resolutely vowing within himself, I shall not betray your support. From this moment forth, you shall be my dearest friend. Domeric, however, remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to Robb's gaze, or perhaps aware, but not particularly concerned. He had no desire to involve himself in this matter. After all, the Stark heir was hardly a commendable ally. Though he appeared just and honorable, he was merely a child, oblivious to the essence of commitment and possessing a rather myopic vision. Yet, such simplicity made him easier to manipulate, and strictly speaking, he could be considered a half-father figure, could he not? If the biological father was unhelpful, surely the godfather ought to lend a hand. No doubt about it. After a long contemplation, the Duke ultimately chose to place his trust in Domeric's assertions. After all, his exposition was both logical and substantiated. One could not fabricate such a splendid narrative simply through mere invention. I pose but one final inquiry to you. The Duke rose, approaching Robb step by step. As he gazed at his tall and handsome firstborn son, the Duke was struck by a poignant sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of years past when he watched his brother Brandon in this very spot. He could not help but feel a twinge of emotion, realizing that, at some point, he had begun to look up to him. Did you personally execute Theon Greyjoy? Gazing into his eyes as you listened to his dying words. The Duke's demeanor was grave, clearly indicating the significance of this matter to him. If Robb could not accomplish such a fundamental act, it would signify a loss of the most basic reverence for life. He feared that his son might evolve into a cold-hearted executioner, a calamity too great for the North to endure. I did, declared Lord Stark. Robb met his father's gaze, his eyes unwavering, for he had indeed done so. I am not a cold-blooded individual, as you well know. Even though Theon's actions clouded my judgment and my fury to protect my family led to impulsiveness, I never forgot your teachings. Before severing Theon's head, I granted him a chance. Robb stood tall. I wished to hear repentance and sincerity from his lips. Yet, regrettably, I did not. The Duke nodded, turning to stride back to his chair, his voice resonating. Robb Stark. Yes, Lord Stark. Robb knelt on one knee, his proud head bowed deeply. In light of Sir Jory Castle's testimony and the legal corroboration provided by Earl Roderick Bolton, I, Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and Duke of Winterfell, hereby declare you temporarily not guilty. The final judgment shall be announced once we acquire the authentic legal documents. During this interim, you are not to leave the confines of Winterfell. Yes, Robb exhaled deeply, responding with fervor. He turned to express his gratitude to Domeric, who bore a reassuring smile. Robb returned the gesture, feeling the weight of their friendship profoundly. Sir Jory Castle. However, the Duke did not share in their joy, his expression remaining stoic. While Robb's culpability might be absolved, the repercussions of Theon's death must be mitigated. He turned to his most trusted captain of the guard, instructing him, "You shall personally journey to the Iron Islands, return Theon Greyjoy's remains to his father, and extend my apologies. As Theon's foster father, I failed to guide him properly, and I must bear a portion of the responsibility in this matter. If Balon Greyjoy is amenable, I can promise that my eldest son Robb will wed his only daughter, Asha Greyjoy, and their firstborn son shall be the heir of Winterfell." Upon hearing his father's intention to arrange a marriage with a Greyjoy, Robb immediately interjected. But the Duke interrupted with a wave. "While your approach to this matter aligns with the law, it is indeed too impulsive, Robb. We must contemplate the circumstances that lie ahead. As the eldest son of House Stark, you wield authority, and with it comes an equal measure of responsibility. It is your father." Robb's gaze dimmed, yet he chose not to retort. The Duke spoke with great truth. As the heir to the North's highest ruler, he could not merely revel in power while neglecting the corresponding duties and obligations. The thought of marrying a woman reeking of brine, her skin coarser than sand, unsettled Robb profoundly. However, in order to safeguard his mother's secret, he had no choice but to accept this grim reality. Just as he wallowed in despair over the impending dismal fate of his marriage, the Duke's subsequent words invigorated Robb's spirit. "When you transfer Theon's body, convey to Balon Greyjoy, Lord Jory. Yet, should he intend to pursue further conflict, the North shall not cower in the face of war. I, Eddard Stark, shall match him blow for blow, until we achieve total victory and lay waste to Pike." Chapter 80. The Farewell of Winterfell. The mother brings forth the blessings of life, safeguarding every woman. Her smile halts the clashing of swords, tenderly nurturing the innocent child. The Duchess had been vigilantly at her son's side for the better part of the day, the sight of her comatose child rendering her utterly exhausted. Coupled with the blood she had lost the previous night, her condition was dire. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast at the bedside, continually chanting the verses dedicated to the mother from the Song of the Seven, beseeching mercy for her son. "You should rest for a while, Kate." A pair of strong hands encircled her slender waist from behind, revealing a youthful, handsome visage from the shadows. The Duchess struggled against him, yet it only seemed to heighten the man's fervor, his nose brushing against her pale neck. "I can save him," the man whispered softly against her ear. His words sent a shiver through the Duchess, and she relinquished her grip on his hands, as if resigning herself to his will. "We should not be like this." She did not inquire whether he could truly save her son, but stared vacantly at Bran, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, murmuring, "This is God's punishment for me. Father in heaven, Mother, the maiden shall not favor the unfaithful and the impure." God. Savoring the aroma of blood that wafted through her skin, The Earl extended his fangs, preparing to indulge in his meal. Upon hearing her words, his brows arched slightly. I have never encountered a deity, only a cloaked figure. Yet, I do know that there are indeed gods in this world. Yes, but if they truly intend to bestow upon me some form of punishment, I can only say that they have chosen the wrong adversary. Whether the seven or the old gods, people harbor an unwavering devotion to that ethereal belief. Such blasphemous words, should they escape, would likely incite a collective outrage among all believers. However, as a devout follower of the seven, the Duchess made no response to this audacious proclamation. As a faint sting coursed through her neck, she found herself enveloped in a peculiar, indescribable ecstasy. Right there, before her son's bed, feelings of confusion, shame, and exhilaration surged within her. The sunlight gracing her face rendered the Duchess, squinting against its brilliance, akin to a contented cat basking in warmth. The Holy Mother, bestowing the blessings of life, watches over every woman. She murmured the hymn of the seven, attempting to cleanse her heart of overwhelming guilt. Yet, just as she was on the verge of reaching some pinnacle of sensation, the Earl swiftly withdrew his sharp fangs from her body. A wave of disillusionment washed over her, causing her to frown in displeasure. Just as she pondered, the creaking of the door interrupted her thoughts, and a familiar tall figure stepped inside. My apologies, Rob. Domeric discreetly wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with regret as he looked at Bran. It appears he has injured his lumbar spine. From the books I have perused, such injuries are often quite troublesome. Even if he awakens, he may suffer severe repercussions. However, I have already prayed to the seven for him alongside your mother. The merciful Holy Mother will surely watch over this unfortunate child, will she not, Lady Stark? Domeric smiled politely at the Duchess, exuding courtesy. Why yes, the Duchess stammered, struggling to lie, particularly in front of her son. We have prayed to the seven together. I heard what you said, Mother, Rob interjected bluntly, making no effort to conceal his disapproval. Deep down, he could not come to terms with his mother's infidelity toward his father, a matter that could never be openly discussed. His stern tone left the Duchess momentarily taken aback. Yet her inner guilt rendered her unable to elaborate, leaving her to sit silently at the bedside. Thank you for your concern for Bran, Domeric. You will forever remain my most trusted friend. Rob's gaze was sincere. Without his intervention, he doubted he would have escaped so swiftly from blame. Domeric simply smiled shyly in response. It is indeed my honor, Rob. As the Lord of the North, it is my unwavering duty to alleviate my liege's burdens. Father has sent me to summon you. Rob nodded, increasingly satisfied with his response. He and the king's entourage were about to embark for the Dreadfort to attend the funeral of old Lord Bolton. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. I am currently under house arrest by my father and cannot leave Winterfell. I understand, this is not your fault. Domeric pursed his lips, seemingly regretful for his inability to attend his own father's funeral, yet he firmly stated, if it were I would likely be unable to bear the thought of harming my family. Domeric's sincere demeanor once again won Rob over. He found himself continuously comparing Domeric with Theon, feeling a genuine longing. Sometimes I truly wish you were my brother, rather than that loathsome Greyjoy. His words elicited a light chuckle from Domeric, who jested. If Miss Sansa had not captured the heart of that bearded king's son, perhaps we could truly have become brothers? The playful banter, accompanied by a warm smile, instantly alleviated the somber atmosphere within the room. Even the heavy-hearted Rob found it rare to smile, remarking, if I were Sansa, I would undoubtedly choose you over any wretched prince. Their jovial conversation nearly rendered the Duchess invisible, and her sense of guilt allowed her to relish the silence. At that moment, a fully armed guard entered, greeting Rob. It was Vale. Lord Stark has sent me to urge Lord Bolton. His Majesty is growing somewhat impatient. It seemed time for him to depart. Sharing a glance with Rob, Domeric shrugged in resignation. When we meet again, do avoid being ambushed or judged like a criminal. You needn't worry about that, Lord Bolton, Rob retorted with a smile. You should focus on how to win my sister's heart. I have no desire to see her wed thousands of miles away in the south. Farewell, Stark. Farewell, Bolton. They exchanged knowing smiles, a sentiment of mutual respect and camaraderie. Domeric chose not to linger, gracefully exiting the room without once making eye contact with Vale. Rob, however, watched his retreating figure with a palpable sense of reluctance. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark shadow detached itself from Domeric's silhouette, latching onto his wrist and feeding voraciously. Once the funeral concludes, I shall assume the role of acting Lord of Winterfell, governing the north in my father's stead. Only when Demilic's form had completely vanished did Robb withdraw his gaze. As if speaking to himself, Sir Jorah shall also venture south alongside his father. With his words, a subtle transformation enveloped him, his presence appearing more imposing. Turning, he fixed an intense gaze upon Vale. Do you possess the confidence to manage the Winterfell Guard in my stead, Vale, acting captain? After all the efforts and the lengthy wait, as the coveted power drew near, Vale found himself strikingly calm. Merely being the acting captain of the guard would not suffice for his ambitions. With unwavering determination, he regarded Robb, contemplating how to ascend to the stature of a figure like Stark. Patience, Vale said, kneeling on one knee, placing his right hand over his heart, and declared loudly, "The sword in my hand shall align with your will, my lord." Chapter 81. The visitor from the west in the ominous fortress, the guard Nawi, clad in armor with his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, stood resolutely at the door. Feeling the gentle warmth of sunlight upon his face, he felt an immense sense of gratitude. Fortuitously, he had declined Lord Lucius Bolton's request to partake in the internal strife. Otherwise, he feared he might never witness such a beautiful sun again. Indeed, Luce Bolton did not merely enlist Quaid as his sole aide. Although the necessity for discretion precluded the assembly of a large contingent, Quaid and Nawi were among his most trusted subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have permitted the three of them to accompany Domeric to the Terror Fortress. How fortunate it is to be alive, Nawi thought as he grasped the hilt of his sword, the cold sensation melding with his palm, rendering it unexpectedly warm and tangible. If only Quaid had heeded my counsel back then. He was uncertain whether old Bolton's demise was truly linked to Domeric, yet Nawi was unwilling to speculate or contemplate. He understood that to endure, one must diligently attend to their own duties, refrain from inquiry, and maintain silence. As for loyalty, since both bore the Bolton name, to whom one pledged fealty seemed inconsequential. As he pondered, Nawi's focus shifted forward, concentrating on his responsibilities. Halt! He spotted a small cavalry unit approaching down the road, heading directly toward the Terror Fortress, and he immediately raised his voice in admonition. However, the troop appeared oblivious to his command, plowing ahead without a care. Damn it! Why do I keep encountering insubordinate fools lately? Nawi muttered under his breath, then instructed the guard beside him, "You remain here. I shall investigate the matter." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped forward. Halt! Ahead lies the Terror Fortress. As he rode, Nawi bellowed, "You foolish country bumpkins, the Bolton domain forbids galloping." Yet, the moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Initially, he had assumed the approaching group was merely a band of mercenaries, but as they drew nearer, he discerned several well-equipped knights. Their dark silver armor shimmered under the sun, appearing even more opulent than his own. When had such a contingent arrived at the Terror Fortress? And why had they received no prior notice? Confounded, Nawi furrowed his brow and tightened the reins to halt. However, the sight of two flags before him swiftly dispelled his confusion. One bore a yellow background adorned with two crossed black-handled rusty axes, complemented by a black crown in the center. The other displayed a jet-black horse's head framed by a black wavy border. The identity of the visitors became unmistakable. In the north, only one individual wielded both of these standards. Do not obstruct the way, Bolton's guards. Their pace was brisk, and they soon arrived before Nawi. The leading knight, with an air of arrogance, cast a glance at the Flayed Man's emblem on Nawi's chest and spoke in a commanding tone. "There are wagons to pass behind. You would do well to make way." "Yes, Sir Rider," Nawi replied, finally comprehending the situation, hastily guiding his horse to the roadside as if yielding to his authority was a matter of course. The knight nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with Nawi's compliance. In his 40s, he appeared somewhat portly, and the pronounced lines on his forehead became evident as he raised an eyebrow. "Do you know me?" "Indeed, my lord," Nawi affirmed. Naver smiled gently, striving to maintain a semblance of calmness. "It must have been over a decade ago when I accompanied Master Domeric to Huang Tunswang. Your solitary pursuit of the grizzly bear left an indelible impression on me, one that I still cannot forget." His flattery evidently delighted the knight, who erupted into hearty laughter, yet humbly replied, "Such a long-ago event, I had nearly forgotten it myself. I am astonished that you still remember. However," he added, "I have grown old, and should I encounter such beasts again, I can only call upon my comrades for assistance or flee in haste. You are far too modest." Although Naver could see the gray beginning to touch the knight's temples, he still held deep admiration for this man who had once faced a grizzly alone. Such feats in the north were indeed worthy of the title warrior. The two exchanged pleasantries, their laughter intertwining, when a carriage unexpectedly appeared before them. The vehicle was not extravagant, yet it was well appointed and adequately covered, its sturdy wheels carving shallow ruts into the firm ground. "You seem quite merry," came a woman's slightly sharp voice from within the carriage. The curtain was lifted, revealing a woman of approximately 40 years. Her hair was a mix of brown and gray, tied at the back in a widow's knot. The perpetual gloom etched into her features suggested she had lost her husband long ago and had chosen not to remarry. "Tell me, Sir Ryder," she began, her lips perpetually downturned, giving her an air of harshness, her words equally piercing. "My brother-in-law has passed, and my poor nephew has lost his mother, and now his father as well. What is there to be joyful about?" Even in Naver's presence, the woman showed no restraint in reprimanding Sir Ryder. "We merely," Naver began, eager to interject, but was cut off by Sir Ryder, who spoke with deep contrition, even bowing low from his horse to the woman. "We were only reminiscing about the past, and did not mention Earl Bolton." "The past?" Despite Sir Ryder's apology, the woman seemed unyielding, her tone still combative. "What could possibly be more significant than the death of my brother-in-law? If there is something, do enlighten me. After all, joy is meant to be shared, is it not?" "It is my fault, Lady Raswell." Noticing Sir Ryder's awkward silence, Naver instinctively stepped forward, seemingly forgetting his long-held principle of staying out of others' affairs. "I was the one who brought up Sir Ryder's brave exploits in bear hunting from many years ago. Please do not hold him accountable." Naver stood tall, unwilling to lose his composure before his idol. However, his courage was met with the woman's even more sardonic dismissal. "Call me Lady Dustin, the guard of House Bolton. Though my late husband was of little merit, we at least made vows before the Tree of Hearts. I truly cannot fathom how Lord Lusporton has trained you, that you are so oblivious to such simple decorum. Were you born in the desolate mounds of the wasteland, your foolish mind would scarcely qualify you for even the most menial of positions in my presence." Her words were sharp and piercing, devoid of any vulgarity, each syllable struck at the very core of Novice's being, rendering him momentarily speechless. Novice could not comprehend how such a bitter woman could raise a gentleman as refined as young Lord Domerick. "Come along," she commanded. Just as he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, she ceased her tirade, drawing the curtain and returning to her seat within the carriage. Only her less than melodious voice lingered. "Take me to see the body of Lord Lusporton, guard." Chapter 82. Encounter in the North, Wintertown. A diminutive dwarf incessantly poured wine down his throat with his right hand. Oh, northern women are indeed unlike those from the south. The golden-haired dwarf swayed back and forth, his expression one of sheer indulgence. Suddenly, the door was forcefully thrust open, interrupting his revelry. "Look at that! The wretched dwarf is actually mingling with these filthy northern women." A frivolous voice rang out, followed by the entrance of a prince, his locks the same golden hue as the dwarfess, accompanied by a towering guard. "My nose is perfectly fine." The dwarf's words struck a nerve with the prince, who, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury, retorting, "Had it not been for that scoundrel's ambush, I would have emerged victorious." Despite being the one who had launched the ambush, the prince spoke with such conviction that even the guard behind him could not suppress a roll of his eyes. The guard was a formidable figure, even through his armor. One could discern the sinewy muscles beneath. However, the left side of his face was grotesquely ravaged, as if seared by fire, with an ear entirely consumed. Leaving behind only a gaping hole, he appeared a veritable demon. "Shall we partake together, gentlemen?" The dwarf continued unabated, rummaging through his pocket to produce a gold dragon coin with remarkable flourish. "My treat. This coin could certainly afford the company of every harlot in this establishment 10 times over." He pressed on, while the harlots remained diligently indifferent to the intrusion. "I have no interest in the filthy women of the north." In response to the dwarf's generous invitation, Prince Joffrey disdainfully covered his nose and declined. "They all emit an unbearable stench, only creatures as lowly as you could possibly tolerate them." The guard behind him remained silent, yet his icy demeanor was a clear indication of his refusal. Utterly dull, the dwarf remarked, shaking his head before signaling for the others to cease their talks. He carelessly perched himself upon the bed, unabashedly revealing his bare legs. "Speak, then. What brings you here?" The dwarf's legs swung playfully, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. Shouldn't you be accompanying the king and queen to Terror's Keep for Lord Lusporton's funeral? It may merely be an illusion. But when he uttered the name Lisa Bolton, the nearby courtesan seemed to shudder involuntarily. The funeral was dreadfully dull. The prince's gaze inevitably strayed towards him. His father had instructed him to remain here and cultivate a rapport with the eldest Stark daughter. That woman was both foolish and unpleasant. Had it not been for his mother's insistence that an alliance with the Starks would benefit them, he would have no desire to pursue her. The mere thought of the clumsy Stark daughter filled him with irritation. She was perpetually awkward, blushing at the sight of him, easily deceived by a mere few words, hardly entertaining. Yet, due to the exigencies of political advantage, he felt compelled to heed his mother's directives and strive to win Sansa's affection. If the prince possessed any understanding of politics, regardless, he shook his head, attempting to dispel thoughts of that inept woman. Lady Stark had invited them to dinner, presumably with the hope of marrying her daughter to a noble prince. I initially hesitated to inform you, but Lady Stark mentioned that both father and mother had gone to Harrenhal, and as my sole elder, your presence at the banquet is imperative. In this regard, she is remarkably similar to his queen mother. Understood. I shall arrive punctually with a gift, he replied. The dwarf nodded. It would be wise for you to bring a token as well. I hear that the Stark son has recently awakened, making it the perfect opportunity for you to endear yourself to the Duchess. Upon uttering this, he tugged at the arm of the woman beside him, signaling her to resume her work. In response to the dwarf's suggestion, the prince merely scoffed, a mere cripple, unworthy of a gift from Joffrey Baratheon. Observing the dwarf's shameless actions, he shook his head. Let us depart, hound. It is beneath my esteemed dignity to be present in such a sordid establishment. With that, he turned on his heel, and the manservant followed suit, silent as a mechanical automaton, accompanying the prince's exit, always quick to disparage others' intellect. Yet the most foolish of all is you, Joffrey, the dwarf sighed as he watched them leave. His nephew, spoiled by his mother since childhood, had developed an insufferable arrogance. Were he born into an ordinary family, it might have been tolerable. Yet this individual was not only a prince, but also the king's firstborn. Should fate allow, he was destined to inherit the throne and become the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. History has seen both foolish kings and mad kings, and their fates were seldom favorable. What was most alarming was that Joffrey seemed to embody both folly and madness. Without proper guidance, he could potentially become a nightmare for the entire realm, ultimately harming himself and others. The dwarf dismissed these troubling thoughts, shaking his head to cast them aside. While he genuinely wished to educate the prince, the fortunate influence of his father rendered both the prince and the queen deeply resentful of him, making it impossible for them to heed even a single word he might offer. Instead, he decided to immerse himself in enjoyment. The dwarf comfortably closed his eyes. He is indeed exceedingly wealthy. As a Lannister of the main line, few in this world can rival his fortune. However, this does not imply that the services of women are worth a single golden dragon. Moreover, in the north, where affluence is scarce, a woman brandishing a golden dragon may find herself in an unenviable position. I do not seek your coin, my lord. To the dwarf's surprise, the woman returned the silver moon to him, her previously vacant eyes now imbued with a peculiar significance. I merely wish to inquire about a piece of information. Her actions astonished the dwarf, as it was rare to encounter a woman who engaged in such transactions without the motive of profit. Speak, he said, reclaiming the silver moon, thereby signifying his agreement to this exchange. I heard you mention the funeral of Roderick Bolton. Has he passed? Indeed, the dwarf nodded. Though few are aware of it, it is not a secret, and relinquishing a silver moon for this information seems unwise. No, it is sufficient, the woman replied, licking her lips with determination. For reasons unknown. The dwarf sensed a flicker of flame igniting in her eyes, an emotion he recognized all too well. It reminded him of the time his father commanded the Lannister guards to take his newlywed wife. In that moment, the dwarf bore a similar gaze. I am Tyrion Lannister, he declared. Almost instinctively, he reached out, gently lifting her chin. I am quite pleased with your services. If you are willing, share your name with me and accompany me from this place. Their gazes interlocked, and the woman, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly broke into a joyful smile. Miranda, she said. I am called Miranda, my lord.